The girl, with icy anger, loudly slaps the stunned man in the suit across the cheeks, opening the scene of a conflict that will turn everything upside down. The guy's eyes, frozen with dilated pupils and a barely noticeable tremor, betray the shock and pain from the sudden slap. The dark-haired girl, with determination and fury, stretches her hand forward, demanding an end to the humiliation that has reached the limit of patience. 3 hours before the events, a smiling young man appears with a smug look, returning to the place where everything will soon go to hell. With a sly smile, he mocks the family that once expelled him, but now asks for help, fearing the loss of an heir. He recalls how his grandmother kicked him out, fearing for his brother's situation, and sent him to a strange house, condemning him to 3 years of humiliation. Without listening to the servant, he turns around abruptly and with a contemptuous gesture replies that he doesn't need anything else. Han San-kan points his finger angrily and, without hiding his emotions, demands that his final decision be conveyed to those who interfere in life. Without looking back, he rides away on a scooter, hiding with curses on his lips, dreaming only of peace, and a confused servant remains behind. As he trudges along the road on a slow electric scooter, Han San-kan calls himself Su's son-in-law and the husband of Yongjin's most beautiful girl with sad irony, cursing at the speed. While cheerfully greeting the guard at the gate, he jokingly recalls how he became part of the Su family 3 years ago after an ordinary dinner, being a nobody. As he locks the scooter, he remembers the voices that pitied Su for being an unsuccessful husband, and the death of the head of the family 2 months after the wedding, which made him a son-in-law forever. As he walks past the cramped parking lot outside Su's home, he reflects on the strange coincidence that still leaves him wondering why he was chosen. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, slightly worried about his worn-out suit, Han San-kan suddenly froze when he saw a female figure in heels with a characteristic clicking sound. In front of him stands the stern and dazzlingly beautiful Su Yingxia, his wife, coldly and seriously reproaching him for being late, making him smile awkwardly. She turns away indifferently, reminding him of the late hour, and he holds out the gift with a beaming face, trying to make an impression. Su Yingxia looks ahead with a concentrated expression and coldly orders them to hurry, and San-kan follows behind, smiling with the hope of smoothing over the tension. The couple approaches the majestic ancestral mansion, and Han San-kan, prepared for ridicule, decides to silently endure whatever awaits him. Inside the house, they smile reservedly at their relatives, trying to remain calm, although from the doorway they hear reproaches for being late on an important day. Han San-kan and his wife stand among a crowd of relatives who mock him for being unemployed, and a housewife, throwing barbed remarks and glances at him. One of the older relatives notices the gift in his hands and, with a hint of superiority, asks a question full of doubts. A self-confident guy in a leopard suit, Su Yingxia's cousin named Su Haichao, enters the room, whose appearance immediately exudes ostentatious arrogance. Han San-kan smiles as he hands over the modest gift he chose himself, unaware that he is about to become the target of ridicule. The arrogant relative in the leopard shirt barely holds back his laughter as he looks disdainfully at the box in San-kan's hands. Amused by the crowd, he loudly ridicules the gift, calling it crap and mocking that it is being given to his grandmother for her 80th birthday. A self-confident Su Haichao, grinning, proudly shows off a pyramid of brightly colored boxes, shouting that this is what he brought for his grandmother. Opening the case with a malicious triumph, Su Haichao boasts of the 880,000 yuan worth of pu'er tea, as if challenging all the gifts in the room. The hall immediately explodes with delight, shocked by the spectacular and expensive gesture, not hiding its amazement at such luxury. Having decisively stopped the show, Yingxia with icy anger demands that he stop disgracing himself in front of the whole family. Han San-kan lifts the lid of the pu'er tea box, and his calm, disdainful gaze stuns the smug Haichao. With a sigh of relief, Han San-kan stated emotionlessly that this tea was fake. Zhu Haichao, clutching the box, indignantly denies his opponent's words, shouting that it is a holiday gift for grandma that he shouldn't even touch. Han San-kan, with a smile of feigned innocence, apologizes to everyone and hints in a soft tone that he recently learned something interesting from a friend. A mysterious acquaintance in glasses appears in my memories, confidently telling me that pu'er is dried in the air, passing it off as aged. The young man shows the real pu'er that he saw at his friend's and compares it with the expensive gift that his rival is holding in his hands. Haichao panics as the expensive pu'er tea cake begins to crumble in his hands, losing its shape and weight with each passing moment. Han San-kan calmly explains that aroma is not the most important thing, and shows how the color of the tea speaks about the raw material, not the years of aging. A frightened and sweaty Su Haichao clutches the box of fake tea as tension and doubts build around him. Han San-kan calmly explains that raw tea is rich in caffeine, which irritates the stomach, and that fakes only cause harm under the guise of ancient ones. He looks his relative sternly in the eyes and accuses him of almost putting his grandmother's health at risk, asking what motivated him. Haichao angrily denies the accusations, shouting that his grandmother has not drunk tea for 2 years and he had no intention of harming her. The protagonist calmly states that he deliberately chose the spoiled gift, hoping that no one would understand his true intentions. The relatives are shocked and outraged, their cries condemning Haichao, who tried to deceive his own grandmother at a family celebration. An enraged Haichao, clutching the tea box, screams and accuses Han San-kan of lying and ignorance. Losing his composure, amidst the ridicule of the crowd who do not believe in the hero's knowledge, the girl tries to calm the conflict, but Han stands calmly, ignoring the ridicule. She anxiously grabs his tie and asks if he is sure of his words, and he smiles and replies that he believes his friend, until someone coughs, interrupting the scene. Hearing the noise and commotion, the grandmother approaches the assembled company and asks with slight surprise what is going on here. Turning to her, the girl begins to explain the essence of the conflict, and the guy from behind watches her graceful movements. The girl tells her grandmother that Su Haichao wanted to give her expensive poor tea, but San-kan exposed the fake, and now everyone is perplexed. The grandmother smiles and asks to show her the gift, holding out her hand to the box, which the confused blonde handed over with noticeable nervousness. She carefully examines the tea cake from the box, and the blonde man behind her freezes in anticipation of the verdict under the gaze of the whole family. After a pause, the grandmother calmly confirms that the tea is real, causing shock and confusion in the one who was the center of suspicion. With a gentle smile, she turns to Han San-kan, looking at the embarrassed Haichao with the box and asking why he slandered his relative. Haichao quickly assures that the tea is real, and the hero suspiciously wonders if San-kan is playing a prank on everyone. Enraged relatives surround San-kan, accusing him of disrespecting the matriarch and trying to dishonor the gift, but he silently endures the onslaught. Han San-kan, with a painful expression on her face, begs her grandmother to take a closer look, feeling how unfair the accusations are. The next second, a loud slap pierces his face. The girl can't take it anymore and hits him for his impudent, unacceptable words. She furiously orders him to stop and demands an immediate apology from San-kan, demanding complete and unconditional submission. The disgraced boy with a scarlet mark on his cheek stands silently in front of her, under a gaze that demands an apology without words, but with the force of a whip. Pressing his hand to his burning cheek, he begins to realize the seriousness of what is happening. With a confused face, standing in front of her icy gaze, dark figures with frightening smiles loom over them, silently condemning the boy who covered his face with his hand under this pressure. With a humiliated look and a burning face, Han Sanjian lowered his eyes, silently collecting his thoughts, and behind him the silence thickened, forcing even the crowd to fall silent. Slowly approaching his grandmother and his rival, he moves forward as if under the weight of an invisible burden, and his figure stands before them like a sign of submission. Bowing low with a heavy expression, Han painfully admits his mistake, while a smug Haichao watches the scene with relish, tasting the victory. Haichao leans towards the beaten boy with a malicious smile and whispers that even if the grandmother finds out the truth, she will still choose her own grandson. The scene shifts to a brightly lit hall, where Haichao's shoulder mockingly nudges the humiliated Han, while the guests around him laugh and chat as if nothing had happened. And so he remains alone in the smoky silence, his downcast gaze betraying pain and shame. And she slowly approaches, either with pity or reproach in her eyes. Looking at his tired face with a slight blush, the girl admits her guilt and offers to hit her back, but he remains silent with his gaze downcast and quiet pride in his eyes. They walk side by side in the semi-darkness, not touching each other, and Sankian calmly says that he understands her. She just doesn't want new problems, and the girl remains silent, turning away. Smiling through the bruises and scratches, Han Sankian looks at her with gratitude and whispers, "Thank you for pulling him out of the darkness and back to reality." Flaring with rage, the girl clenches her fist and sharply raises her hand, as if she is going to hit him with all her strength for the words that pierced her soul. Frozen for a moment, she lowers her hand, clenching her fingers into a fist in anger and confusion, and he remains silent with his gaze downcast. while silence hangs between them. Walking away thoughtfully, the guy asks out loud if she wants him to change, and notices how she turns around in surprise, not understanding what he means. Looking into her eyes, Han Sang-kyeon, with a slight smile and quiet determination, says that only she is capable of changing him, as if handing over the key to his soul. In response to his confession, the girl shrugs her shoulders with a cold smile and harshly says that without money, a non-entity will not become the head of the Sue house. A fire of determination flashes in Han's eyes, and pressing his lips tightly together, he vows to prove who is worthy of talking about money, because true wealth is already close. At a generously laid round table, where cheerful laughter and bustle intertwine with the aroma of treats, the family raises glasses to happiness and longevity. In the midst of the feast, the doors burst open with a loud bang, and a servant runs in shouting about an unexpected guest with a gift, causing everyone to turn around and freeze. The old mistress's dark and concentrated gaze is pierced by merriment as she sternly asks who dared to intrude on the family celebration. A polite man in a dark suit, holding his hand to his heart, addresses Grandma Sue with dignity, apologizing for the intrusion and stating the purpose of his visit. In front are huge carts with luxurious boxes, and the envoy of the Han family, bowing, conveys congratulations, amazing everyone with the scale of the gifts. Solemnly opening the scarlet casket, he reads out the list of gifts: a golden phoenix comb, a jade abacus, symbols of luxury and significance. Han Sang-kyeon holds his cup of tea intently, listening to the list of treasures that do not inspire delight, but only make him think about the present. Against the backdrop of a list with a pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets, the Han family is mocked, and Sang-kyeon silently resents his exile. Smiling through the pain of memories, he gently answers his wife that he cannot forget, because he has been living in the shadow of her family for 3 years, trying to prove his worth. Under a blinding light, a man in a suit proudly announces a gift of nearly 9 million yuan in cash, stacked in a glittering money pyramid. The stunned grandmother asks suspiciously if this absurd sum is really a ransom for her granddaughter, and the representative calmly replies that he is just a delivery man. People come closer, full of delight and surprise, and a man in a dark suit wishes the hostess blessings from above and long life, causing awe in the room. Confident, with a victorious smile and shining eyes, Soo Yi-han decides that all the gifts are intended for her, because the best one, of course, is chosen first. Stepping forward boldly in a bright red dress, Soo Yi-han tosses her hair and declares that her beauty is not her fault, angering all her rivals. While the girls argue, the cheeky blonde guy in the leopard shirt smirks and says that everyone will have a chance except the one who married the jerk. With a cheeky grin, he throws words towards Yingxia about her haste to connect her life with no one, while Sang-kyeon silently clutches his chopsticks, and she lowers her eyes. Holding the spotlight, the red-haired girl with a sly smile thanks Yingxia for the early marriage, because now she has a chance to become the best match. Sang-kyeon calmly sips his tea and with subtle irony remarks that he should be thanked too, because without him, everything would have been different, making the audience tense up. In a fit of anger, Soo Yingxia slams her palm on the table, defending her husband's honor and trying to stop the insults that had long since crossed all boundaries. Seeing the tension, the grandmother coughs and asks everyone to calm down, promising to personally sort it out and give the gift to the person to whom it is really intended. With a cold smile, Han Sang-kyeon silently resented inside because the family shamelessly humiliated his wife, not knowing who they were really dealing with. In the night sky above the sparkling windows of the high-rise building where the Soo family lives, Yi-han's indignant cry is heard, breaking down in emotion and cursing the evening. In the living room, under the cold light of the lamp, Soo-yin's mother, overcome with anger and bitterness, lashes out at her husband and curses her daughter's marriage to a worthless person. Sitting silently in his chair, Soo-yin's father listens helplessly to his wife's reproaches, who grows increasingly furious, fearing that the family legacy will be threatened. At the height of the quarrel, the mother screams that the marriage must be broken off immediately, and the father, confused and tired, barely reminds that divorce will only increase the shame. In a dark corner of the room, where the cold shadows emphasize the despair of the soul, the hero, with his head down and a cigarette, silently listens as he is humiliated again, called a disgrace to the family and a builder for the sake of survival. The argument is suddenly interrupted by the calm but firm voice of the daughter, who, standing next to her depressed husband, declares that she does not intend to divorce him, illuminating the darkness with a ray of dignity. Insha enters proudly, arms crossed, and looks at her mother, who, with tears of anger, accuses her of madness. But the girl firmly says that she is not mad. She simply values hard work, not ambition. Han Sang-kian stared thoughtfully into the void. And in his thoughts, Yingxia's voice sounded, recalling that for 3 years he had been running the entire house by himself. And even though she looked down on him, she could no longer deny his efforts. Standing in front of the entire family, Yingxia firmly declares that despite the grievances, she never hated Han Sang-kan. And for the first time, there is sincerity in her voice. Confident steps into the room are accompanied by the bitter realization that neither the decision, nor the pain, nor the truth are important in a house where the honor of the family is above feelings. And the mother-in-law quietly sighs in the corner. Standing in the moonlight at the door, Han Sang-kian calls his mother with a serious face, indicating that it is time to discuss something important. Perhaps the butler's words will change everything. Taking off her nightgown, the girl suddenly freezes with a cry of surprise, hearing the rustle of someone watching her, and the atmosphere is suddenly filled with tension. When he enters the bedroom where his wife is changing, she turns around anxiously and indignantly asks why he didn't knock, hinting at a violation of boundaries. Insha, slightly surprised and touched, turns to him as he gently extends his hand, something more than silence hanging in the air between them. Standing opposite her, he looks seriously into her eyes and, supporting his chin with his palm, asks if she wants him to change, and the answer freezes in her gaze. Flashing with emotion, she grabs his sleeve, squeezing the fabric with pain and desperation, as if trying to make him understand her soul without words. In the soft pink light, with sparks falling, she remembers his words that only she could change him, and a tear breaks the tense silence. From his height, he looks at her openly and seriously, briefly confirming her memories, as if acknowledging the power he had previously rejected. She holds his hand on her face, hiding the trembling in her voice, and quietly admits that she is afraid of other people's contempt, allowing herself to be weak for the first time. Tears glisten on her cheeks as she presses herself against his hand, lips trembling and fist clenched, acknowledging for the first time her desire to live with dignity. Standing opposite her, with her head bowed and her hands tightly held by his, he listens to her confession of wanting to make everyone regret their arrogance. He hugs her with a budding determination in his eyes and whispers words of agreement that sound like both a promise and the beginning of something new between them. In a luxurious hall, bathed in soft light, Han Sang-kian, wearing a business suit, sits in a chair and reflects with a confident smile on how he became the head of a family where he was a nobody. With the same proud posture, he enters the room and addresses his mother, who greets him with a warm smile, because his visit means more to her than words. With restraint and respect, she says that, on her grandmother's orders, she must return him, because his father is sick, his brother is in prison, and the family's only hope is now on him. With a bitter smile in the corners of his eyes, Sanjin looks from under his brows and ominously admits that, over the past 3 years, he has thought more than once why his mother suddenly remembered him. Probably because her beloved son can no longer act. The mother, with a downcast look and a shadow of remorse on her face, admits that everything that happened to him was unfair, but refers to the grandmother's decision, saying that she didn't decide anything. Sanjian, with a slight smile and pain in his eyes, repeats her words, making it clear that for her, it was a 3-year misunderstanding, and for him, years of betrayal. Turning away to the window, he says with bitterness and sadness that no matter how much he tried to earn her attention in childhood, she always preferred her lying older brother. And although he says this with a smile, behind it there is pain. No matter how hard he tries to be sincere, he remains an unwanted son, and his mother listens silently, finding no excuses. His gaze becomes both sad and firm when he remembers how his grandmother, fearing his growth, banished him so that he would not interfere with his brother becoming the heir. Han Sang-kian shouts words in anger towards his mother, his face distorted with pain, and asks if anyone would have remembered him if his brother had not gone to prison. With fiery indignation, he continues. The family would never have recognized him as an heir if it were not for extreme need, and his eyes flash with rage. Looking his mother straight in the eye, he says sharply that his grandmother is not worthy of being called a grandmother, and she is his mother, and her face is distorted with pain and remorse. Huddled on the sofa and with her head down, the woman tries to justify herself with a trembling voice. But her words come too late, when the truth can no longer be hidden. Although he agreed to help, there is a cold determination in his calm words, and his mother, shocked, asks again if he will really return. There was a flicker of alarm in the mother's eyes as she looked away slightly and carefully hinted at a condition that could change everything. But she still didn't dare voice it out loud. With the setting sun shining on the double doors, Han Sanqian stands with his pass in hand, ready to break with the past once and for all. A woman in a purple dress with a cold face hands over a bank card, saying that his grandmother has decided to start a company under his complete control, and he immediately understands this test. Thinking as he goes, Han Sanqian walks down the hallway of the mansion, reading the screen of his phone, realizing that even now his grandmother doubts his abilities. Clutching the card and smiling with determination, he promises himself to prove who the true heir of the Han family is and step by step take back everything that was taken from him. Rumors of an impending economic storm spread rapidly among China's elite as the glittering tower of Quanshui Industry, founded by the Han Yanjing family, proudly rises into the sky, reflecting the sunlight. Two businessmen study the documents in shock, one of them recognizing the famous Han surname with trepidation, the other muttering in despair about shame, reproaching his son for his ignorance of world news and influential dynasties. There's a wave of excitement in business circles when a new company buys up the abandoned western part of the city to build a new district, and no major player dares to stay away. Three girls in business suits were sitting at a table in a bright office, chatting cheerfully while one of them was intently scrolling through something on her phone. The redhead, with a beaming smile, theatrically raises her hand, declaring herself the future wife of a rich man, causing her friends to exchange embarrassed glances. Confidently throwing her hair back, she laughs contemptuously, hinting at those who were unable to marry profitably. And the dark-haired girl only looks at her tiredly. In the Su family's conference room, where everyone sits around a long table in formal suits, one of the women calls for silence so they can move on to business. The family's strict grandmother confidently declares that the new Haney company will develop the area and reminds them of their business in building materials. The young man, with a wan smile, agrees with the grandmother, but adds anxiously that everyone who wanted to negotiate with the new company was rejected. Pale with excitement, Sun Guolin carefully leans towards the stern grandmother and admits that none of the messengers were able to even look at the new boss. Slamming her fist on the table and with determination flashing in her eyes, the grandmother abruptly orders them to act again before Quan Shui finds others. There is still a chance. Realizing the complete failure, the whole family falls into despondency, trying in vain to understand the meaninglessness of days spent at the entrance without the slightest response. With a satisfied grin and an ominous hint, the blonde makes a demonstrative offer to send the girl first, hinting at her uselessness, and she turns around in confusion. Stunned and alarmed, the purple-haired girl stares straight ahead, clutching her phone, not believing that she has become the target of this Gru. Surprised, hurt, and wary, the girl clutches her smartphone, looks up in obvious protest, and barely has time to exhale. What? When behind her, she hears a sarcastic suggestion to use her because she has nothing to do anyway. Like a target in a spotlight, she stands among the shadows and reproaches of her family, who press on her, demanding determination, while she holds herself in check with the last of her strength. While the voices of irritated relatives still ring in the air, the grandmother turns to Yingxia with a soft but commanding gaze and suggests that she make a decision herself. Yingxia is ready to answer, but at that very second her phone flashes with a bright message, like a sign from above, which interrupts her mid-sentence and changes everything. Seeing Sanqian's message, Yingxia is surprised to read the short call to start negotiations with Quan Shui Industry and is indignant that he didn't even explain the reasons. Flustered and thoughtful, she admits that she has no other choice and, gritting her teeth, decides to trust him at least this once. Filled with determination and sudden confidence, Yingxia rises with dignity and solemnly declares to her grandmother that she herself wants to negotiate with Quan Shui. With a cheeky grin and hands on his chest, the self-confident relative advises Yingxia not to throw around promises, because there will be no second chance to meet with the boss. Taking up the taunt, Su Haichao's father sneers and asks what will keep her in the family if she fails again. With a tense and determined look, Yingxia is angry at the injustice, inwardly indignant, and firmly declares that she will reach an agreement with this company. Smiling and confidently twirling his finger at his temple, the guy mocks Yingxia, saying that if she even gets a business card, it will be a miracle. And if she does manage to do it, he will personally ask his sister to bring her tea. While waving his finger menacingly, the same guy suddenly changed his tone and, approaching, declared that if she lost, she would be kicked out of the Su family. That would be the end. Against the backdrop of a picturesque sunset and a high-rise building, Yingxia walks forward with a determined face and the wind in her hair, full of courage and a desire to prove her strength to everyone. In the soft evening light streaming through the glass walls, Incha walks silently with a straight posture, and the guy with a cup in his hand freezes, watching her go. One of the visitors, holding out a cigarette, turns in a friendly manner to the guy with the cup, offering a smoke break as a sign of calm camaraderie. In a cozy cafe, several men enthusiastically thank the owner for his hospitality and the permitted smoking area, and he smiles and replies that he is glad to see old customers. In the reflected light of the windows, he remembers with a slight smile how for many years in a row he silently followed her with his gaze, not approaching, as if this kept him in reality. And now again, as countless times before, she passes by in the rays of the setting sun, and he, as if enchanted, silently watches her. His friend, with a slight mockery in his voice, asks when he will finally decide to come and pick her up from work. Because he can't wait forever. Life doesn't stand still. Walking through the evening city with a determined face, Incha silently discards the idea of premature action. Her steps are confident, and her eyes are filled with perseverance, waiting for its moment. In the cozy cafe outside the window that Yingxia just passed by, one of the men suddenly asks about Sanken's background, wanting to understand how he came to be in the Su family. But his cold gaze speaks louder than words. With a hint of irony that conceals depth, Han Sankian admits that he seems to have become a local celebrity, and in the sunset glare, his eyes seem to promise that his star is only just rising. Embarrassed and slightly guilty, the interlocutor raises his hands, trying to justify his directness. He is simply interested in how one can endure so much injustice, but in response he sees only a silent smile, with a half smile and a slight squint, as if remembering something distant and warm. Sanqian calmly asks again about injustice as a word long erased by years of silent patience. Surrounded by a dreamy aura and soft light, he speaks tenderly of his wife, strong and stubborn, whose daily struggles outshine all his suffering. Han Sanqian returns home with shopping, but instead of greeting her, she hears her relatives scolding Yingxia, unaware that Su Haichao deliberately provoked her for an ulterior motive. The worried woman explains that Su Haichao's true goal is to drive them out of the Su family by reducing the number of heirs and not sharing the property. And the desperate man clutches his head, asking how they will survive if they are driven out, crossing her arms over her chest and avoiding eye contact. Yingxia, with an awkward expression, honestly but sadly admitted that she had no idea what exactly Su Haichao was planning. Yingxia sits silently with a frown on her face, clenching her fingers while Han Sanqian confidently tells her mother that she can handle the task, even if she doesn't believe it yet. The stepmother is seething with rage, calling Han Sankan trash and mockingly shouting that he is allowing himself to do this. He should go and do what he is supposed to do. Incha suddenly gets up from the sofa and rushes after her husband, who silently walks towards the exit with a bag in his hand, as if he had made a final decision inside. Left alone, she stands by the wall in silence, with a tense and serious look, behind which lies a storm of thoughts and an incessant internal struggle. While she watches silently from under her brows, cowering in a defensive pose, he cooks something in the kitchen with a warm smile, radiating care and a quiet, simple calm. Han Sanqian is calmly and concentratedly peeling vegetables in the kitchen, immersed in a simple task, and Yingxia looks at him in surprise, not recognizing the weak man from before. She crosses her arms over her chest and asks with a slight reproach if he was waiting for her at the office again, and he, taken by surprise, freezes at the window, embarrassed by her insight. Without turning around, he awkwardly squeezes the vegetables in his hands and almost in a whisper admits that he understands everything, leaving a warm, touching silence in the air. Struck by his words, she lowers her gaze and, through restrained pride, admits that she no longer wants to see him from the outside. Let him meet him openly. The boy, at first taken by surprise, bows his head silently, and the same light that had been hidden for years behind silence and restraint lights up in his eyes. Embarrassed but firmly, she asks him to meet her right outside the office from now on, and with a slight blush adds that they should go home together. In the evening light, he looks back at the girl in surprise after her unexpected offer to go home together, and she, lowering her eyes, hides her excitement and embarrassment. Under the starry sky with the illuminated house in the background, she quickly refuses to repeat what she said, and he, shocked, hopefully asks if it is true. In a pink glow, she reproachfully asks if he really doesn't want to, and he, with a warm, sincere smile, immediately answers, of course he does, because he's always dreamed about it. The mysterious aroma of cooking spreads throughout the night city. Alarmed cries can be heard from the windows, and against the backdrop of the stars, faces fill with panic. Something has burnt in the kitchen again. Embraced by the evening light, Han San-kian holds out a plate of dinner with a gentle smile. And his phrase that the industry boss is his close friend sounds like a magical answer to all worries. Whistling and with lightness in every step, he carries the dinner ahead. And she, still shocked, follows him with her eyes, not believing that everything is so simple and at the same time incredible. Lounging in a chair by the office window, the guy laughs carefree into the phone, giving instructions to simply monitor the situation and report any changes, letting the sunlight play on his face. A loud laugh fills the office as he shows the phone and mocks Xu Yingxia's wish. And a stern woman standing next to him asks ironically if it's really that funny. His smile widens as he tells with open disdain how Xu Yingxia asked Han San-kan to take her to Quanshui Industries, enjoying his own wit. The woman in the scarlet suit laughed contentedly, confident that Xu Yingxia had finally broken down and was eagerly awaiting the moment when she would be gotten rid of forever. The worried interlocutor suspects Xu Yingxia's rapprochement with the family, but the man calmly assures that he has a plan and all the power is on his side. The sun's rays play on the building's facade, and the wily man is sure that Xu Yingxia's family made a mistake in accepting Han San-kan, and it's time to sever all ties. Focused and a little nervous, Xu Yingxia clutches her helmet in her hands and breathes deeply, as if gathering her willpower before the inevitable storm. Standing in front of the mirrored high-rise, she listens to her companion, who easily promises that it will be easy to come to an agreement, only increasing her anxiety. She stands with the documents, her eyes closed and a bead of sweat on her cheek, desperately trying to find calm before the decisive conversation. With a determined look and clenched fists, she enters the company office, and the guy with the scooter silently watches her with his eyes, as if giving her support. Xu Yingxia gathered her courage and walked up to the reception desk, greeting them with restraint and clutching her documents tightly, trying not to show her excitement. The company secretary waves her hand with a kind smile, inviting her to go further, saying that Manager Zhang has been waiting for her for a long time, and Yingxia, a little embarrassed, obediently goes forward. In a narrow elevator cabin, a girl in a business suit clutches a folder tightly to herself and looks around anxiously when the cabin suddenly shakes, increasing her tension. When the elevator doors open, she peers out warily, not fully understanding where she's been taken, and her fingers nervously squeeze the cover of the folder. She is greeted by a stunning scene. Dozens of staff lined up in 2 rows, bowing in confetti and lights, ceremoniously welcoming her as an important guest. A man in a formal suit introduces himself with a solemn air as Zhong Lian, the general manager of Quanshui and the project manager for the new district. Handing her the documents, Zhong Lian says that if she has no objections, she can sign the contract right now without wasting time. A stunned Incha freezes for a second, not understanding how everything happened so quickly. A contract, an agreement, an acceptance. And whether this is already a success, Su Ying, clutching the folders to her chest, looks anxiously at the hand between the 2 men, feeling the pressure and uncertainty of the unclear situation. As the man waits for an answer, Su Ying looks up, a little confused, not knowing what to say in the growing tension. The man in the suit smiles calmly and explains that the boss is busy, but asks Su Ying not to be afraid and to ask any questions she may have. After collecting her thoughts, Su Ying smiled slightly, clutching the folder and trying to look confident, although inside she still didn't believe what was happening. The manager looks down with a respectful smile, gesturing to emphasize her seriousness and assuring that they believe in her abilities and reliability. Looking at the outstretched hand, Su Ying tenses up, trying to hide her excitement as the question of her trustworthiness hangs in the air like a test. A handshake seals a contract. In this squeeze, one can read not just a deal, but a silent vow not to let down and to justify trust. When the contract message flashed on the screen, Han San-kian smiled calmly. Everything was going according to plan, and he was closer to his goal. Han San-kian looks at Su Ying with mild surprise as she approaches with a half smile and a folder in her hands. It seems like the matter was resolved faster than expected. Blossoming with joy, Su Ying raises the documents to the sky like a trophy, her smile shining, and Han San-kian is already thinking about how to celebrate the victory. In a moment of light mood, a signal suddenly comes from her pocket. A new message reminds her of an important family event. Seeing the message on the screen, Su Ying looks at Han San-kian in confusion, and Han San-kian frowns. The sudden family gathering ruins all plans. Entering the conference room with a straight posture, Su Ying catches the glances of her relatives who have already managed to whisper and are now waiting for a slip-up. One of the people sitting there brazenly slaps his hand on the table and sarcastically reminds Su Ying of yesterday, his gaze mocking and full of provocation. Keeping her cool, Su Ying calmly reminds him of his words and shows him papers that prove her absolute success. Shocked by the unexpected turn of events, the older woman stands up with disbelief in her eyes, trying to comprehend that Yin actually made a deal. Passing the contract across the table, Su Ying confidently places the papers in front of the head of the family, who leans closer to verify its authenticity. As the documents pass from hand to hand, the older woman's face darkens, and the shocked opponent loses ground. The truth can no longer be hidden. The enraged relative in the yellow shirt shouts about the fake, because he does not believe that Yin could handle such a serious matter on her own. Without losing her composure, Su Ying replies with cold pride that she is a stranger to deception, unlike those who think dirty and low. Gathering her courage, Yin coldly reminds him of the agreement, emphasizing that she herself had reached the deal, and demands that Haichao keep her word. Taken by surprise, Haichao cries out in despair that she was just lucky, frantically trying to devalue her real success. Excited and confused, he rushes to his grandmother, begging for support, although inside he already understands that he has lost this battle. Holding the document with restraint, the older woman reads thoughtfully, and her stern gaze makes everyone think about the consequences. With his eyes downcast and his hands shaking, Haichao humiliatingly hands the cup to the confident Su Yin, silently admitting his defeat. The tension is in the air as this cup trembles with the sense of both revenge and humiliation, handed out to the winner with grim resignation. Holding the shaking cup, the boy looks away while the girl stands proudly in front of her grandmother, ready to leave and take on a new task. Turning decisively, she leaves with her head held high, and the humiliated young man bows with an empty look in the same cup. Barely containing his emotions, he remains bowing until the hall is empty, and only silence with the echo of closed doors remains with him alone. Muffled by defeat, Haichao hides his face, clutching tea in his hands until the hall empties, leaving him with his own despair. Unable to bear the pressure, he furiously smashes the cup on the floor, and the shards of boiling water fly out like a flash of his shattered pride. His eyes are blazing with malice, his face is distorted by a grimace of hatred, and the desire for revenge is already pulsating, ready to burst out. In the bright living room, the family raises glasses to congratulate Yingxia on her new position, and the air fills with the ringing of glasses, pride and joy. At the festive table, the mother excitedly says how proud she is of her daughter, and the smiles of her relatives accompany the toasts in her honor. The young man next to her, with a warm smile, retorts to her mother, saying that Yinxia achieved everything herself through perseverance and hard work, not luck. In the quiet of a cozy dinner, the mother suddenly declares that all the success is due to Yinxia, testing her son with a look that freezes in tension. Hearing her grandmother's voice on the phone, Yinxia's face darkens, and Han Sanqian becomes wary. She has been replaced by Su Haichao. The evening freezes. Han Sanqian's face flashed with cold determination, her eyes filled with anger and a clear promise to deal with the one behind this blow. While the night city is drowning in silence, the windows of the mansion glow with warmth, and the grandmother firmly orders to finish the job and promises a day off as a sentence. As the grandmother continues to speak, the man looks resolutely at the screen with Su Yinxia's name on it, turns on the speakerphone and asks her to wait. Standing in front of his grandmother, Su Haichao rubbed the back of his head with feigned humility and falsely enthusiastically insisted that he was very pleased. Sitting closer and smiling sweetly, he assures that he does not need money, but subtly hints at the value of Yinxia's influence in the company. Carried away by his schemes, he talks out loud about the benefits of Su Yinxia's post, but the grandmother, having grasped the essence, abruptly interrupts, saying that the guy does not have to continue. With a stern look, the grandmother stands up and looks down at the kneeling Haichao, exposing his intentions and predicting his downfall. The pale Haichao nods quickly, assuring that he understood everything and would not make mistakes again, trying to force out a smile that looked more like a grimace. Through the window, you can see how Grandma demands that Haichao prepare perfectly for tomorrow's meeting. And he hastily promises, not realizing how wrong he is. Under the starry sky and the silence of the night city, an angry woman demands action, and the man only throws up his hands, referring to his mother. Opening the door to the dark room, he makes an awkward joke, but his wife stands silently, her head down, hiding the pain of disappointment in the shadows. Reaching out to her shoulder, he says her name softly as if trying to reach through the silence and stop the pain that has come between them. With warmth in his voice, he asks if everything is okay, and she barely audibly replies that she tried to get through it. But the pain still lives inside her. Han Sang-kyan gently holds Yin-Yu's shoulders, looking into her eyes and quietly asking her not to cry as she frantically tries to collect her thoughts. Radiating confidence and warmth, he reassures Inya, promising that no one in the world will be able to take away her well-deserved place. In the darkness of the room, he listens to the report on the phone and, squinting, calmly notes that tomorrow the company will be represented by Su Haichao. But this is only the beginning. Standing in the doorway with a cold gaze and a phone to his ear, he harshly asks again if his interlocutor understands the price of the game that is about to begin. The next morning, Su Haichao walks into the office in a formal suit, trying to remain calm. But his anxiety betrays his fear of impending collapse. Su Haichao, with his head held high, solemnly enters the building among his colleagues, radiating confidence and preparing for the meeting that will decide the fate of the family. He approaches the guest with a wide smile, greeting Manager Chun warmly, hiding his nervousness under a mask of friendliness and ostentatious politeness. Introducing himself as the project manager, he politely adjusted his glasses and asked if Miss Su would be there. While the manager's eyes hid bewilderment and doubt, covered in cold sweat and surrounded by an aura of guilt, Haichao says with a forced smile that Shu Yinxia is sick and takes charge of everything. Hearing this, Manager Chun coldly replies that he will only return when Miss Su herself recovers, leaving Haichao in a panic. In a desperate attempt to rectify the situation, he claims that he understands the matter better, but the partners, without listening, leave without looking back. Annoyed by Chun's cold politeness, he hears a sharp response. Su's company is losing its chance due to lies and loss of trust. The humiliated blonde falls to his knees asking for another chance, but the answer is a cold. No need to see me off. The enraged grandmother slams the table, her eyes blazing with rage, demanding an explanation of how everything could have gone wrong. Wiping away his sweat and gritting his teeth, Haichao frantically searches for an answer. But the fear of the name Yang Jin Han completely paralyzes his will. Realizing the scale of the failure, he lowers his head. Family pressure, fear of punishment, and his own stupidity led to the mistakes pressing down like a stone. In a cold and merciless voice, he is reminded that he was responsible. And if the deal falls through, retribution is inevitable. The phone with a bright screen vibrates anxiously on the table, as if it is trying to get through. And Su Haichao's name flashes, breaking the silence. Han Sang-kyan picks up the phone with a calm but focused posture, and the voice on the air asks him to come back urgently. The situation is getting out of control. With his back turned, he holds the phone to his ear and quietly talks about Yinxia's illness, hiding behind his silence his understanding of the coming round of events. Ignoring the cries to pass the phone on, he coolly ends the call by pressing the red button with a determination that is not negotiable. Su Haichao screams furiously into the phone, but when he hears the beeps, he loses his temper and throws the phone on the floor, cursing and with a face distorted with anger. Han Sang-kyan looks at the door with a hint of irony, where someone is furiously banging on it, and calmly notes that the opponent's speed is impressive. With his face twisted in rage and his fist clenched, the enraged blonde rushes towards Han Sang-kyan, shouting grievances and demanding an explanation. Before he could finish speaking, the aggressor received a crushing kick to the stomach and was sent flying into the air under the pressure of Han's incredible strength. Coldly watching as his opponent flies across the room screaming and falls, Han remains unperturbed, with a shocked girl standing next to him. Yinxia asks in surprise about the loud noise, and Han replies with a slight smile that it was just Su Haichao who came and caused everything himself. Kneeling down with his face twisted in pain, Su Haichao points his finger at Han and yells at how dare he hit him, forgetting who started it first. Turning away from the girl, Han calmly says that she has nothing to say because the decision was made by her grandmother, and the initiative is no longer hers. With his face scratched and distorted with rage, Su Haichao screamed in a frenzy, trying to stop Han, who could no longer be held back. Clenching his fists and sweating from humiliation, Su Haichao stood silently in front of the closed door. Realizing his defeat and complete disregard, Yinxia asks in surprise what happened, and Han Sang-kyan calmly explains that Qian Shui only agrees to work under her leadership. With an ironic smile and a restrained voice, Han reports that Haichao came in desperation to beg her to return. Although he is in no hurry to believe in her sincerity, The worried girl remembers Han's words that her grandmother was supposed to come, and now she doubtfully asks if she will really come. Han watches her worry silently, a slight smile appearing on his face, as if he knows more than he's willing to voice right now. Against the backdrop of a night sky strewn with stars and silver dust, a sparkling house rises from which a voice full of hope and dreams can be heard. In a warm room filled with soft light, the mother angrily reproaches Han for leading the family to poverty, and the children silently watch with incomprehension. Flashing with determination, the girl sternly stops Han with a gesture and says with resentment that everything he did was only for her own good. Holding the young man's hand firmly, Han Sankian leads him away, ignoring his mother's cries that she is blaming her daughter for her feelings and demanding that they break up. When a surprised voice calls out to Yingxia from outside the door, the air is filled with tension, foreshadowing a turn in events to come. With a slight smile and a sincere look, Han thanks Yingxia for her support, but assures her that he has already stood up for himself and no longer needs protection. Yingxia indignantly reproaches Han for smiling after all this and demands to know why he remained silent about his role in concluding the contract. And Han Sankian replies with a warm smile that she has experienced more than him, and he simply silently respects her strength, not considering it necessary to boast. Her anger gradually dissolves, and her gaze becomes soft and confused, as if she's just now seeing him for real. Dawn breaks over the city, soft pink lilac light breaking through the clouds, enveloping the skyscraper in silence and a premonition of a new beginning. In the gentle morning glow, she silently rises from her bed, leaving her husband in a sweet sleep, her silhouette by the curtains, like the shadow of a newly born thought. Stretching and squinting against the sun's rays, she wakes with ease and new determination, as if the night had erased doubts, leaving peace. Under the soft light of the morning, the girl's shadow falls on the sleeping boy, enveloping him with a presence that feels like a long-desired and warming warmth. Her foot gently touches his leg under the blanket, disturbing the peace with a trembling touch, like a silent sign of fragile closeness. When she cheekily asks if he is pretending to be asleep, he does not move, but the sweat and trembling of his body betray the storm that is boiling inside. Two people in sports clothes are running along a white fence, and a girl with a mischievous smile encourages the guy, demanding that he keep up. With determination in her face and fire in her voice, she orders him to keep up the pace, and he, confused, barely keeps up, panting from the strain. Behind her, out of breath, he looks with surprise and bewilderment, trying to understand how she knew that he runs after her every day. The couple stops in front of a villa area, against a backdrop of green hills and bright skies, where luxury and peace have become part of the landscape, hidden behind a high fence. Looking ahead with seriousness, she explains that morning running is not just a habit here, but a way to breathe in the freedom and freshness of the dawn air. He speaks easily about the house in the mountains, dreamily looking at the sky, and she, with surprised irony, reminds him that the villa costs 1,000,000 yuan. The girl seriously talks about the luxury of this neighborhood, where only the rich live, and admits that even her grandmother dreamed of moving here. She easily runs ahead, and he silently looks after her, as if thinking about her words and the invisible distance between their worlds. They run along the fence, and the guy asks if Grandma will definitely come, to which she confidently replies that there is nothing to worry about. That's how it should be. The young man sits confidently in the chair and calmly orders his assistant to immediately buy a villa in the Yunding Mountains without hesitating for a second. The secretary, slightly embarrassed, mutters that the family funds are intended for the company, but sounds uncertain under the pressure of wealth. With a flick of his fingers, he places a black VIP card on the table, showing that money is not a problem and doubts are just silent bewilderment. Calmly holding the card and mentioning Bank Yun, the guy looks ahead, and the interlocutor, shocked, listens about a possible deal with the giant. With a smug smile, he says that one understands everything, and the other, confusedly admitting his friendship with Qin Lin, hears only a screen. Hearing this, the official froze with wide eyes. The thought that the guy could be the head of Fengqian struck like thunder into his very soul. Han Sanqian calmly turns away from his chair and calmly says that he founded his own company at 12 to prove his strength to the world. And the other person freezes with a black card in his hand. Glancing to the side with a slight challenge in his voice, he explains that Fengqian is the vertical line above the Han clan, hinting at his dominance. The pupils of the interlocutor dilate when the character Han, scarlet and powerful, appears in his imagination like a clap of thunder, and the arrogance disappears from his face. With a serious look, Han Sankian says that he is ready to give all his fortune for this villa, because it is here that she dreams of running every morning. Moved by the owner's determination, the secretary bows low, swears to keep Feng Qian's secret, and takes on the task of acquiring the desired villa. His gaze burns with determination, and he coldly says that even if it were a matter of taking over the world, he would still find a way to do it. The out-of-breath and angry grandmother stands irritably on the threshold and blames her son for the terrible conditions of the house, where even the elevator does not work, and he rushes in a panic to meet her. The agitated man desperately tries to justify himself, but the mother, covering her mouth with her hand and pretending to sympathize, says that she came to visit the sick Yin. The gloomy grandmother listens with distrust to the woman, who, with a strained smile, assures her that Inya is afraid of infecting her and therefore does not leave her room. Han Sankian, with a warm smile and a cup of tea in hand, calmly destroys the lie of Yin disease, instantly causing an angry reaction from those present. His harsh truth makes the woman clench her fist, and the grandmother look up in surprise as he silently hands her the cup in a silence filled with awkwardness. Remaining confident, he respectfully addresses his grandmother, explaining that it was Yin who made the deal with Chen Shui and was supposed to lead the project. In a cold, revealing tone, he continues to say that as soon as Yin completed the task, the family immediately found out everything, and the grandmother was frozen between the truth and the fear of losing her authority. Leaning forward slightly and looking coldly into the old woman's eyes, Han Sankian asks if she thinks Su Haichao is a worthy replacement, and her face freezes in intense thought. With a carefree smile on his face, he points out that even if Grandma were to break the contract in anger, the losses for the Su family would be too painful. Sincerely bowing in apology, Han Sankian emphasizes that he does not want a conflict, but only asks for attention to be paid to Yinshu. Grandma, without leaving the sofa and looking stern, smiles thoughtfully and ironically, as if she is no longer sure whose family this is now, hers or her granddaughter's. After saying Yingxi's name, the grandmother brings the conversation to the main point, but Han Sankian calmly takes out the ringing phone, interrupting the tense moment. Holding the phone and smiling with relief, Han Sankian shares the news of re-establishing business ties with the Su family, confident that his grandmother will like it. As he hands the phone to his grandmother, he overhears her thanking Yingxia for her help and inviting her to celebrate the success over the weekend, to which Yingxia gratefully agrees. As the grandmother stands up and the woman next to her looks surprised, Sankian calmly suggests that the visit was useful. But now it's time to say goodbye. With his back to his grandmother, Han Sankian listens with a slight smile to her stern warning not to abuse her trust, knowing that she will not receive respect for 3 days. Looking over his shoulder with confidence in his eyes, he gently reminds his grandmother that it's time to rest, adding a slightly cheeky goodwill to his voice. On Sunday, in front of a majestic mansion with festive tables, they solemnly announce that thanks to Yinsei, cooperation with Chen Shui has begun. Against the backdrop of a bright blue sky, Grandma proudly talks about Yingxi's contribution to the success of her partnership with Chen Shui, while Yingxia, in a white dress, listens calmly with a glass of wine. In the crowd of guests, a young man and a woman with glasses in their hands look at Grandma and Yinshu in shock, not understanding how this was even possible. The contented grandmother, not noticing the gazes of others, tells Yinsei with a smile to enjoy the moment, and she calmly looks forward, silently accepting the confession. Under the sunny sky, amid the festive bustle, Grandma waves and invites Yinshu to stay, causing her to become a little disoriented by the unexpected warmth. Continuing the conversation, Grandma gently takes Yinshu's hand and says that there should be intimacy between spouses, hinting at her relationship with Han Sankian. With a thoughtful look, Grandma mentions that Han Sankian still bears her surname, and Yingxi's eyes become worried, as if she has understood the hidden meaning. Amidst the tension, Grandma sternly warns Yingxia against Han Sankian, as the Su family needs a true heart, and Yingxia sadly realizes that she does not know the truth. Han Sankian looks at his opponent with irony as he is needlessly angry, thinking to himself that it was this outcast who helped to seal an important deal. With a determined smile, Yingxia declares that she will make the decision herself, when suddenly a man comes up from behind and informs her grandmother that the auction of the villa has ended. The old lady in the purple dress asks in surprise who bought the villa, and Yingxia, looking away, understands that all this news will definitely not make it possible for her to sleep. When someone mentions the figure of 100 million, everyone freezes. The man gestures, the girl covers her mouth, the grandmother is stunned. and Yingxia is calm and slightly ironic. While the others were trying to comprehend the news, Han Sanqian said with a slight smile that the villa had long been sold, clearly hinting that he had bought it himself. Smiling with a hint of triumph, Han Sanqian teases Yinxia about the villa, and she blushes and asks him to stop, although she clearly enjoys it. Looking at the sky and holding a glass, Yingxia wonders who would spend so much money on a house. But Han Sanqian smiles mysteriously. For someone, this is just a small thing. In the crowd, two girls enviously discuss the buyer of the villa, deciding that it is Su Yihan because she is beautiful, noticeable, and worthy of such a luxurious gesture. With a calm smile and a soft glint in his eyes, Han Sanqian uttered praise as sweet as wine, causing the girl's heart to tremble in the warm silence. Yingxia, with a slight smile and tender submission in her eyes, says that she already belongs to him with all her soul and body, and that she no longer needs any ransom. In a pink glow, they stand together, like a couple from a dream, and she, looking at him in an elegant suit, remembers that he wore it only once before this day. Standing nearby in the warm atmosphere, Yihan looks at Sanqian tenderly and decides to thank him by suggesting to go to the store for a new suit. Before she could even recover from the offer, Han Sanqian enthusiastically agreed not only to go shopping, but also to be the one to carry all the bags, which caused a tired sarcasm to appear in her eyes. Smiling with pride and a gleam in his eyes, he energetically declares that he will pay for everything himself. And Yihan, with a glass in his hand, barely contains his ironic surprise, deciding to himself it would be better not to go into details. In the bright sunlight, a girl in an orange-patterned skirt and a white blouse with a bow happily waves her hand and loudly calls out to Lin Yao, beaming with sincere warmth. Upon seeing Yinxiu, Lin Yao smiled brightly, waved his hand, and joyfully exclaimed her name, as if meeting his friend had become a real holiday. Forgetting about the shock of the past, the two girls rush into each other's arms with laughter, and Han Sanqian silently watches their sincere joy. Shen Lingyao, his emotions flaring up, grabbed Yinxiu's shoulders and whispered in despair, "How could she marry such a simpleton?" while he smiled innocently from behind. The pink-haired girl jokingly reproaches her friend and says that her boyfriend is not an option, because a real man should be rich and cool. With a face full of shock, she seriously asks again if this is a joke and what kind of men she really likes. Yingxia calmly asks not to say that and adds that she is trying to accept this guy into her life no matter what. Shenling Yao, with his hand on his waist and his head down, sighed with a little resentment and agreed to accept his friend's choice, still looking at the guy with distrust. A stern gleam flashes in her eyes and, clenching her fists and leaning forward, she declares that as his best friend, it is her responsibility to personally look after him. But after a moment, the tension disappears and both of them, with shining smiles, mentally fly off to the shop windows, because the most important thing is joyful shopping under a clear sky. At the cosmetics counter, in the warm light of the boutique, two friends with a twinkle in their eyes discuss lip gloss, laugh, and enjoy a carefree moment. Accompanied by a confident man in a suit, both girls enter the mall, the pink-haired one gesturing cheerfully and the dark-haired one smiling in anticipation. Walking enthusiastically towards the display case with brightly colored clothes, the girls animatedly discuss the fittings, while the guy with the bags silently trails behind, like a bodyguard of their mood. Smiling mysteriously and leaning forward slightly, the pink-haired girl decisively opens the curtain, as if preparing to amaze everyone with her transformation. Standing opposite a guy in a suit, she holds the fabric over her shoulder, showing off her chosen outfit, while her friend calmly examines the items on the hangers. Against the backdrop of fantasy patterns, the pink-haired girl gracefully poses in a black dress with a belt, catching the admiring glances of the guys who can't take their eyes off her. The guy smiles openly and responds casually, while the second girl continues to interrupt the hangers, not interfering with the scene. In the presence of a silent young man and a friend busy with shopping, the pink-haired girl tensely touches the dress, expecting at least some kind of response. Clenching her fist and frowning, she angrily moves her hand to the side, outraged by the indifference to her carefully chosen image. With a tense face, the pink-haired girl pulls the guy towards her, and he, with heart-shaped eyes, bows down enthusiastically, not hiding his admiration for her appearance. Raising her hand smugly, she accepts his reaction with pleasure, emphasizing her confident pose and proud of her irresistible attractiveness. In a fit of indignation, she presses her lips together and frowns, and her gaze flashes with anger as if the world has once again betrayed her expectations. Dressed in an elegant black dress with glittering sleeves, she stands thoughtfully with her finger to her lips, in pink light and under the gaze of an admiring audience. In a bright glow, she poses dramatically in a tight red dress with a slit, admiring herself while the crowd blushes enthusiastically and takes photos. In a daring leopard swimsuit and short shorts with suspenders, she boldly shows off her figure, while the audience gasps with emotion. And the guy is again restrained. A black-haired friend with a blush on her cheeks peers out from behind the curtain, clearly embarrassed to go out and show everyone her new look. Dressed in a discreet yet elegant outfit, the dark-haired girl steps forward hesitantly, gathering her courage as a silhouette in a suit appears behind her. The black-haired beauty approaches with dignity in a long skirt and white blouse, and the guy in the striped suit looks on with admiration, while the pink-haired one freezes to the side in silent disappointment. Smiling sincerely, the guy in the suit admires the dark-haired girl's grace, while the pink-haired girl falls to her knees in complete despair. Disheveled and sweaty with a wild look and dilated pupils, the pink-haired girl screams in rage, not understanding why she was never appreciated. In response to the sincere compliments, the dark-haired girl holds the dress in her hands with a soft smile, preparing to make a choice, until someone's hand gently touches her shoulder. In an attempt to find an explanation for Han Sang-kyeon's indifference, the pink-haired girl feigns sympathy by hinting that he might be gay, and Yingjia, confused, asks again what. Delighted with the dress she found, Insha smiles happily, while the other one points in confusion at the woman who snatched the dress right out of her hands. The pink rival can't stand it, and indignantly demands justice, proving that her friend chose the dress first, while Insha stands silently, shocked. With a cheeky smile and a mocking voice, the lady in the scarlet dress sarcastically says that the expensive thing does not suit the poor girl, because such luxury is not for her. With stern faces and unyielding gazes, Han Sang-kyeon stands behind the two girls, who coldly accuse their rival of having dirty hands, unworthy of touching exquisite fabrics. Humiliated and confused, the pink-haired girl no longer looks defiant. She begs for support, but the saleswoman politely advises her to look for clothes in cheaper stores. Han Sang-kyeon, acting as a calm referee, looked at the disputants with a subtle smile and calmly asked if the ones who buy more weren't the ones who sold, causing everyone to freeze. The self-confident couple immediately agrees, coldly explaining that even among guests there are gradations, and business always tends to favor those who spend generously and consistently. Sang-kyeon firmly and clearly declares that he will buy everything in this store, stunning the crowd and knocking the wind out of everyone watching the scene. Amid the stunned faces of the staff and the shocked couple, Han Sang-kyeon calmly declares that he will buy the entire store, causing everyone to freeze in amazement. With a self-confident look, he approaches the cash register, asks if he can pay with a card, and, upon hearing an affirmative answer, puts his hand on his chest with a proud posture. But at the moment of truth, his face breaks out in a cold sweat. He remembers that he gave away the card and hasn't returned it yet, smiling nervously and stalling for time, arousing suspicion. Turning his back to the audience, he pretends to make an urgent call, walking away to the derisive laughter of his rival, who sarcastically comments on his overestimation of himself. Behind Han Sang-kyeon's back, they laugh loudly, thinking that he is a self-confident fool. But he silently dials the number with his back to them, not reacting to the ridicule. The store employee politely asks not to delay service, and Yin and her friend tensely follow the developments, not knowing how it will all end. The pink-haired girl sadly suggests leaving to avoid shame, but Yin doubtfully remembers that Sang-kyeon is not the type to show off for praise. A worried Yin stops Han Sang-kyeon, asking him not to continue, fearing too much resonance, while her friend watches from behind with concern. Smiling calmly and confidently, Han Sang-kyeon turns to Yin and gently asks her not to worry. What he has planned will only take a few seconds. Han confidently leads Yin-shu to the entrance, holds her hand, and as soon as he says that everything will take a couple of seconds, a luxury car suddenly stops next to her, surprising the girl. A luxury car pulls up to the boutique, and an elegant man in a suit steps out, causing everyone, including Han and the lady in red, to freeze in amazement. The woman in red, who had recently been arrogantly humiliating others, now watches in confusion as the saleswoman respectfully rushes to open the door for a new customer. Entering the boutique with a serious expression, the important guest passes by a stunned employee who quickly offers to help, wondering what this influential stranger is looking for. The servant in the black suit bowed deeply and apologized to Han Sang-kyeon, respectfully returning his bank card to him, leaving everyone shocked and confused. The shocked fat man, his face twisted in surprise, looks at Han, unable to understand who this calm guy in a striped suit really is. With a slight smile and a glint in his eyes, Han Sankian holds up his card, saying that he can now pay, and the saleswoman nods in confusion, unable to comprehend what is happening. Sankian, holding the terminal and the bank card with a smile on his lips, calmly asks Yingxi to enter the password, while she covers her mouth in amazement, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Seeing that the terminal was waiting for a code, Sankian gently smiled and passed the initiative to Yinse, urging her to complete the purchase, completely throwing her off balance emotionally. Holding the boy's hand timidly, Yingxia hesitates, tormented by mixed feelings. But he gently encourages her, and she reaches for the terminal with bated breath, still not believing in the reality of the moment. Yingxia, gathering all her determination, reaches forward and presses the button on the terminal with concentration, while everyone around her freezes in stunned silence. The couple who had been laughing a moment ago now stand dumbfounded and pale, anxiously watching a scene they don't fully believe. Two saleswomen in uniform, with tense faces, do not take their eyes off the terminal, where the code stars are blinking, anticipating something important. The pink-haired girl, standing in bewildered silence, approaches the terminal and, holding her breath, hesitantly presses the first key. Encouraged by his gentle smile, Yingxia finally decides to enter the PIN code, placing her finger on the screen under Sankian's warm and approving gaze. Concentrating and slightly moved, she presses the final button, performing an act that becomes an act of trust and overcoming prejudice. The purchase is complete, the emotions subside, and everyone around freezes as Yingxia and Sankian stand alone at the counter, and the others just watch silently. A message appears on the screen indicating a successful payment, and everyone looks at Sankian and Yinshu in amazement, not believing that this actually happened. The friend clutches her head in despair, exclaiming that 400,000 went on close, and then whispers in shock, "What? Did you know the password?" In the soft pink glow, Han Sankian says touching words about the wedding date with a warm smile, and Yingxia shyly catches his gaze. Between light and shadow, symbols of different destinies, Yingxia holds her heart in trepidation, and the pink-haired girl, dumbfounded, realizes her defeat. The indignant couple back away in despair, the woman is burning with anger, and the sweaty man drags her away, covering his own shame. The enraged fat man, his face distorted with horror, scolds his companion, whispering that the guy with the map is the same one who bought the villa for 100 million. While their minds are spinning with guesses, the saleswoman happily accepts the order to leave only 2 items, infuriating the pink-haired girl. With a slight smile and a hint of sternness, Han Sankian asks for the delivery address to be written down, and points out that the staff's behavior is damaging the boutique's reputation. With a slight smile on her face, Han Sankian calmly leaves as if nothing happened, while the manager angrily fires the stunned employee. In the quiet of the evening, wrapped in a towel after a shower, Yingxia looks thoughtfully at the phone screen, where a new surprising message flashed. Holding the phone in her hand, Yingxia reads Lin Yu's correspondence in surprise, sent a voice message, and this makes her wary late at night. Seeing the bold declaration of love on the screen, Yingxia freezes with a towel in her hand, and Han Sankian looks over her shoulder in shock. Confused, Han leans over to Yinsi, who is staring at the screen and remarks out loud that her friend sent the video while trying to understand the gist. When the image of the pianist appears on the screen, Han Sankian screams in surprise, and Yinxia, as if inspired, remembers that she has already met this mysterious man. A video plays on the smartphone screen, where a crowd watches in delight as a young man masterfully plays the piano. As if the music comes alive in the air. Listening to the melody, the girl admiringly notes his talent, and the guy realizes with horror that he was noticed by the same one who sent this video. Looking at the screen where the pianist is playing in front of a crowd, Yingxia and Han peer into the frame in surprise, trying to recognize the familiar silhouette at the piano. With a shocked expression and beads of sweat on his forehead, the boy realizes with shock that the man in the video is himself. And this knowledge throws him off balance. While there is a commotion around, Sankian in a suit stands aside with a slight bewilderment, and the pink-haired girl drags the confused Yingxia to the restroom, citing an urgent need, leaving the guy at a loss. The girls rush towards the exit, and Han Sankian watches them with slight confusion, promising to wait in the main hall. Although his thoughts are already somewhere far away, finding himself in a spacious square near the fountain, Han calmly reflects on a successful purchase and ideal conditions for a small adventure. Looking intently at the piano, as if it beckons him, the young man slowly approaches the piano, gently touches it with his hand and slowly plunges into a whirlpool of memories. His gaze travels over the instrument's outline, noting that it is in good condition. Reflecting on how long it has been since he played, he is drowning in childhood memories, when he could play for hours without getting tired and did not notice how time was slipping away. Heavy memories burst into his consciousness. His brother bullied him, his family humiliated him, and he took refuge in music, hiding behind the keys. His fingers gently touch the keys, as if he wants to tell the world the old melody of pain and hope again. With a soft smile, he whispers to himself that until he lets go of past grievances, the piano will only bring bitter feelings. He stands silently in front of the musical instrument, not saying a word, as if waiting for something important and profound. Coming closer to the piano, he takes off his jacket, wondering if he has lost his rhythm and ability to feel the music. His hands slowly reach for the keys, ready to delve into the past and play melodies hidden in memory. The space is filled with sounds, and surprised passers-by turn around to hear the music that suddenly sounds around them. Filming on their phones, the audience watches in admiration as the young man loses himself in the melody. Forgetting about the world, there is peace and inner silence on his face. He enjoys every note, as if returning to his true self. Everything around is filled with the enchanting sound of the piano, and the guy, as if with wings behind his back, continues his performance. The young man's back is straight, and his gaze is focused on the movements of his fingers. He carefully thinks through each action, creating a special aura. His eyes lit up with delight and a sudden rush of memories that carried him back to the long-gone, warm days of childhood. The boy remembered himself as a little boy, enchanted by the beauty of the sound and the magical melody that seemed impossible to forget. The audience is delighted with the composition, applauding and showering the young man with praise as he turns to them with a slight smile. A crowd of girls rushes towards the young man, enthusiastically asking for his phone number and calling him a handsome man with golden fingers. Han Sang-kyun resolutely runs away from his new admirers, who run after him screaming, begging him to meet them. Clutching his head, he suddenly realizes that he is the pianist from the viral video that everyone is talking about. With a bright smile, he turns to the voice behind him and answers, not hiding the cheerful surprise in his eyes. Yin, shyly clutching the gift bag in her hands, stutters that it is a surprise especially for him. The guy, clearly not expecting such a gesture, silently looks at the bag, not even daring to move. With a slight look of confusion in her eyes, Sang-kyun opens the gift bag, unaware of the contents, and the pink background hints at the importance of the moment. Holding out the bundle with a gentle smile, he hands it to Yinxia, explaining that the old clothes were worn out and this gift was a sign of his care for them. Han Sang-kyun gently takes out a new burgundy shirt from the bag, sparkling in the light like a jewel, and holds it with extreme care. Smiling warmly and sincerely, he looks at the shirt with such delight, as if he were holding not a thing, but a manifestation of care that could warm the soul. Standing shyly in a towel, the girl refuses to try on the gift, citing doubts, and Sang-kyun happily shouts that he will put it on himself. Wearing a new burgundy shirt, Han slowly walks away from the frozen girl, who suddenly realizes that his figure is exactly like the pianist in the video. The girl, anxiously bowing her head and looking forward, recalls the silhouette of the pianist from the video, putting together a puzzle. The resemblance is too striking. Filled with guesswork and not hiding her doubts, she asks Sang-kyun if he can play, and he prepares to answer with a tense smile. Giggling cheerfully and not taking the question seriously, Han teases her, saying that she decided to laugh, but she angrily waves it off in no mood for jokes. He appears triumphantly in a new burgundy shirt, radiating warmth and confidence, smiles shyly, and asks how he looks now. Her gaze slowly slides down his figure. There is pleasant surprise in her eyes, and, a little embarrassed, she praises the image and asks about comfort. During her lunch break, a touched Su Yingxia lies on the office floor, staring at her phone in fascination and falling deeper and deeper in love with the mysterious pianist. Sitting next to her friend on the table, Lin Yao, with a businesslike air, tries to reason with her, reminding her that it is just a video from behind. However, Su Yingxia defended her passion with a fiery voice, exclaiming that Lin Yao would not understand it, and smilingly raised her fist in the heat of the moment. A flushed Lin Yao excitedly points her finger at the screen, showing a video of the piano and shouting that anyone would go crazy from this posture and melody. Blinded by romantic dreams, Lin Yao adoringly clutches the phone, dreaming of fate bringing her together with this mysterious talent. A serious Yingxia, propping her chin on her fist, suspiciously remarks that the pianist looks too much like Han Sang-kyun for Lin Yao to be so impressed. Lin Yao, holding the phone in his hand, can't believe his ears, because only now is he beginning to suspect the incredible. The pianist really could be Han. Laughing and covering her face with her hand, she categorically denies this, insisting that the handsome man in the video is clearly from a wealthy family and does not ride an old electric scooter. Lost in her imagination, Lin Yao laughs as she imagines Han riding a tiny dusty scooter, while Yingxia looks ahead thoughtfully, not ruling out that her friend might be wrong. Han Sanqian, irritated, puffed out his cheeks and resolutely turned the handle of his scooter. It was painful to hear the truth, but it was even more painful to leave it unanswered. Stopping at a car dealership under a clear sky, holding a white helmet in his hand, he rubs his nose and feels like someone, somewhere, is clearly remembering him. Behind the display windows, two salespeople mockingly discuss a guy on an electric scooter, not believing that he is a customer, and joke that he might be selling a scooter. Laughing and whispering, the sellers sarcastically discuss Han, who entered, not knowing that he hears every contemptuous word of theirs with a serious look. One of the sellers, ignoring his colleagues, boldly declares that even an insect is worth something, and if a client has a penny, he is worth serving. Han Sanqian calmly and concentratedly looks at the black car with a price tag of over 118,000, while the barbed ridicule still sounds behind him. Seeing Han Sanqian confidently placing his hand on the luxury car, the stunned salesman panicked and realized he was interested in the $1 million A8. One of the employees, in a panic, shouts at him not to touch the car if he doesn't intend to buy it, threatening a fine for even a scratch. With a slight smile and a confident look, twirling the bank card in his fingers, Han calmly declares that he is taking the car and can afford it. As he ceremoniously presents the elite card, the three employees freeze in silence, realizing that he is not who they thought he was. With exaggeratedly friendly smiles and exaggerated politeness, the sellers, who were mocking just a minute ago, surround Sanqian with tea, discounts, and services. With a simple gesture of holding out a card, Han Sanqian wordlessly selects a merchant to complete the transaction, stunning him with his sudden trust. One of the salesmen, who had recently been full of doubts, answers with shining eyes, "Oh, of course," delighted at the honor of serving such a client. When a shiny car roars out of the sky and passes an admiring passerby, he quietly whispers, "Wow, that's a nice car," not knowing who he saw. Shining with new wheels and a black glossy body, Han's car sparkles in the sun, and he himself proudly shows off the result of his purchase with a wide smile. A man with a short haircut and genuine admiration gives a thumbs up, smiling against a red glow, as if celebrating someone's talent. Over a cup of tea, two men are having a friendly conversation. One in an orange sweater is joking cheerfully. The other with dark hair is softly retorting with self-irony. Holding a cup confidently, the hero in a burgundy shirt answers the ironic question on the floor with a mysterious smile and directness, leaving a hint of something more. With a slight smile and a sideways glance, Han Sanqian holds a cup and mysteriously says that he is just a boss who himself does not know anything with a hint. His interlocutor looks at him from under his brows with slight bewilderment and says, "Oh," incredulously, as if a new guess about his identity had arisen in his head. Switching to a sincere tone, the man in the orange jacket admits with a smile that everyone has their own reasons, and like Han, he did everything for the sake of his beloved wife. With a barely noticeable smile and a sly look, Han, holding the cup, begins a new sentence as if preparing to say something important or witty. Chuckling merrily and warmed up by the conversation, he mentions his wife, glancing slightly reproachfully at his interlocutor, who immediately visibly tenses up. Proud as a child with a new toy, a beaming Han Sanqian shows off his burgundy shirt, highlighting his new look in front of his astonished friend. With a backdrop of pink flowers, looking smug and giving a thumbs up, Han accepts the compliment after hearing that the shirt really suits him. With pride on his face and light all around, the hero announces that the shirt was a gift from his wife and looks truly happy. A little taken aback, the other man realizes that Sanqian is just bragging and sighs, calling it an outdated tactic. Taking a deep breath and clenching his fists, the green-haired guy prepares to show something personal, full of pride and anticipation of the effect. With unexpected energy, he opens his jacket to reveal a neatly sewn pink heart on his t-shirt, embroidered by his daughter-in-law. Beaming with pride, he points to the heart and says with a smile that it is handmade by his daughter-in-law, a symbol of warm family affection. Seeing his friend bragging about a gift from his wife, the guy admits with a comical expression that it's corny but impressive, albeit old-fashioned. Against the backdrop of shining patterns, the friends stand opposite each other, one awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the other proudly showing a heart, silently competing in praise. The scene ends abruptly when a flying book hits one of them right in the forehead, and a fake cough is heard from an unexpected witness. A powerful woman with a sign that says "Boss's wife" winks at her sternly looking interlocutors and silently hints that it's time to stop relaxing and go to work. Under the imperious gaze, the guy in the orange jacket raising his hands rushes away screaming, and the girl with a folder on her hip stands, silently showing who is the boss here. Smiling and slightly blushing, Han Sankian scratches his head in embarrassment, while his wife, with a notepad in her hand, kindly offers to refill the drink. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, filled with the gold of the sunset, a high-rise building with hieroglyphs on its facade appears, a harbinger of new business and a change of scenery. Dressed in a business suit and with a look of surprise on her face, the girl, just as she approached the building, exclaimed Sankian's name, noticing something truly stunning. Standing in front of a shiny black car that looks truly luxurious, she is at a loss, making a confused guess about its owner. With a happy smile and a hint of innocence in his voice, Han Sankian answers his wife, assuring her that he bought the new car himself, already bracing himself for suspicion. Her gaze instantly becomes cold and piercing, and with a gloomy face she asks again about the money, causing him to look away in embarrassment. The tense scene is suddenly interrupted by a smug blonde man in a black suit, cheerfully greeting the couple and sensing something interesting is about to happen. Recognizing Han Sankian, the blonde man grinned and clarified that he was the guy from earlier, wondering how he had suddenly become rich in a matter of days. Walking away under the evening sky, the blonde ignores the girl's indignation and her reproaches, only waving his hand mockingly, declaring that no one will believe him anyway. With an ominous glance over his shoulder and clenched teeth, he angrily warns them not to catch up with him and threatens to kill them if they do. Seeing the expensive car, the girl's parents exclaim in amazement whether Sankian really earned so much for the sake of their daughter, and the father hints with a grin that it is a gift for his wife. The bride, not having time to object, finds herself in the center of a misunderstanding, raises her hands in refusal, and Han stands nearby with a key and a slight smile, as if nothing had happened. In response to Han's astonishment, he calmly hands over the keys, but hears a caustic remark that it looks nice, but the essence is clear to everyone. Full of emotion, the girl tries to stop her mother, who, laughing and holding the keys, asks to go for a ride, justifying her harshness with concern for her daughter. The indignant mother continues to press, throwing suspicions about Han's infidelity and panicking that he will crash the car, while her daughter rushes to her with reproach, and he remains silent. With a sly smile, the mother already considers the car hers and offers Sankian to drive their old Toyota, because, in her opinion, that will be enough for him. Han Sankian gently comforts Yinshu, who is still upset by her mother's words, and smiles as he places his hand on her shoulder, asking her to ignore him. A confused Yingxia reminds him that the car belongs to him, to which Han calmly and confidently replies that it's okay, he'll just buy a new one. The next day, the same aggressive guy, lighting a cigarette and suspecting nothing, suddenly freezes, warily staring ahead. As Han and Yingxia say goodbye at the entrance, a guy with green hair secretly watches them, wondering why they are in the old Toyota again. Hanya is met by a car dealership employee who happily welcomes his return, while the wheels of a black car that has just stopped shine in the background. Smiling, the friendly salesman asks if Han has come to pick up his, adding that everything was specially kept for him. Pouring him some tea, with a slight smile, Han Sankian modestly declines the unnecessary courtesy and casually asks if there is another similar A8 available. Standing in front of the Audi on display and its huge price tag, Han calmly declares that he wants another one, remembering that the price doesn't seem to have changed. Stunned salespeople with open mouths and beads of sweat on their foreheads try to comprehend that the customer who just bought a car already wants a second one. Yingxia, crossing her arms and looking suspiciously at Sankian, wonders where he got a new car from, since his parents definitely didn't return the old one. Han Sankian scratched his head and pretended that everything was fine, awkwardly joking as he stood next to the shiny car under her heavy gaze. Smiling and laughing awkwardly, he comes up with a ridiculous excuse about the buy one get one free promotion, and Yingjia can barely contain a flash of anger. Fastening his seatbelt in the shiny interior of a brand new car, Sankian slyly repeats about the promotion, while Yingxia, with a stony face, pulls on the belt, drilling into the back of his head, Frowning to the limit, Yingxia asks through clenched teeth if there was at least a discount on the second car. And Han, sweating, grips the steering wheel in anxious silence. Yingxia, flushed with anger, demands an explanation as to whether he really thinks she is naive. And Sanqian, sweating in embarrassment, repentantly admits his guilt for the purchase. Puffing out her cheeks in annoyance, Yingxia silently casts an offended glance at Sanqian, who, covered in sweat and slightly trembling, smiles guiltily, realizing that the joke about the discount turned against him. Looking him seriously in the eyes, Yingxia says that money is not the main thing, she needs honesty, because there should be no secrets between spouses. And Han, nodding, quietly sighs with relief. As the car races towards the picturesque sunset, Yingxia shyly asks not to tell her parents about the purchase. And Han smiles and says, "Yeah, right." Ling Yao, dreaming and holding the phone, excitedly tells Yingxia about a stranger pianist with beautiful shoulders with whom she would go to the Crystal Restaurant. And Han behind her back barely hides his confusion. Still dreaming of the imaginary date, Ling Yao once again dreams of a luxurious restaurant, while Sanqian, sitting next to him, holds back his surprise and listens with a smile, hiding his true feelings. As the conversation comes to an end, Sanqian, clutching a glass in his hand and with a half smile, says that Ling Yao is certainly worthy of such romance, trying to hide how hurt he is by her naive but sincere belief in a fairy tale. Yingxia enthusiastically repeats the phrase about the Crystal Restaurant, making it a symbol of a dream, and the embarrassed Sanqian with a bare light bulb in his hand silently realizes that her idea of romance is clearly not about him. In the morning glow, the famous glass tower, an architectural wonder, the UFO tower, crowns the city, and at the top, a crystal restaurant sparkles, a symbol of dreams and refined luxury. Two men, one of them a confident Han Sanqian, survey the restaurant as if assessing whether it is suitable for someone's plans, while the lighting highlights its airy elegance. Despite the exorbitant prices and the need to book a week in advance, Han Sanqian calmly enters the room to a respectful greeting from the staff, who immediately recognize him as a VIP guest. The waiter looks at the Yunbank card in shock as Han confidently shows it off, causing him to swallow his fears about the high cost without a word. Looking cheekily over his shoulder, Han announces with a smile that he wants to rent the restaurant for the 22nd, and that money is not a problem at all. One press of a finger in the elevator starts a wave of rumors that someone has rented the entire Crystal Restaurant. And now, even in the Su family's dining room, it is the topic of the day. In the office coffee shop, two female co-workers in suits whisper excitedly, discussing the fact that a certain man contributed hundreds of thousands, possibly for a proposal 2 years ago. Upon hearing the date, one of the colleagues, with a sly smile, suspects romance and jokingly asks if it is a wedding date, to the laughter of her colleagues behind her. Three colleagues stand at the door with smug laughter and cheeky remarks, disdainfully discussing Yinshu, who sits at the computer with a blank look, as if everything around her passes through the glass of her indifference. A self-confident employee with a sly smile boasts that she rented a room with a view of the tower in the most expensive restaurant, confident that soon everyone will know the name of the rich man. Lost in thought, Yingxia lifts the cup to her lips with an empty gaze and, taking a sip, quietly says that she is tired, as if putting all her inner fatigue into her words. A stunned Yingxia, wearing an elegant dress, looks around in confusion, trying to understand why she is being led forward so quickly. Inspired, her friend happily pulls Yinshu by the hand towards the entrance, without revealing where exactly she is leading her, and she barely keeps up with her, stumbling on her heels. Finding herself in front of a huge, glittering tower, Yingxia freezes with wide eyes, not believing that this is where she just came. Two girls enter a shining room where they are greeted with a respectful smile by a restaurant employee who already knows their names and cordially invites them inside. Linyaya asks in confusion why she was brought to the Crystal Restaurant, and her friend smiles mysteriously and asks her to just trust and see everything for herself. In a flashback to 2 hours ago, an energetic girl with pink hair commands Linya, in a commanding tone, to put on a dress and come with her while she still doesn't understand what's happening. The pink-haired girl shyly lowers her gaze and holds onto the hem of her dress, while the glass of a skyscraper sparkles around her and enthusiastic compliments are heard. Standing next to each other and holding hands tightly, they smile tenderly at each other, until one sadly admits that she dreamed of wearing this dress to her friend's wedding. In the elevator, the arrow stops at the 45th floor, and the girls, tired from the long climb, look at each other and joke, patiently waiting for a special moment. Surprised by the height of the rise, the girls look at each other and wonder how many floors this grand building has. Delighted by its scale, the doors finally open on the 49th floor, and in tense silence the girls step out of the elevator, looking around warily. The majestic space is filled with enchanting music, and a man in a formal suit plays with inspiration on a white piano, filling the hall with a soft glow of notes. Touched to the depths of her soul, she freezes in enchanted silence, and her eyes tremble with tears when the name of the one whose music is stronger than words resonates in her heart. Turning in profile with a slight smile, Han Sang-kyun stands in front of a snow-white grand piano in an elegant suit, radiating confidence, calmness, and inner light. With noble grace, he places his hand on his chest, bows slightly, and pronounces a name that sounds tender, sincere, and more than just an address. Deeply moved, she stands under a curtain of rose petals, as if bewitched, her eyes reflecting the moment in which awe and magic merged. In the glow of a glass pavilion, bathed in soft daylight and surrounded by purple petals, they stand opposite each other, like ballet characters about to take on the most important role. Shocked and confused, the pink-haired girl looks down and bites her lips. Everything that happened has turned her perception of reality upside down. Against the backdrop of a snow-white piano strewn with rose petals, Han Sang-kyun stands with a proud posture, like a fairy tale hero whom she approaches with trepidation and determination. Absorbed in a sudden epiphany, the girl clenches her fists and glares ahead, realizing that the man she thought was a nobody turned out to be the pianist of her dreams. Confused and a little comical, Yingxia looks at him sternly, accusing him of lying, while Sang-kyun, with a frozen face, looks like he is trapped in his own secret. With a gentle look and a careful gesture, Han Sang-kyun touches Yingxi's cheek, whose eyes are full of tears, and between them floats a promise of protection and hope. Pressing herself against his chest and clenching her fist, Yingxia quietly and painfully confesses what she heard about him behind his back, regretting that she had remained silent for so long. Embracing her softly and confidently, with an understanding look, Han Sang-kyun silently allows her to press closer, because it is now that sincere closeness is born. Their touching scene is broadcast on a giant screen in a high-rise building, and the crowd, holding their breath, watches in admiration at the unexpected urban romance. Standing by the window of a skyscraper, a girl with wavy hair looks out at the city with impatience, not believing that the person who arranged all this might not be the one she was waiting for. Smiling and carefree, Yingxia, illuminated by a soft light and sparkle in her eyes, reacts cheerfully to the address, as if she wants to be her open and happy self. Struck by a sudden realization, she covers her mouth with her hand, and her gaze flashes with determination to finally find out who is hiding behind the glow of this evening. The next morning, with a slight smile on her face, Yingxia confidently places her finger on the scanner at the office door, radiating calm and readiness for the next stage. As she walks down the corridor with her head held high, her colleagues whisper behind her back, not realizing that her smile is confidence, not flight. The surprised colleague watches Yingxi's elegant figure enter the office in a business suit, amazement in her eyes. She is no longer who she was thought to be yesterday. With a slight but confident smile, Yingxia accepts the envelope with the task and takes the initiative without a shadow of a doubt, as if proving her strength and professionalism to everyone. The angry woman in the black suit questions her calm, reproaching her for yesterday, but is surprised to see Yingxia respond with arrogant ease. In a cold, reserved tone, Yingxia says that she can do just fine without her participation, and, turning away, leaves her rival in complete stupor and shock. Holding her breath and closing her eyes, Su Yingxia mentally swears to Sang-kyun that she will never again allow anyone to humiliate them with words, looks, or power. Calm and collected, Su Yingxia silently walks past, ignoring the shouts behind her, her face filled with cold determination and inner light, as if she had long since outgrown the petty quarrels. Clenching her fists and with despair in her voice, the enraged woman shouts after her, accusing her of frivolity and mockery of traditions and established order. With her eyes closed and an ironic smile, Su Yingxia gently remarks that her screaming friend just needs to take a walk, since she has been running after money all her life. Overcome with jealousy, the woman in the suit shouts menacingly that Yingxia will regret it when she enters the Han family. But she only smiles mysteriously, looking at the ground. With her arms crossed resolutely and a proud look, Su Yingxia stands next to Han, calmly challenging him to try if he has the courage. At the entrance to the nightclub, in broad daylight, a white Audi stops. The doors slowly open and Han Sang-kyun comes out, calm, silent. But with his gaze, he changes everything around him. In a room filled with tobacco smoke and loud laughter, three men mockingly discuss the stranger's chic act yesterday, unaware that his shadow is already nearby. The red-haired guard, clutching a cigarette in his teeth, gets angry and yells at Sankian, demanding an explanation, but he only silently holds his hand, preparing for something. With a soft but confident smile, Han calmly says that he is looking for Lin Yong, remembering how his wife gave him this shirt, which started his inner change. Three guards, shouting threats, try to intimidate the stranger, talking about their boss. But their words contain more fear than strength, and Han's gaze only increases the panic. With a devilish smile, fangs and a glint of self-confidence in his eyes, Sankian, among the dumbfounded guards, demands to pass on a message to the enemy, playfully demonstrating who is the boss here. Looking at the crowd of guards blocking his path, he asks himself with naive surprise whether he really looks so dangerous that his very appearance is a threat. When one of the thugs asks with genuine surprise whether this is really Han Sankian, Su's son-in-law, a satisfied smile flashes across his face. The fear is just beginning. The merry group of hooligans mockingly point at Han Sankian, making fun of his appearance, wealth, and marriage to Su Yinxia, not knowing how close they are to their own disgrace. With a disdainful smile and cold confidence in his eyes, Han listens as the three fools grumble behind him, not realizing how wrong they are. In a fit of rage bordering on despair, one of the bandits, with a gloomy face and a phone in his hand, rushes towards Sankian, unaware of how close he is to humiliation. Suddenly, a respectable man runs up to Sankian and hugs him with a joyful cry in front of the stunned thugs, who were ready to attack just a second ago. With genuine warmth and joy, Lin Yong hugs Han so tightly that he barely has time to whisper a request to be careful, and the inscription "His faithful assistant" appears below. With a smile and a bead of sweat on his temple, Sankian shyly accepts the rush of delight, allowing Lin Yong to grab his shoulders, although he is slightly confused by such friendship. With a slight smile, Han Sankian politely turns away from his wife's message, while a confused Yong shouts at the security guards, not understanding why everyone is ignoring him. Holding the phone, Han reads the message with barely noticeable pride, and Yan is already furious, demanding an apology, forbidding him to even look in the direction of Han's wife. On the screen, a beaming Su Yinxia with a warm smile sent a message about the holiday. Because the first enemy is furious and promises to cook something delicious, the three stunned thugs break into hysterics, fall down in front of Han, and beg for forgiveness through tears, as if their pride had crumbled in an instant. Dropping to their knees right in the middle of the street, they frantically beg for forgiveness, demonstrating complete humiliation before his cold and silent gaze. Sankian, with a stern and unwavering expression, tells Lin Yong of an urgent matter, causing him to instantly put aside his emotions and focus. The man pointed his finger angrily at the men and angrily said that he would deal with each of them personally later. Pointing his hand to the side, he politely asks Han to go into the office so that he can discuss everything calmly. The guy with a serious expression says that there is no need to go anywhere, and clarifies what the essence of the problem that the people from the Chengxi clan were trying to cause was. At that moment, Yongji's face became confused, and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, revealing his inner turmoil. In a stern tone, the young man suggests that he has long been trying to get to Cloud City and offers to replace someone there. Hearing this, the frightened boy mentally asked himself why Brother Han had become so serious and gloomy. The next second, the guy's face lights up with joy. He remembers that his wife wanted to please him and cook a delicious dinner. With a satisfied look, he passes by his companion, casually touching his shoulder with his hand, as if emphasizing his superiority. He continues walking, looking forward to a pleasant evening with his wife, ignoring the indignant Yongji shouting after him. Contorted with anger, he silently watches as Han calmly walks towards his car without turning around. A sinister smile appears on his face, and he whispers menacingly that the young man's luck will soon run out and that he will have to pay dearly for his insolence. The starry sky softly illuminates the facade of a multi-story building, in the windows of which nightlife is in full swing. Thoughts and emotions are born. Clutching his head, the guy says ironically that he bought a new car to drive with his wife, wondering if she would be angry. With hands trembling with excitement, he opens the door of the house, quietly assuring himself that everything will definitely be fine. His gaze stops on the sofa, where someone is sitting quietly, as if he had been waiting for this meeting in the silence of the night for a long time. Seeing his wife with her head down and her hands clasped, Han Sankian leans towards her anxiously, trying to penetrate her silence with his gaze and find out what happened. Yingxia, with trembling lips and tear-stained eyes, painfully confesses that she sent Xu Yihan to the Chengxi construction site, but she suddenly resigned. Upon hearing the news, Sanqian repeats in shock, trying to figure out in his mind why the work started earlier and what could have happened there. One of the workers, in a panic, tells of a sudden attack, how unknown people with bats burst into the construction site, demanded money, and beat people, while the drivers hide in fear in their blocked trucks, and the attackers smash everything around them. Han Sanqian stands in the center of the chaos, realizing that this is not an accident, but a planned sabotage. As the armed robbers brutally disperse the workers and hit a female employee on the head, Han Sanqian, with a tense face, realizes that she cannot cope without decisive action. With a focused, piercing gaze, Han Sanqian realized that independent forces that don't care about fear and authority have come to Cloud City. Huddled up in a ball on the bed, the girl tearfully tells how, during the day, she was publicly accused of embezzlement and was credited with buying a car with the project's money. A naive and inspired smile appears on Han's face as he dreams of living in Yunshan Villa, uttering just one word with deep meaning, soon. Disappointed and angry, with eyes wet with tears, the girl breaks out with a reproach asking why he is smiling, as if all this is just a funny adventure. Embarrassed but sincere, Han Sanqian emotionally justifies himself to her, trying to show with a smile and gestures that he did not mean anything offensive. Gently touching her cheek, Han Sanqian promises to always be there with a smile, asks her to speak frankly, and advises her to quickly find a new assistant. After her touching confession, with a glint in her eyes, she sadly lowers her gaze, recalling how Su Haichao found out about the situation and instructed her to personally handle it. Evening falls on Yuncheng, where the neon lights of the club burst out of the darkness, promising a mysterious encounter and nocturnal intrigue. While serious conversations are taking place in one corner, in another, a carefree young man enjoys the attention of two women, immersed in a world of temptation and pleasure. In the shadowed hall of the club, Chen Gong, with a cold gaze and a glass in hand, speaks of the completed plan and asks if the alliance will provide access to Su Yinxia. Hugging the girls, the guy tells Yinxia that he has already set up a meeting for tomorrow at the palace, hoping to impress a potential ally. The man mockingly calls the young man pathetic because he is forced to hide from his family because of his dealings with him and lives in fear of being exposed. Su Haichao, forced to improvise, nervously laughs, assures Chen that he has misunderstood, knowing that he is not dealing with a fool, but with a sharp mind. Smiling mockingly, the fair-haired man tells Chen Gang that although Han Sanqian seems like a nobody, he and his wife have already become equal to Lin Yong, which is alarming. With an angry face and a harsh gesture, Chen Gang demands an explanation, accusing his comrade of hiding something and possibly plotting betrayal. Pale with fear and stammering, the blonde man hurried to assure that he simply saw Han Sanqian enter the club today. Avoiding a direct answer, with a gloomy expression and distrust in his eyes, Chen Gang recalls how Sanqian was too friendly with Lin Yong, and suspicions begin to arise within him. The next morning, in the golden light of day, a black car pulls up to the building, stopping at the entrance and heralding the start of an important meeting. Inside the car, a girl with a serious but surprised face looks at Sanqian and asks with slight doubt if he is sure he wants to be her assistant. A smiling and relaxed Han Sanqian, wearing beachwear, raises his hand and assures Yingxia of his trust, while she clutches her head, doubting his prank. Embarrassed and a little confused, Yingxia sighs, giving in to his enthusiasm, and with a half-smile takes the wheel, as if agreeing to another madness. In the brilliant light, he quickly jumps out of the car, dressed in a bright outfit, determined to carry out his carefully thought-out plan. After receiving the short message, "It's all set," Han Sanqian smiled mischievously and put his phone away, as if starting the mechanism of a carefully planned game. Getting out of the car, he gallantly offers his hand to a girl in a business suit, radiating care and confidence, and she shyly steps onto the sidewalk, holding his hand. Standing together like a perfect cover couple, Sanqian proclaims their love on display with a smug smile, while Yinxia looks forward with a serious expression, accepting the challenge. Among the silent shadows, Chen Gang sits in the center of the stage with a commanding presence, while Han Sanqian and Yingxia resolutely approach, as if challenging them to a silent duel. Yingxia's wide eyes glisten with unexpected shock, recognizing a face she never expected to see in this particular place. Startled, Chen Gang frowned as he recognized the newcomer's name, which echoed throughout the hall and shattered his confidence. Smiling confidently, the girl holds Han Sang-kyan tightly by the arm and announces to everyone that he is her husband. And Han himself freezes with a slight surprise on his face. The crowd begins to mock Han's appearance. A cheeky remark comes from the hood. Chen Gang smiles condescendingly, and his ally is eager to teach the guest a lesson. With a mocking smile and a slight movement of his hand, Chen Gong orders his men to restrain themselves because he doesn't need fear. He needs a test for someone who is considered a laughingstock. Standing up straight with determination, Yinxian stands up to defend her husband with a cold gaze, startling Han, who suddenly realizes the power of her words and her faith in their union. With an unperturbed expression and an almost theatrical manner, Chen Gang lights a cigarette and shamelessly names the price for silence. As if honor has long been measured in money, smiling slyly and blowing out smoke, Chen Gang offers a lucrative deal to not only leave the Su family alone, but also to become their patron with dubious generosity. Realizing that the proposed conditions are unacceptable, she angrily looks away, suspecting that the real target is the Su family and that there are hidden puppeteers behind everything. With a serious expression on her face and a folder in her hands, Yingxia reminds us that she came for the sake of the project. And in her gaze there is a demand for honesty, not bargaining for influence. The guy in the red sweater brazenly snatches the folder from her hands, but she remains calm, radiating cold determination and an inner sense of dignity. The same guy hands the folder to a man in a suit, who sits on the couch with a wary and indifferent face, accepting the document in a tense silence. While looking through the contents of the folder with feigned interest, the man in the suit casually throws out a phrase, inviting Miss Su to leave with him, as if it was just a game. With cold confidence and a firm gaze, Su Yinxia, together with Han Sang-kyan, stated their position, leaving no room for compromise. In response to Han Gang's refusal, he gives her an angry look, making it clear that the negotiations have reached a hopeless impasse. Annoyed and disappointed, he makes a sharp gesture to the men to come forward, who, with grim smiles, prepare for the next steps. Meanwhile, Chen Gang leans back in his chair with a mocking expression, folds his fingers under his chin, and cynically advises Miss Su not to resist the inevitable. In the bright light of the doorway, like a symbol of truth in the darkness, Han Sang-kyan and Miss Su stand confidently, ready to face the onslaught, surrounded by tense gazes. Suddenly, two people burst out from behind us. One in a red hoodie rushes forward with a face distorted with anger and a clenched fist, and the second one hurries after, obviously with the same intention. With a completely unperturbed expression, Han Sang-kyan waited for the blow that almost touched his chin, not even thinking of dodging. The moment the opponent rushes forward with fury, Sang-kyan easily intercepts his hand and stops him, as if playing with a child. With one precise and light movement, he throws his opponent to the floor, causing him to writhe in pain, and the floor almost cracks from the impact. With wide eyes and a shocked face, the girl looks forward, not believing what she just saw. Her whole world is shaken. One of the men exclaims in alarm and amazement, not understanding how the one who was considered a non-entity turned out to be so strong that the shock is visible even on the faces of the guards. The table, caught by a shockwave or a powerful movement, is torn from its place and flies to the side with a roar, like a victim of a coup d'etat. Calm and confident, Han Sang-kyan walks into the boss's room, giving them one last chance to justify themselves, looking menacing even in his beachwear. The furious boss, his face distorted with anger, yells that there are plenty of subordinates around, and he is sure that Sang-kyan will not be able to cope because their strength is in numbers. Inspired by the shout of their boss, the subordinates confidently move forward, and the voiceover ominously declares that it is they who will kill Sang-kyan, and not the other way around. Han decisively turns his back on the girl and walks towards the enemy in the chair, causing her to become alarmed as if she had just realized the seriousness of the conflict. The guy stands confidently, with two fighters behind him, and the enemy with the scar surrounded by his gang screams in rage, shocked by the hero's sudden initiative. Frightened and trembling, the enemy shouts out a final threat, assuring that even if he dies, his people will see it through to the end. But there is already panic in his eyes. An excited Yinya watches as Han Sang-kyan walks into the crowd without looking back, as if he were walking towards his destiny, and her heart is filled with a bad feeling. With a slight smile and a look full of calm, Han assures Inyu that he will return soon, asks her to wait in the car and says that he is in no danger. The hand with the knife slowly reaches out to the protagonist, as if transferring responsibility for future retribution into his determined palms. In the light of the white background and with a dark aura around, Han Sang-hyun accepts the knife and walks towards the enemy in the chair, who tries to appear calm but can no longer hide his fear. With beads of sweat on his face and terror in his eyes, the enemy freezes as the steel at his neck and a flash of terror makes him realize that retribution is inevitable. With a faint smile and a calm voice, Han Sang-hyun raises his knife, promising to teach his opponent proper manners. Two armed men hold the criminal tightly, pressing him to the knife, and he, sweating and terrified, understands that he has no chance of getting out alive. The blade stops a millimeter from the frightened face, and in the pupils you can read the cry of "stop," like a last plea to save his life. With a cold smile and a piercing gaze, Han Sang-hyun looms over with a knife in his hand, sarcastically asking who taught the experts how to die. With a mad grin and beads of sweat on his face, the man shouts a challenge, sticking his throat out and promising eternal damnation if Han dares to kill. Among the stunned crowd, Sang-hyun looks down indifferently, holding a knife between his fingers, and lazily asks not to bother him with calls anymore. Sang-hyun stands with his head down, calmly ignoring his enemies while one of them screams at them to beat him until they shake the truth out of his guts. Lin Yong writhes on the floor under a hail of blows, and one of the thugs shouts that it is better not to anger Han's people because the response will be swift and brutal. The beaten Lin Yun, covering his face with his hands, asks through pain and fear if Sang-hyun is not afraid of his revenge, although he himself already looks broken. The man, with his eyes closed and a calm voice, asks for the attackers to stop, as if he is tired of the violence and wants silence. The beaten guy, covering his face with his hand, begs not to beat him, promises to tell everything and admits that the idea belongs to Su Haichao. Bending over the floor, he adds in a strangled voice that he wanted to marry him to Insei and set up business in Yuncheong, ridding the Su family of her. The guy with glasses asks in surprise if this was really the plan of Su Haichao, the supposedly respectable relative. Clutching the knife in his hand and choking with rage, he remembers how he let him leave the Shanxi project, and in return received betrayal. His anger bursts out, filling the entire space with blazing anger, and he furiously threatens death for deception and intrigue. Sitting in the car, the girl, seeing him approaching the door, quietly says his name, a wave of emotion and anxiety in her voice. With a frightened look, she bombards him with questions about how everything went, what's up with the project, and whether the problems hanging over them have been resolved. With a carefree smile, holding the steering wheel, he says that everything is fine and it is possible to go home. He behaved as if the storm had already passed. Doubting his words, the girl again asks how he managed everything so easily, and who are those people who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The car slowly drives away into the distance, and the guy calmly asks to tell his grandmother that everything is settled, and now there are no more problems. Bright morning rays illuminate a multi-story building, within whose walls the daily bustle is already in full swing and a new day is beginning. In the conference room, the grandmother sits at the head of the table, reservedly waiting for the start of an important conversation, as if she senses something important. In a calm and stern tone, the elderly woman asks where Yingxia is and why she hasn't shown up for the meeting yet. The blonde, crossing his arms over his chest, reluctantly says that he heard that she never returned home last night. Not understanding the answer, the grandmother frowns and asks Haichao what exactly he meant by this, and whether he knows more. His gaze flashes and he explains that as soon as he heard about the person connected to their family, he sent Yinshu to meet him, but she never returned. Raising his thumb and speaking in a serious tone, he claims that Chen Gan is a bandit in the gray area, and it was him that the girl went to. The subordinates are indignant, declaring that the guy has no right to throw around such accusations without facts and careful analysis. The grandmother asks him doubtfully if he is sure of this, to which the young man replies negatively, he knows who Chen Gan really is. The older woman slams her palm down on the table and cannot contain her anger, declaring that the girl has disgraced the family and there will be no more forgiveness. The confused employees look at each other, not believing what they heard, and already anticipate a loud scandal and a lawsuit from the Su family. Suddenly, someone pushes the door and a girl enters the office, hastily apologizing and explaining that she is late by sorting important documents. The older woman asks sternly if the problem has been solved, looking at her with cold wariness. With a happy expression, Yingxia declares that everything has already been settled and there are no more complications now. The clearly irritated blonde rudely asks how she managed to do this and how much it cost their family. The girl freezes for a moment, remembering that they didn't spend a penny and she herself doesn't understand how everything turned out this way. The surprised grandmother asks suspiciously how she managed without money, and hints with distrust that she really slept with that man. The shocked girl exclaims how could her grandmother think such a thing, and thinks to herself that even if she says that Han helped, no one will believe her anyway. At this moment, Chen Gan bursts into the office carrying a bag containing someone's wrapped head and ominously says that he has brought them a special gift. The blonde man pounces on the stranger with an irritated cry, accusing him of brazenly invading the Su family's home and causing trouble, trying to put the guest in his place. But he looks more scared than confident. He continues to wave his arms indignantly, while behind him, calmly, with a slight hint of contempt, a strong dark-haired man enters and watches the screams with an ironic smile. Smiling too politely, the new arrival with a scar on his face introduces himself to the grandmother as Lin Yong and, dragging a tied-up prisoner behind him, declares that he helped the Su family solve a serious problem and only came for a small reward. One of the family members, finally recognizing the stranger, exclaims in fear that Lin Yong is not just anyone, but an influential figure in Yunqing, and the atmosphere in the room instantly becomes wary and tense. The strict grandmother from the Su family, rising from her seat at the table, looks angrily at Lin Yong and indignantly demands an explanation of how such an impudent person dared to burst into their house with claims, and the relatives unanimously support her indignation. Upon recognizing him, Grandma smiles slightly and admits that if Lin Yong really helped their family, she will not leave such a good deed without a worthy reward. A sly smile flashed across Lin Yong's lips as he looked his grandmother straight in the eye, coldly hinting that she undoubtedly had a lot of money, openly displaying his claims. Filled with rage, Lin Yong roughly rips the bag off the boy's head and screams to know if he told his grandmother the whole truth, while the victim's tortured face trembles with fear and pain. Shock and indignation flash in the blonde's eyes as he grits his teeth and realizes with horror that the situation is getting out of control, and Lin Yong's threats are becoming more and more brazen. The beaten and frightened boy, kneeling and trembling with fear, makes a last-ditch effort to justify himself to his grandmother, pointing his finger at another and shouting that he acted on Su Haichao's orders, while a menacing suspicion flashes in her gaze. The golden-haired youth with an indignant face furiously responds to the accusation, calling his opponent's words a lie and assuring everyone that he does not even know this man. Covered in blood and bruises, the young man starts screaming, accusing Su Haichao of being the one who clouded everyone's minds and distorted the truth, desperately trying to justify himself. With a determined and cold look, the grandmother casts a silent reproach, convinced that a reasonable person would not attack without reason, hinting at a hidden puppeteer. The blonde, looking at his grandmother with feigned fear and confusion, swears his innocence, claiming that he knew nothing about what happened. Exhausted but filled with anger, the beaten boy, in a last attempt to save himself, lays out the entire plan to discredit the Su family and kidnap Su Yingxia. All the work of the real instigator. The beauty in the business suit with a desperate look throws accusations towards Haichao, reproaching him for his meanness that even Yingxia was hurt. A sharp blow to the stomach, causing someone to double over, breaks the silence of the scene where fury finally breaks out into action. The confused young man, bowing before his strict grandmother, tries to save himself with lies, pretending to be innocent and a stranger to what is happening. Su Guolin, with a guilty face, falteringly makes excuses to her grandmother, while her grandmother listens silently, hiding her stern decision. A stern grandmother with darkened eyes stands in the center of the room. Her menacing posture makes the three men freeze under her gaze. Smiling peacefully, the grandmother turns to Mr. Lin with gratitude, offering to announce a reward for the help provided. In front of everyone, Lin Yong, with an arrogant smile, drags the beaten man by the collar, announcing his departure and making it clear who is the boss here. The elderly woman from the Su family, with a menacing face, silently turns away and walks towards the door, behind which light is pouring, like a sign of the final verdict. The pale blonde man looks back with a frightened look, feeling like his fate is hanging by a thread, while the older man is watching closely behind him. In a stern and firm voice, the grandmother announces that it is Su Yingxia who must decide his fate, and the girl herself is shocked to realize the weight of the choice she has been given. A frustrated Su Yingxia, with wide eyes and beads of cold sweat on her temples, thought about how cruel her grandmother's decision to sentence her was. A silent tension hung in the air, and looking down, Insha calmly said that the final decision should be made by the grandmother, avoiding responsibility. A girl with an anxious look stands in front of a stern grandmother, who, without taking her eyes off the seated young man, seems to be waiting for the verdict to be pronounced. Without turning around, the grandmother decisively raises her hand and pronounces the sentence, shocking the young man and the man in the suit, excluding Haichao from the company for the time being. Changing his intonation, the guy repents and promises to rethink everything, hoping to soften the harsh verdict that has already flown from his grandmother's lips. The girl, with her gaze downcast, silently presses her lips together, as if trying to hold back the storm of doubts tearing her apart from within. The guy solemnly forbids mentioning this matter in the future, trying to stop the rumors, and the girl next to him looks anxiously into the void. With a sly smile, he winks at the girl and whispers that his words are just a show for Grandma, because the more you praise her, the more it irritates her. Haichao's ominously lit face twists into a sly grin as he takes pleasure in emphasizing that his grandmother is on his side, and that is the only difference between him and Su Yinxia. Leaning towards the girl with a haughty look and a finger almost pointed at her, he sarcastically states that she is just a convenient tool in the Su family. Continuing his arrogant tirade, he mocks that without the Chengxi Corporation, she wouldn't even have made it into the hall, and challenges her to save her fury for the real battle. A white car parked in front of a closed store with a sign, and the voice on the phone stunned the owner, the same Mo Yang that Han Sanqian had been looking for. A guy with dark hair and a serious face in a car listens attentively to a name that causes him anxiety and a memory of the past that has surfaced from his memory. Holding his breath from the tension, he learns the shocking truth that Mo Yang is the legendary boss who once held Yongcheng in fear and glory. A white car smoothly pulls up to the curb near a multi-story building, and its shadow on the asphalt seems to foreshadow a new chapter, where the street silence only increases the tension. Inside the car, a man in a black jacket listens intently to the ringing voice on the phone, recalling how 5 years ago, the most dangerous gangster of Cloud City, Mo Yang, disappeared. Against the backdrop of a mysterious purple glow, the hero with a serious look tightly clutches the phone, shocked that the owner of the shop was a mafioso who went into the shadows for love. When the voice on the phone reports the latest news, the hand on the steering wheel involuntarily clenches. It turns out that Mo Yang was seen in Changbin's underground casino, a place of rumors, shadows, and big names. Focusing on the steering wheel and his phone, Sanqian decides to go to Changbin today, knowing that this game may cost more than he is willing to pay. Han Sanqian's face darkened with rage, his eyes blazed with coldness, and he clutched the phone, making it clear that he would have to answer for his impudence without permission. Desperate and confused, the man in the dark suit makes a hobbled excuse in the office, but the call ends, leaving him with anxiety and a bitter realization. Inside the car, the girl sits in silence with her eyes closed and her arms crossed, hiding a storm of feelings and waiting for the outcome that will change their fate. Trying to defuse the situation, Han Sanqian calmly addresses the companion in the gray suit, whose face remains cold as the tension mounts in the salon, between her disappointment and his attempts to smooth things over. In a fit of resentment, the girl with a serious face emotionally voices her complaints, recalling how her grandmother, despite the evidence, let Su Haichao go, leaving her humiliated and defenseless. Outraged by the injustice, she sits with her arms crossed, and Han listens attentively and already internally decides that today he will make the guilty ones regret their actions. With a cold and distrustful look, the woman in the gray suit stares at Han, shocking him with her question about expenses, and he explains with a slight embarrassment and a smile that he paid Lin Yong for her protection. Flaring with anger, she grabs him by the jacket, demanding answers with a sparkle in her eyes, and he calmly smiles and says that he only spent 100,000, as if it were a trifle. The scene ends on a comical note as she covers her face with her hand in despair, calling him a spendthrift, while he stands next to her with a guilty but still cheerful smile. With a slight self-confident smile, Han Sanqian looks ahead and jokes out loud that the rich can afford to be a little extravagant, and there is nothing special about it. Inside the car, the girl tiredly covers her face with her hand, unable to accept his frivolity, and he calmly reasons that such a sum is a trifle, and if she knew his real account, she would definitely faint. Evening had enveloped the streets. The lights were already glowing in the windows, and against the backdrop of the starry sky, Sanqian said that he needed to leave, and in response he heard that he could do it. It seemed that these words were a sign of growing trust. Standing in the warm light of a night lamp in the quiet of the bedroom, a girl in a short white robe looks thoughtfully at the wall, worried and hoping that her husband is not looking for another. Sighing, she clutches the blanket next to her, and on the bed lies a pair of scissors, a familiar symbol of her boundaries, because after 3 years of marriage, there has been no real intimacy. Holding the scissors in her hands, She remembers how she slept with them for the first year out of fear of his desires. But later, his passion faded, and the tension dissolved into silent acceptance. In the silence of the night in the bedroom, lying facing the wall with her eyes open, she keeps a pair of scissors under her pillow, her invisible shield, because even after several years of marriage, the anxiety has not gone away. As her fingers carefully place the scissors in the drawer, she sighs heavily, saying goodbye to her fears. But the thought that he is indifferent to her attractiveness does not give her peace. Standing in front of the mirror in a light nightgown, she looks at her reflection with sadness and wonders why the man living next door has never shown interest. Frustrated by her own thoughts, Su Yingxia buries her face in her hands, feeling like her imagination has taken her too far. The evening city is drowning in neon glow, and among hundreds of signs stands out a mysterious place where nightlife reigns and secret affairs are conducted. The hall, filled with gaming tables, froze in anticipation of a night game, where the stakes are high and destinies are decided by the rustle of cards and the rustle of chips. Amidst the general excitement in the casino, Han Sanqian calmly wins game after game, catching the admiring glances of women and the envy of men. Glancing sideways at the cameras, Han's rival doesn't understand how he dared to come without security and is afraid that the casino owner will suspect a trick. The surveillance screen showed Han Sanqian sitting with icy calm, while his opponent next to him trembled after hearing the bold proposal to continue the game. In a huge chair in a shady hall, a strong man with a chain around his neck sits, chuckling and ordering Sanqian to be taken to a special room for a real check. Squinting and barely containing his sarcasm, he ominously hints at two methods, clearly hinting at the insidious plan that will soon befall the guest. In a dark corner, chained to the wall and with their mouths taped, a man and a woman watch in horror as they become part of someone else's cruel spectacle. The spacious room with paintings on the walls is silent, but there is tension in the air, as if the room itself is waiting for the explosion of the next event. The cigarette-scorched fabric smokes under the pressure of a cruel hand, imprinting pain on the body like a mark of impunity and power. The man in the dark suit smiles ominously, leans towards the captive and presses the cigarette butt into his shoulder, reminding him of an old humiliation. The girl, her mouth tied, trembles in horror as she watches the torture happening next to her, realizing that she and her boyfriend have fallen into the hands of real monsters. Having hit the tied-up girl with all his might, he shouts curses at her, considering her guilty of his humiliation and pain. Three men, led by the one with the chain around his neck, stand before the captive, and the one in the center assures her that the brothers will take care of her. The tied-up boy clenches his jaws and growls through his gag as someone's hands push him forward, his eyes full of rage and horror. One of the executioners hatefully accuses someone of betrayal, declaring that because of a woman they were left to die without hope of salvation. An enraged man with a wild look kicks his tied-up enemy in the face with all his might, pouring out his rage at him for betrayal and lost hopes. With his face ablaze with pride and passion, he loudly declares that from that day on, he vowed to rise higher and become stronger than the former friend he had been searching for 3 years. The beaten opponent with a bloody nose lies on the floor, and above him is the winner's foot, like a seal of humiliation and complete failure in this fight. With a sinister grin, he presses the sole of his foot onto his opponent's head, whispering into the void that he is too pathetic to bring even a drop of satisfaction. Suddenly, a subordinate appears at the door, reporting that both prisoners who were ordered to be isolated have already been delivered and are awaiting orders. With a smug smile, the leader leaves the room, saying that he will have some fun with them first and then return to continue his dark game while the people drag the prisoners away. Behind the tightly closed doors of the VIP room with the golden plaque, there is a scene where a confused Yang stands, and Han Sanqian sits calmly in a chair with a shadow of a smile and unconditional confidence. Upon seeing Han, the mafioso freezes with a half-smile, casting a wary glance at the stranger next to Yan, trying to figure out who this calm and dangerous figure is. In response to the oppressive silence, Sanqian looks straight ahead with icy confidence and clearly pronounces his name, as if interrupting the flow of other people's thoughts with a flash. The stunned mafioso presses his lips tightly together and thoughtfully repeats the name that instantly knocked him out of his comfort zone and made him tense up. Sitting in a relaxed posture, the man leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, frowning and admitting that he dislikes the name Han Sanqian due to a past misunderstanding. With a slight smile and a firm gaze, Han tilted his head to the side and calmly noted that, according to what he heard, he was the notorious son-in-law of the Su family. Stunned and confused, he rises from his chair, his eyes wide as he repeats the name he still cannot believe, as if he has just heard something incredible. Dropping his forced smile, he admits that this meeting was unexpected for him, and with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, he tries to understand the meaning of Han's visit for Lin Yong. Having settled himself with deliberate ease and arrogance, he leans on the armrest and, squinting, with feigned interest asks to tell why Han Sanqian came to him. Han Sanqian asks about Mo Yang in a cold and slightly mocking tone, looking closely at his interlocutor's face, and the other person freezes in tense silence, realizing the seriousness of the question. There is a moment of silence as the pale face in the black suit remains motionless, eyes flashing with worry as Han Sanqian does not look away, waiting for an answer. A smile appears on the bearded man's face as he feigns ease in admitting that he has indeed captured Mo Yang, and he casts a mocking glance towards Han, while his accomplices behind him barely contain their malicious laughter. Han Sanqian rolled up his sleeve with icy calm and clenched his fingers into a fist, asking the price at which the enemies were willing to let his comrade go. A man with a gold chain around his neck proudly raises his head and begins to talk about his power, reminding that after his words they are afraid to even breathe. Sanqian narrows his eyes and listens to the threats with disdain, his face as if carved from ice remaining unmoved as Chang Bing furiously threatens to wipe out the entire Su family. With a decisive move, Han Sanqian tears the space between himself and his opponent, abruptly stopping right in front of him and coldly declaring that the Su family is not dangerous, but he himself is a threat to be reckoned with. With a calm confidence bordering on disdain, Han Sanqian looks the enemy straight in the eye and says that his name alone is enough to deter any force. The opponent, hiding the worrying crack in his confidence behind a grin, shrugs mockingly and states that one person is too few, and Lin Yong and the Su family are not the best support in this kind of game. The furious order sounds harsh and self-assured as the depraved master orders Sanqian's leg to be broken and thrown out, while he stands steadfastly before the three opponents who are ready to attack. With evil grins and passion in their eyes, the three attackers rush at Han, mocking his desperate visit, not realizing what retribution awaits them. As the tension reaches its peak, the chief tormentor, feigning indifference, lights a cigarette and throws an arrogant phrase at Lin Yong, hinting that next time he might lose more than just face. Having barely lit his cigarette, the smug leader brazenly turns away, when suddenly the body of his henchman flies through the air with a roar and crashes hard into the wall, leaving behind a trail of destructive impact. The red-haired brute with swollen cheeks and a distorted face sank helplessly into the cracks of the broken wall, as if he himself could not believe how quickly and painfully he received his comeuppance. The stunned leader stands there, holding up two fingers, trying to comprehend that the first blow was no accident, and it looks like there will be more than one next one. Seeing something shocking, his eyes widen in surprise, and the confidence disappears from his face, leaving only sweat and a tremor at the corners of his lips. Entering the room and seeing the unconscious bodies of his comrades everywhere, he freezes with his mouth open, unable to comprehend who could have killed them so quickly and cruelly. Sensing something unsettling in the air, he turns around abruptly, cold sweat sliding down his cheek as a premonition of an even greater threat flashes in his eyes. Behind the confused and wary guard, Han Sanqian appears with an unreadable expression, and his icy gaze and dark silhouette thicken the tension in the air. The next second, the terrified man flies up, clutching his throat as if an invisible force had squeezed his neck, causing his eyes to bulge in pain and horror. Looking down calmly and coldly, Han Sanqian silently exudes a menacing confidence that leaves no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. With a determined grip on his opponent's throat, Han Sanqian pierces him with a gaze full of icy calm as he chokes on fear and struggles in vain in his rage. Easily lifting the offender with one hand, Han holds him above the floor like a soulless doll, demonstrating a strength in front of which he does not dare to move. Realizing the futility of resistance, he gasps and exclaims agreement in despair, swallowing humiliation along with saliva and the last remnants of courage in his extinguished eyes. Two wounded and bound hostages, with a dull despair in their eyes, kneel before the chair, as if before a throne of cruelty, awaiting judgment. Han Sanqian confidently walks into the room, holding the leader by the neck, and behind him, the stunned guards part, while one of the leaders looks on with cold alarm. Seeing the sudden appearance of the savior, the bound hostages, despite their closed mouths, shudder in unison, hope flashing like lightning in their eyes, conquering fear. With a cold calm in his voice, Han Sanqian pointed his hand to the side, giving a short order that would inevitably be followed by an action that would cut off the enemy's escape route. The door slams slowly shut with a dull echo, and anxiety thickens in the air as the bound hostages watch in fear as the hero holds the offender in midair. Suddenly, gathering his last strength, the desperate enemy rushes at Han. But he, without looking away, calmly intercepts him and muffles any attempt at resistance. After the unsuccessful attack, the man ingloriously falls to his knees in front of Han, resting his palms on the floor as if finally broken by pride and irresistible force. Not allowing him to rise, Han Sankian places his foot on his enemy's back with cold determination, pressing his face into the floor until his scream of pain is drowned out by a dull thud. Standing victorious over his fallen foe, Han looks forward with an unwavering expression while the freed hostages gaze in amazement and awe at their unexpected savior. Standing confidently with his foot on the fallen enemy, Han Sankian calmly mocks his helplessness, while his comrade behind him keeps a concentrated silence, closely watching what is happening. Han's passionate gaze narrows into an icy glare as he cuts off his enemy without hesitation, not allowing a single word to be spoken without his permission. Beaten and frightened, the man admits his defeat with bitterness in his voice, and Han's sharp answer and commanding tone make him fall silent and lower his eyes. Full of fear, with determination in his eyes, the young man raises his hand, preparing to hit the girl, who, without even having time to react, widens her eyes in fear and recoils from the inevitable. Watching the scene with a detached calm, Han Sankian assessed the situation with slightly narrowed eyes, as if waiting for the perfect moment to intervene. The next second, the guy suddenly changes his tone and, hugging the girl with feigned concern, turns to another man, causing him to be genuinely confused. Deciding that a real massacre does not tolerate unnecessary witnesses, the green-haired man calmly reaches for the knife, while the girl is gently led aside and Han Sankian calmly pins the enemy to the floor. Crouching down with a cold expression on his face, the green-haired man clutches a knife and turns to his comrade with the intention of finally finishing off the one who still hopes for salvation. A terrified man with a gold chain, feeling pain and fear of the inevitable, screams about the terrible consequences of death, only plunging deeper into his own powerlessness. Mo Yang stands in the foreground, grim and determined, his gaze fixed on her, while the man behind him gently restrains the upset girl, convincing her that killing her will not bring any good. The decisive and straightforward Han Sankian addresses Mo Yang, assuring him that he will cover for him and urges him to act without hesitation, backing up his words with a serious look. The camera focuses on Mo Yan's concentrated face, and in every line of his gaze one can read the internal struggle and awareness of a difficult choice. With a burst of determination, Mo Yan quickly rushes forward, raising his knife for a final blow that will leave the enemy no chance to resist. Seeing this movement, the wounded man breaks out in a cold sweat and, in horror, realizes the inevitability of retribution, begging for mercy at the last second. Han Sankian looks at Lin Yong and asks about the arrival of reinforcements, while Mo Yang kneels tiredly next to the defeated enemy. The doors burst open with a bang, and 3 black cars rush inside, flooding the confused faces of the onlookers with their headlights. The sudden invasion causes the crowd of bald thugs to freeze with their eyes bulging, turning in panic towards the growing noise. One of the bandits screams in panic that they are surrounded, and behind him, ranks of armed fighters are already breaking in, ready for a decisive assault. In a dark room, where several men are kneeling and covering their heads in fear, an order is given not to resist, and those who do not want to suffer are ordered to immediately follow armed guards with bamboo batons. Coolly assessing the situation, Han Sankian wonders why 5 years ago the most dangerous gangster in Cloud City suddenly disappeared and chose to live a quiet life among the common people, while his comrade silently carries the unconscious girl out of the room. Against the backdrop of the endless sky and the shimmering ocean, the lovers embrace at the water's edge, and the man, with promise in his eyes, swears to give her an entire city or give up everything for her happiness. At night, under the starry sky, Han Sankian stands in silence with a slight smile, admitting in his mind that he really did give up everything for love. Memories take us back to the past, when the girl dreamed of seeing the beauty of the Cloud City, and the young man, hugging her, remembers how he walked with her for 3 years towards his goal, and then left everything so that she could live in peace. With despair in his voice, he said that even after leaving everything behind, he still couldn't protect her the way he promised himself so many years ago. Lost in his memories, Han admitted with a bitter smile that, despite everything, he still did everything possible for the sake of the woman he loved. The girl, lying on the bed and looking at the phone, thought that it was already 1 o'clock in Duchi, and was surprised why he still hadn't returned and found the woman. Staring intently at the screen, she wondered if she should call him and ask how he was doing, and if anything serious had happened. In the dim light of the room, she is consumed by thoughts that even though she and Han are husband and wife, she still feels awkward asking about his schedule and his search for a woman. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and the thought clearly sounded in her head. What if he had already returned, and she hadn't even noticed it? Turning over on the pillow, she slowly closed her eyes, preparing to fall asleep and get rid of her disturbing thoughts, at least for a little while. Suddenly, a guy appears behind her, sneaks up to the bed and quietly asks if she is already asleep. He silently looks at the girl lying with her back to him, in the dim light of the room, where the semi-darkness makes the silence almost tangible. As he lies down on the mattresses spread out on the floor, he wonders again whether he really left everything for this woman. Relaxed, his hands behind his head, he thinks with admiration that the man acted truly powerfully and with dignity. With doubt in his voice, he says that he himself is not yet strong enough to be able to protect his beloved woman. With a pleasant smile on her face, the girl, who is not actually sleeping, understands that for her sake he is trying to become stronger. The next morning, warm rays of sunlight fall softly on the glass facade of the building, illuminating the space with a gentle light. The red-haired woman, together with her husband and son, calmly exits the building and confidently walks forward. The young man joyfully raises his hand in greeting and shouts with a smile to his cousins that he has come to pick them up. The clearly dissatisfied man reproachfully asks where the boys' mom and dad are and why they haven't come to pick them up, to which he calmly replies that his parents are busy, so he'll pick them up himself today. The woman, crossing her arms over her chest, explains that Insha, the project manager, is busy now, so she sent another person. But the man, with displeasure, demands that they call her. With a disdainful look from behind dark glasses, the woman adds that his sister no longer takes him seriously and does not consider him trustworthy. The enraged man shouts loudly towards Han, asking what he came to pick them up in, hoping that it was not just a taxi. The guy confidently replies that he arrived here in his own car and does not have to prove anything to anyone. Han stands in front of her fancy car while the couple whispers to each other, discussing its cost and wondering why Yingxia is already giving such expensive gifts. The impudent red-haired youth roughly pushes Han away from the driver's seat and mockingly asks if he has a license to drive such an expensive car. The parents of the impudent boy shamelessly get into the car and say with a grin that their son could drive the car and finally find himself in the center of attention. Han's gaze becomes dark and ominous, but he continues to restrain his emotions, pretending not to notice the arrogance of his relatives. Sitting behind the wheel, the cheeky young man takes a selfie to send to his friends and boasts that he is driving such a cool car. With a wild grin, gripping the steering wheel tightly in his hands, he prepares to start driving, enjoying the moment of someone else's triumph that he has appropriated for himself. An announcement sounds above the bright building asking people to approach the terminal one by one, and the mother's voice asks them to hand over control to Han Sanqian. A confused red-haired boy asks his mother what to do now, not understanding how to react to the unexpected turn of events. The mother calmly replies that they will talk about it later at Aunt Lan's house, and asks not to discuss anything for now. The car stops at a luxurious mansion, and the guests begin to take out their things, looking with interest at the rich facade. The guy, turning to his relatives, says that he will go for Insi to pick her up from work, and suggests that they go up to the house themselves. The elderly man, unable to contain his emotions, exclaims how he can be so indifferent to his guests. While his wife tries to calm him down with a gesture, the woman agrees with the guy with a friendly smile and gently asks him to come back quickly. The man indignantly asks his wife why she took his side and did not allow the guy to take them into the house, as befits the owner. With a reproachful look, Lu Hua asks how they could have let the guy go if he didn't even go inside with them. Approaching the steps, the woman quietly asks her husband not to say anything and firmly declares that she will take everything upon herself. Opening the door, a joyful woman with a smile on her face loudly exclaims words of greeting. Finally waiting for the long-awaited guests, the relatives enter the house, and the woman silently watches them, standing at the threshold and preparing to slowly close the door behind them. The red-haired woman in the hat turns to Jinlan indignantly, asking how she could let Han drive such an expensive car, but she asks him in confusion what she means. An angry Louis screams that the guy crashed the car, flying into a ditch, and a huge amount of money was spent on repairs. This is simply a gigantic expense. The stunned aunt cannot contain her emotions and screams that it was a new car that had just been brought from the showroom. The red-haired guy bursts into the conversation and asks again how Aunt Lan trusted him with such a car. mockingly adding that his maximum is a scooter. The head of the family reminds Jinlan in a stern tone that her brother warned her about the guy's irresponsibility and that she shouldn't have trusted him with such a valuable thing. The woman screams with fury in her voice that as soon as the guy returns, she will make him pay all the bills and he will never want to drive her again. The guests' faces wear sinister smiles. They have managed to sow the seed of doubt, and now they feel that they have achieved their goal. Han leaned over the car's wheel, peering closely at the details, as if trying to find something important or fix a problem. Suddenly, a voice behind him makes him turn around, and the stranger asks in an impudent tone if he is the pathetic son-in-law from the Su family. The three guys get closer and closer, smilingly noting that Yingxia is a real beauty. And it's unfair that she went to someone like Han. Standing by the red car, the guy silently looks at them, showing no fear, as if waiting to see what their next steps will be. Straining and focusing his gaze, he calmly orders that Yag Pegu be told not to get into trouble, as his patience is not infinite. Unable to bear these words, the three impudent fellows rush at the hero with their fists and shout, threatening that he is a corpse and they don't care who he is. Groans and cries of pain are heard above the high-rise buildings, piercing the silence and echoing between the concrete walls. Standing over his fallen enemies, Han orders them to get away, otherwise they won't get off so easily next time. The beaten and exhausted guys, limping, quickly leave, and the guy with a smug smile follows them with a cold gaze. Suddenly, a voice is heard behind him, asking when he managed to damage the car, and Han turns towards the sound. He notices Ying Shu leaning over the car to inspect the damage and calmly explains that Jin Sheng was driving. The indignant girl turns around sharply, loudly repeating Jin Sheng's name, already anticipating her mother's reaction to what happened. The car pulls up to the family's house and everyone is already standing outside, waiting to figure out what happened. Getting out of the car, the girl asks her mother why they are all standing outside and not inside the house. The man starts screaming at the large dent and asks indignantly if they think it's okay to treat an expensive new car like that. The mother abruptly snatches the keys from Han's hands, not allowing him to say a word. The enraged parents accuse the boy of not appreciating what he is given. The mother angrily says that he will never drive this car again, and the father humiliatingly asks if he even knows how much the repairs will cost. Standing there in complete confusion, the girl asks her parents what they mean. An angry woman with an angry glint in her eyes points to the dent, shouting that she forbade giving a good car to an unworthy person. And now retribution has come. The girl looks at the dent in fear, and her mother indignantly points at the damage, accusing the driver of negligence and demanding punishment. Yingxia, seeing the damaged car, suddenly realizes that this car does not belong to a random person, and looks suspiciously at the three smug strangers. The mother, overcome with rage and completely confident that she is right, gives her daughter an ultimatum. If she stands up for her husband again, she will seek a divorce. The red-haired man and the lady in the hat mockingly comment on the driving skills of the man in the gray suit, while Han Yingxia silently endures the humiliation, only her gaze revealing restrained resentment and anger. Incha's eyes blaze with rage as she clenches her teeth, casts a piercing gaze forward, and with pain and determination utters the single word, "you," which contains everything she cannot yet say. A warm scene of hands joining breaks through the heavy atmosphere. Someone's palm gently embraces another, as if reminding that even in humiliation there is support. Han Sanqian suddenly takes Yingxia's hand, and this simple yet gentle movement makes her freeze. Overwhelmed by an unexpected surge of feelings, Yingxia's mother intervenes again in anger, roughly grabbing her daughter's hand and declaring that it is now Yingxia who provides for the family, and that Hanyu should not even think about taking her away from work. Continuing the humiliation, Yingxia's mother brazenly advises him to invite his uncle to dinner so that he doesn't have to go with just anyone, while Han watches this humiliating scene in silence with a confused face. Smiling calmly, Han Sanqian politely steps aside, making up an excuse not to go to dinner with his relatives, who are already annoying him to the limit. One of the relatives addresses Sanqian with feigned politeness, hinting that if he doesn't want to go, then at least he shouldn't make up excuses. And this makes Yingxia wonder about his feelings. Smiling broadly with deliberate ease, Han Sanqian repeats again that he does have things to do, says goodbye, and wishes everyone a pleasant evening, although there is a tired irony in his gaze. Two luxury cars are speeding down the highway side by side under a rainbow glow, and a smug voice comes from the back seat telling Mom that she is simply incredible. In the shadow of the car, with his eyebrows furrowed and a sly smile, a red-haired guy is driving a car, and next to him, An arrogant lady in a hat and a man in glasses are discussing how Han Sang-kyeon silently swallowed the humiliation without saying a word. Inside the car, a red-haired woman scornfully questions Han's right to be part of the Soo family, and the driver sarcastically warns him to be careful so that his mother can continue to cover for him in case of trouble. The red-haired driver with a sly smile reassures the passengers, explaining that the incident was an accident, although his eyes read something completely different. The arrogant woman in the hat, turning to the man, begins to discuss plans to take advantage of someone else's wealth, because Jinlan's new car is an excellent reason to ask for a loan. Sprawled out on the back seat, the older brother with a smug expression reasons that since everything is going well for Jinlan, helping him with 200,000 is no problem. Confidently crossing his arms over his chest, the man in the gray shirt approves of the idea of taking the money from Jinlan and suggests that if a receipt is needed, he can give it and deal with the return later. At the dinner table, where 6 relatives have gathered, there is a ostentatious good nature, behind which calculations are hidden. For someone, this feast will become a moment of profitable combination. With a face trying to look sincere, the white-haired man at the table starts a conversation with Jin Lan, explaining that her brother is having some temporary difficulties and would like to borrow some money. Smiling cheekily and holding up 2 fingers, the brother smugly states the amount he wants to borrow, leaving everyone at the table in awkward silence. The woman asked irritably whether she had heard correctly what had been said about 2,000, not understanding where he was leading. After a dramatic pause, the man with icy confidence corrects her bewilderment, naming the real amount of 200,000 as if it were his rightful due. An enraged Jin Lan suddenly jumps up upon hearing the exorbitant amount, and her husband's face darkens from shock and inner disappointment. Relatives rush to calm Jin Lan down, assuring her that for a woman with 2 expensive cars, such a sum is a trifle and not worth the extra emotions. The lady in the hat with a mean grin hints that this money will help save face in front of her family, who still condemn Jin Lan for marrying a poor man. Gently pressing on her pride, the cunning woman with pink hair hints with ostentatious ease at a visit to her parents, and her interlocutor lowers her eyes in silent tension, unable to find what to say in response to such pressure. Having gathered the remnants of her dignity, the woman, with a cold expression on her face, directly declares that she is ready to give 200,000, as if it were a simple formality that she would perform to spite herself. Her husband exclaims in amazement, not believing his own ears, and next to him his mother, shocked and worried, realizes that the situation is getting out of control. Hearing the shocking announcement of the impressive sum, the man and the girl exclaim in fear, "Mom!" and their faces freeze in anxious amazement, as if the world had been shaken. The door bursts open with a bang, and a figure in a business suit rushes into the room, leaving behind a noisy trail of impact and spectacular invasion. Everyone present, from the husband and wife to the relatives at the table, freezes in place, not having time to realize who burst in and why, with eyes widened in shock and faces full of tension, collapsing shamefully to the floor in front of his stunned relatives. One of the men looks up in fear at the silhouette that has just burst into the room. A sinister grin spreads across the face of a fat man with a gold chain, who, through a contemptuous laugh, voices his satisfaction with what is happening. From behind him, the entire company appears, 3 bandits and a cheeky woman. And this hostile gang enters the room with the intention of causing even more chaos. Jin Sheng, with a black eye, falls next to his mother, who panics and asks what happened, because he just went to the toilet and came back beaten and humiliated. An enraged woman in a hat and dark glasses rushes at the attacker, screaming, demanding to know who they are and why they dared to touch her son. A bulky, bald man, tightly hugging a woman with purple hair, brazenly accuses Jin Sheng of hitting on his girlfriend and cynically suggests that the mother finish off her son for him. A beaten Jin Sheng, confused and depressed, nods in response to his mother's angry question, confirming the made-up story that seems to finally bring her to the boiling point. The woman in dark glasses presses her lips together and frowns, looking tensely from behind the glasses, as if something dark and dangerous is brewing in her thoughts. Unable to contain her indignation, she sharply points at the girl in the black short dress, accusing her of trying to seduce her son with her provocative appearance. Frowning and shouting angrily, the man screams that his woman does not dress so vulgarly, emphasizing his irritation with the current situation. An enraged bald man with a gold chain hits a pink-haired woman with all his might, accusing her son of harassing his lover. 2 women and a man watch what is happening with frozen eyes in amazement, not believing that all this is happening right before their eyes. Stunned and confused, the gray-haired man in the gray shirt clenches his jaw as he silently watches the injustice unfold before him. The beaten boy winces in pain as a heavy hand squeezes his head again, and the bully, with sinister smugness, calls himself a smart man and continues the humiliation. A bald thug with a chain around his neck roughly holds a beaten young man by the hair and with a predatory smile demands 100,000, saying that this is the price for trying to touch his woman. But instead of mercy, a blow follows again, because the bald bandit, not wanting to listen to excuses, growls that either you pay or die right here. Beaten, but with a sly smile, Jin Sheng rises from the floor, covering his eye with his hand, and mentally acknowledging that he doesn't have money. But he does have something else. Taking a car key out of his pocket, he solemnly raises his hand and declares that he has a car, causing surprised exclamations from everyone around him. Kneeling before the hulking bald man, Jin Sheng holds out his keys, begging to be let out alive, giving in the hopes of avoiding shame. In the complete silence, a loud sound is heard. Someone's hand falls hard on the table, and this attracts all eyes, plunging Sheng and his tormentor into amazement. A stern girl in a gray suit steps forward and indignantly declares that it is her car, demanding that they not be dragged into his stupid business, causing everyone around to hold their breath. With a sly gleam in his eyes, the fat man looks at her from afar with admiration, clearly enchanted by her appearance and already making ridiculous plans for conquest. Grinning, a smug rich man approaches a strict girl in a business suit and arrogantly offers to forget about the old car in exchange for his attention, hinting at his wealth. With a fire of indignation in her eyes, the girl abruptly cuts off his advances, not letting him finish, and firmly makes it clear that she will not tolerate such humiliation. With a confident smile, the cheeky fat man leans closer and roughly takes her chin, declaring that it is not her decision to make and boasting that no woman has ever resisted. At this moment, the mother rushes forward with a scream and furiously shouts at him to take his hands off, because in front of him is the granddaughter of the Su family, who will not allow herself to be humiliated. The aggressor, grimacing in surprise and anger, hisses through clenched teeth in rage that this Su family is once again meddling in something that isn't their business. The huge man, in a rage, swings his arm and hits the woman who just stood up to defend herself, disdaining the mention of the Su family and boasting that he is not afraid of any powerful relatives. Insha, trembling with anger and inner tension, warns the enemy that he had better not create problems, otherwise the retribution will be bitter. Smiling smugly, the man with the chain boldly declares that he likes bold girls, and despite the conflict, he is already planning a new visit in his thoughts, leaving the women in anxiety. Smiling, the brute hugs the woman in black and orders 2 guards to make sure no one escapes while Inxia watches anxiously from afar. The 2 big guys agree with the order with cheerful laughter, mocking the young girl and laughing maliciously, emphasizing their contempt and impunity. The mother anxiously asks Yingshu what to do now, and she seriously suggests turning to her grandmother and calling the family elders, hoping that they will help solve the problem. Looking closely at the face of the impudent bald man, the man with a stern expression reflects that the grandmother usually does not interfere, but in this case, one can benefit from it. The embarrassed mother angrily reproaches her husband, not believing that he could seriously allow the thought that their daughter could be with this disgusting fat man, while the girl herself stands next to him calm and focused. Standing confidently in front of her mother, the girl explains that her grandmother never acts directly, because she has subtle and cunning methods that are no less powerful than open force. In front of the majestic mansion, someone with an anxious heart thinks that the Su family will not take risks for her, and with a trembling hand, she searches the phone for the only one who can really save her. Hearing a vague mention of some savior, Yingxia's parents ask with surprise and disbelief who exactly she means. With a fire of determination in her eyes, the girl clearly pronounces the name of the one on whom Sanqian places all her hope. Yingxia stands by the window, and the crowd behind her looks at her with concern, not believing that she actually decided to call for help from Han Sanxian, who everyone considers a loser. The upset red-haired guy jumps up and angrily defends himself, reproaching Yingxia for asking for help and then humiliating her, while the woman in the red dress silently but demonstratively supports him. In a fit of rage, Yingxia starts shouting at Jin Sheng to shut up and stop this show, because if it weren't for his irresponsibility, she wouldn't have to worry. Clutching the phone resolutely in her hand, she dials a familiar number, placing her last hope on the one who has always been there in the most difficult moments. With a worried breath, Yingxia hears Sanqian's voice on the other end of the line and immediately asks where he is, because the situation is close to disaster. While Sanqian is sipping noodles in his kitchen, enjoying the taste and peace, his phone suddenly pulls him out of this peaceful idyll. Hesitating a little and hiding his excitement, Incha voices a request for help, hoping that he will be the one to cope with the situation that has gotten out of control. Hearing her voice, Sanqian's expression immediately changes and he promises to leave immediately, leaving everything for her without a single hesitation. After ending the call with a small sigh of relief, Incha puts the phone down and focuses on the hope that was almost touching her heart. The mother, full of rage and skepticism, demands that Yingxia turn to his grandmother again, not believing that Sanqian can handle it on his own. Looking straight ahead with confidence and firmness, Yingxia proclaims her faith in Sanqian, leaving no doubt about the sincerity of her words. Smiling, the fat man with a gold chain and a cup in his hand solemnly declares that he will support Yang and grant him influence over the entire Cloud City, portraying it as an act of exceptional generosity and respect. In response to such honors, Yang pretends to be modest, raising his glass with a smile, although in his thoughts he admits that, if the opportunity arose, he would suck up to the fat man just as well. However, he remembers with dismay how Sanqian once got angry at him because of Changbing. And, comparing forces, he realizes that he will not be able to compete with Mo Yang for power. Suddenly the door bursts open with a bang, as if someone had hit it with all their might, causing everyone present to flinch. Han Sanqian walked into the room with a confident step, in the rays of bright light, as if fate itself had decided to intervene and change the course of events with his appearance. Seeing him, the man with the scar on his face loses his composure and, swallowing a lump of anxiety, anxiously watches every step of the newcomer. An irritated Yun resolutely approaches Sanqian and, raising his voice, demands an explanation, unaware that his words could cause a wave of fear and respect. The surprised and annoyed fat man with the gold chain, still holding the cup, turns around and indignantly asks who he dared to call brother. Fuming with rage, Yun, his face distorted with anger, yells that his opponent should shut up, since he doesn't even have the right to ask such questions. Han Sanqian stands calmly next to the confused Yang, who, with his hands clasped, tries to explain to the surprised fat man that this formidable man is not a friend, but just an acquaintance. Although his posture, full of fear, says otherwise, Han Sanqian's shadow-shrouded gaze blazes with rage, as he declares with icy fury that someone dared to encroach on his woman, and these words become the last straw before the storm. Blinded by anger, John jumps up with a scream and throws the bottle with insane force straight at the fat man's head, splattering everything around with blood. Silent revenge for the insult. In a fit of panic before Sanqian's rage, the man with the scar screams that he is already suffering, and now they are trying to kill him, blaming the fat man for the new trouble. The guy's head was bleeding. He didn't realize the seriousness of what was happening. The fat man with a confused face asks why everything is so bad, and he hears that he brazenly harassed Sanqian's wife. On the orders of one of those present, everyone rushes at the wounded fat man and brutally beats him, turning the scene into a massacre, which Han Sanqian silently and coldly watches. Walking out of the brightly lit doors, Han Sanqian calmly asks if his men can handle it, and they bow their heads, assuring him that he need not worry. In desperation and anger, the mother loudly accuses Han Sanqian of being unreliable, saying that even a taxi would have arrived long ago, but he is simply hiding out of fear. While the red-haired youth breaks into a scream, complaining about his blind faith in Sanqian, his mother begs for a chance, because her son is seriously injured and urgently needs help. Squeezing her eyelids and smiling weakly, the girl decides to make a firm decision, feeling the sting of her mother's painful truth that she cannot be interrogated, which means she needs to act on her own. With determination in her voice, Yingxia prepares to deliver her verdict, gathering all her fury and confidence as the tension in the room reaches its peak. The door slowly opens, and when light pours from behind it, the faces of all four are distorted with horror. They recognize the one who has returned. Han Sanqian appears in a blaze of light with a slight smile on his lips, radiating a calm confidence, as if his mere presence had changed the course of events. Seeing him, the girl with violet eyes, barely holding back tears, quietly says his name. And tenderness, amazement, and relief are mixed in her gaze. Looking at each other through the soft glow, they understand everything without words, and Sanqian gently says that it is time to go home, as if putting an end to this storm. Noticing that Sanqian was about to leave with the girl, the red-haired youth rushes forward with a shout, trying to intercept the situation and stop them. With a face distorted with rage, he points his finger at the door, warning that security has blocked everything off and there is no way back if they have already entered. Silently, holding hands, the couple walks towards the exit, while behind them, shocked relatives, who until recently considered themselves masters of the situation, rush about. While the others are confused, the guy notes to himself that no one even dares to stop them or say a word. The red-haired man with the scratched face suddenly freezes, his eyes wide open, his gaze filled with anxiety and incomprehension of what is happening. The men kneel in humiliation, and a menacing voice orders the others to come out and take the same pitiful position. The frightened people, including the familiar fat man, hold their heads with trembling hands and stand on their knees, while the confused red-haired man watches from the shadows. With a battered face and eyes wide with horror, the fat man recognizes someone extremely dangerous and barely audibly whispers, "Oh." With a serious face, Sankian goes inside with the girl, who looks at him worriedly and asks what happened. Seeing the men on their knees, the girl whispers in shock, not understanding why they are all standing so submissively and silently in front of them. With a cold gaze from under the shadow, Han Sankian lazily said that maybe they just accidentally fell, causing everyone to flinch at the hidden threat. Stunned beyond measure, the fat man with a purple face clutches his head, unable to comprehend who is in front of him, and an ominous blue shadow appears behind him. Approaching quickly, accompanied by a ghostly beast, Sankian stands silently, but his gaze sows terror deeper than any words. Sweating and shaking, the fat man nods, claiming he simply slipped, hoping it will save him from further trouble. With an innocent smile, Han claims that everyone confessed to the fall themselves, but the girl only narrows her eyes, not believing a single word. Walking next to him, she glances back, sure that Han has finished everyone off. But she sighs heavily, realizing that he did it for her. The building's facade with transparent windows lets in soft daylight, creating the illusion of coziness and a premonition of something disturbing. The woman slams her palm down on the table, and the loud thud breaks the silence, like a signal for a heated verbal battle to begin. Enraged, she lashes out with a scream and a pointing finger, not holding back her emotions and burning with rage at the humiliating words. The man, frowning, reproaches his wife for promising her brother 200,000, and she, clenching her fists, seethes with indignation and misunderstanding. The woman makes excuses, believing that taking money from the company is not a problem, but he insists that this is already theft. And Insha, in the shadows, listens to every word. With pain in his voice, he blames his wife for not thinking about Inxia for the sake of pride. And in her eyes, shown in close-up, anger flares up. Falling to the floor, sobbing, she screams that he is destroying her life and the honor of the family, breaking into a cry full of pain, shame, and anger. Exhausted by emotions, she heart-rendingly accuses everyone of betrayal, claiming that she alone defends the honor of the family despite humiliation. Sitting on the sofa with a cold expression on her face, Insha silently listens to her mother's hysterical screams, who is confusedly suffering because of money and the meaning of her life. Gritting her teeth against the overwhelming emotion, Insha suddenly shouts for them to stop crying, and her voice, like a blow, breaks the silence of the room. The confident words stun everyone in the room, and the parents look at their daughter in bewildered silence, as if they saw strength and power in her for the first time. With tears in her eyes, Insha solemnly declares that she is taking everything upon herself, no longer allowing despair to rule their life and home. Entering the room with a serious look, the girl asks if the interlocutor's uncle really wants to borrow money, already sensing a hidden intrigue. Without holding back her emotions, she throws herself into his arms with a sudden rush of trust and pain, as if only he could protect her from this world. Ashamed, the girl lowers her gaze, full of despair and pity. The man, with a sly smile, presses the woman against the wall, brazenly leans towards her and asks if he should give her 200,000. And she, trying to remain confident, freezes in confusion from surprise. Embarrassed by such a straightforward offer, the girl lowers her gaze and, with a slight blush, wonders whether it is worth accepting this impudent but tempting deal. Gathering her courage, she raises her head and assures the man that she will definitely repay the debt, and he, leaning closer, watches her reaction with interest, glad that he forced her to speak first. In the comical image, the young man, with a sly smile and hands at his mouth, internally triumphs, enjoying the effect his words have achieved, blushing with excitement. The girl, with raised shoulders and a sparkle in her eyes, passionately assures that if necessary, she will write a receipt and swears on her honor to return the entire amount. Standing in front of her with a slight smile, the man extends his hand and softly says that her money is now his money, striking the girl with unexpected generosity and simplicity. Coming very close, he confidently looks into her eyes and calmly adds that if she needs even 2 million, he will simply give it to her, causing her sincere surprise and slight embarrassment. Gently touching her head, the guy leans towards the girl and with a warm smile says that he does not understand how she can even ask for a loan, while her big eyes are full of excitement and surprise from such closeness. In a fit of internal protest, she decisively pushes him away from herself, loudly shouting out a refusal, as if trying to restore distance and self-esteem after emotional stress. With a serious expression on her face and a piece of paper in her hands, she stubbornly insists on the need to write a receipt, while the embarrassed guy sighs heavily, unable to argue with her persistence. The girl, confused, asks again how much money he actually has, to which the guy proudly replies that it is definitely more than she thinks. Under the bright sun, against the backdrop of a tall glass tower, a surprised cry cuts through the air in response to the bold question of a client who has challenged the established rules. Standing in front of the bank window with his VIP card raised, Han Sankian asks with annoyed surprise why he has to make an appointment in advance to withdraw a large amount of money, since he has a special card in his hand that is supposed to remove any restrictions. The employee, with a forced smile, doubts his card, because in 6 months she hasn't seen anything like it. Han Sankian sits down calmly, crosses his legs, and says with a smile that his card gives access to everything. With a slight arrogance, he says that the bank director himself will count the cash for him without any questions. An icy-faced employee declares that her window is not a stage for self-confident boys with inflated self-esteem. Maintaining a cool smile, Sankian picks up the black card and suggests calling the director immediately. The woman, enraged, stands up, yells at him and says she will call security if he does not leave the building immediately. An elegant woman in heels suddenly enters the room, and the red-haired employee anxiously asks what is going on. Clearly not expecting intervention, a tall blonde with a cold gaze approaches without a word, and everyone around immediately tenses up, because the bank director herself is standing in front of them. Pointing at Han Sankian, the irritated employee explains that he is demanding 200,000 without an appointment. Ignoring banking regulations, smiling reservedly, the bank director calmly says that amounts over 100,000 are issued only upon prior request and not earlier than the next day. With a confident expression, Han Sankian raised the black card with the golden dragon in front of his eyes, clearly hinting at its exceptional status. The card with the inscription VIP and a golden dragon sparkles in the light, silently demonstrating its power and authority, capable of changing the rules on the spot. Seeing the glittering VIP card with the golden dragon, the director froze, and her eyes and red glasses widened in shock, as if there was something unattainable in front of her. The subordinate, not understanding what happened, looks in amazement at the back of the director, who suddenly runs out, leaving only a confused director. Stunned by what she saw, she apologizes in a trembling voice, her face turning pale because she seems to have insulted a man who could ruin her career. Bowing deeply to Han Sankian, the director says with a polite smile that the matter will be resolved today, trying to make amends for the staff. Keeping his cool, Han Sankian shows the dragon card and coldly asks when exactly he will receive the money, hinting at a special approach. Respectfully holding the VIP card, the director with a smile assures that the money can be collected immediately, invites into the hall and sincerely asks for forgiveness. She sternly orders the employee to apologize immediately and threatens to fire her, while Sankian watches with a smile, clutching the card. The stunned worker rushes to the young man with apologies, and the crowd whispers, amazed by his appearance and mysterious status. The audience in the hall discusses that he wanted to act quietly, but circumstances revealed his strength, and someone remarks that the employee deserved it. Han Sankian solemnly carries the briefcase and leaves the bank, while 2 employees bow and wish him luck, realizing what a blunder they almost made. Watching the young man in the expensive suit calmly walk to the car, the director concludes that he is an influential figure for whom she is nothing. With an icy expression on his face, the director tells his colleague to go home and await orders, leaving her confused because she was only following the rules. With his arms crossed and his anger uncontrollable, the director accuses the employee of not knowing the basics, and she, in despair, does not understand why she received such a severe reprimand. Sighing with a cold smile, the director reminds that such a VIP card is only available to customers with a deposit of over 10 billion yuan. Stunned beyond belief, The employee repeats the number with wide eyes, trying to understand how she could have failed to recognize such a high-ranking guest. With a beaming smile and a warm glint in his eyes, Sankyan solemnly hands over the briefcase containing the money, proving his determination and concern for Yingxia. Returning from an important matter, Sankyan is faced with a sharp rebuke from an angry relative, but remains calm and confident. When they opened the bag, a mountain of bills appeared before their eyes. There was so much money that it was filled to the brim without a single empty space. Smiling with satisfaction, the woman in the hat clutches her backpack tightly to herself, and the two men politely say goodbye and quickly leave the house. In a calm but demanding tone, the stepmother orders Sankyan to see the guests out, and the man grumbles with a stern look that they didn't even thank him for the money. In the dark interior of the car, where a tense silence reigns, Sankyan is driving the car, and the red-haired man with an impudent smile asks to pass the bag, but the mother sharply refuses. The redhead boldly demands to see the money, since he has never seen 200,000 at once, and Sankyan silently allows it. Looking in the mirror, seeing a mountain of bills, the guy shouts with delight that even the driver is shocked, not realizing that he is used to a completely different scale. Smiling slightly and looking away, Sankyan agrees that he has never seen such sums, but his gaze is calm like that of a familiar billionaire. Looking ironically into the mirror, he pretends to be caring and warns the woman in glasses about thefts, subtly hinting to her to be careful with her bag. Enraged by his words, the red-haired woman clutches her bag to her chest and screams that he has jinxed her, as if he senses trouble. Han watches them silently as they head towards the tall building, showing no words or emotion. Suddenly, the phone in his hand starts ringing, and with a slight movement of his finger, he prepares to answer the call. Upon hearing that the right person has finally been spotted, his gaze instantly becomes focused and cold. Still watching his family retreat, he calmly confirms the message, giving the signal to take action. A smug smile appears on his face, and a playful desire to see how everything will turn out arises in his thoughts. The bus rushes along the highway, cutting through the air with its speed, as if rushing to meet its destiny. Passengers sit quietly in their seats, enjoying the ride and the rhythm of the wheels, lulling them into motion. The bus doors open at one of the stops and 3 new passengers climb inside, not knowing what lies ahead. The red-haired woman notes with a hint of discontent how greedy the driver is if he picks up people not at the bus stop at all. A young man with a frowning face sits at the very back of the bus, grumbling under his breath about why it is so unbearably hot here. The vehicle prepares to depart, swaying smoothly forward as if about to continue its journey through the dusty roads. Suddenly, one of the tourists who entered falls to his knees with a crash in front of the gray-haired old man, and the lady in the hat screams and clutches a bag of money to herself. Filled with anger, she indignantly asks the guy what kind of impudence he has and where he got it from. And he makes excuses, saying that the bus started moving and he couldn't hold on. His friend rushes to the rescue, trying to smooth over the awkwardness and restore order in front of the angry passengers. Scratching his head, the guy stands shyly under the gaze of the passengers, clearly wanting to sink into the ground from shame. The lady in glasses frowned and clutched her precious bag tighter and tighter, as if she was afraid that someone would take it away from her. Arriving at the place, she hastily opens her bag to check the money, but suddenly screams and stutters, asking where her money is. Relatives try to calm her down, holding her back, but she again breaks down screaming, demanding to know where her money disappeared to. A white car stops in front of a glass skyscraper, and a voice from below tells Sankyan that the money is okay and will be sent tomorrow. Sitting in a semi-dark car, Han calmly says on the phone that the time has come to teach a lesson to the impudent relatives who dreamed of his wealth. Opening the passenger door, Yingxia asks if they are going to have dinner, and Han asks in surprise if she really wants to just have dinner. With a shining look, the girl explains that she wants to thank him in such a warm and sincere way, without sacrifices and unnecessary words. In an elegant restaurant, a quarrel suddenly breaks out. An indignant girl shouts at the administrator, not understanding how their reservation for 5:30 could have disappeared if it is only 16:30. A stern man with a cold gaze suggests waiting in the waiting room. And if you don't like it, leave, because they have no shortage of clients. Against the backdrop of a huge modern hotel, the girl indignantly reminds them that the room was booked, and therefore their expulsion seems absurd and unfair to her. Confident that she is right, Insha defiantly asks the staff what they intend to do if she refuses to leave the hotel. The employee, looking serious, warns that if she continues to resist, he will call security, who will forcibly remove her from the building. The administrator coldly gives the command, and at the same second, four powerful security guards in black suits wordlessly head towards the girl. As her gaze meets the onslaught of the guards, her expression changes from confidence to mild surprise, and anxiety breaks through the outward calm. Without taking her eyes off the man, she asks him in a reserved and confident manner what exactly he means. Hiding her excitement behind her straight posture, Han Sang-kian looks into the eyes of the man in the tuxedo with icy calm and hints that they are the ones who are causing a scandal out of nothing. The manager, trying to maintain his authority, disdainfully declares that there are no available rooms and that they have a simple choice. Either wait or leave. The guy bows his head with a sly smile and says, "Understood," making it clear that he already has a plan in mind that can turn the situation around. With a cold smile on his lips and an ominous glow around his body, Han Sang-kian said that he would now show what fictional problems look like. The manager angrily points at Han and the girl, ordering them to be thrown out immediately, accusing them of causing a mess and provoking conflict. One of the green-haired guards lunges forward with a furious blow, but Han calmly meets the attack, as if he knows it is pointless. The surprised Sang-kian doesn't even look away when the enemy's fist hits the target with a roar, leaving no pain or fear on his face. At that moment, his eyes flash red, an ominous smile spreads across his face, and his body is filled with otherworldly energy. With a piercing sound and furious force, he strikes back, and the guard flies back as if he had been struck by real lightning. Sang-kian's powerful strike falls on the enemy with incredible speed, who only bends over in pain and shouts out something expressionless in fear. The girl's eyes widen in amazement, and her thoughts seem to freeze, unable to comprehend the sudden strength and cruelty of the man she knows. Standing calmly and confidently, Sang-kian looks at Yingxiu with a slight smile until she is shocked to believe that the person in front of her is the same one she knows. Han Sang-kian stands by the fallen guard with an unperturbed smile, addressing the others, and the girl behind him cannot believe her eyes. An ominous shadow passes over his face as he coolly declares that this is only the beginning, and a premonition of destruction flashes in his eyes. The enraged guards, seeing their beaten comrade, rush to attack with shouts, not realizing that they have awakened a real beast in human form. In an instant, Sang-kian, like an arrow, bursts into battle, and with mad precision scatters enemies like straw dolls in business suits. The manager in the red bow tie, stunned by the devastation, freezes in place, watching his subordinates lie on the floor like broken columns. Horrified, with a trembling finger, the administrator threatens Sang-kian, shouting that such lawlessness at the Grand Hyatt Hotel will result in severe punishment. With a cold gaze and a faint smile, Han Sang-kian slowly ordered to call the real boss, causing everyone to shudder. After the lightning-fast massacre, he confidently moves forward through the fallen, while the last one in panic shouts at him to get away, as if this will change anything. Suddenly, a man bursts into the room with his eyes wide with shock and exclaims in amazement, "What happened?" As if he himself had found himself in the center of the storm, two people confidently enter the room. A strong security guard with a stern face and an elegant man in a burgundy jacket, who is immediately called the boss. One of the guards, with a trembling voice and pointing a finger at Han, complains to the boss that this guy beat them up, and he listens with a slight sigh. Smiling with a hint of surprise and respect, the boss asks with interest if Han Sang-kian really took out 3 of his fighters single-handedly. Smiling and admiring, the maroon-haired boss calls Han perfect and offers him a job for 30,000. Amazed by his strength and confidence, Han Sang-kian grinned sinisterly, coldly rejecting the offer with a mocking glint in his eyes and asking who he thought he was. Insulted by the refusal, Lei Chong disappointingly states that he is no longer interested in Han and offers to settle everything if he kneels. With a smile on his face and a confident upward motion of his finger, Han announces that Lei Chong himself must now kneel for insulting his wife. The young girl, her eyes shining and her smile sweet, whispers that she likes the director's commanding gaze, barely containing her emotions next to Han. Lei Chong, his face distorted with rage and the crimson marks of anger, asks with disdain if Han really considers himself so important as to contradict him. She tugs softly at his jacket, like a child seeking support, and in a trembling voice says his name, full of anxiety and trust. There is anxiety and determination in her eyes. She asks him to leave with her, and when he takes a step forward, the world seems to freeze, and he looks at her with tenderness. Sang-kian gently touches her chin, smiling confidently, and vows to protect her until his last breath, her eyes filling with warmth. With a feigned expression of righteous anger, Lei Chong screams hysterically, outraged that Han is courting a girl right in front of him. Unable to bear the humiliation, Lei Chong takes pleasure in ordering the huge Ahu to beat up the impudent upstart, dreaming of seeing him suffer. Ahu, arms crossed over his chest and a glare, steps forward, warning that he is the champion of the special forces and Hanyu had better prepare to die. With brilliant self-confidence, Ahu leaps forward, his fist flaring with rings of energy, challenging his opponent to a one-on-one fight. Between the two figures of strength and calm, Ahu bends his powerful arms into a fighting stance and mockingly hints that Hanyu won't be able to withstand even a couple of blows. In a fit of rage, Ahu rushes forward with a battle cry, declaring the enemy a corpse in advance, as if victory was already written in his lot. Ahu's powerful punch flies towards Sanqian, but he remains motionless with an unperturbed smile while the red-suited boss watches, unaware that everything will change. Seeing Han's audacity, the boss is surprised by his impudence, believing that the guy has gone too far by challenging the formidable and invincible Ahu to a fight. Ahu launches a full-force strike, confident in his superiority, while Sanqian stands still, waiting for the perfect moment to respond. Calmly bending his knee, Sanqian concentratedly prepares for a lightning attack. Like a harbinger of a storm that is already rising on the horizon. Releasing explosive force, he rises into the air and drives his knee straight into his opponent's chest, shattering the armor of his confidence in an instant. Thrown back by the terrible blow, Ahu falls to the floor unconscious with his face distorted in pain, while Sanqian stands calmly behind him, as if nothing had happened. Upside down in the air and unconscious, Ahu flies down like a lifeless doll, and below him, Lei Chong stands frozen in horror, his face full of amazement and double exclamations above his head. Petrified with shock, Lei Chong, his eyes wide and mouth open, cries out in despair as he realizes that Sanqian knocked the fighter down with one blow. With a cold mockery and a defiant look in his eyes, Han straightens his jacket and declares that he is ready to lay down anyone who dares to oppose him. Enraged but still arrogant, the man in the maroon suit clutches his phone and screams for revenge, threatening to summon an enemy stronger than Han on his best days. Against the backdrop of pink radiance and flowers, a girl with a gentle look, pressing her hands to her chest, tremblingly realizes the strength of her beloved, who confidently looks forward. The sun's rays reveal the facade of a large building with parked cars, creating a premonition of a new scene or a mysterious adversary. A black luxury car stops at the entrance and a confident man in a dark suit gets out, his face full of anticipation and hidden interest. Yan, relaxed and slightly mocking, approaches the situation to understand and asks with a grin what made Lei beg for help. Yang's brother enters the lobby with a group of silhouetted guards, and the brazen, red-haired Lei happily rushes forward, shouting his name with hope. With an angry face and a trembling voice, Lei accuses Han of attacking the guards, demanding revenge from Yeon, while Han himself stands calmly next to the girl. Their gazes meet in a tense silence filled with anxiety and foreboding, as if they both understand that something decisively important is about to happen. Yan's face contorts with surprise and tension as he finally recognizes Han and realizes who he's up against, and fear appears in his eyes. Seeing the approaching crowd, Han calmly looks at the aggressive people, not retreating a single step, while everyone is already expecting a quick fight. One of the officials, standing to the side, whispers with a sly smile that the show is about to begin, anticipating the destructive denouement of the scene. But instead of fighting, all the fighters suddenly kneel in front of Han and shout his name in chorus, shocking both the enemies and random witnesses. The brazen man's face contorts in shock, his eyes wide, his voice shaking as he screams in panic what is happening, not understanding the change. Yan bows low to Hanyu, admitting his mistake, and he stands at the center of the stage with an unwavering posture, while the girl behind him watches in silent admiration. Sanqian's face radiates calm and confidence as he coolly answers, "I know," accepting the responsibility without a shadow of a doubt. Pointing forward in rage, Yang orders a spectacle to be put on, the silhouettes of the fighters already looming behind him as his red-haired comrade looks around in fear. In clouds of dust and chaos, as if in a comic whirlpool, the heroes, grimacing and screaming, whirl among stars, icons and blows in a grotesque style. A beaten guy with a red hairdo, holding a bruise under his eye, painfully asks Yan why he hit him, not believing in the sudden betrayal. In the bright light of the spacious foyer, a decisive request to stop sounds out and everyone freezes as if the atmosphere itself has frozen from the sudden stop of time. On the soft floor with a swollen face, A guy in a red suit is kneeling, his head down, like a punished child. Deprived of pride, Han Sang-kyeon, looking down coldly, asked the enemy again if he was satisfied with these miserable and shameful problems that he himself had caused. Beaten and tear-stained, with swollen cheeks and dark circles under his eyes, he smiles tearfully and hoarsely repeats that he is completely satisfied. Like a stern judge, Sang-kyeon looks down at the man huddled on the carpet and asks emotionlessly if there are any rooms left. The administrator, trembling with fear and with a distorted face, hastily confirms that the hotel has free rooms, and not even just one. Confidently wrapping his arm around his wife's waist, Han leads her to dinner, leaving behind a defeated Lei, who is confused about who this calm man really is. In fear and humiliation, Lei Chun falls to his knees and asks Yong what is going on. And Yong sternly warns him that he will only say one thing. Battered and shaken, Lei Chong is horrified to realize that he has touched someone extremely dangerous, as even Yang Cheng speaks of him with respect and caution. Kneeling in front of everyone, the beaten and humiliated Lei Chong hears the cold advice of the elder Yong to admit guilt for the sake of life, and steals a glance at the silent Sang-kyeon. Lei's gaze is full of fear and confusion. His throat is constricted by silence. He realizes that he has fallen into a trap from which there is no dignified exit. Falling to his knees in front of Han, blushing with shame and horror, Lei slams his forehead into the floor, begging for forgiveness for his insolence and stupidity. The stunned waiter, clenching his fists in internal shock, watches as even the boss himself bows his head before the one he recently considered a nobody. Watching Lei Chong fall helplessly to the ground, the girl asks Han in surprise who he is, if even Lin Yong is willing to fight for him. With a sparkling smile on her face, Sang-kyeon confidently replies that in time she will find out who he is, leaving a thin veil of mystery in the air. The girl reproaches him with suspicion in her eyes that he probably spent a lot of money again, because even for money Lei Chun would not apologize publicly. Sang-kyeon, with a sly smile, remarks that if they can't defeat him, then it's logical to admit defeat, and she looks with distrust at the defeated Lei. Struck by Han's unexpected strength and determination, the girl admits with a gentle smile that she did not expect such confidence and nobility in him. The hero, leaning closer and smiling seductively, whispers that there is an even more masculine side to him that she can experience, and her cheeks flush. Blushing and indignant, she pushes him away, saying that a couple of compliments would have been enough, and sheepishly calls him a pervert. The girl gently holds Han's hand and with slight surprise and warmth in her eyes asks why he is so determined and serious today. With a slight smile and a glint in his eye, Han explains that they dared to call his wife the source of the problems and he simply showed them their place. Against the backdrop of the glow, the lovers look into each other's eyes, and when she asks if he will stay with her if she becomes stubborn, Han promises to always be there. The camera pans up to reveal a panoramic view of a majestic building surrounded by greenery, its glass sparkling in the sunlight under a bright blue sky. The man looks at the building with brazen nonchalance, calling it simply a big house, and then remembers that the owner is his classmate and invites him to come over for a housewarming party. Looking at the skyscraper, they discuss that the apartments are only on the top floors, and the price is over 20,000 per meter, and the woman indignantly says that they were simply invited to show off. The enraged mother looks at Han with disdain and declares that she does not want to take the pathetic bag of garbage with her so as not to disgrace the family, and Sang-kyeon himself glares at her coldly, holding back his emotions. Guests enter a luxurious, spacious hall with high ceilings and elegant furniture, where a crowd has already gathered, and in the center is a majestic spiral staircase. The owner of the house, smiling sincerely and waving his hand, joyfully shouts, "Guys, Old Sue is here," filling the impressive mansion with a cozy atmosphere. Old Man Tang proudly boasts to his guests that fate has blessed him, because his son works in Quan Shui industry and earns $1 million a year. Han Sang-kyeon looks at the host with a slight sense of satisfaction, preparing for another game of masks, while the host turns to face the guest with an unclear expression on his face. With a smug smile, the owner hints to Lao Su that if their families had united earlier, Yingxia would have enjoyed this luxury long ago. But the chance was missed. Two mockers with shadowy faces maliciously mock the man, reminding him that his son-in-law is unemployed and lives at the expense of the family without giving him a penny. While the old friend and his company laugh shamelessly, the parents stand aside with their heads down, depressed and completely disgraced. A shadow of anger and shame appears on the parents' faces, because the offensive words humiliated their position in front of everyone gathered in the hall. The girl, Having gathered all her composure, casts a withering glance, outraged by the cynical ridicule of old friends who know no limits in humiliation. Standing quietly in the rays of light, Sankyan reveals the secret of their new house under renovation, and his smile shocks everyone who did not expect such a turn of events. With cold politeness and a slight smile, Han promises to invite the owner to a housewarming party, transparently hinting at the scale of the changes in their lives. Yingxia's eyes widened in surprise, internally freezing from the unexpected news about the house, which changed her entire understanding of Han Sanqiang. An enraged woman with a distorted face yells at Han, accusing him of remaining silent and muttering that no one will respect him if he doesn't learn to defend himself. Keeping his cool, Sankyan explains that he bought the house a long time ago and was just waiting for the right moment, and with a smile, invites Uncle Tang to visit on the 15th. Old Man Tang stands in the center of the group, his face frozen, trying to maintain his dignity as the tension around him crushes him like an icy wave of silence. And Han Sanqian and his wife stood calmly in front of the owner, while in Tan's mind, anger was brewing. A guy from a simple family, so he was bragging. Finally, he smiles tensely and promises to come on the 15th of next month, changing the subject and inviting the guests to move on. The jeers from the crowd intensify as several people ask pointed questions about the new house. Pretending to be friendly but with cold irony, the girl's parents stand as if petrified by shame and anxiety, their eyes downcast under the weight of condemning silence and doubts about their own situation. With his arms crossed, Sankyan says with cold confidence and a slight smile that no one will be disappointed, like a captain who sees the storm ahead, two young people are running along the highway among green forests and mountains, enjoying the fresh air and the beauty of nature, as if forgetting about everything in the world. Incha's gaze stops at the construction site of a luxurious villa at the very foot of the mountain, and surprise and slight curiosity flash in her eyes. Standing nearby, a girl, putting her finger to her chin, asks in surprise why construction began only now and not immediately after the purchase. The guy smiles reservedly and suggests that perhaps someone just wanted to move quickly, but she responds with a surprised look and remains silent. Suddenly, her expression changes and she says in a slightly embarrassed tone that her mother didn't behave very well yesterday. Standing against the backdrop of a spacious body of water, she sincerely asks for forgiveness, trying to smooth over her guilt and restore her lost peace. Pressing her hand to her chest in excitement, she tries to continue, starting with yesterday, in front of Chung, but falls silent before finishing. The guy with the piercing gaze interrupts her and confidently says that he knows everything. She did it for them, although he adds an uncertain but. The girl remembers her mother's humiliating words about her husband and their relationship, and with a heavy sigh, she lowers her eyes in silent bitterness. Putting his hands on her hips, he pulls her closer and asks why she is apologizing this morning, since he has become accustomed to this over the past 3 years. Moving even closer to her face, he adds with confidence that he did not lie about the house. He really did buy it. Overjoyed as a child, the girl with wide eyes asks in delight if this is true. Pointing his finger to the side, he says that it has the best view of the sky and nature, and she will be able to see it every day. Hugging her, he confidently points his hand towards their future home, as if marking the beginning of a new stage in life. Looking at the construction site, he proudly declares that this villa will become their new home. The huge panoramic windows and cozy interior of the house are filled with bright mountain sunlight. With eyes wide open in surprise, Incha stands, unable to utter a word. Frowning, the woman says in a displeased tone that she did not expect such bragging, and who would believe such nonsense. The girl quickly turns around and runs away down the mountain road, saying that she still needs to go shopping, and the guy replies that he is not lying to her about the house. With a warm sparkle in his eyes, he adds that on the 15th, she will see everything for herself, and he sincerely hopes that she will definitely like everything. At the checkpoint, a guard with a yellow badge and a folder in his hands heads towards a white car, clearly intending to say something. Coming closer, he raises his pointer and in a stern voice declares that the car is not registered and further passage is impossible. The guy scratches the back of his head and admits with a smile that if it weren't for the security guard, he himself wouldn't have remembered this formality. Their attention is drawn to a loud sound from behind. Someone honks sharply, clearly expressing dissatisfaction with the current situation. There are two young people sitting in a luxurious red car, and the driver asks in an impudent tone, "What kind of wreck is trying to get into Yunding Shan?" There is a loud sound of footsteps as someone gets out of a car, and the tension in the air begins to rise rapidly. The morning sun's rays illuminate two cars, between whose drivers there seems to be a misunderstanding with a clear hint of aggression. Shao Kong and his companion tower over the guard, demonstrating superiority, while he tries to settle things with words, assuring that the guy will leave now. Unable to contain himself, the young man bursts into a scream, not understanding how this pathetic machine dared to block his way to the villa. Han calmly tells Shao that he crashed into his car and now has to compensate for the damage. Pointing his finger at the young man, the impudent fellow angrily shouts that one word from him, and he will be banned from entering the villa forever. And the damaged car is nothing. Han's confident gaze and ironic smile send a chill through the air as he calmly states that if he were to name the owner of the district, he would not believe him. Bursting out in laughter, the red-haired guy mockingly throws out that if Han is the master, then he himself is the head of the Dark City. Han pressed his lips into a thin, almost mocking smile and stared ahead intently, as if preparing for a decision. The security guard, sweating from anxiety, justifies himself by saying that he was not warned about the arrival and asks the young man to leave, to which he nods in agreement. The white car pulls neatly to the side of the road, while the red one roars ahead, leaving a trail of dust and contempt. The driver of the red car gives the middle finger and mockingly says that a good dog should know when to give way. The security guard watches as the sports car approaches the barrier, while the Audi waits to the side of the road. Suddenly, the radio comes to life. The guard quickly brings it to his ear and anxiously asks again what happened. Turning around at the sound of the shouts, Han hears the guard excitedly say that he will let him through immediately, on orders from his superior. Quickly running up to the young man, the officer shouts out that the captain has conveyed to Mr. Han that he is allowed to pass without any obstacles. With a smug smile, the guy says that this is just wonderful, as if he knew from the very beginning how it would all end. Bowing low at the driver's window, the guard sincerely apologizes for the misunderstanding and delay, trying to make amends for his offense. Raising his hand in acceptance of the apology, Han calmly assures the guard that everything is fine and that he acted strictly according to instructions. Holding his cap, the guard can't believe that this guy bought the villa for 100 million, and wonders how Master King will react to this. A red car rushes past the villa, where one can hear a conversation about how it is the most expensive building in Yuncheng, with a view worth 100 million. The blue-haired girl, clinging to the guy, whispers with admiration what a magical place it is, and he replies that his villa is also nothing special, and that is where they are heading. The girl sits on his lap and they merge in a passionate kiss, as if the whole world had disappeared for a moment, leaving only the two of them. Their kiss is interrupted by a sharp shout of reproach about how they dared to enter someone else's territory without permission, and the impudence to call it their own. Han leans proudly against his car, looking at them with a cold, disdainful gaze that contains no trace of doubt. With his hands behind his back and standing against the backdrop of a luxurious villa, he proudly declares that he is its rightful owner. Dumbfounded with shock, the red-haired guy stutters and asks again if he really is the owner of this incredible villa. With an awkward smile, he doesn't believe that you can buy a villa for 100 million with a broken Audi, and asks not to make a fool out of him. In a serious voice, Han declares that this villa has its own rules, and everyone who comes here is obliged to follow them without question. The impudent man's eyes widen. He is completely confused and does not understand how anyone can believe such a thing. Jumping out of the car, Kong shouts loudly that just because the villa is being renovated does not mean that you can pretend to be its owner, and adds that you can't intimidate him. Grabbing Tanya by the shirt, he attacks him with fury, calling him a nobody and not holding back the anger raging inside. Someone's stern shout demanding that they stop makes them turn sharply towards the source of the sound. 3 uniformed guards quickly approach them, sternly asking what they are doing here and who allowed them to enter. The red-haired guy begins to hastily justify himself to Captain Yan, saying that it was Han who caught up with them and began to boast that he was the owner of the villa. The elder's stern gaze literally pressed the young man to the ground, forcing everyone to fall silent in a second. As if the air had become heavy, his eyes widened at that moment, as if he realized something terrible and unexpected, which made his heart pound. The captain suddenly bowed to Han and said that whoever dared to enter his private territory would be punished immediately, and asked if he had been harmed. Kong, filled with rage, screams at the top of his lungs about what is going on here. Pointing his finger at the guy, he again remembers the old Audi and declares that he cannot believe that such a person is the owner of the villa. A sly smile appears on Han's face, and he calmly says that if he is not the master, then perhaps it is Kong. The captain recognizes the guy as one of the heirs of the Kong family, and coldly remarks that their family has lived here for a long time, and such rules should have been learned long ago. Security lines up behind the guy, and fear fills him inside, because the villa belongs to Tan, one of the richest people in Yuncheng. His thoughts freeze in panic. He remembers how he humiliated the guy and broke into his territory, and again wonders what he should do now. His eyes fill with anxious determination as he sees only one way out of the situation that is tightening like a noose around his neck. The red-haired youth falls to his knees before Han and begs him to forgive him for his insolence and reckless behavior. The face of the man, pale with horror, seized by two guards in black caps, is distorted by despair and fear of inevitable punishment, despite his pleas for mercy. A tense scene unfolds in front of the sports car. The detainee is led away. The police captain watches with cold calm, and Han Sanqian stands silently to the side, letting everything go its own way. Maintaining a composed smile, Han Sanqian calmly asks the captain to let the poor man go, calling the incident an unfortunate misunderstanding, causing surprise and a change in the atmosphere. One of the guards, glaring darkly from under his cap, agrees to fulfill Mr. Han's request and gives the order to release the detainee, hinting that he was unusually lucky today. Frightened beyond belief and still shocked by his unexpected freedom, Kun Wu stared at Han with a confused look, not knowing how to express his gratitude and relief. Barely freed, Kun Wu, moved to tears, rushes to hug Han, thanks him for saving him, and whispers the number, while Han asks him to unstick himself first. With the sun shining on the majestic mansion as a backdrop, Sanqian's mother once again reminds him of the importance of Su's dinner, and his tired daughter assures him that he understands. The blonde man smiles smugly and praises Su Yingxia for her work with Qianshu, admitting that he didn't expect her to be so talented, while she and Han listen in silence. Face to face, with a spark of tension in her eyes, Inxia makes a caustic comment with an icy smile, and her interlocutor confidently declares that he will still be the leader. The blonde's gloating smile gives him away when he falsely hints to Yingxia that buying an expensive car is a strange move for a newbie. A sidelong glance and a feigned soft voice accompany the implicit threat when he asks if she's afraid her grandmother will find out about her risk. Maintaining a cool composure, Song Yingxia confidently replies that Grandma has every right to check everything and make her decision without pressure. The entire Su family is gathered around a long ceremonial table, and in the center, silently watching the growing tension, sits the grandmother. Intervening in the conversation with a fake smile, the blonde cynically hints that the Yingxia family bought 2 cars in a few days, and the woman in red sarcastically adds that her position is apparently generously paid. Grandma's reaction is immediate. With cold suspicion, she asks if it's true that Inxia bought 2 cars, and the decisive moment can be felt in her gaze. Looking forward seriously, the girl calmly replies that 1 car belongs to her father and the other to Han, who picks her up from work. Smiling slyly, the guy with yellow hair sarcastically notes that buying an Audi A6 just for commuting from work is clearly overkill and wasteful. Indignant, with a determined expression on her face, Inxia firmly declares to her grandmother that she bought the car with her own money and not at the company's expense. Smiling smugly, the blonde man dismissively remarks that her words won't convince even a 3-year-old child. And the woman next to him sarcastically adds that such a family can't afford a $1 million car. As tensions mount, the 2 relatives whisper contemptuously, outraged that Grandma forgives Su Yingxia for buying a car, which they believe is unreliable and violates the family values. Smiling ominously, the man tells his grandmother another incriminating fact besides the car. Inxia is going to move to a new house on the 15th of next month. With a cold glint in her eyes and a reserved tone, Su Yingxia calmly looks at her opponents and asks a question that makes them wonder about the strange coincidence. Dark figures with grim faces lash out at her with accusations of greed and extravagance, hinting that she will ruin the company if she is not stopped in time. In anger, the grandmother slammed her palm on the table, raised her voice, and demanded that Su Yingxia immediately and clearly explain all the accusations made. With her arms crossed and her expression cool, Su Yingxia states that she has not used a single penny of the company's funds for herself, and all documents can be verified. Sitting in the place of honor in the center of the room, Su Yingxia discreetly offers to bring the account book, hinting that she has something to prove her case. Approaching her opponents and looking them straight in the eye, she coldly asks if they have the courage to engage in open combat with her. Exploding with indignation, the opponent points his finger at her with fury and shouts as if her behavior has long since crossed the boundaries of common sense. With his face twisted in anger, He accuses Su Yingxia of lying, claiming that a poor family has no way to afford cars and an expensive house. Han Sanqian, with his head held high and calm confidence, declares that everything was bought with his money, sarcastically asking who this bothers. The arrogant relative bursts into loud laughter and mocks Han, while the woman in red sarcastically adds that he has become even more stupid than he was. In the shadows of the conversation, several voices laughed evilly, accusing Su Yingxia of being wasteful and of using Han as a ridiculous mask. In the midst of the argument, with rage in her voice, the mother shouts towards Han, demanding that he shut up and indignantly asking who gave him the right to speak. With a grin bordering on mockery, the blonde calls Han Sanqian a pathetic imposter and advises Aunt Lan not to waste her time on the fake rich man, while Han himself stands silently with a mysterious expression. Han's calm, penetrating gaze pierces his opponent, and with an ironic smile he parries, "This very imposter is you in my eyes." An enraged blonde man with a distorted face and clenched fists rushes at Han, shouting how a beggar can laugh at him. Flaring up in impotent rage, Han Sanqian looks down at him with a cold smile as he grabs his collar, mockingly saying that this is not even an opponent, but a pathetic weakling. Blinded by anger, the blonde man, with a grimace of hatred, clenches his fist, grabs his collar, and tries to scream. But the words get stuck in his throat from impotence. Suddenly, an elderly man's commanding voice is heard, ordering Hai Chao to stop immediately and return to his place, putting an end to the shameful scene. The next second, stunned and embarrassed, he unclenches his fingers under Sanqianya's calm but devastating gaze, as if everything is under his control. Hai, with a tense face and a cry of accusation, shouts to his grandmother that Inxia has appropriated a large sum of money and demands that she be punished. Otherwise, there will be chaos. The elderly woman angrily bangs on the table and orders him to shut up, contemptuously throwing out that she herself knows about other people's affairs and will get books to find out the truth. A grim man in a suit and a woman in red stand in silence, anxiously watching the scene in which tension hangs in the air like a thunderstorm. Tired of everything, the grandmother silently and proudly heads for the door, throwing the last phrase, "Eat and go away," to the gloomy man, finishing the poisonous dinner. Outraged beyond measure, the blonde man and the lady in red accuse Su Yingxia of nearly causing her grandmother's death with her treacherous actions, making her appear to be a ruthless schemer. Conspiring in the darkness, the pair ominously whisper about the need to eliminate Yingxia as soon as possible, and the woman coldly vows to return next month to destroy her reputation. One of the relatives asks with concern in his voice why Guo hid the news about the new house, and he remains silent in confusion, unable to find the words to explain. The man, with a forced smile and a sly look, suspiciously asks if Guo really wasn't even going to invite them over, clearly looking for a reason to reproach them. The dark figures of relatives with sly smiles sarcastically offer to congratulate Guo on his purchase, emphasizing that he has finally gotten out of his shack and demand to see the new house. A sullen, gray-haired man in black, with his head down, admits with pain in his voice that he cannot say where the new house is, as if he is burdened not only by the pressure, but also by his own conscience. In a room full of hidden tension, a man in a gray suit with a sly smile mockingly asks about the secret, and his companions grin grimly, hinting that they intend to arrive early and look where ordinary cars do not go. Leaning forward slightly with a smug smile, Han Sanqian mysteriously remarks that they will be picked up at the right time, and then everything's secret will become clear, while his assistant nervously lowers his gaze, avoiding eye contact. With an icy grin and a piercing gaze that seemed to read minds, Han Sanqian raised an eyebrow and calmly asked who exactly they were trying to intimidate by playing on the enemy's nerves. A man in a formal suit with an ironic grin doubts the existence of Sanqian's new house, pretending to invite her grandmother as well, hiding poisonous hints under a mask of politeness. He glances at Yingxia and asks if it's true, and she looks back silently with a shadow of shame on her face, not knowing what to say. The man looks at her with a piercing gaze, noting that only rich families can live in Mountain Alley, and he doubts whether his family is capable of such a purchase. The mother, standing straight and leaning on her hand, can hardly contain her emotions, as if she could burst into screams at any moment. In a fit of rage, she rushes at the young man and angrily asks when he will finally be able to shut his mouth at least once. He says calmly and reservedly that he just wanted to invite his grandmother, but if she doesn't come, she will regret it very soon. The man with the icy gaze adds that the invitation is necessary, but anyone who refuses should think twice. The house is filled with rage and anger, The clay vessel falls to the floor and breaks with a crash into dozens of small, sharp pieces. Beside herself with rage, the mother throws everything around and takes it out on Han, asking if he is happy with himself today and why he can't keep his mouth shut at least sometimes. With a look burning with anger, she sharply advises him to remain silent, because then, perhaps, at least he will not be considered a complete idiot. Pointing her finger at him, she bitterly admits that she was just planning to rent the house to deceive Tang Chen. But now, because of him, everyone thinks they bought it. Turning to her daughter, she issues an ultimatum. If she does not divorce him, she can consider that she no longer has a mother. The girl, with her head down, stands in a daze, not believing what she just heard from the lips of the woman closest to her. Standing up for her husband, she starts screaming and throws it in her mother's face that it was her choice to marry him, and she will not live by someone else's will. Hearing these words, Han broke into a warm smile, while his mother, on the contrary, was beside herself with despair and rage, unable to contain her emotions. Her eyes are bloodshot, and she throws the young man out of the house at the top of her voice, declaring that she no longer wants to see him within these walls. Insha, trying to justify herself, explains that everything said today is true, and they really bought the car with Han's money. The shocked parents sink onto the sofa in complete shock, stumbling and asking again, not understanding what she just told them. A wave of rage again grips the woman, and she accuses her daughter of lying and tells the guy to urgently rent a house no matter what the cost. The young man just stands silently in the shadow of his own thoughts, listening to a barrage of reproaches and accusations from his parents. The bright sun shines over the facade of the high-rise, shiny, new, and grand, while someone's surprised voice asks why he was invited to dinner and if this is a special day. At a cozy restaurant table, where the warm light evokes a sense of foreboding, Han Sanqian serves food to Inse with a smile and leans closer, inviting her to see their new home on the 15th. Looking tired and a little irritated, the girl rests her cheek on her hand and asks directly where the promised house is, because her parents are already losing patience, and Sanqian himself is clearly in no hurry to answer. Rising from his chair, he reminds her that he has already shown her the villa, to which she asks doubtfully whether he meant that very mountain valley. Crossing her arms and steeling herself, she looks at him suspiciously and accuses him of deception, reminding him that her family and her father's school friends will gather at the house tomorrow. With a faint smile on her lips, Han Sanqian closes her eyes and confidently asserts that he is telling the pure truth, despite all her doubts. Holding out a glass of wine with a sly grin, he seems to be jokingly hinting that the only problem here is her mistrust, and not his sincerity. Xu Yingxia, looking to the side in surprise with a glass in her hand, notices someone in the crowd and asks in confusion if it is really the same Xu Yingxia who just appeared. With a sly smile on his lips and a look that conceals secret intentions, Tang Long suddenly turns to his acquaintance, emphasizing the apparent coincidence of the meeting. Just when the evening seemed calm, Tang Long and his striking companion proudly enter the restaurant, and he boldly addresses the girl at the table, who turns her head in confusion. Looking at the new arrival, the girl presses her lips together and whispers anxiously that this is Tang Long, Tang Chenyu's son, adding that meeting him does not bode well. The blonde beauty turns to Insa with a smug grin and a haughty look, frivolously asking who she is, as if preparing the ground for some caustic remarks. Hugging his hand with a loving glint in her eyes, Linda theatrically thanks fate for not ending up with Tang Long, praising him in front of Xu Yingxia, who sarcastically puffs out her cheek at the whole performance. Tang Long, with false modesty and an ironic glint in his eyes, answers his companion, as if humiliating himself in jest, but subtly hinting at his wealth, and Xu Yingxia's thoughts hover above them like a cloud of mockery. Han Sanqian stands calmly at the table with a glass in his hand, while Tang Long hints at his humble origins from Cloud City with a smug smile, and Xu Yingxia watches the situation warily. Keeping his cool and confident, Han Sanqian confirms his identity with a slight smile, jokingly mentioning that he forgot his pen to sign, thus ironically parrying the arrogant attack. Tang Long, with a disdainful expression, calls Han Sanqian Yuncheng's first worthless son-in-law and pretends to admire his ability to still show himself in public after being humiliated. With a blaze of determination, Yingxia commandingly demands that Tang Long immediately stop interfering with their evening and disappear from the scene, while Han Sanqian stands silently and confidently by her side, supporting her. An enraged Tang Long throws a contemptuous accusation at Yingxi, condemning her for being in the company of scum. but she proudly and defiantly declares that she is not ashamed of her beloved and is proud of her choice. Taking a step back but still maintaining his smug smile, Tang Long warns Yingxiu that he is now working at the Qingshui mansion and will soon have a chance to settle scores with her, hinting at the upcoming confrontation. With his face twisted into a malicious grin and his gaze blazing with malice, Tang Long leaned forward and hissed menacingly that if he was angered, the Su family could forget about any future cooperation. Continuing his attack, he approaches the girl and with a dark laugh declares that sooner or later she will have to beg him for help, not hiding his arrogance. In his inner voice, full of contempt, Tang Long thought that this guy came here at Rong Liang's invitation, but instead of luck, he would very soon meet his doom here. With a disdainful grin and a cold gaze, Sanqian stands with his arms crossed over his chest. As if he was tired of the pathetic threats of an opponent he had long since stopped taking seriously. Yingxia, with unwavering determination and a commanding posture, seizes the initiative, abruptly interrupts Tan and orders him to get lost, tired of his stupid attacks and impudent rudeness. Enraged beyond measure and humiliated by her directness, Tang Long explodes into a scream, but finds no words other than an indignant "you" that hangs in the air as a sign of his impotence. With a smug smile, Tang Long demonstratively leaves, hugging his companion, and deliberately promises to visit Yingxi's new house tomorrow with a special gift, clearly hinting at his wealth. With cold calm and a slight mockery, Yingxia replies that she didn't actually invite him, but if he wants to spoil his mood so much, she doesn't mind. Stunned and angry, Tang Long freezes with a red face, shocked by her blunt disdain that completely destroys his self-confidence. With a smile full of arrogance, Tang Long ironically throws out that he hopes to see an elevator in their new house, because his girlfriend does not like to walk up the stairs, thereby trying to humiliate the standard of Yingxi's housing. The couple, not hiding their self-satisfaction, laugh loudly as they say goodbye and throw out a final phrase about meeting tomorrow, leaving behind a trail of mocking self-confidence that irritates everyone around them even more. Unable to bear the impudence, Incha, with clenched fists, bursts into a scream in anger, not hiding either her shame or her disgust at his impudence. Han Sanqian, with gentle assurance, reassures Yingxiu, who subduedly hides her irritation at the news that Tang Long is now working at the Qingshui mansion, promising that she will be safe with him around. Trying to contain her emotions, Yingxia asks Sanqian about the new house, hoping that it is better than the one Tang Chenyu gave her father, and with a tense intonation asks if there is an elevator. Unable to bear the suffocating presence of the smug Tang Long any longer, Yingxia confesses to Sanqian with heartbreaking sincerity that she no longer wants to see his arrogant face or endure the humiliation that this man brings into her life again. Sanqian gently supports Yingxiu and promises to show her the house after dinner, so that everyone can see that everything has changed now. The white car raced along the mountain road, and Han Sanqian's scream rent the air, like a harbinger of a fateful turn of events. Yingxia anxiously asks where they are going, but Sanqian, with a smile and silent confidence, leads them into tomorrow. With a slight smile, Han says that they are heading to a new house, everything is ready, all that remains is to cross the threshold. A picturesque landscape and the gates of a mansion flash outside the window. A guard shouts that entry is prohibited, and Yingxia asks Han to stop. Coming out to the car, the security guard in a snow-white shirt demands that you turn around, not suspecting who is sitting behind the wheel, the guest or the owner. Against the backdrop of a bright day, a shiny white car pulls up at the barrier, contrasting with the simple and anxiously wary security guard. With bitterness and internal protest, the girl rips off her seatbelt and turns sharply to Han, unable to contain the accumulated humiliation. Her eyes are burning with determination and resentment, looking forward, as if she is trying to figure out whether it is worth going further along this unknown path. Meanwhile, the guard at the barrier salutes solemnly, as if greeting not a guest but a host worthy of exceptional respect. Her eyes widen in sudden surprise as her consciousness is confronted with a reality that has disrupted the usual order of things. Inside, she leans forward with distrust, pointing at the barrier, while outside the window the guard is already gesturing for entry. Her amazement turns into real shock when she realizes that they were let in without a single question, as if opening the doors to a forbidden world. She looks at Han with suspicion and a wrinkle on her forehead, and he, smiling with a drop of sweat, evades the answer, as if it was all an accident. In front of them rises a modern building in warm tones, flooded with sun and radiating a luxury available only to a select few. Leaning out of the car, Han gallantly opens the door, inviting her to get out as the car comes to a stop at the sunlit driveway. With a good-natured smile, Han opens the door and looks at her as if to say, "Now you are safe. We are where I belong." She, remaining in the car, turns her head towards him with slight surprise and a warm look, as if her faith in him had changed forever. Having briefly remembered the closed nature of each villa in the elite zone, she feels anxious because without permission one cannot get in here and all this is strange. With a soft smile and an enigmatic glint in his eyes, Han leans toward her, exuding the calm confidence of someone who knows exactly what he's doing. Getting out of the car, she freezes in amazement, looking at the luxurious building in front of her, not believing that this is not a dream, but real reality. Shock, confusion, and admiration are intertwined in her gaze, because she still does not believe that this villa is now a part of their life. With a kind smile and a confident look, Han hands her the keys, as if wanting her hand to open the doors to a new life. Standing in front of the massive door in the soft light, they freeze in silence, Han calm and she hesitant, afraid that this is all just a mirage. Holding the keys with anxiety and doubt, she looks at the door, and in her eyes there is a mixture of fear of being deceived and timid faith in a miracle. From the side, Han Sang-kyun watches her with a warm smile and a look full of confidence of a person who has nothing to hide. Her hand, with excitement and distrust, slowly inserts the key into the lock, as if every movement decides the fate of her faith in the impossible. Her face lights up with amazement as the lock clicks and the door opens easily, as if letting her into a new life she was afraid to believe in. The doors swing open and the couple discovers a luxurious space of the villa, where every detail silently speaks of the status of its owner. Standing in Han's arms, she looks at the interior with a shocked look, and he hugs her with pride and tenderness, as if saying this is their home. A wedding portrait sparkles on the wall, where the couple in formal attire are frozen in a moment that symbolizes their union and the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. As tears well up in her eyes, Insha looks at the photo with trepidation and no longer doubts that he kept it as proof of his sincerity. Clenching her fist around the memory, Insha recalls how 3 years ago her grandfather forced them to take this photo, which she then took with pain and reluctance. With a warm smile, Han admits that he never thought of getting rid of that photo, because for him it became a symbol of their true connection. But suddenly her expression changed. She insistently asked Han to take down the portrait, shouting with a trembling voice, "Han Sang-kyun, take it away!" Han says with a serious expression that this photo should have been hanging in the house 3 years ago, but all this time it has just been gathering dust in the closet. She comes closer and asks with pain in her voice if he sees her truly happy face, full of joy, in this portrait. With tears in her eyes, Yingxia asks with a trembling voice why Han Sang-kyun still treats her with warmth despite the years that have passed. Han Sang-kyun looks at her with a soft smile and sincerely replies that he does this because she is his wife and it simply cannot be any other way. Unable to bear it any longer, she throws herself into his arms, crying out his name with the tenderness and gratitude that has lived deep in her heart for years. Falling on Han, Yingxia covers him with herself. Looking away, he angrily demands that he remove the photo, which he no longer wants to see in their shared home. With tears in her eyes, she asks Han to take down the old photo, because she wants to leave the past behind and take a new photo with real happiness. Unable to contain her overwhelming emotions, Yingxia tenderly kisses Han, their faces merging in a single burst of love, trust, and the beginning of a completely new chapter. With her eyes wide open, full of brilliance and surprise, Yingxia freezes in Han's arms, feeling her heart beat in unison with her sudden exclamation. Trembling with excitement and internal struggle, Insha admits to herself that she can no longer resist, clenches her fist to her chest, and lowers her gaze with tenderness. In a moment of trembling surprise, Yingxia suddenly opens her eyes when her face is close to Han's, and the whole world freezes at this touch. Stunned and confused by her own feelings, she only now realizes the closeness of their bodies, and Han calmly watches her, as if waiting for her to make a move. With a face full of warmth and inner struggle, Yingxia looks at Han Sang-kyun, trying to cope with the feelings she had hidden inside for so long. With a gentle smile and shining eyes, Han admits that this kiss was his first, as if making the moment even more meaningful. Embarrassed and a little confused, Insha voiced her thoughts that this was her first kiss too. Without taking her eyes off his, smiling confidently, Han Sang-kyun leans towards his wife and with a mischievous glint in his eyes, asks if it's time for them to spend their first night together. Waking up from the shock, the girl angrily exclaims, "Scoundrel!" and with comical fury pushes him away with her foot, leaving the poor guy at a loss. Running from the room, the girl with a burning heart and confused thoughts rushes down the corridor, leaving Han behind in complete amazement. His fingers tap softly on the door, filling the tense silence with warmth and patience, as if by his very tenderness asking her to come out to meet him. Approaching the door behind which his wife is hiding, Han taps his fingers with a smile and playfully asks if she would like to see the new house. Leaning against the bathroom door, she silently swallows her embarrassment and tries to pull herself together, feeling her heart pounding wildly with excitement and doubt. Ashamed of her own impulsiveness, she lowers her eyes in annoyance, angry at herself for not waiting for his move and taking everything into her own hands. Standing in front of the mirror with anxiety in her eyes, the girl sadly thinks that this moment destroyed her image in his eyes and will remain with him forever. Han, standing at the door with a cheeky grin, can't help but mock and ask about the lipstick that was clearly left on his lips after the kiss. All embarrassed and awkward, she turns away and mumbles uncertainly that the lipstick is really good, hiding her inner excitement. Covering her face with her hand and looking down, she angrily whispers to herself that this scoundrel is just making fun of her, and she herself is burning with shame and powerlessness. Seeing her mother's name on the screen, calling at the most inopportune moment, Insia shudders. Her brief peace is about to collapse, but instead of understanding, an angry cry is heard on the phone. The mother demands that he return immediately, frightening him that Han will sleep on the street if they are late. Standing in the toilet with the phone to her ear, she quickly makes excuses about overtime and promises that she and Han will be there any minute. Clutching the phone tightly, she decides not to tell her mother the truth, planning a surprise with a spark of anger and a determination to turn everything upside down. With a sense of awakening will, Insha says with a shadow of a smile that it is time to put those who laughed at them in their place. Walking out of the toilet with her back straight, she leaves doubts at the door, and her silhouette against the tower seems to declare revenge. 3 smug people are discussing on the street whether Sanqian's new house will be next to Lao Tang's mansion, where everyone has gathered. One of the men pursed his lips in disdain, outraged that such a worthless guy like Su Guyu dared to buy a house in an elite neighborhood. Looking at the tower with hatred, he mockingly humiliates Guyu, calling him trash, unworthy of even the respect of his own family. With a mocking expression on his face, the son promises his father to sort this out quickly, because, in his opinion, it is unacceptable for them to live next to people like Su Guyu. His father looks at him sternly and warns him that even if you earn millions, you shouldn't throw money away without thinking. A self-confident Tang Long accepts praise from guests who smile and admit that if they had a son like him, they would be happy parents. With a theatrical gesture, Lan Tang raises his hand and announces that he has changed companies and will soon arrange a general celebration once everything is settled. In the rapt crowd, 2 chibi-style listeners exclaim whether it is possible to change jobs and earn millions. Barely managing to contain their surprise, standing in front of a glittering mansion with rose-colored flower beds, Lan Tang loudly declares that he now serves at the Qinshi Manor, causing the crowd to laugh. With a smug smile, Lan points to the luxurious villa and boasts that it is a branch of the company of the richest Han family in Yanqing. A wave of surprise and envy rises in the crowd. Everyone is shocked that the Han family is doing business in their city, dreaming of living next to Lan. A car slowly drives up, and those standing on the sidewalk look towards it with bated breath, expecting something unexpected. A man in a suit with a fiery gaze looks at the bus in amazement, while his son looks behind him, not understanding what is happening. The silver-haired butler, with glasses, politely announces that the bus is heading to Mr. Han's house, inviting everyone with impeccable grace. A man in a blue suit screams in despair, not believing that a bus with a personal guide, inaccessible to ordinary people, has been prepared for Han. 2 arrogant men in suits haughtily wonder if Insha can afford such a bus, deciding that she is too new for such show-offs. The elder anxiously asks again whether Su Guyu's new house is really better than theirs, and the son assures him that it is the most luxurious in all of Cloud City, except for the mountain villas. Against the backdrop of an elegant facade with panoramic windows, a guide in a formal suit appears and gestures to invite guests to enter Villa Su. Opening the way to luxury, something so unexpected appears before the stunned guests that the man in glasses widens his eyes and his voice drops to a trembling whisper, while the others are lost in shock. The guest's gaze opens to the spacious territory of the Su family's villa, to which a sparkling bus slowly drives up. The driver smiles and says that Mr. Han has instructed him to take the guests to the villa and politely asks everyone to come inside. One of the men asks Gulin where Su Guyao bought the house and bus. to which he remarks that she cannot afford it, and everyone thinks about theft from the budget. Lighting a cigarette, the purple-haired man suggests that the property department may have sent a bus ahead of time to avoid congestion. The blonde man, seething with rage, can't believe that this couple can actually afford to live among elite mountain villas. The gorgeous lady in red mockingly asks if he has figured out how to stop Ying-Shu, adding that this has all gone too far. Looking intently ahead, he gives a confident answer, explaining that he has returned to the company and now she will not be able to extract money from her. Frowning, he sternly says that he needs help and demands frankness so that no one will complain later if there are problems. Suddenly, the passengers notice something outside the window and exclaim, pointing their fingers, causing the young man to reflexively look forward. One of the passengers points through the glass and asks if this is the road to Mount Yanding, doubting whether they are even being taken there. A gray-haired man with glasses asks if they didn't know they were driving through the territory of Yandingshan Mountain, hinting at a special place. Hearing this, everyone starts shouting in alarm, and someone from the first rows already asked the driver if this is true. The confused passenger asks if they are on the wrong bus, but the driver calmly replies that they are all from the Su family and are going to see Mr. Han. Interrupting questions about Han Sankyang, he abruptly orders the passenger to return to his seat and buckle up, making it clear who is in charge. The luxurious villa sparkles in the sunlight, immersed in the mountains, and admiring exclamations are heard from the bus. No one dreamed of getting here. The men voice the sum of 100 million and immediately add that this is the most expensive housing in the entire Cloud City. In their imagination, a huge ghostly silhouette rises above the villa, scattering money, as if demonstrating immeasurable wealth. The girl in red asks the blonde man in bewilderment why they were brought here, and he suggests that it could be a trap from Insi. In a serious tone, he states that he knows the rules, this is private territory, and they can be accused of trespassing. Hearing this, the girl hurriedly tells everyone to get out of here as quickly as possible, because even the management department can't help here. Grabbing his hand, she again demands that he leave, and the guy furiously says that this damn Insha almost killed him. Suddenly, the blonde's eyes widen and his gaze becomes numb, as if he saw something terrible right in front of him. A painfully familiar car drives past them, and the whole company freezes in place, not believing their own eyes. The car door opens smoothly, and Han and Insei emerge, followed by their parents from the back seat. Approaching the couple, the hero extends his hand with a smug smile and reluctantly asks if they are going to return. His eyes flash with merriment, and in a light tone he suggests that they come inside and sit down, since the guests are standing at the threshold. The frightened blonde grabs the young man by the collar and, screaming, demands to explain what he is doing and whether he wants them to be killed. The girl in red pointed her finger at Inshu and indignantly asked why she brought them here, knowing that they could be seriously punished for this. Han abruptly rips the blonde's hand from his jacket and squeezes it in the air, causing the guy to grit his teeth and frown. Still holding his wrist, Han asks Haichao with a grin if he's nervous because his house is clearly inferior to Han's villa. The blonde's face is distorted with rage, and he screams in panic that if his grandmother finds out about everything, he will definitely be in trouble. The man in the gray suit shouts at Su Guyao, asking what their family is going to do now. Insi's parents are surrounded by a crowd, loudly accusing them of not being able to live in peace and wanting to ruin the lives of others. Insha stands in the center of the crowd with her arms proudly crossed and declares that she is going home, asking how dare they humiliate her family. Burning with envy, the girl grins sarcastically upon hearing her words and whispers that there is no place for people like them in the mountain residence. Insha raises her hand with the keys high, and the one opposite her freezes in amazement, unable to contain her raging anger. With the key proudly clutched in her palm, Insha sarcastically remarks that if this house is not hers, then it probably belongs to that very girl. The woman approaches Insa with a sly smile and an arrogant tone, contemptuously ordering her to open the door, as if she does not recognize her as the mistress of the house. But Insa calmly and confidently looks into her eyes, as if she is about to put the impudent man in his place. Turning around decisively and coldly, the girl with a piercing gaze heads towards the door, leaving behind her furious rival, seething with impotence. Her fingers defiantly insert the key into the lock, the click of the mechanism a silent but final challenge. Throwing open the door with unshakable confidence, she utters a caustic, contemptuous phrase that cuts through the silence like a ray of resentment. The three guests watch in stunned silence as the doors open, slowly realizing that their confidence is crumbling before their eyes. The girl walks into her new house with a firm gait and ironically invites everyone to come into her modest dwelling. In despair and panic, the woman covers her mouth with her hand, unable to understand how this girl could afford such luxury, even on the scale of Chengxi's budget. All the guests stood there with their mouths open in shock and began to whisper to each other whether it was true that this new house belonged to Old Man Su. One man winced with rage and whispered through his teeth how the old man could have become rich and why he was so lucky to live in such luxury. The worried girl holds the arm of the young man, who frowns with displeasure, saying that he thought that Yingxiu's family was not respected at all. Staring at the guy with wide eyes, waiting for an answer, he muttered that perhaps the villa was simply borrowed from one of his friends for a while. The blonde shakes her head doubtfully and notes that not everyone has such rich friends, especially the unfortunate Su family. The red-haired man gritted his teeth in anger, mentally calculating that Han Sanqian might be a secret rich man. But then he corrected himself, because this guy is a well-known loser of Cloud City, and a villa for 100 million is beyond his means. Taking a look at the two happy girls enjoying their purchase, he dismissively remarks that Insha is just a silly girl who suddenly got lucky. Still watching the girls, he reluctantly admits that, no matter what, she will now really be living in a luxurious mountain villa. Memories and desires float through his head. He thought that, having gotten up, he would drag her into bed and twist her as he wanted, but everything didn't turn out according to his scenario. Now she's on top and lives in a house worth 100 million. The mother, with a kind smile, extends her hand and gestures for everyone to come inside to see the new apartment. The enraged man clenched his fist and shouted in rage that yes, they wanted to come in and see that damned 100 million villa. The red-haired woman asks Hai Chao with a sarcastic interest how Yingxia was able to afford such luxury real estate. The blonde, with a furrowed brow, mutters in response that he himself does not understand where she got so much money for such a purchase. In a fit of anger, he considers accusing her of theft, because he simply cannot imagine any other explanation for the purchase of the villa. Staring at Han, she adds that even if the entire Su family's income were added up, it would never amount to such a sum. The girl suggests that perhaps Han bought the house, and that he is actually rich, but Hai Chao brushes it off, since they would have noticed it in 3 years. She agrees and adds that a rich man would not have endured so many years of ridicule, humiliation, and complete contempt. One of the guests admires the design of the house, and the old man, stroking his beard, thanks him and says that, although it is simple, it is quite elegant. The enraged man could hardly contain himself when he heard the praise for Old Man Su's diligence in purchasing such a luxurious mansion. Insi's mother, crossing her arms over her chest, reproachfully reminds her brother that she was going to invite her grandmother, but he categorically refused. In a threatening tone, she adds that if her grandmother finds out and gets angry, she doesn't want to listen to accusations against her later. Suddenly, the brother grabs the girl's father by the shoulder, clearly intending to express all the discontent that had long been building up inside. Pointing his finger at Guiao's nose, he angrily asks if he really bought this villa himself, without anyone's help. Smiling and pointing at Old Man Su, he remembered how the villa was put up for auction and sold for a huge amount of money. It was unlikely that someone like him would buy it. The mother, pushing the impudent fellow away, angrily exclaimed that they had bought the villa with their own money, and asked if he needed the details of the deal. The blonde, looking into the eyes of Lan's mother, said that he knew their finances very well, and that this villa was beyond their means, even if they collected every penny. Standing behind, Han silently watches as his mother-in-law tries her best to defend the family's honor, making excuses to the mocking guests. The brother does not calm down and continues to accuse them of fraud because he cannot believe that the Su family can have so much money. The mother can't take it anymore, steps forward, and proudly shouts that their family is honest and law-abiding, and he has no right to say that. Two young people demand to know where such funds come from, but the parents remain silent, as if they don't hear, looking down at the floor. The blonde, rubbing his chin, brazenly suggests that Insi has a new man who pays for everything, and she pays for it with her body. Suddenly, from around the corner of the luxurious hall, a couple appeared. Han Sanqian in a dark suit and Yingxia in a strict white blouse and gray skirt, and everyone turned around in amazement. With a cold face and half-closed eyes, Han Sanqian looks forward, radiating a disdainful silence that hides a steely confidence. The mother, burning with anger and standing in defense of the family's honor, shouts at the impudent Su Hai Chao, demanding that he stop insulting her, and he only smirks in response. Smiling predatorily and running his fingers along his chin, Su Hai Chao, with a disdainful he, demands proof of the honest origin of her money. The gloomy woman casts a skeptical glance at the newcomers and quietly mutters about the annoying upstart, while Han and Yingxia stand proudly, paying no attention. With a sly smile, the woman crosses her arms and begins a revealing speech, assuring that she is not afraid to tell the truth, while Yingxia and Han remain silent behind. Straightening up abruptly and with triumph in her voice, she declares that all the money is Guy's inheritance from the old man, causing shock in the man in the suit. In desperation, Yingxia cries out to her mother, trying to stop her, while Sanqian closes his eyes with a slight smile, anticipating how the scene will unfold. The relatives raise a fuss, not believing that the father left an inheritance to Su Guyu because the old man died a long time ago, and everyone indignantly shouts about injustice. One of the men suggests that Su Gui might have found the old man's secret treasure, and his guess plunges the others into hesitant silence. Dark figures with glowing eyes surround Jinlan, demanding an explanation, because they are also the children of the deceased and consider themselves entitled to a share. Two impudent relatives with a predatory smile declare that they have the right to a part of the villa and demand that they be given a share, not hiding their greed. With anger and determination, the mother shouts that the money does not belong to them. The old man left them out of guilt for marrying Yingxiu to Sanqian. A strong and confident woman explains to the crowd that the old man ordered them not to touch the inheritance for 3 years, and her family honestly kept their word. Despite the skepticism, one of the men sternly says that the old man loves Su Gui more than anyone else, which is why he married Yingxiu to Sanqian for the sake of the family. One of the relatives leans forward with anger on his face and sharply asks how much money exactly the old man left, demanding an exact answer. The woman calmly raises her finger up, attracting everyone's attention because now she will make a confession that can change everything. With a smug smile, she raises her finger and loudly names the amount of the inheritance. A whole 100 million. Freezing in a dramatic pause. The relatives freeze in horror, their faces distorted with envy. The truth about the fantastic inheritance completely blows the minds of everyone present. Winking with a sly smile, the woman brazenly confirms the fiction, hinting that only such a legend could justify Su Guyao's villa. Standing in the spotlight, Han Sanqian silently watches as his relatives decide that the villa and cars are payment for 3 years of pain and patience. Looking up, Yingxia quietly addressed Sanqian, her voice filled with trepidation, as if something new and fragile had just awakened in her heart. Smiling smugly, the woman says with delight that she regrets that her mother did not come, because she would have been delighted with the luxury of a life worth 100 million. The man, with pursed lips and a displeased look, admits that he also wants to please his mother and regain his right to vote in their family. While everyone is raptly following the drama, one of the relatives suddenly announces that he is going to the toilet, but in fact, he is planning something secretive. The woman, with a sly smile, defiantly throws out a remark that she is not afraid of his old woman, and he silently goes deeper into the mansion, hiding his resentment. A girl with a soft expression approaches Sanqian, anxiously calling out his name, while the other man awkwardly tries to make conversation. Sanqian says with a slight smile that he doesn't care and doesn't mind, emphasizing his confidence against the backdrop of his relatives' confused faces. Confused Incha does not understand why he is silent, obediently allowing everything to be attributed to his mother, but she senses in response an ironic joke about the wall and impudence. Smiling, Han admits that it's a good thing his mother took it all on herself. Otherwise, no one would have believed that it was his doing. With shame in her voice and warmth in her eyes, she asks for forgiveness for her mother, admitting that she clearly overdid it with her insolence. With his arm around her waist, Han offers a way to fix everything with a sly smile, and Yingxia, confused, asks what he means. Leaning closer, Sanqian whispers that he only wants one thing, to not sleep on the floor anymore, looking straight into her surprised eyes. He looks at Yingxiu, a little confused, who sighs reproachfully and orders him to sleep in the living room, not hiding her indignation behind her stern face. The next second, he smiles awkwardly, wipes a drop of sweat from his forehead and suggests pretending that he never said anything. The brother, with his chin held high and a challenge in his voice, declares that her mother will arrive soon to sort everything out and introduce a new round of conflict. The woman, with a smug smile and proudly crossed arms, replies that she has nothing to fear. The old man left her the money, and she is not going to give in. The evil man, with a sly grin, notes that not everyone will get in, so someone will have to meet the mother to avoid her wrath at the gate. A frightened man in a blue suit explains with horror that they are not the owners, and the security will not let the old woman in without the permission of the real owner, and the wife stands nearby, her lips pressed together and her hands on her hips. The next second, she frowned, and with a shadow of anger in her eyes, she menacingly shouted Han Sang-Kian's name, causing the guy to freeze in shock with his mouth half open. Grinning triumphantly and casually waving her hand towards the exit, the woman orders Hanyu to go out and get the old woman, as if it were his direct responsibility. In front of the luxurious Yandingshan gate, bathed in daylight, stands a black car surrounded by security guards and curious guests. The old woman steps out of the car sternly and carefully, holding her cane tightly, as if her every movement echoes with dignity and hidden indignation. Sang-Kian and the girl smile sincerely, greeting their grandmother with warmth, trying to soften her displeasure with care and respect. Raising her head and with an offended expression on her face, she angrily asks why her grandson, who lives in the palace, did not even come out to greet her. With a cheerful face, the girl tries to relieve the tension, explaining that her father only asked them to meet her grandmother because there was a large crowd of guests. The enraged grandmother, standing with a cane by the car, angrily reminds that the money for the villa belongs to the Su family and glares at the couple. With bitterness in her voice, she firmly declares that even though the old man is dead, his entire fortune now belongs to her, an old woman who does not tolerate humiliation. An icy anger flashed in Han's eyes as he saw the old woman arrogantly pointing her finger at Yingxia, demanding an explanation with obvious disdain. Holding his breath, he remembered that he was the one who bought this villa for Yingxia, and he swore with determination that no one would dare to take it away. But the old woman, without hesitation, began to command, waving her staff and defiantly declaring that it was hard for her to walk, and that Han should carry her on himself. With a smile bordering on self-sacrifice, Sang-Kian tells Insa that it is all his fault that he is so respectful to his elders, even to such a grandmother. Crouching down under the stern gaze of the gray-haired old man, he demonstrates his determination to take control of the situation and cope with the challenge. Grandmother is already sitting on his back, holding on tightly, and behind him, carrying a staff, walks Insha, a silent procession under the astonished sky. While he carries his grandmother on his back, she screams loudly and commands, threatening punishment if he drops her, and Insha awkwardly follows behind with a cane. Yingxia, with a cold gaze, imagines how he forcefully launches the old woman into the sky, because Han bought the villa, and she still talks back to him. Finally, they reach the villa. There is a guard at the entrance, and the old woman looks around the house with a proud look, as if she has already decided to take everything for herself. Seeing Grandma on Han's back, the two stunned men exclaim, one joyfully calling her Mom, the other, in surprise, Grandma. Stopping in front of the entrance, the old woman looks up in amazement, examining the sparkling facade of the house with a neat garden at the threshold. With tears in the corners of her eyes, she mentally turns to her late husband, whispering that without him, she would not have been able to withstand this storm of life. With a stern look, the old woman raises her head and exclaims that without the deceased's whim to give money to Guyao, she would never have come here. Slowly and proudly, leaning on her cane, she walks deeper into the mansion, leaving behind her the anxious glances of silent relatives. Sitting on the sofa among the silent guests, she coldly demands her son to explain why there are still strangers in Su's house. The old woman sits silently in the luxurious hall, where her appearance evokes worried glances and whispers from all those present. Still smiling, several guests bid Guyao farewell politely, stating that they do not wish to disturb family affairs and promising to return later. The two men in the courtyard disdainfully discuss the arrogant grandma from the Su family, thinking that she is arrogant and self-righteous. One of them whispers to his father with a sly smile that he will give the old woman a hard time if the opportunity arises, since he is not obliged to obey the Su family. The two talk about how lucky Shu Guyao is with his inheritance, since his grandfather left him a lot of money before he died. Looking away with disdain, he throws out that even if they have money left, it will soon run out, and their luck along with it. With a stubborn look and gnashing teeth, the red-haired man mutters angrily about Han Sanqiang living in the villa, dreaming of becoming famous through his family. The old woman, leaning on her cane and frowning reproachfully, demands an explanation from Guyao, her voice full of irritation and unyielding severity. The woman's face is troubled as she explains to her mother, while the older man next to her looks away sadly. The grandmother spews out her anger, slamming her cane on the floor and accusing the woman of insolence, her voice shaking the silence, frightening everyone in the room. Insi's father clasps his hands and painfully admits that the old man gave them 100 million for the sake of his daughter's future, not out of malice, but out of concern. The man with a predatory smile and an icy gaze contemptuously says that Han is a worthless person. hinting that something was done to the old man. Frowning and clutching her cane, the stern old woman coldly declares that if the money was the old man's, then the villa does not belong to Guiyao at all. Without holding back her emotions, she confesses that her father gave them the money, and she bought the villa only to annoy her domineering mother. The indignant woman starts screaming, explaining that there is no point in dividing the villa. It is not a pie that can be cut up and distributed in pieces. The enraged old woman, menacingly clutching her cane, yells at the girl, humiliating her for her insolence, reminding her that not everyone here has the right to speak. Standing in front of his astonished relatives, San Qian smiles and tells his grandmother that the rules of Yandingshan allow guests, but only if certain conditions are met. He confidently looks the old woman in the eye and sternly reminds her that Taiji has the final say, thereby challenging her whim. The evil old woman glared at Han Santian with rage, shouting that he had become too impudent and dared to teach her, the Great Su. Keeping his calm, Han smiles softly and says that he is not lecturing, but wants to fulfill the old man's last will correctly and with honor. Standing in the hall in front of his relatives, Sanqian warns that there are strict rules in this villa, and the slightest violation will result in severe punishment. With a small, confident smile, Han tells the grandmother that everyone will adhere to the established norms, causing everyone to freeze in anxious silence. The faces of the confused relatives against the backdrop of the luxurious villa make it clear that they are afraid and no longer dare to argue, losing control of the situation. With a cry of rage and an accusing finger in his face, the enraged blonde demands silence, and the old lady clenches her eyes, ashamed of the absurd scene. Han Sanqian's face is hidden in shadow, but his silence speaks louder than words. He steadfastly absorbs humiliation so that one day he can strike back. The dull thud of a cane on the floor pierces the tense silence. Not as weakness, but as a declaration of power, causing everyone to freeze in anticipation. Sitting with her head held high, the grandmother coldly declares that she had no intention of dividing the house. Everything belongs to her Su clan, period. Pinned to the sofa, the parents exchange silent, guilty glances, not daring to argue with the anger that is building like an approaching storm. The Shu, in a strict style, confidently steps forward, as if announcing that a word is about to be spoken that can change the entire course of events. Han Sanqian stands in the center of the hall with his chin held high and demands to know what right this woman has to live here. The old woman silently clutches her staff, watching the conflict that has flared up, a worried shadow flickering in her gaze. Everything is getting out of control. One of the relatives jumps up in a rage, points his finger at Han and yells as if he wants to erase his dignity right in front of everyone. Flaring up with anger, the blonde grabs Han by the collar, accuses him of madness, and declares that his grandfather's money is a reason to leave his grandmother and not to carry him out. The woman in the scarlet dress abruptly pronounces the verdict. Grandma is the head of the clan. She has the right to live here, and you get out immediately. One of the guests, with a grimace of disgust, orders Haichao to throw Han out before the situation escalates into a real fight. Suddenly, the old woman with a gloomy look directly asks Sanqian why he thinks she has no right to stay in this house. With a sarcastic smile, Han Sanqian unbuttons his jacket and sarcastically suggests remembering how Yingxia was humiliated by his relatives for 3 years. He demands satisfaction. With unexpected firmness, Yingxia reminds everyone how they protected Haichao for 3 years, while simultaneously mocking her and trampling on her dignity. Han's outburst of anger was like a stream of truth. Even when Haichao wanted to hand Yingxia over to the bandits, no one forced him to answer. Her pain did not bother anyone. Enraged by the old woman's hypocrisy, Han Sanqian starts shouting, pointing his finger at her and declaring that she is not worthy of living in this house. The old woman clenches her teeth, clutching her cane, and with difficulty hides how the young man's words have painfully struck her self-esteem and wounded her pride. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, Yingxia quietly says Sanqian's name, realizing the price he paid for defying his family. With her hands clasped around her cane and her head slightly lowered, the grandmother angrily declares that his insolent words do not give him the right to humiliate her in front of everyone. With cold determination in her eyes, she looks forward and declares that she can kick him out of the Su family right now and deprive him of his place in this house. Amidst the general noise, 2 relatives shout at Yingxia with a mean laugh. Why hasn't she divorced Han yet? Because he is a disgrace and a disaster for the Su family. The woman in the red dress defiantly demands that the grandmother force Yingxia to divorce Han, because he does not respect her and never will. With a determined expression on her face, Yingxia steps forward and firmly declares that she chose Han herself, and no one will force her to break up this marriage. The enraged grandmother clutches her cane and threateningly asks if Yingxia will dare to disobey if she orders him to file for divorce immediately. Holding Yingxia's hand, Han seems to transfer strength to her, and the girl with a firm look declares that she will never give up the husband she chose herself. In the tense silence, Yingxia stands confidently in front of everyone and repeats that she will not let her choice be ruined and will not leave the one she truly loves. As she speaks, Grandma's cane falls to the floor with a thud, like a dull chord of rage, defeat, or shock reverberating through the room. Grandma looks angrily at Sanqian and Yingxia, shouting menacingly that they have become bold and have gone against her, while her cane lies on the floor as a symbol of her loss of power. Furious and humiliated, she turns around abruptly and calls for Haichao to follow her, and he nods, asking her to take her time, maintaining her dignity. As Haichao leaves the hall, he whispers to his grandmother that Yingxia cannot tell right from wrong, and Han will soon try to take over the entire Su family inheritance. Clenching her fists in rage, the old woman declares that Su Yingxia will never become the head of their company, setting an impassable line between her and the legacy. A sinister smile plays on her lips as she orders Haichao to contact Rongling immediately, preparing a sneaky strike in response to the family's disobedience. Haichao happily leaves the mansion, gloatingly promising to call immediately, and Grandma walks ahead with cold determination, full of plans and revenge. Against the backdrop of a bright sky and lush greenery, the calm voice of Yingxia's mother sounds, informing her that she and her father have already chosen a room for her in the new house. Opening the door, Yingxia's parents enter the spacious room and offer it to their daughter with a smile, as if confirming their decision to start a new life here. Enchanted by the sunlight flooding the elegant interior, Inxia silently peers into the details filled with warmth, harmony, and a fresh start. Genuinely indignant, Yingxia asks her mother where she and Sanqian should sleep if the master bedroom is occupied, but she slyly suggests any other. Grabbing her father's hand with a triumphant smile, her mother orders him to go pack his things. They are moving into a new house and will take the master bedroom. The embarrassed father, with a guilty face, tries to justify himself to Inxia, saying that they are no longer young, they need more space and personal comfort. With a slight smile and calm confidence, Sanqian stands next to Yingxia as she sarcastically recalls that her parents never encountered each other in the old house. With sadness in her eyes, Yingxia turns to Sanqian, justifying her parents' behavior and admitting that this room should not have been theirs at all. Leaning towards her with tenderness and determination, Sanqian looks into her eyes and assures her that no room will separate them as long as he is near. In a tender and romantic moment, Sanqian gently touches her chin and promises that he will sleep with her as long as there is warmth and care between them. With a sly smile, Han Sanqian calmly says that the utility room will do for them, as if joking or suggesting a compromise in this ridiculous situation. In a comical manner with a bump on his head, Inxia angrily declares that if he is talking about the utility room, then he should go there himself, and he cries from the blow. Yingxia looks up in confusion and asks Sanqian how much money he has and how he was able to buy such a luxurious mountain villa. With a mysterious smile, Sanqian jokingly replies that even if he said it didn't matter, she still wouldn't believe it. With an ironic smile, Yingxia throws sarcasm in Sanqian's face about his greatness, saying that even if he is a big shot, 100 million is not a trifle. Sanqian shrugs his shoulders with his hands at his sides, admitting the truth, while Yingxia, with a cold face, doesn't believe a single word. Smiling good-naturedly, Inxia softens her tone and promises to be there even if he ever runs out of money, because he was the one who bought the villa. Transforming into a cute dog with ears and hearts, Sanqian hugs Yingxiu and happily calls her his wife while she stands there in confusion. Smiling and pretending to be a cat, Sanqian jokingly states that since Yingxia is now the head of the project, she should feed him like a pet. Maintaining her seriousness, Yingxia immediately puts her hand on his face, making it clear that she was not in the mood and her words were not a joke at all. Standing in the hallway with a serious look, Han doubts that his grandmother will forgive him and is unsure how long he will keep the fast. While Yingxia remains silent, thinking, looking resolutely, Inxia gently interrupts his doubts with the words, "Don't worry," putting into them the warmth of support and calm confidence. Smiling with understanding, Han says that the staff is on her side, not the Su family's, and asks them to remember this as a guarantee of her strength and protection. Under the bright sun, A glass skyscraper with a Chinese sign rises across the entire screen, a symbol of the company's influence, where new players appear. In a modern conference room, where the spirit of technology and prestige reigns, the heroine politely thanks her boss, John, for the meeting and important conversation. An elegant man in a suit appears in front of them. With a friendly smile, he emphasizes that he will always find time for them, despite his busy schedule. In the oppressive silence, the grandmother and the blonde man stare at each other, exchanging glances full of unspoken thoughts and hidden tension. With a slight smile, the grandmother sits down in a chair and confidently declares her desire to discuss cooperation, hinting at her mistrust of Insa and her abilities. The general manager, arms crossed on his desk, quietly acknowledges that he expected more, but notes Insi's diligence and drive for growth and responsibility. With bitter condescension in her voice, the old woman acknowledges Insi's efforts, but coldly adds that human abilities are not limitless, and she is no exception. With a polite but sly smile, she suggests appointing someone else for the benefit of cooperation, and her companion, with feigned zeal, declares that he already knows everything about the project. Smiling smugly, the blonde man says that he knows the affairs of the Su family better than anyone, has the right, and confidently promises to surpass Yingxi without unnecessary worries. Keeping his composure, the man snaps his fingers on the table and seriously asks if Insi really has no weight or say in the company. The general manager sadly admits that he thought Ying Shu was the representative of the Su family, but now he is forced to reconsider his opinion and acknowledge her powerlessness. The blonde man, in admiration, with a flattering smile calls the decision wise, and the grandmother, confused, tries to understand what exactly Zhang meant. The young man looks confidently at his grandmother and calmly but firmly states that changing the project manager was never part of their plans. Looking ahead with concentration, the manager explains that it was the head of the company who ordered the previous project leader to be left behind, emphasizing the finality of the decision. Pale with tension, the grandmother quickly makes excuses to the boss, assuring him that she was only worried about Insi's inexperience and had no malicious intent. The manager glares and cuts her off abruptly, emphasizing that she is not allowed to talk about the company and their boss as if it were her business, casting doubt on the future partnership. Pointing a finger at the guy in the suit, the manager loudly accuses the grandmother of wanting to appoint a new project leader without knowing about his past. In rage and shock, Su Haichao starts shouting, calling someone an idiot, his eyes wide and his face twisted in indignation. The astonished old woman, sitting in a wide chair with her hands on her chest, froze with a face full of anxiety and suspicion, having heard something so unexpected that for a moment she lost her composure. The enraged grandmother, clutching her cane and turning sharply to the blonde, angrily orders him to humiliate himself in front of an influential person, because missing the chance for forgiveness would be a fatal mistake. The blonde falls to his knees in despair, pressing his forehead to the floor and begging for a second chance for his family, hoping that submission will change the course of events. The young man in the suit explains with a cold smile that Su Yingxi's status in the company is too low to influence anything, and this is what is holding up their entire cooperation. The embarrassed man in the business suit stood frozen in front of the angry old lady, who firmly proclaimed that from now on, Su Yingxia would have full powers. Looking calmly but coldly to the side, he again emphasizes his helplessness, adding that the final word belongs only to his boss. With a straight back and an indifferent look, he walks out of the meeting room, ordering the shocked old woman and the depressed blonde man to leave the room immediately. A man in glasses with a satisfied squint and a barely noticeable smile watches as the grandmother and grandson silently leave the hall, admitting their defeat. The blonde man desperately reaches out to his grandmother, anxiously exclaiming that the future of the Su family is now in jeopardy due to the disrupted cooperation. With a heavy expression on her face, holding the phone in her hand, the old woman bitterly admits that everything now depends on Su Yingxia, and sternly warns her grandson about the price of irresponsibility. The manager stands silently in front of the high office windows, thoughtfully looking into the distance, as if rethinking the results of the recent confrontation. In a cozy office, Han, with a glass of wine at his lips and a hidden face, with a slight smile, asks about the reactions of the parties until an employee appears behind him. The man reported with cold politeness that Su Haichao had knelt down to beg for mercy, and the old lady had agreed to hand over all authority to Su Yingxia. Smiling slightly mockingly and holding a glass in his hand, the young man with a sly gleam in his eyes regrets only that the proud old woman did not kneel before him. Pleased with the developments, he orders Su Yingxia's public recognition to be strengthened with golden eyes, laying the foundation for her future influence. Against the bright sky and the sun's rays, the courthouse rises majestically with its columns and glass facade, a symbol of the new struggle for justice. Sitting at the negotiating table with a concentrated expression on her face, the old woman listens to her agitated relatives who emotionally challenge her decision and try to shift responsibility to others. Two men, one stern, the other worried, sit side by side in oppressive silence, contemplating the risks to business and the unfair distribution of power that could cost them their future. The slightly tired but unyielding old woman looks tiredly into the distance and admits that every step she takes has been carefully thought out. All that remains is to wait for news from Su Yingxia, on whom all hopes are pinned. Dressed in a formal business suit and carrying a dark bag, Su Yingxia confidently enters the conference room, hiding her fatigue behind a collected expression, ready to give an answer to everyone who is waiting for it. An old woman with a cane, sitting at the head of the table, with a wary face and piercing gaze, throws a question towards Yingxia, as if she immediately wants to understand whether she has completed the task. The two relatives, filled with hope and anxious anticipation, reflect with relief on the possible continuation of their cooperation, believing that Yingxia has settled everything without problems. With disappointment and anxious depression in her eyes, Su Yingxia lowered her gaze and admitted that she had called the person she needed without an answer, and her request for a meeting was rejected. Flaring up with indignation, the old woman suddenly jumps up from her seat and accuses the girl of being soft and not persistent enough, demanding an explanation. In a fit of emotion, Su Yingxia's tense hand unclenches, and the black business bag falls to the floor with a clatter, like a sign of growing exhaustion and hidden pain. Unable to contain her emotions, Yingxia breaks down, declaring that she called her brother many times and waited for him in the office until she was kicked out. And now she is also accused of inaction. The two men, stunned by her words, froze in silence and stared at her as if they were seeing the true depth of her despair for the first time. The surprised grandmother falls silent and looks ahead in confusion, unable to utter a word due to the shock she has heard. In a calm voice, she warns Yingxiu that she is now responsible for the fate of the Su family, and the girl assures that she will do everything for their good. In a confident tone, the old woman declares that if Yingxia saves the family, she will lead the Chenxi project and everyone will be obliged to obey her. The blonde, sweating with anxiety, unable to find any arguments, silently agrees with his grandmother's decision, not daring to argue at such a moment. Her brother also confirms her words, hoping that Yingxia will resolve all differences as soon as possible and return the family to its previous status. Suddenly, the glass crashes against the tiles, shattering into pieces, and an angry accusation rings out in the room, piercing the silence. Hai Chao, clenching his fist and exploding with anger, shouts that he is the one who must resolve this entire situation and restore order to the family. Sitting in the chair, the brother irritably expresses his dissatisfaction with the fact that now Yingxia not only lives in the villa, but also manages the entire company. The blonde, looking over his shoulder, imploringly asks his father to intervene. Otherwise, they will have to submit to Yingxia and dance to her rules. Sighing, the father sullenly explains to his son that he did not come to help, but to make sure that he did not embarrass himself again when resolving the issue. Rising from his chair, the father puts his hand on his son's shoulder and asks if he thought about the consequences when he was bothering Yingzhu, because if he went bankrupt, it would be bad for all of them. Gritting his teeth in anger, the blonde cannot accept what is happening, tormented by rage and helplessness in the face of what seems to him to be an unfair situation. Suddenly, Hai Chao's companion enters the room and, playing with her voice, declares that they have another way to resolve this whole situation. The young man with a serious face and an intense gaze asks a direct question, hoping that someone else will save them with a reasonable solution. The woman in the red dress, calmly leaning against the wall with her hands on her chest, mysteriously says that she knows an influential person who can change someone's fate in the Su family. Confident in his logic, he considers the mysterious rich man their only chance, because the gift was definitely not intended for the married Insa, which means it can be intercepted. The blonde man in the yellow shirt thoughtfully agrees with the redhead's proposal, acknowledging that she is right, but secretly counting on his own benefit. His eyes flash with cold determination as he plots to eliminate Su Yingxia and steal her glory, cleverly turning everything to his advantage. Yingxia slowly walks down the stairs with her eyes downcast, clutching her briefcase in her hands, while the luxurious car below sparkles in the morning light, ready to take on her silent pain. Tired Inxia silently sits in the car next to Han, without raising her eyes, and he, with a serious face, carefully watches her every movement, trying to read the depth of her experiences. Smiling, Han Sanqian sits in the car and asks with a mocking tone who has offended his Yingzhu now, hinting that it will not go unpunished. Slumping in her seat and fastening her seatbelt, Yingxia admits with a tired, melancholy voice that Grandma and Hai Chao approached Zhong without permission, ruining everything. Driving calmly, Sanqian turns away slightly and gently explains that her request is complicated by the fact that his classmate has left and will not be in touch. Leaning towards Sanqian, Yingxia silently says his name with worry in her eyes, seeking support in the dead end that her own family has driven her into. With a pleading voice and hope in her eyes, Su Yingxia asks Sanqian for help, clinging to a faint hope in a moment of complete hopeless despair. With a thoughtful look and a hand on his chin, Sanqian calmly replies that it is not that simple, and seems to be mentally going over possible steps. Gathering her resolve, she awkwardly looks down and offers the unexpected reward of sleeping together, gently asking what he thinks about it. The car brakes abruptly. Yingxia closes her eyes in fear, and Sanqian instinctively reaches forward, both of them stunned by the sudden danger. Transforming into a comical hero with hearts in his eyes, Sanqian shouts with delight that he will help. Not hiding his childish joy and inspiration, with a confused expression on her face, Yingxia looks up, not fully understanding what exactly caused her companion's violent reaction. An angry Insha waves her hand in front of his face, scolding him for his sudden agreement, since he had just claimed that everything was too difficult without his classmate. Smiling carefreely, Han Sanqian scratches the back of his head and declares that, of course, he must help his beloved wife sort out all her affairs. Insha, pouting and scowling, suspiciously reproaches him that he had set everything up in advance and was simply waiting for the right moment to intervene. Against the backdrop of a cloudless sky, the bright sun floods the green terrace, creating coziness and a sense of imminent change. With smiles and a light step, Sanqian and Yingxia walk into the spacious room, chatting happily in the warm sunlight. Caught on the spot with their eyes wide open, they exclaim in amazement, not believing what appears before their eyes. The light in the room is reflected from strange objects, among which a flower pot and a wooden sculpture stand out, causing slight bewilderment. Confidently emerging from the depths of the room, the mother proudly presents the interior, attributing the entire transformation to her excellent mood. A frowning Insha leans towards her mother with an indignant question, clearly unhappy with her strange design experiments. The woman, with her eyebrows drawn together in disdain, makes excuses, saying that she bought everything with her own money and sincerely doesn't understand what's wrong with that. The daughter explodes with emotion and points at the junk, indignant that her mother has squandered money on nonsense and turned the villa into an absurd dump. Not wanting to admit guilt, the mother defiantly declares that if everyone is so bad, let them give her money, and she will buy something better. Unable to bear the argument, the daughter quickly climbs the stairs and with an angry cry declares that nothing needs to be changed, leaving her mother and Han perplexed. The mother looks after her with cold confidence and crossed arms, insisting that this is her house, and she has the right to furnish it as she wishes. Han agrees with a forced smile and slight embarrassment, adding that if she likes it, then why not, further irritating the hostess. The angry woman, standing in front of her silent husband with his arms proudly crossed, declares that buying the villa does not give Sanqian the right to command, because the Su family has suffered humiliation for years and deserves compensation. With her face distorted with indignation, she sharply demands to know why she should keep silent about the purchase, since she doesn't see anything shameful in it. Showing her greedy nature, she declares that it doesn't matter where he gets the money from, he is now obliged to give $1,000 a month for the household, while Sanqian watches this scene with disdainful coldness. In the dark corridor, Han Sanqian, with icy determination, announced that he had only allowed them to live in the villa for Yingxia's sake, and would not tolerate anyone having power over him. Smiling ominously, he challenges them, saying that they need his money, and immediately dashes their hopes by declaring that he will not give them a single yuan. Hearing this, the stunned relatives freeze in stupor, panic and rage on their faces, as if lightning had struck the very heart of their greed. With his back to them, Sanqian silently climbs the stairs while his stepmother stands there with a blank look, unable to find anything to say in response. Gritting her teeth in anger, the stepmother mutters that Sanqian is becoming more and more impudent, but immediately convinces herself that she will still have the last word. An unexpected ringing of the doorbell breaks the silence of the villa, causing the family, who had recently been demanding money, to turn anxiously towards the uninvited guests. A woman with a displeased face suddenly opens the door and irritably asks the stranger in uniform what he is trying to achieve at such an hour. The stern man from Yunding's real estate department formally introduces himself and coldly states the purpose of his visit, immediately causing alarm. With a tired shout and a harsh categorical tone, the inspector points to the strange trash in the hall and demands that all this garbage be thrown out immediately, shocking the woman. In the silence of the evening sky under the stars, an indignant cry is heard when the owner watches in horror as strangers in uniform invade the house and carry away things that were considered her property. In a rage, she bursts into the room screaming, trying to stop the men in uniform who, ignoring resistance, cold-bloodedly carry out paintings, vases, and furniture, as if they were following an unquestionable order. With eyes full of fire, she rushes to the man in uniform, ordering him to immediately return the vase to its place, desperately trying to stop the tyranny in her own home. Keeping his cool, he asks her to step aside, because she is only interfering with the fulfillment of her duty, while she, overcome with indignation, is not going to retreat. Powerless before the authorities, she grits her teeth and watches silently as the man carries away her favorite vase along with the rest, leaving behind emptiness and seething anger. Han Sankian stands on the balcony, looking down with a cold and majestic expression, like a master of destinies who has taken the game to a level where everyone gets what they deserve. The woman screams at him in panic, justifying her actions and begging him to stop the disaster. But he, remaining unshakable, stands frozen above, a mute judge of this farce. His face remains calm, but the words "I called them" break the air like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone to freeze in anxious anticipation. Jin, flaring up in anger, raises his hand and shouts at Hanya Sankian from below, demanding an explanation, not understanding why her things suddenly felt foreign here. With a cold smile and unwavering confidence, Han Sankian admits that he really doesn't like these things, leaving Jin completely shocked. Overcome with despair, she rushes after him, screaming, ordering everything to be put back in place, hoping to change something, although control has long since slipped away. Leaning on the railing and smiling slyly, Han Sankian challenges from above, saying that no one dares to interfere without his will, and that no one should expect mercy for insolence. Furious and shocked, she rushes forward with a stony face and clenched fists, not believing the audacity of the words and trying to regain at least the semblance of power. With a cold glint in his eyes, Han Sankian calmly but firmly addresses his silent father, making it clear that there are no privileges here, and orders him to go to his wife. Towering over the gallery with a cold gaze and a commanding bearing, Han Sankian issues a final warning. Nothing in this house should move without his will, and everyone must remember that he is the real master here. Stunned and silent, the man only purses his lips crookedly, not knowing how to respond to such a decisive statement, because his son-in-law's insolence has long confused him. Descending the stairs, radiating rage, the woman contemptuously throws words in her husband's face about how he was nothing yesterday, and now, having bought a villa, is drowning in the illusion of power, forgetting about modesty and common sense. Flaring up in anger, she calls her husband for help, demanding that he put the impudent man in his place. But instead of support, she hears an irritated reproach that her antics bring only trouble to the family. Shocked and full of indignation, she cries out in bewilderment with a gleam in her eyes, not believing that her husband dared to speak to her in such a tone. With a new wave of anger, she claims that Sankian is older than Han and has the right to teach him. But her brother, shielding himself from the blow, bitterly notes that maturity is not in age, but in actions, because it was Han who bought this house. A man's hand falls forcefully on her wrist, stopping the movement and putting an unequivocal end to this humiliating performance. The man angrily grabs Lan Jin's hand, scolding her for trying to control the situation and reminding her that her power has passed, giving way to a new dawn. Seeing Han Sankian's determined and icy gaze, one of the elders wondered with anxious surprise whether this man had really changed so much. With a disdainful grimace on her face, she brushes off all the arguments and declares that Han Sankian has not changed at all. He is still the same insignificant upstart. The old man pinched the bridge of his nose with a tired, bitter expression, admitting that even though Han was a scoundrel, he was the one who bought this villa, and he had the right to kick out his relatives if they didn't come to their senses. The woman with a tense face suddenly remembers the need to re-register the documents in Yingxia's name, but with a sly hint suggests that Han should take care of it himself. With a smug smile, Jin Lan declares herself the only authority in the house. Not noticing how her husband rolls his eyes in despair, Realizing that he defended her in vain, moving on to practical thoughts, Sankian considers the scale of the new villa and decides to hire staff to handle the day-to-day running of it. Drawing the attention of everyone present, he loudly calls for them to look at something important, preparing to take the next unexpected step. A woman screams contemptuously at a cleaning lady for stealing gold and silver jewelry, trying to draw the attention of the entire office to her angry outburst as the crowd turns around in amazement. With a stern expression, she declares that the company is not responsible for the maid, accusing her of stealing the jewelry and demanding that everyone keep a close eye on the thief. A young girl cries in despair, covering her face with her hand, while someone angrily points a finger at her, ordering her to remember the face of this insignificant woman and condemning her publicly. Falling to her knees with tears in her eyes, she beats herself in silent supplication, assuring her innocence, while the lady watches the humiliation and mockery, inflaming the crowd with her cold contempt. With her face twisted with rage, the rich woman rushes at the girl with a belt, screaming, asking if she dares to compare herself, and justifying herself by saying that she would not stoop for the sake of pennies. In a fit of aggression, she raises her hand with the belt, clenching it in her fist, and her cry that no one dares compare to her sounds like the pinnacle of anger and self-satisfaction. Suddenly, a strong male hand grabbed the strap of the bag, and a firm voice commanded that it stop. Han lets go of the girl's bag with a stern look and turns his attention to the unfortunate woman who was just bullied. Sitting down next to the woman, he anxiously asks if everything that was said is true, and assures her that if she was lied to, he is ready to help. The girl in red, pointing her finger at them, starts screaming, asking who he is and suspecting that he is in cahoots with this pathetic servant. Turning his head and throwing an angry look at her, the young man menacingly demands that she shut up, otherwise he will tear her mouth in two. Folding her arms and smiling, she mockingly replies that she is not the last one here and is not afraid of his threats. Ignoring her words, he again bends down to the woman on the floor and asks her to tell him the whole truth. Her contemptuous gesture of ignoring angered the woman so much that she was ready to smash everything around her in rage. With cries of retribution, her foot flies straight into Tanya's back at a moment when he expects nothing at all. The woman in red, her face twisted in rage, rushes forward, raising her leg to strike, seeking to humiliate Han Sankian even physically, while he stands silently with his head down, as if waiting for the moment to make a decisive move. His eyes burn with the fire of anger and restraint, silently making it clear that the line of what is permitted will no longer be crossed. In a bright flash of speed, Han Sankian instantly rushes forward, leaving a trail of movement behind him, as if cutting through the air with his determination. The woman, who had been preparing to strike just a moment ago, was now writhing on the floor, screaming an insult, holding her knee and demanding an explanation of how he dared to touch her. Listening to the anxious warnings of impending disaster, Han Sanqian stands calmly among the crowd, radiating confidence, while the frightened girl begs him to leave to avoid disaster. With a slight smile, full of friendly determination, he explains that he has not come to run away, but to hire a cleaning lady, and if she is ready to work, he will gladly take her. Frozen for a moment in silence, she looks at him with concern and pain in her eyes, trying to understand why he doesn't react like the others, and what his calm smile hides. Staring angrily and pointing her finger straight ahead, the woman, her face twisted with rage, screamed at the entire room, demanding that Han Sanqian apologize on his knees and threatening that he would regret his insolence. Standing with a slight smile and calm confidence, Han Sanqian accepts the challenge, declaring that he is in a great mood and is interested to see how she makes him do it. 10 minutes later, someone pushes the crowd away with determination, loudly ordering them to stay away if they want to stay safe, and the air becomes tense as if before a storm. The woman exclaims with joyful relief, turning to her husband, and he, with menacing confidence, steps forward, accompanied by strong bodies, ready to confront. The woman in red, flaring up in anger, points her finger at Han Sanqian, yelling insults and calling for the crowd to help, as powerful men with stern faces appear behind her. An enraged man in a blue shirt rushes forward screaming, demanding an explanation of how someone dared to touch his wife, threatening to kill for such insolence. Surprised bystanders in the crowd whisper among themselves, shocked that the aggressive woman turned out to be the wife of the famous bandit Liu Guan. And now it becomes clear where her insolence and impunity come from. The woman, with a triumphant grin, threatens Sanqian, demanding that he kneel down and lick her shoes in exchange for forgiveness, hinting that otherwise he will leave here with broken bones. Her husband, crouching ominously and pointing his finger, orders Hanyu to obey immediately, adding that even a speck of dust will be grounds for merciless reprisal. Han Sankian answers with an ironic smile that all this seems like a trifle to him, and the girl next to him whispers in fear that he had better leave before the situation falls into the abyss. The woman in red freezes in surprise as Han calmly approaches and suddenly steps on her foot, causing a sharp pain and knocking her presumptuous balance off balance. Howling in pain, she falls to the floor, clutching her leg, while her husband and the entire crowd stand in stunned silence, watching as everything is turned upside down in an instant. Enraged beyond measure, Liu Guan stands there at a loss, unable to understand what just happened or why everything collapsed so quickly. A sudden blow between the legs stuns him completely, and he instantly realizes what will happen next. But it is already too late. The next moment he falls to his knees, clutching his groin with his hands and whispering through tears the pitiful words, "My treasures." The boys' faces are distorted with fear and screaming. What they just saw shook them to the depths of their souls and caused real panic among the crowd. Two muscular men with grim faces and clenched fists walk forward, and one of them shouts angrily that the guy asked for it, foreshadowing a brutal fight. Three new men enter the room, among whom stands out a cold leader with a piercing gaze, while his companions openly express dissatisfaction and are ready for a fight. Seeing Han Sankian next to the humiliated lady and the frightened crowd, the short-haired newcomer suddenly freezes, shocked by a scene he never expected. Squinting his eyes and touching his chin with his fingers, he smiles crookedly and with suspicious politeness hints that such an unexpected meeting could be the beginning of an exciting game. In response, Han Sankian, with a sly smile and a raised hand, casually greets him, as if he had met an old friend, and calmly asks what he is doing there, while the astonished onlookers whisper to each other in the background, watching with restraint as the humiliated Liu Guang bows in despair before the authoritative Yang. The crowd is surprised to realize that it is this confident man in a suit who has become the real master of the situation here. With tears and trembling, trying to evoke pity, Liu Guang, in his last hope, turns to Yang with a request to punish the impudent upstart, forgetting that he had long since lost the remnants of his dignity. With cold determination and a flick of his wrist pointing at the frightened informer, Yang orders his men to give him a lecture, causing him to cower in horror. Dark figures with blazing eyes emerge from behind the backs of frightened relatives sitting on the floor, clutching their bruised places, watching as the inevitable punishment approaches with swift and merciless steps. An explosion of dust and chaos accompanies the panicked flight of the bandits, who realize with horror that they have confused the victim with the hunter, and through their screams try to prove that they have clearly hit the wrong ones. With a swollen face and eyes full of fear, the man in the colorful shirt raises his hands in prayer, begging for the beating to stop and asking in surprise what he has done wrong to his elder. Brother Yang, with a satisfied smile, declares that Han Sankian is his younger brother, and with a contemptuous challenge addresses those who dare to raise a hand against him. Liu Guang, with a broken face and a stunned look, cannot believe what he heard, trembling and helplessly whispering that this man is really his brother. Disgraced and frightened, he falls to his knees before Han, begging for forgiveness, admitting his foolish insolence and vainly hoping for mercy. A battered man in a colorful shirt lies on the floor in front of two powerful figures, pleading for mercy, while Han Sankian and his ally watch with icy indifference. Turning to the worried girl, Han confidently explains that his people are next to him, so she has nothing to fear from Liu Guan's revenge, and asks her to tell the truth so that the culprit gets what she deserves. With a sinister smile, Han Sankian proudly said that as long as he existed, all those pitiful enemies would not even dare to raise their heads. An enraged woman in a red dress, collapsing to the floor, theatrically stretches her hand forward and points an accusing finger at someone, shifting the blame, while passers-by around freeze in silent anticipation of the outcome. A scowling woman stands next to a shocked man in a blue shirt, whose cheek is still burning from the slap. And behind them, a crowd freezes in the shadow of an anxious observer, hiding his eyes under his bangs. A stranger with short hair and a bag over her shoulder, with indignation and tension in her eyes, tells the crowd about the guy's suspicious escape from home, trying to convince everyone of his involvement in the theft, which she allegedly managed to notice. The hysterical woman defends herself to the crowd, screaming her innocence and insisting that the guy she brought from the club couldn't have stolen anything. But panic and fear are already evident in her voice, drowning out common sense. Blinded by rage, The man does not hold back his hand and hits the woman with furious force, taking out on her all the shame and anger that burst out in brutal aggression in the middle of the crowd. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he comes close and, with a face distorted with anger, shouts, demanding an explanation of how she dared to bring a stranger into his house, causing her to tremble under the weight of the accusations. Sitting with the imprint of the blow on her face and pressing her palm to her cheek, the woman desperately tries to justify herself, fearfully assuring that she was slandered, although her gaze shows panicked hopelessness. Blinded by jealousy and hatred, the man in the blue shirt grabs the collar of her clothes, roughly shakes her and screams about betrayal, humiliating her with words and threatening reprisals for her supposedly disgraced name. Calm and self-assured, Han Sankian folds his arms across his chest with an ironic smile and watches the scene unfold, subtly hinting that someone will definitely be held accountable for the harm caused to the battered woman. With feigned tenderness, the man touches the face of the beaten woman, who obediently lowers her gaze and holds her cheek, as if admitting guilt, but not daring to utter a word contrary to her false consent. Standing at the helm of the stage with cold arrogance, Han Sankian watches as the woman and man, left with no choice, fall to their knees, while the companion, with humiliating triumph, demands a public apology from her. Trembling with shame and fear, the woman, with tears in her eyes, asks for forgiveness from the one she tried to blame, while her companion stands nearby with a smug smile, enjoying her humiliation. With sincere gratitude in her eyes, the woman in the white cherry blossom t-shirt turns to Han Sankian, tightly squeezing his hand, admitting that without him, she would not have been able to restore her good name. Smiling calmly and confidently, Han Sankian assures her that she is not to blame for anything and openly offers her a job, explaining that he did not help her by chance, but because he is looking for a reliable housekeeper. With joy on her face and almost childish delight, the woman accepts the offer, thanks for the chance, and does not hide her happiness that fate has given her a new path after humiliation and injustice. A serious man with greenish hair, with a concentrated finger-pointing, asks Han Sankian to quickly decide what to do with Gan, since he has other things to do. And Han only silently strains his gaze in response. Exhausted, beaten, and moved to tears, Gan, upon hearing that they decided to simply let him go, cannot contain his emotions and sincerely thanks, feeling relief overwhelm him right in front of everyone. Outside the building, under the bright sun, a silver car with the hero at the wheel slowly drives through the barrier, past a security guard who salutes respectfully and follows him with a look full of reverence. Sitting in the car and looking out the window in surprise, the woman cannot believe her eyes. In front of her is a luxurious mountain villa, and at that moment she is stunned to realize that this calm guy is the real owner. With a slight smile and his usual simplicity, Han Sankian asks to call him simply by his first name, explaining that he is a stranger to any formalities, completely destroying her idea of the status hidden behind his ordinary appearance. Even more stunned, she turns to him and asks him with a ragged breath if he really is the same Sankian from the Han family, and he silently gives her a calm look in response, as if waiting for her reaction. Smiling with a hint of irony, Sankian, in the form of a chibi figure, props his head up with his hand and mentally marvels at the fact that his name is already known even in Yongcheng, as if fame is catching up with him despite all his attempts to remain in the shadows. The confused and agitated new maid apologizes in a panic for being too respectful, trying to explain that she was simply overwhelmed by everything she saw and learned along the way. The car stops at a luxurious mansion, and Sankian, maintaining his usual casual manner, warns that if she calls him boss again, she will be fired, causing the girl to politely cringe in shock and quietly agree. Leaving the stunned woman behind, Sankian confidently walks into the spacious living room, with the new maid awkwardly following behind. Not yet realizing how quickly her life has changed, an enraged woman with her hands on her chest and lightning in her eyes meets Sankian in the hall, sharply demanding to know where he was and who the girl next to him was, as if conducting an interrogation. Without changing his expression, Sankian coldly states that this is the housekeeper he hired himself to help around the house, thus clearly showing who makes the decisions in this house. The mother's eyes flash with indignation at the sight of the new housekeeper, and with her narrowed gaze, she conveys fury and suspicion with just the word maid, as if her very presence was a challenge to her authority. The mother pounces on her son with a reproachful voice, exclaiming that he has spread his wings and no longer asks her permission, and then defiantly adds that if he does not want to cook, she will do everything herself. Although there is more resentment in her words than concern, Sankyeon, with a sly smile and cold politeness, easily agrees with her words, but immediately shifts the responsibilities onto her, saying that if everything is decided with the kitchen, then let her clean the whole house. And this does not sound like a request at all, but like elegant revenge. With her lips twisted in resentment, the woman again throws a poisonous remark in the direction of the maid, saying that no one will eat her cooking because she is untalented. And the maid stands opposite her, tightly pressing her lips together, silently holding back her indignation. With an indignant look and hands on her hips, the woman rushes at Han Sancheon with an angry tirade, reproaching him for spending the family money on a new maid, as if she had already sealed the chest of family gold. Han Sancheon calmly but with a cold determination in his gaze, looking her straight in the eye, destroys her claims, firmly declaring that he did not spend a penny of her money, instantly nullifying all her pompous importance. The woman points her finger angrily at the new maid, shouting menacingly, as if she was about to raise a storm because of her presence in the house. Calm and self-assured, Han Sancheon gestures for the maid to enter the spacious room, declaring that it is now her home, instantly causing the furious indignation of his relative, who shouts that a servant has no place in the guest room. The enraged woman rushes after him, waving her arms and exclaiming that the maid needs to be moved to the pantry, because then it's unclear where the future guests will be accommodated. With a look full of unwavering confidence, Han Sancheon firmly declares that he is the master of this house, and if he allowed her to live here, then so be it. Turning around, he slowly leaves, saying at last that they should feel at home, since he still has things to do, leaving the women alone in a suppressed silence, the other in the wary silence of the hall. And at that moment, as the doors slam behind him, the aunt, with a tense face, clenches her teeth and angrily swears in her mind that at any cost she will throw this impudent rival out of the house. With a smug gleam in her eyes and a mocking grin on her lips, the woman in brown, crunching sunflower seeds right on the sofa, brazenly throws the husks at her feet, as if demonstrating to everyone who is boss here. She glances at the new maid from afar and suddenly explodes in anger, screaming about the trash in the room and the scattered eggshells, pointing her finger like a general commanding a battle on the field of his own disorder. The frightened girl convulsively squeezes the mop, trying to clean everything up, while reproaches about the puddle on the floor, dust on the cabinet, dirt in the hall pour in from all sides, and all this merges into a flurry of humiliations, forcing her to silently endure the hardships. Aunt Jean screamed that if the maid broke anything, she would pay for it for the rest of her life, humiliated her background, and declared that there was no place for her in such a luxurious villa, adding that if she made the slightest mistake, she would be thrown out. Distorted with anger, Auntie Jin, with clenched teeth and sparkling eyes, declares that she, not Sancheon, is the true mistress of the house, seeking to assert her dominance over everyone. Smiling reservedly and remaining polite, the maid calmly replies that she will do her job conscientiously and asks to contact her if cleaning is needed, as if making it clear that she will not allow herself to be humiliated. Without holding back her emotions, the mother mocks the maid, sarcastically remarking that she doesn't have eyes of her own, since she needs to be followed and told what to do. Taking the bag, the woman dryly says that she is leaving the maid alone with all the work in the house. Looking over her shoulder, she orders in a stern tone that the entire house be cleaned before her return, not allowing any objections. Having met her sisters, the mother listens with her nose in the air to their admiring compliments and praise for the new home. She folds her arms and proudly declares that the house is too spacious, and it is difficult to clean. So she hired a maid and pays her 1,000 won a month. Smiling, the girlfriend replies that when living in such a villa, several thousand is nothing, while the other exclaims in surprise, noticing something unusual. A young girl, surrounded by 4 strong bodyguards, walks decisively past them, and one of the ladies remarks that not everyone can afford such protection. A neat hairstyle and an elegant outfit emphasize the sophistication of the fair-haired girl. And from afar, envious words can be heard about how good it is to be rich and how many opportunities wealth gives. Heading straight towards the trio of women, the confused ladies look at each other with alarm, not understanding why the stranger is walking towards them. Stopping right in front of the heroine, the beautiful girl calmly asks if she is Jin Lan. The woman's frightened look immediately betrays her agitation, and she anxiously asks again who this girl is and what she wants. Suddenly, the blonde lady slaps the woman, and a loud bang echoes throughout the area, silencing everyone. The friends' faces are filled with mute shock. They silently watch what is happening, unable to comprehend what they are seeing. Holding her hand on her cheek, the mother asks incoherently why she was hit if they don't even know each other. not understanding the reason for such harshness. Another blow follows, and it becomes clear that the girl clearly has a personal dislike for her or a long-standing deep conflict. From the strong blow, Jin falls to the floor, and everyone present continues to silently watch the rapidly unfolding events. Her face is full of shock. She covers it with her hand and again asks the girl who she is, unable to believe what she saw. With her hands folded at her waist and standing surrounded by guards, she introduces herself as Shi-Su. Openly displaying her strength and absolute dominance, she shouts loudly, ordering him to remember her name and warning him that if the antics don't stop, it won't be limited to just a slap. Turning around, she confidently walks away, and Jin, leaning on the ground, silently watches her with his eyes, unable to get up. The friends, lifting the woman up, try to calm her down, bombarding her with questions about what she did and who she managed to cross. Unable to contain her anger, the mother clenched her teeth and furiously whispered through them that she would still pay for her insolence and public humiliation. Returning home, she still lashes out in anger at the maid, reproachfully demanding an explanation as to why the house is not clean and everything does not sparkle with cleanliness. Pushing the poor woman away, she angrily orders her to leave her house since she is unable to carry out her orders, to which the maid only makes excuses and begs for one last chance. Seeing what was happening, the father, with confusion in his voice, asks who this woman is and what she's doing here. Turning to his wife, he anxiously asks what is wrong with her face and who dared to treat her like that. Turning around in anger, the woman sharply replies that this servant was hired by his son-in-law, and it was she who dealt her this blow. Blinded by rage, the man does not hold back and hits the maid, shouting how she dared to raise her hand against the mistress of the house, and emphasizes that she is nobody here. The frightened and stunned girl in the cherry t-shirt presses her palm to her cheek and denies the accusations with pain in her voice, not understanding why Aunt Jean is making up such a blatant lie. In a fit of indignation, a strong man with a face distorted with anger points his finger at her, breaking into a scream and demanding an explanation. If she didn't hit her, then maybe the woman hit herself. Sprawled on the sofa with a cheeky grin, the woman, with the air of a winner, declares that if someone is not happy with something, they should leave. Her family has no need for maids. The man, flushed with rage, suddenly jumps up, raises his hand to strike and angrily throws out the girl, who retreats in fear, almost losing her balance. With tears in her eyes and a crushed voice, she bends down and hurriedly apologizes, saying that she is leaving, while he looks down at her with icy disdain. Caring only about his own benefit, the fat man theatrically declares that the maid has brazenly raised her hand against the owners of the house, and his wife, folding her arms and smiling contentedly, watches this hypocritical scene with pleasure. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, the young man enters the room with Inxia, holding her hand, not even suspecting what kind of meanness the maid had just had to endure in the living room. Han Sankian looks towards the sofa suspiciously, noticing the emptiness and asking where Auntie Shi went, while in the background, the two hypocritical relatives sit pretending to be innocent. Han Sankian enters the living room without showing any emotion, while Jin, with a smug smile, encourages his ally, who noisily accuses the maid of assault. Han narrows his eyes to narrow slits, a golden gleam flickering in his pupils. At this moment, he silently assesses the situation, and in his gaze one can read restrained anger and threat, ready to burst out. Meanwhile, clutching her bag and still with a pain in her heart, Auntie Shi walks down the stairs, holding back her tears and approaching the center of tension, as if she was finally about to say something decisive. Gathering all her willpower, the girl approaches Han Sankian and, holding back the trembling in her voice, politely informs him that she has decided to leave so as not to cause more trouble, sincerely thanks him for his support, and holds the bags in her hands as a symbol of her farewell. As she's about to pass by, Han suddenly grabs her hand with worry in his eyes, unable to just let go, and with painful directness asks what really happened, demanding the truth that everyone is hiding. His eyes are full of cold doubt and inner determination as he asks, without reproach but with a clear demand, what she did and why she doesn't even try to justify herself, because deep down he doesn't believe in her guilt. At first confused, but now focused, Auntie C looks up and, clutching her bag in her hand, silently listens as humiliating words fly in her direction again, driving her into a state of silent shame. Standing with her eyes downcast, she clenches her fingers in resentment, when a brash voice sarcastically reminds her of the child's expenses and hints that she is unable to find a decent job. In the depths of the corridor, Han Sankian, like a defender before a storm, demands the truth with barely restrained severity. and his intense gaze makes everyone around him hold their breath. The woman's face, lowered and hidden in the shadow of silent protest, silently speaks of the pain that hides in the corners of her lips and the blazing blush of her offended cheeks. Standing in front of the trio in the center of the living room, she turns to the couple sitting on the couch and calmly states that Jean left at noon and returned with a bruise. And this truth, like an arrow, breaks the silence. Smiling slightly and narrowing her eyes, Sankyan said with cold irony that it meant that the mother had gotten a bruise somewhere due to her business. And upon returning, she decided to shift the blame onto a completely innocent person. An enraged Jinlan, with her fists clenched and her teeth clenched tightly, explodes with rage, realizing that she has completely lost control of the situation, and boils over with her own impotence. Sankyan, with a stern look and a harsh tone, loudly warns Jin Lang not to test the limits of his patience any further. Otherwise, the consequences will be irreversible. Jumping up from the sofa, Jinlan screams, demanding respect for her status as mother-in-law, and stomps her feet as she rushes forward, desperately trying to defend her dignity by force. Yingxia, with a serious and surprised expression, directly asks her mother who actually hit her and why she lied by blaming Zhu Shi, while Sankyan stands by, holding back the tension, waiting for an answer. The father, leaning over with concern, asks Jinlan to finally tell the truth because the situation has already gotten out of control and it can't drag on any longer. Unable to withstand the pressure, Jinlan theatrically falls to the floor and exclaims with pathos why everyone suspects her, indignant that they believed some new maid and not her, the mistress of the house. With a spark of anger in his eyes and a bold challenge in his voice, Han Sankyan crosses his arms and calmly declares that if the culprit does not confess voluntarily, he will retrieve the recordings from the cameras he ordered to be installed in advance. Suddenly breaking into a scream, Jinlan hysterically confesses that she was hit on the street, accusing everyone of conspiracy and with her screams only adding fuel to the fire of the conflict. Pointing his finger at her in anger and frustration, her husband finally snaps and shouts out the truth, exposing his wife's lies and tearing off her victim mask in front of everyone present. In a fit of rage, Jinlan grabs her husband by the collar and, with a mad gleam in her eyes, screams that if he considers himself a real man, he must immediately avenge her. Hearing the menacing "enough," the couple suddenly falls silent and lowers their eyes, standing next to each other in confusion, like school children caught in a prank by their teacher. Han Sankyan, standing straight and commanding, orders the two culprits to immediately come and personally apologize to Auntie Shi, who watches them with silent dignity. Jinlan, breaking into a scream, raised her hand in a furious voice and indignantly demanded an explanation as to why she had to apologize to the maid, while simultaneously reproaching Sankyan for completely disregarding her own mother-in-law. Responding with icy firmness, Sankyan points his hand towards the door and categorically declares that if they are not going to apologize, they can get out of his house right now. The next moment, all three of Yingxia, her mother and father, froze in fright, with wide eyes and stunned faces, as if lightning had just cut through the air between them. His back grows in front of the confused trio of offenders, and with cold determination he dictates new rules. She must apologize to Aunt Sai, and he himself will find the culprit and make him answer for his meanness. Han Sankyan, smiling slightly, looks straight ahead with the confidence of a man who sees through everything, and, playing with the tension, throws out a short but insightful question. "Well, what will you say now?" An enraged Jinlan, with eyes full of bitterness and contempt, mockingly calls Han a worthless person, throwing a sarcastic phrase in his face about how he can't even deal with a maid if she was guarded by an entire army. Although she has just been forced to apologize, she clenches her fists and angrily refuses to humiliate herself, believing that a forced apology is a slap in the face to her dignity, and it is better to end up on the street than to give in to the owner of this house. Jinlan still manages to utter an insincere apology through her teeth, to which Yingxia reacts with amazement, not believing that even at this moment her mother-in-law could not rise above her usual contempt. The father, with his head down, admits his guilt, ashamed of how he gave in to his emotions and made a fool of himself in front of everyone present. Bowing her head, the maid quietly asks not to make a scandal out of it, hoping to smooth things over with words about the misunderstanding that is oppressing her. In a black suit and a scarlet shirt, the hero sits quietly, crossing his legs, preparing to ask the question that will put everything in its place. When the menacing question is asked about who dared to raise their hand in this house, everyone freezes and their eyes turn to the girl leaving the stage, Wiping away her tears, the woman hypocritically insists that it was the first time she saw Shishu, putting false naivety and confusion into every word. Hearing this name, Han Sang-kyan's face instantly changed. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "How the hell is this even possible?" With a mocking smile and a shadow on her face, Han Sang-kyan thought about the impudence of someone who, under the guise of being the daughter-in-law of the Han family, naively imagined that she needed someone's help. With a mischievous glint in their eyes, the relatives mockingly ask if he knows that woman, and defiantly declare that they will begin to respect him if he can handle her. Sitting quietly, like a king in the silence of a storm, Han Sang-kyan looked at them coldly and said, without a shadow of a doubt, that he did not intend to interfere this time. The beaten but sarcastic woman wipes her cheek with a napkin and smiles crookedly, declaring that she knew he was no good, that he couldn't even handle a trifle. Looking at him seriously, Sang-kyan explains that the woman is always guarded by 12 former special forces, and in his imagination a line of stern fighters with dead eyes already appears. A stunned Insha covers her mouth in amazement and asks in fear how powerful this mysterious person must be to be guarded by such people. With a cold seriousness, Sang-kyan, sitting on the sofa, declares that even the powerful Tainja clan is afraid to provoke that mysterious woman, and his words make the arrogant relatives freeze in genuine horror. In a panic and despair, the uncle angrily attacks Jinlan, not understanding why she would provoke the wrath of such an influential person, and now rushes about in fear of the possible consequences. Jinlan and her husband are drowning in clouds of despair, trembling like leaves in the wind, unable to comprehend the disaster they have brought upon themselves by insulting a woman whom even the Tainja clan dares not approach. With eyes full of fear and tears on his cheeks, Jinlan chokes on excuses, claiming that this is the first time he has seen this woman, in a vain attempt to absolve himself of guilt. Sitting calmly, Han Sang-kyan assures that there is no need to worry. If she had bad intentions, she would have already acted, but now she will simply leave in silence. Leaving his relatives in horror, he finishes his thought with a terrifying warning that if she wants, the Su clan will disappear from the face of the earth overnight, and his eyes burn with confidence in every word. Embarrassed and guilty, Jinlan lowers her head and admits in a trembling voice that the woman told her to keep a low profile so as not to disgrace his name, although she still doesn't understand what exactly that meant. Han Sang-kyan silently heads towards the exit, dryly stating that he needs to go, while the worried woman behind him asks him to be careful, sensing something serious is approaching. The high-rise hotel peninsula sparkles in the rays of the setting sun, towering over the city like a stage on which a new decisive drama is about to begin. A dead silence suddenly envelops the spacious hotel hall as Sang-kyan's steps sound too confident and commanding, and the guards watch warily as the stranger in the shadows enters as if he is the master of fate. At the entrance to the hotel, Sang-kyan is confronted by security who block his way due to the lack of a confirmed recording, and the guard's harsh tone only fuels the tension of the impending storm. In response to the attempt to block his way, Han Sang-kyan flashes an icy challenge, and his dark gaze reveals a cold-blooded confidence and threat that can sweep away any resistance. Standing in the middle of the luxurious lobby, Sang-kyan calmly looks at the guards who ask for no offense and block the way with their bodies. Consumed by a fiery rage, he challenges everyone with unwavering determination, commanding them to show their strength as the scarlet flames of anger flare up around him. With anger and tension on their faces, the guards apologize again, but firmly state that they are acting on orders, knowing that in front of them is not a person, but a storm. The moment the guard with the stern look lunges with his fist, the other one is already in a panic, while Sang-kyan stands calmly, the embodiment of menacing calm before the blow. After a short, almost dismissive sigh, his fist rushes with such speed that the air seems to tear, and the enemy's face distorts with a premonition of pain. And then, the explosive finale. Sang-kyan's fist shatters the guard's glasses along with his self-confidence, leaving only fragments of his authority. With a swift movement like a hurricane, Han Sang-kyan unleashed a powerful kick, and the guards were scattered to the sides with no chance to stand. With unwavering confidence and a flash of anger in his eyes, Han Sang-kyan stands in the center of the hall, his flowing cloak and scarlet background highlighting his power. The two guards scream in horror, not believing their eyes because the young gentleman knocked down two fighters with one blow, and they are shocked, wondering where he got such strength from. With a determined cry that it doesn't matter, the guard snatches up his batons and, clutching them in both hands, declares that he will not let Sankyan through without orders from the boss. As the attackers rush forward with weapons in hand, warning not to accuse them of cruelty, Sankyan walks towards them with cold confidence. Surrounded on all sides by enraged guards, he remains motionless, ready to meet the storm of blows, as if he himself had caused it. Han Sankyan stands in the center of the hall with cold determination in his eyes and relaxed fists, amidst his defeated enemies, proving his superiority. Against a backdrop of closed doors and soft lighting, dozens of guards groan on the floor after the swift attack that rushed through them like a hurricane. Calmly placing his palm on the carved glass doors, he easily opens them, as if this were not the office of a high-ranking boss, but just another passage. The woman looks up with cold confidence, smiles slightly at the corner of her lips, and, taking a sip of tea, admits that Old Man Yang was not mistaken. He really is unusual. Entering a spacious office where a confident woman sits on a white sofa with a cup of tea, he remembers Jan's words and understands that it's time to test this legend. Leaning forward with an intense gaze, Han Sankyan listens carefully to her words, hiding his thoughts behind a silent mask of restrained determination. Settling comfortably in the chair opposite, the woman with her hair tied up and a smug smile asks directly about the attack on Jin Lang, as if she wants to hear something more than an excuse. With her arms crossed and a calm smile, she admits that she did it because of the way she treated her son. Because cruelty must have consequences. Han Sankyan, sitting with his back straight and a shadow of discontent in his eyes, firmly declares that he does not like interference in his affairs and calmly but threateningly warns that he does not want problems. The woman, crossing her legs and striking with her icy directness, sarcastically remarks that in her eyes he is no better than trash. And if he has power, then let him prove it. With a calm smile, the young man replies that he is not in the mood to listen to her lectures, making it clear that she will not be able to easily win in this game. With confidence in his eyes, Han Sankyan advises her to return to Yangjing, clearly hinting that her arrogance does not fit within the borders of this city. Keeping her cool, she says she won't leave until she finishes the conversation, and warns him that no matter how he hides his power, it will still be seen. As he turns away, coldly throwing out a phrase about how wise people don't reveal all their cards at once, she freezes, realizing that before her is not a young man, but a predator, biding his time. The woman looks away with concentration, thinking about the powerful strength that Han has been hiding for a while, not understanding where he gets the confidence that even the Han clan does not have. High above, in the silence of the spacious room, she is left alone with her thoughts, assuming that Han's confidence is based on the support of his family. Standing by the window, she bitterly reminds her son that everything is not so simple, because it was only thanks to her that he avoided prison and was able to buy real estate, while the old lady would not have spared him. In her mind, two images of the smiling, cunning twin brother and the stern, determined Han Sankyan emerge. And, turning her back, she admits that even her family sometimes cannot tell the difference between these two faces. In a cozy room on a blue sofa, Incha's mother asks if her name is on the documents for the villa, and she naively sincerely answers no, not suspecting where this conversation is leading. And the very next second, the silence is broken by an explosion of rage. The mother, overcome with anger, grabs Yingxia by the shoulder and demands that she force Han to rewrite the villa to her, like a predator reclaiming its prey. Slightly tired and exhausted, Incha closes her eyes, lowers her head, and bitterly asks her mother why she should interfere in matters that only bring new problems. The mother, overcome with panic and anger, rushes to her daughter, screaming, threatening her with divorce, losing her home, and accusing her of indifference to her own future and weakness in front of Sankyan. Turning her back to her mother, Incha firmly says that it is all her fault, denies the accusations and coldly declares that she is completely on her husband's side. Standing proud and unwavering, Incha calmly explains that she did not buy the villa, and therefore is not listed in the documents, and there is no injustice in this. The mother, clutching Insi's hand, screams furiously that men by nature abandon women, and accuses her daughter of naivety, demanding that she think about tomorrow. With a flash of determination in her eyes, Yingxia shouts out that she understands that if something bad happens, her mother will try to separate her from Sankyan at any cost for the sake of this villa. Turning decisively towards the door, Incha throws out a phrase about trusting her husband, leaving her mother shocked by her frankness and desire to protect her personal identity. The irritated mother looks after her with anger, muttering about disrespect for parents and reluctantly admits that she will have to act herself. Meanwhile, Yingxia, changing into her home clothes, anxiously discusses the problems with materials and transportation that threaten Sankian's project. Han Sankian, still holding the phone, glances at Yingxia in her short nightgown and thinks with admiration that her legs are pure perfection. Sitting on the floor by the bed, he listens attentively to Yingxia, who sighs tiredly, sharing her hope that the project will soon go easier, and he himself notices her exhaustion. To show his concern, he places the phone on the floor and gently tells her that he can see how exhausted she is, wanting to take the weight off her shoulders for just a moment. The guy sincerely offers to give her a massage so that she can relax and feel the warmth and support that she so lacks. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yingxia leans back with her eyes half closed, and Sankian gently holds her feet and hears a quiet confirmation. Yes, it feels good. Deeply embarrassed, Yingxia stares into space with her eyes wide open and her hand over her lips, trying to comprehend how things had come to this. Placing her feet on his lap, Sankian gently warns her to begin, and with confident fingers begins the massage while Yingxia secretly enjoys the warmth. She sits with her eyes closed, holding her breath and trembling with emotion, unconsciously repeating moans as if releasing a long-suppressed emotion. Blushing and embarrassed, the girl covers her face with her hands, not believing that she made such a strange sound. And Sankian widens her eyes in confusion. The next second, frightened by her own feelings, she kicks Han in the face with all her might, orders him to stop, and he flies away with a nosebleed. Lying on the floor with his palm on his face after the violent attack, Han silently comes to his senses, and Yingxia, hiding under the blanket, sternly reminds him that there is a lot to do tomorrow. Watching her confused reaction, Sanqian happily notes to himself how cute she is when confused, and how that sound was unexpectedly alarming. Against a backdrop of a pink-gold sky bathed in the soft light of dawn, the couple runs along a mountain path among the foliage, as if this run is their path to happiness. Leaning on the railing, Yingxia calmly looks at the horizon where the sun touches the water, sharing her dream of yonding, and he silently understands that now everything is possible. Under the warm light of dawn, Han Sankian says with a radiant smile that he is only at peace when she is happy, reflecting his devotion in his eyes. Hearing her answer, Sankian freezes with wide eyes, whispering her name with such tenderness as if there was something more than words hanging in the air. Frozen under the sky of a new morning, Insha, with the wind in her hair, looks into the distance and, full of light, quietly asks if anyone told her that she is beautiful. Yingxia, with barely restrained irritation, reproaches Han for flattery, and he, with an innocent smile, replies that he is simply telling the truth, and a warm spark of sympathy flares up between them. Playfully tilting her head, Yingxia coquettishly asks how beautiful she is that he can compliment her so easily, and Han looks at her with genuine admiration. With his eyes closed and his hand raised, Han solemnly says that she is more beautiful than rivers and mountains, more dazzling than the moon and stars, and there is love in his voice. Han Sankian, thoughtfully touching his chin, looks at Yingxiu, and she, pale with embarrassment, hugs herself and whispers for him to stop because she has goosebumps. Without waiting for an answer and hiding her excitement, Insha abruptly turns around and runs ahead along the winding mountain road, throwing over her shoulder that she has stopped talking nonsense. Feeling slightly confused and smiling, Han Sanqian catches up with her, thinking that perhaps he should be more careful with her in the future, even though his heart is full of warmth. Han Sanqian, looking thoughtfully into the distance, dreams of a quiet life next to Yingxia. But deep down he knows that such an idol is just an unattainable dream for him. In his imagination, sinister figures from the past emerge, some dark and unclear, others real enemies whose shadow hangs over his beloved. Sanqian pressed his lips together resolutely and focused on his goal, as he now had no other choice but to become stronger in order to protect Yingxia. In front of the gloomy courthouse, Su Yingxia stands under the cold gaze of her family, who reproach her for delaying and demand that she bear the burden of their expectations. Her words sound firm and merciless. She does not allow anyone to put the blame on herself, clearly remembering who caused this whole series of problems and takes everything into her own hands. Standing straight and confident, she answers Shu Haichao with cold determination, reminding him that he himself is the source of the troubles, her voice cutting through the tension like glass. Smiling reservedly with cold confidence, the red-haired woman drops a poisonous hint that the change in leadership was not accidental, and Song Yin knows this better than anyone. With a glint of malice in her eyes and impudent self-confidence, she cynically hints that Yin held onto her post through feminine tricks, because charm, they say, is stronger than intelligence. But instead of being embarrassed, Song Yin retorts with restraint and pride, reminding everyone that everyone judges for themselves, since Shu Yihan is marrying a stranger for the sake of profit. The red-haired rival lifts her chin high and with a disdainful smile declares that she plans to become part of a much more promising family than Su. Although the conversation is not yet over, Yin turns to her and coldly reminds her that she is just an assistant, and finally sarcastically advises her to pray for the wedding. Leaving her rivals in the shadows, Su Yin confidently walks past and, without turning around, orders everyone to go to the conference room, where an important announcement will be made in 15 minutes. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Yihan scornfully remarks that this arrogant woman is overdoing it with her orders, and then sharply demands a report from Hai Chao. He, hiding his uncertainty behind a forced smile, admits that things are going difficultly. But he is trying, and puts forward a version about a gift from the Han family, saying that he was lucky. In response, Yihan, dreamily placing her palm on her cheek, smiles contentedly and admits that her real goal is to marry a rich heir. Squinting her eyes with malice, she dreams of the day when, having become the wife of a rich man, she will force Su Yin to bow before her and finally taste the sweetness of triumph. In the silence of the corridor, a sign appears that reads Conference Hall, as if the space itself is preparing to become the arena of a decisive battle for authority. The executives gather around a long table, and one of them, full of skepticism, reminds Su Yin of her responsibility and hints at the possibility of a replacement. With a cold smile, the rival declares that she sees no point in helping since Grandma appointed Yin. Let her prove herself that she is worthy of trust. Looking ahead confidently, Su Yin sits at the head of the table and calmly announces that she has already resolved all the issues, causing a surprised buzz in the room. Su Yin mustered all her willpower and firmly said that the reason for the meeting was not at all what they thought, her gaze burning with unwavering determination. Hai Chao, confused and perplexed, cannot understand how Song Yingxia settled the matter so quickly, because just yesterday everything was collapsing and seemed doomed. An enraged Su Yihan suddenly jumps up from her chair, not believing the seriousness of Yingxia's words, and shouts that now is not the time for stupid jokes. Yingxia calmly shows the phone with a recent call from Director Rong himself, who confirmed the continuation of the project, and invites everyone to see for themselves. Slamming the phone loudly on the table, Yingxia reminds with dignity that she has already reported to her grandmother and is not going to explain anything to anyone anymore. Her firmness evokes a wave of respect. Her colleagues acknowledge her success with smiles and relief, admiring her strength of character and impeccable work. Shocked, Hai Chao couldn't believe his ears, and with a confused look, he asked how Yingxia was able to cope with a situation that seemed hopeless yesterday. With a straight face and a commanding voice, Su Yingxia puts Hai Chao and Yihan in charge of the construction site, leaving them frozen in shock. Unable to contain his emotions, Hai Chao jumps up and shouts furiously that he has no intention of playing such a minor role, considering Yingxia's decision a personal insult. Supporting his anger, the irritated woman in the black suit also explodes, categorically refusing to obey, and yells for Yingxia to decide everything herself. Maintaining a composed but determined expression, Su Yingxia folds her hands and calmly states that if they both refuse, she will have to ask her grandmother. Unable to bear the pressure, the man stands up with a dejected look and, trying to change his tone, exclaims that Su Yingxia has gone too far and no one deserves such pressure. Standing up and looking straight ahead, she defiantly reminds him how he himself sent her to the construction site, and now suggests that if he disagrees, he should complain to his grandmother. Shocked, humiliated, and purple with rage, Hai Chao finds no words to respond to her firm stance. Realizing that he has suffered a complete defeat, turning sharply and holding back his resentment, he mutters through his teeth that he agrees to go to the construction site, throwing it away as a favor, although his posture clearly shows capitulation. And when everyone already decides that the performance is over, Yingxia suddenly, without changing her tone, addresses the red-haired girl with a cold, "And you," making her freeze. Looking down and gritting her teeth in anger, she shouts that she will go to the construction site, but boldly warns Yingxia that excessive self-confidence can cost her dearly. Remaining unperturbed, Yingxia calmly turns to her with a short and icy agreement, not looking away, as if anticipating the end of the conversation. Turning away, with a firm gleam in her eyes, she says that she will wait for this day, and with final confidence announces the end of the meeting. The enraged man throws a suitcase with 3 million on the table and furiously orders Brother John to break the legs of the upstart who dared to stand in his way. Leaning back on the sofa with a predatory smile, Brother John mockingly asks, "What kind of enemy is worth so much money?" and grins as if the hunt has begun. The blonde, with a burning gaze, admits that he wants to see his rival, who dared to take his woman away, on his knees, in tears, begging for mercy. The brazen mercenary with a scar on his face greeted Sankian as he entered with a grin, clearly understanding that the balance of power was about to change dramatically. Under the gaze of the bowed guards, Han Sankian confidently enters the hall with a leisurely step, radiating calm strength and complete composure. With a slight smile and a barely noticeable surprise in his eyes, Sankian reacts to the ceremonial meeting as if it were just an ordinary thing for him. Upon seeing Han Sankian, the blonde man froze, his face distorted with fear, and he suddenly recoiled, as if a ghost from his worst nightmare had appeared before him. Grinding his teeth in anger and panic, he presses his lips together and whispers through his teeth that he didn't expect to see him here. But now he's definitely determined to end it. Pointing his finger with hysterical fury, he yells at Brother John that he is the same insignificant guy and that he will give 3 million for the most brutal fractures. With an irritated smile clutching his head, Yang barely holds back his despair and whispers a curse towards the client who disgraced himself at the most inopportune moment. Flaring up with rage, he suddenly raises his hand and yells at the blonde, demanding that he take the money and get out, while the latter, shocked and afraid, silently endures the humiliation. Han Sankian, with his arms crossed in a relaxed manner, sits on the sofa with a sly smile and asks Yang whose legs were worth 3 million, leaving him dumbfounded. A sinister half-smile spreads across Sankian's face, and his gaze pierces right through him as he asks with icy irony if he has any idea what's going on. The red-eyed brother who had flared up could not stand the pause, and began to shout and ordered the people to act immediately, without delay and without unnecessary words. The frightened blonde is roughly pulled in different directions by two thugs, and he screams in panic to Yang, reminding him of their deal as their last hope of salvation. One of Yang's fighters lifts a heavy club with a beatific grin, ignoring the pleas from below, where the victim, barely holding on, begs for mercy. The camera jumps to the side, showing only the ceiling and clouds of smoke, from which a piercing scream erupts, announcing the beginning of the massacre. Beaten and shaking on the cold floor with his face scratched and his hair disheveled, Lu Yang looks up with a dull gaze and suddenly the order to stop sounds from above. Han Sankian, sitting quietly with a cigarette and irony in his eyes, lazily says that he will not tolerate trouble and advises to stay away from him and his wife. Beaten but still defiant, Yan Peng breaks into a scream, threatening Han that he will not forgive such humiliation and will one day repay him with interest. Smiling ominously through the cigarette smoke, Han Sankian coldly promises that if Yang Peng does not calm down, it will only be a matter of time before his family is destroyed. The two guards show no mercy as they throw the beaten Yang Peng out into the street, and he screams and flies like a bag of trash, shamefully flying out of the luxurious building. Han Sankian calmly exhaled a puff of smoke, looked away and asked to tell him what exactly had happened to Mo Yang, since they had only hinted at trouble on the phone. Focused, Yang reports that Mo recently met with underground arena fighters at a bar and is now licking his wounds after a brutal fight. Taking a drag on his cigarette with cold concentration, Han Sankian said the name of the arena, as if checking the facts, and asked if this was the Fei from Boxiangcheng. Han sits quietly on the sofa, inhaling smoke, and the interlocutor explains that all the underground arenas in Yancheng belong to Fei, and the conflict is a matter of interest. With a barely perceptible smile and absolute confidence in his voice, he looks around the room and asks if this is all the information, promising to look into it if Mo is brought to him. In the cozy, dark lounge of a Shanghai club, two elegant men discuss shady dealings, and one, with a relaxed smile, already anticipates how the networks of the criminal world will play on him. Barely holding his cigarette and blowing thick smoke into the warm air of the hall, a pale man with a tired face complains about wounded soldiers and a lack of money, subtly hinting to Han Sankian that he needs help. With a smile and a wink, surrounded by a shining background, Han Sankian excitedly declares that he is ready to step into the ring and deal with everyone. Radiating confidence in his own strength, the man in the orange jacket, squinting through the cigarette smoke, looks at him mockingly and says that with such thinness he can leave the ring not looking his best. Rising from the sofa with a slight smile and fire in his eyes, Han Sang-kyan confidently declares that he is being underestimated and offers to prove his strength not with words, but with deeds. In the center of an underground arena, floodlit with lights, two gloved fighters clash to the sounds of the crowd and the rustle of flying bets, creating an atmosphere of risk and excitement. In a brightly lit room, a self-confident man with purple bangs sits on a soft chair with a relaxed smile, listening to the report that half of Mo Yang's people are in the hospital, and he himself seems to have disappeared for a long time. Stroking his sparse mustache and grinning maliciously, Fei contemptuously declares that Yunjin is no longer the same, and such old people should stay at home and not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, they will quickly find their death. The doors burst into the corridor with a bang, and a frightened guy in a crumpled jacket runs in with an anxious cry, reporting that Mo Yang has appeared again, causing the guard to become wary. Furious, Fei jumps up from her chair, slams the table down and shouts furiously that the jerk is causing trouble again, asking if he wants to send everyone to the hospital again. Standing in the doorway with a worried face, the guy carefully clarifies that apparently Mo Yang is not going to cause a riot. He is just sitting quietly and watching the fight. Fei bursts into mocking laughter, claiming that Han Sang-kyan came to secretly spy on the master's techniques, and then contemptuously throws out that he and his men are pathetic nobodies who need to learn what real combat looks like. In the hall, two men look around tensely, looking for Han Sang-kyan, and one whispers that he probably went to the toilet a long time ago and never came back. But the other firmly replies that Brother Sang-kyan is not one to throw words to the wind. In the arena, a host in a black uniform with his hands raised solemnly addresses the audience, announcing that the main part of the show has arrived. A fight with a real pro, already waiting in the ring with his body taut as a string. Under the spotlight, next to a muscular broiler giant, the presenter calls for fearlessness, assuring safety, while the audience whispers that no one will risk it, because the underground fighters are merciless. In the midst of the excited crowd, a young man in a mask and bright green suit suddenly raises his hand, and with a cheeky smile, he loudly declares that he is ready to try his strength, stunning everyone with his courage. The host enthusiastically takes up his entrance, solemnly declaring that the bravest young man is in the mask, and, pointing to him, invites him into the ring, while the audience looks from him to the stage in confusion. A guy in a green tracksuit and a white mask quickly soars into the air like a cat stalking its prey, causing a wave of surprise in the audience. Landing in the center of the arena with precision and effect, he drops to one knee in front of the host and his opponent, leaving the crowd breathless. Seeing the spectacular appearance, the host whispers in shock that no ordinary person could jump like that. And the fighter with the tattoo barks that there is no need to hold back. Shrouded in a blue aura, the muscular boxer with an evil gleam in his eyes clenches his fists and mutters that he will crush this impudent kid with one blow. From the stands, a spectator, looking at the back of a masked fighter, suddenly feels a strange sense of déjà vu as he stands calmly with a sly smile on his face. In a sudden epiphany, one spectator leans over to his friend and whispers, "If it is Sang-kyan," who silently realizes the truth with a sweating temple. The upset guy with green hair holds his forehead and says in despair that this madman is definitely going to his death. Not understanding why he challenged the pro, a huge boxer with a sly smile and red markings on his body threateningly warns his opponent that he shouldn't play with fire. It can kill him in an instant. In response to the bold threat, the masked Sang-kyan only smiles wider and, raising his finger up, confidently throws out a short phrase about using fewer words. With a furious roar and mad force, the boxer rushes forward as if he wants to knock down the impudent upstart with one bullet, not knowing that he is rushing straight into a trap. The smile on his mask never fades as Han Sang-kyan dodges the blow with lightning speed, turns around in midair, and easily hits his opponent on the head, causing panic to fill his eyes. While the thug has not yet come to his senses, Sang-kyan, with a new spark in his eyes, delivers a second blow, precise and merciless. The air trembles. The crowd freezes in silence. With his face twisted with rage and at breakneck speed, the thug takes off like a maddened bull, rushing towards his opponent in blind rage, not seeing anything around him. His head slams into the metal ring post with a deafening crash, leaving a trail of blood and pain that echoes throughout the room. Stunned and twisted, he lies unconscious, with stars and moons spinning above his head like a carousel after a fatal leap of shame. The shocked spectators, their mouths open, cannot believe their eyes as the huge boxer falls like a thin sheet of paper, as if all his strength had evaporated in an instant. The two acquaintances on the platform realized with shouts that it was indeed Han Sankyeon in front of them, not believing that he was not only rich and handsome, but also incredibly strong. With a calm and carefree pose, smiling under his mask, Han Sankyeon turns to the judges and the crowd, issuing a bold challenge to call the next one, as if it were a warm-up. Clutching his stomach and doubling over in pain, the massive fighter with a bloody leg can barely stand. Feeling the last spark of strength fading after the merciless attack, he flies through the air like a rag doll, and Sankyeon, with a sly smile, seems to hang in mid-jump, delivering a blow that changes the course of the fight. With a split lip and blood spurting from his mouth, the victim screams in pain and horror, realizing that he has become a victim of a force he underestimated. With a powerful kick, Han Sankyeon throws his opponent into the air as if he weighs nothing, and the impact shakes not only his body but the entire hall. The two spectators, their eyes wide and mouths open, shout out words of shock in unison, not believing that Sankyeon won so easily and quickly. Watching his rapid victories, one spectator says in amazement that he just knocked out a fighter in an instant, but the second adds that real masters will come next. Laughing on the verge of fear and delight, the guy with green hair wipes away his tears and says that there is no point in stopping Hanya. He sweeps away his rivals like the wind sweeps away autumn leaves. Against the cold light, Han Sankyeon, like a silent phantom in a green suit, slowly turns around with irony under his mask. And the crowd wonders why such a person would endure all this for the sake of loving Sue. The host approaches Han Sankyeon with a bow and anxiously asks if he intends to continue the fight, since every time he goes out, it is humiliating for his opponent. With a slight smile and a cheeky calm, the guy in the mask refuses, explaining that wasting time on a non-entity unworthy of even a blow is stupid. But the host, gritting his teeth from tension, assures that the next opponent is the strongest of all and will definitely not disappoint such a formidable guest. Hearing the short but threatening order, the guard in black quickly nods and rushes to carry it out, because the name Dao Shire immediately fills the air with anxiety. The spectator, flushed with surprise, jumps up from his seat, wide-eyed, not believing that Dao Shire himself, a name that sounds like a death sentence, will enter the ring. His companion, frowning and looking warily at the arena, asks again with distrust who Dao Shire is, and in his voice there is not just interest but a premonition of trouble. With a tense look and a drop of sweat on his temple, the guy talks about Dao Shire, a fighter who has had a few fights but has already become a champion of the underground arena thanks to his cruelty. The sinister figure of Dao Shire, with a red glow on his neck and eyes glowing with darkness, stands in a cage, and the caption says that his most successful opponent spent only half a month in the hospital. In the corridor backstage, two thugs exchange worried glances, and one of them swallows, realizing who they're about to face. The camera zooms in on his crossed arms, his fingers resting calmly on the muscles, and the metal rivets on his bracers sparkle in the semi-darkness. Like a symbol of steely determination and hidden rage, in a semi-dark locker room, filled with the tension of anticipation, a massive fighter with a belt on his chest sits on a bench like a motionless rock, watching every step of those approaching. One of the workers, with a worried expression on his face, approaches the giant and solemnly announces that the judge is calling him into the ring, and at that moment the air seems to compress and a demon of battle emerges. The warrior's gaze filled with anger, and he quietly said that today's battle was not his, as if he had a premonition of something terrible. The judge, spreading his arms out to the sides, loudly declares that someone is destroying everyone in the arena. Two have already fallen, and it's time for him to come out and save the situation. Sharply grabbing the guy in uniform by the neck, the giant angrily whispers that he only came here for money and is not going to act without reason. The young man, drenched in sweat and choking with fear, exhales with difficulty that for this fight, he will receive double pay immediately after the victory. Silently and without mercy, the giant warrior throws the young man to the ground, then turns and walks towards the arena without looking back. As he emerges from the huge gates, he throws a cheeky grin and walks straight ahead, confident, as if he already knows the outcome of the fight. Dao Shire, illuminated by spotlights, proudly enters the arena hall to the deafening cheers of the crowd and the enthusiastic cries of the fans. The judge, pointing his finger at Han, turns to Dao and asks him to teach the impudent youth who had caused trouble here a good lesson. A thug with pink hair and a scar on his face confidently tells him to pack his things for the hospital already. After the fight, he will not have a chance to live as before. The guy boldly advises him to book a hospital bed in advance, And even though he is wearing a mask, confidence can still be seen on his face. The ringing of a bell is a sign that a fierce battle is about to begin, which will make even experienced spectators hold their breath. The referee loudly announces the start of the fight, and the two opponents stand motionless, glaring at each other with intense eyes. Taking a fighting stance, the brute smirks and calls Han a cretin, adding that if he takes even a step back, he will immediately admit defeat. Still standing calmly, the guy mockingly replies that no one forced his tongue, and a challenge flashes across his face without a shadow of horror. The next second, both of them are off the ground, pushing off the ground with a fury and power that makes the room shudder with anticipation. Dao, with his fist extended forward, rushes straight at the enemy, not holding back either his rage or his uncontrollable desire to crush him with one blow. The guy doesn't lag behind. He raises his hand for a counterattack, preparing to meet the enemy head-on, combining defense and strength in a single movement. Their bodies collide in a furious blow, and a wild wave of energy erupts at the point of contact, swirling around the fighters. In the arena, shrouded in the purple shadows of the spectators, Han Sanqian, with a predatory smile, easily intercepts his opponent's massive arm, as if playing with the air, radiating calm confidence and mocking superiority. With growing despair in his voice, Dao Shi'er, with blood on his face, turns to face his opponent and yells in rage. Who the hell is he after all? No one in the underground arena has ever given him a fight back. Exploding into a frantic attack, Dao Shi'er rushes forward with a devilish smile and blazing eyes, loudly mocking and threatening to crush his opponent into dust. His fists crash down on Han's body with a deafening crack, but he stands with his head down, unperturbed and silent, as if the blows only irritate him. The purple-haired giant turns around for another strike with confident malice. Not noticing how Han ironically adjusts his sleeve as if he had just shaken off some dust, leaving a trail of blood behind him, the giant praises his opponent for his fortitude and continues the attack, but sees neither fear nor pain in his gaze, only a frightening smile. At that moment, when the fist of the fighting monster almost squeezes the air in front of the young man's mask, he only smiles mysteriously and everything in the air changes. With a grin that enraged the enemy even more than before, Han Sanqian dashed through the air and struck Dao Shi'er straight in the head with lightning force. One of the observers, clenching his fists, shouts that Dao Shi'er is simply insane. With such an attack, he can kill the opponent in one blow. The other one, looking anxiously at the arena, notes that it is not Sanqian who needs to be worried about, because after all this storm, he only took a step back. With despair in his eyes, one of his friends shouts that there is not a trace of fatigue in Sanqian's eyes, and that he must help before the battle becomes a massacre. The boys in the stands rush to help, realizing that even at the risk of Fei's wrath, they cannot allow Sanqian to die in this brutal duel. The huge Dao Shi'er acknowledges with slight surprise that Sanqian is the first one to withstand so many blows and still remain calm. Standing with his hands behind his back, with a slight smile and a blank look behind his mask, Han Sanqian wryly remarks that such a fighter has no place among the crowd in the underground arena. Dao Shi'er smirked in response and hoarsely replied that the arena was paying him, and Han's moralizing meant nothing here. It was just his job. And suddenly his eyes flash. His fist is caught in the lion's flaming mouth, and he rushes forward with a roar, like a fiery whirlwind of crushing fury. With a wild grin and confidence burning in his pupils, Han leaps into the air, fist clenched and leg raised as if the arena were just a stepping stone to the blow. Desperate Dao, noticing the maneuver, rushes forward, furiously shouting that he will now break Han's leg and make him regret the leather takeoff. But Sanqian turns in midair, gracefully avoiding the blow, as if teasing an enraged beast, knowing where the next point of attack will be. Even in the final clash, when Dao has gathered all that is left, his fists fall apart powerlessly, unable to withstand the cold-blooded onslaught. Han Sanqian's jump turns into a crushing blow from above, and before Shi'er can react, a powerful explosion of power pierces his chest. The spectators in the arena scream in shock, stunned as the invincible Dao Shi'er fell before their eyes, unable to fight back. With a triumphant smile and the stride of a confident warrior, Han approaches, and the crowd chants that Brother Sanqian has forced Dao to retreat. Looking coldly at his fallen enemy, Han asks if his words have any weight now, making it clear that all the cards are now in his hands. Dao is silent, looking down and clenching his teeth, unable to answer, because for the first time a bitter shadow of defeat and fear of weakness has crept into his soul. With a mocking look on his face and a relaxed gait, Han walks past the defeated Shi'er, who turns away, silently acknowledging his humiliating defeat. In the deathly silence of the arena, Shire raises his hand and hoarsely declares that he will not accept the fee, stunning everyone and causing an angry reaction from the curator. In a desperate attempt to maintain control, the curator yells that Shire has no right to leave, but he stands like a rock, deaf to panic and threats. With a menacing roar and a flash of flame, Dao Shire suddenly turns around, swings his red-hot fist, and furiously yells for his opponent to disappear from his sight. Meanwhile, against the backdrop of the night sky, Han Sanqian, with a torn shirt and scratched hands, looks at his palms, as if he once again feels the pain and cost of the battle. Taking a drag on his cigarette and turning to the side, Han silently listens to his friend asking about the hospital. But there is a calm look in his eyes. No, this was just a warm-up. With a slight smile on his lips and casual confidence in his voice, he asks to tell Lin Yong to take him home. As if the battle was just an episode, standing by the open door of the car, holding his tracksuit in his hand, he silently prepares to leave, leaving the arena where he has just shown his true strength, adjusting his cigarette and blowing smoke into the cool night air. Han calmly says that if Shire hadn't kept his word, he would have definitely been in trouble. Smiling slightly and looking up at the night sky through the cigarette smoke, Han Sanqian calmly admits that if the fight had dragged on, he might not have survived. His comrade, with a cigarette in his lips without looking away, asks with feigned calmness what would have happened to the enemy then. And Sanqian, squinting and taking a drag on his smoke, says with a slight grin that then he would have probably remained a cripple. Gritting his teeth in pain, he recalls how hard and unbearable Dao Shire's body was, as if a fist was hitting pure iron. Returning to the room, he freezes in front of the empty space where his bedding lay yesterday, and now only a shadow of a memory remains. With unexpected calm and defiance in her voice, the girl from under the blanket reminds him that if he has dealt with Qianshuya, he can sleep in her bed. Transforming into a playful kitten, he joyfully jumps into her arms, unable to contain his happiness and shining childish carelessness. In response, the girl sharply pushes him away with her foot right in the face, with cold irritation ordering him to get away from her. Pointing irritably to an imaginary red line, she adds that his place is behind her, and not one step closer. With a cheerful smile on his lips, he asks when this line will disappear, to which she playfully replies that it all depends on his behavior. Throwing her head back and smiling slyly, Han wonders what will happen if she herself suddenly crosses this line. Covering herself with a blanket and looking defiantly, she hints that he has an inflated sense of self-worth and questions why she should cross it. He calmly replies that he understands everything, but in his mind he remembers how she tosses and turns at night and cannot fall asleep peacefully. Bright warm rays of sunlight burst into the room through the window, gently informing that the morning of a new day has arrived. Lying funny on the floor and squinting from the light, the guy does not understand what is pressing on him so hard, as if someone from above is taking a weighty revenge. Clinging to Han's chest, the girl sleeps soundly, not remembering her boundaries and quietly breaking her own rules with the silence of trust. A warm ray of sunlight touches her face and she briefly opens her eyes, suspended between sleep and awakening. Sitting up abruptly on the bed, she is surprised to realize that she has crossed a line, but she still smiles as if it doesn't matter anymore. She tiptoed barefoot towards the door, breathing a sigh of relief, glad that Han hadn't woken up and noticed her secret escape. In front of the mirror, lightly touching her cheek, she freezes with slight surprise in her eyes, as if she saw something new in herself. Turning to him, she asks ironically if he is too comfortable and if he would like to join her on a run. With a soft smile on his lips, he politely asks if he can rest today and not leave the warm shelter of his bed. Suddenly, she sharply presses his hand to the mattress, clearly showing that she is not happy with his mood. Holding his hand tightly in hers, she says with a slight reproach that she is not used to being alone. And he nods silently, accepting her truth. Running after the girl, Han gasps for air and wonders why his arms still ache so much in pain. Leaning on the fence, she raises her arms to the sky, enjoying the fresh mountain air and the mesmerizing view that stretches into the distance. Turning to the guy, Incha thanks him with a sincere smile for the opportunity to see such beauty that she had previously known only from books. Looking ahead, Han reluctantly adds that from this place one can see another landscape, much less beautiful, but no less important. Drying her face with a towel, she asks incredulously if there could be a better view anywhere than this one, among the clouds and the sun. Pointing into the distance, Han confidently says that Beijing has the best views in the entire valley, especially at dawn. With a sweaty face, Yingxia agrees that Beijing is still the capital, adding that the Su family is going there to expand their business. Standing against the backdrop of majestic mountains, Han promises with serious determination that he will definitely take her with him to Beijing one day. Holding his hand tightly, she joyfully shouts out that she believes in him with all her heart and will never allow him to doubt herself. Pulling him forward, she hurries, and he only thinks about how his hands hurt and how quickly this unexpected happiness came. Arriving at the second parking lot of the mountain villa, she worriedly asks why Han himself is not driving the car today. Raising his hands and showing them to her with a slight smile, he calmly admits that he has a minor injury that is nothing to worry about. Boiling with rage, she exclaims that this could have happened because she pulled his hand. But he gently reassures her. As Inxia pushes him into the car, she declares that she is taking him to the hospital immediately. But he shakes his head and says that he just needs to rest a little. Getting even more angry, she stubbornly repeats that they are going to the hospital. And this time, the guy, with a meek smile, finally agrees. Under a cloudless blue sky illuminated by the sun, a modern hospital building with a bright red cross stands silently watching the drama that is about to unfold within its cold walls. The professor in the white coat, adjusting his glasses and opening his eyes wide, froze in tense amazement, as if he had seen something so incredible that it had turned his understanding of reality upside down. The shocked doctor peers at the monitor, where an X-ray of broken fingers is clearly visible, as if he is faced with a mystery that even medicine cannot understand. Inxia, in tears, turns to Han, remembering how she pulled him hard by the hand on the way to the hospital, and asks why he remained silent and did not say that he was in pain. Smiling tenderly, he replies that it was the first time she had ever taken his hand herself, and he did not want to interrupt her initiative by complaining of pain. Sitting down next to him, she again reproaches herself for having behaved so carelessly and aggravating his suffering. Moving closer to her face, the young man softly whispers that every touch of hers makes his heart beat faster. After clearing his throat to get their attention, the doctor sternly states that his office is not a place for flirting and asks if they really are refusing treatment. Turning away from each other in a comical manner, they simultaneously apologize, blushing with embarrassment. Holding the picture in his hands, the doctor in a stern tone informs him that he will need to wear a plaster cast for about 40 days, and during this time the young man will need help. Glancing at his hand, Han smirks confidently at the length of the treatment and declares that it will take him a week to get back to normal. The doctor starts shouting, claiming that in all his practice no one has ever recovered in a week, and the girl agrees and looks angrily at Han. Scratching the back of his head, Han calmly gives in to avoid further reproaches and to not make the situation worse. Voices can be heard from within the giant building, talking about how someone is bored and has nothing to do while they wait. Insha, sitting at her desk, tells the hero that while he is being treated, she will accompany her to work in order to help him if necessary. An assistant comes into the office with lunch and offers to set the table for eating, to which Insha thanks her and asks to just leave the plates. The girl is spooning the soup, which is glistening appetizingly in the plate, as if enjoying its aroma and appearance. Like a caring mother, she brings the spoon to the boy's mouth, asking him to open his mouth so she can feed him gently. Smiling and chewing his food touchingly, he thinks that all this is even better than he could have imagined. A voice is heard behind the door. Someone urgently needs to go to the restroom and do their own thing. Han, with his hands in plaster, thoughtfully goes about his business, and the surrounding employees turn to look at him in surprise. Approaching the toilet, he prepares to relieve himself and cheerfully hums some carefree song to himself. Suddenly interrupting his melody, he thinks that something is clearly wrong here and requires some thought. Raising his bandaged hands, he exclaims how he can unzip his pants, turning the situation into a real tragedy. Crouching down in despair, he loudly complains that such a magnificent and cool Han can no longer even go to the toilet normally. Insha suddenly appears behind him and asks in a calm voice if he is finished yet. Smiling nervously and stumbling, he giggles and says that he no longer wants to, and now it doesn't matter anymore. Turning around menacingly, she orders him to follow her, and the guy, confused, asks again what exactly she is going to do. Stealthily removing the sign indicating that there were renovations, the girl urges Han to quickly enter inside before anyone notices their maneuver. Blushing, he excitedly asks if he really can enter the women's restroom and if he will get into trouble for it. Looking askance at the guy, she sarcastically asks if he is really going to endure it for a whole month for the sake of decency. Grabbing him by the shirt, she quickly pulls him inside, and Han, without having time to say anything, silently follows her. Insi's eyes widen and she timidly says that she will help him. Carefully hiding her embarrassment and excitement, blushing brightly, he wonders if he wanted this himself, and now he blushes from his own embarrassment. Holding him from behind, they both squirm comically, unable to find a comfortable position for both of them to be comfortable. From a beautiful, spacious building with open windows comes loud laughter and animated conversation of someone inside. Han, with a displeased expression on his face, asks his friend when he will finally stop laughing. But all he hears in response is giggles. Wiping away his tears and bursting into laughter, the green-haired boy says that it's too funny and he can't stop. Extending his hand to Han, he reminds him with a hint of sarcasm how he assured him that everything was fine. And now, the beauty even takes him to the toilet. Standing in the shadows with a dejected look, Han asks him to shut up and give him a cigarette to distract himself a little. The green-haired man, lighting a cigarette for him, says that Faye has searched the entire city in search, and now it would be better for him to lie low. Looking up at the sky, he thoughtfully says that if Faye does find him, she might try to kill him. Han, with his head down, calmly states that nothing will work out for him, and his friend immediately asks where such confidence comes from. Suddenly, a light bulb goes on above his head, and he remembers with a grin that Han is the famous loser of Yongcheng, and no one would guess that he is a master. Taking a drag on his cigarette, the young man recalls the image of Dao She and thinks that he is quite useful. It is worth getting closer to him somehow. The green-haired guy is going to send people to collect all the information and find a way to lure Dao to his side instead of Faye. The huge Su family mansion sparkles in the sunlight, giving the surrounding area a special beauty and grandeur. Walking slowly towards the door, Han asks why they came to see Grandma, to which the girl replies that there is a serious problem in the company. Putting her hand to her forehead, Yingxia explains that the financial difficulties are caused by Cheng Shi's project. She expected them, but not so quickly. The whole family has gathered in the large hall, with the grandmother sitting in the center, preparing for a serious conversation. And rumors about fundraising are whispered among relatives. Leaning on her cane and focusing her gaze, Grandma announces that she has gathered everyone today for an important piece of advice for the Su family. The family listens to her words in confusion as she continues to say that the Chansey project has almost exhausted all their resources. Haichao seriously suggests taking out a bank loan to deal with the unpleasant situation that has arisen. Closing her eyes and lowering her head, the old woman sadly admits that no bank will give them money to deliberately set them up. Suddenly, the girl in red exclaims what they should do then if no one can lend them the required amount. Having made up her mind, the grandmother makes a bold proposal to sell the property and valuables in order to save the Su family. Those present freeze in amazement at the unexpected news, silently waiting for her speech to continue. One of the men asks in surprise how they can do this if they are left without a roof over their heads. Frowning, the old woman replies that they can always rent an apartment, and with a hint of displeasure asks whether her son considers this unfair. Losing his temper, he explains that she misunderstood him, and that even if he sold the house, the money would not be enough but would only delay the consequences. The girl in red exclaims that their houses are not worth enough, and only Yingxia can help by selling her mountain villa. Insha stands proudly, holding back her emotions and showing good manners. While all around her there are reproaches that she should sell the villa and solve the problems. Han smiles cheekily as he listens to all this, but Yingxi's eyes show anger and discontent despite her outward calm. With her hands on her hips, the cheeky girl reminds him that her grandfather gave her the money for the villa, and now she is forced to sell it for everyone. The grandmother, sitting in the center of the room, explains that she is also ready to sell her gift in order to at least stabilize her finances a little. With a piercing gaze, the old woman asks why she thinks she was chosen for this important task. With her nose in the air, the girl smugly praises herself, assuring them that they need her. Because how could such a beauty not be needed? Insha asks the girl why the villa should be sold instead of donating her own gift. Piercing her with a glance, she explains that only she has a chance to marry a rich man and raise the family's status. And the villa was not bought with her money. Han, slightly covering his face with his hand, whispers something in the girl's ear, offering an unexpected solution to the situation. She looks into his eyes shyly and asks if he is sure, to which he asks her to just trust him. Raising her hand, she loudly declared to the entire room, telling her grandmother that she had a way to mortgage the villa to the bank and get a loan for the Su family. Proudly crossing her arms, Insha puts forward her conditions. If she is allowed to implement the plan, the grandmother undertakes to fulfill her demands. Rising up and leaning on her cane, the old woman impatiently asks what exactly she will have to do. Gathering her strength, the girl puts her hand to her chest and loudly declares that from today on, she wants to take responsibility for the finances, shocking everyone. Hearing her words, The men do not hold back their emotions and shout reproachfully, "How dare she manage finances?" And the blonde sarcastically suggests that she become the head of the company. The girl's forced smile reflects all her impudence and arrogance, and she mockingly remarks that she did not expect such cunning from Insi. Hearing the accusations, Yingxia can't believe her ears and claims that Su Yihan's family is stealing money from the company themselves, shifting the blame. Raising her hand, the grandmother signals everyone to be quiet and calmly asks Yingxu if she can really get a loan. In a fit of mistrust, Haichao convinces his grandmother that she shouldn't trust the girl because she wants to seize power over the company. Smiling ominously, the old woman agrees with the blonde and asks the girl if they can give her such a sum to manage her finances. Suddenly, Han intervenes in the conversation and exclaims with delight in her voice that she will be given a whole billion. The blonde, pointing his finger at him, sarcastically asks if he really thinks he has the right to vote and is interfering in something that is none of his business. Unable to bear it any longer, the grandmother orders Hanyu to shut up and not interfere in the conversations of adults. The girl's hair flies around and her scorching gaze seems to cut through the air as she declares that Han is right. She will be given 1 billion won and will be in charge of finance. The attention of the relatives turns to the couple, and they take turns declaring that this is impossible. The amount is too high. The grandmother says with concentration and confidence that if she manages to get this money, she will fulfill her conditions. Everyone immediately freezes in shock. After the meeting, the couple approaches the car, and Yingxia, unable to contain her excitement, clutches her head, asking Han if they will really give such a loan. The parents quickly catch up with them and, standing behind them, shower them with threats that if they fail, they will have to sell the villa. And how can she be so sure? Yingxia carefully helps Hanyu get into the car, and he calmly tells her that everything will be fine, and they will definitely succeed. A long-haired blonde approaches Director Du and informs him of the Su family's desire to take out a loan, asking if he will have time to consider the matter. Sprawled in a chair and pompously smoking a pipe, he demands that Su clean up. He has neither the time nor the desire to cooperate with them. The girl adds with slight excitement that a wealthy client will vouch for the Su family, ready to invest funds if the bank does not have enough resources. He bows his head nervously and keeps the cigarette in his teeth as he asks what their attitude is to this, and what amount of money they are talking about. Upon hearing that the secret client has over 10 billion, his eyes widen in shock and the cigarette instantly falls out of his mouth. The man's surprise was beyond words. His jaw dropped and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from shock. Waving his arms, he quickly orders that all the documents be prepared and an urgent meeting be set up to begin cooperation. Suddenly, a cold sweat runs across the director's face. He remembers the promises to other companies, but he cannot refuse such a rich guarantor. In the quiet of home, lying on the bed, Han reports that he has already agreed on everything with the bank director, and a meeting about the loan will take place soon. The girl, not believing her luck, jumps out of bed and excitedly asks if this is true. Jumping into his arms, she lightly flirts and asks the young man how she can thank him for such help. The guy scratches his head in embarrassment, blushes and says that she is his wife, and he is ready to help her without any hidden intentions. Suddenly, the girl's graceful foot hits him hard in the face, throwing him straight onto the bed in complete confusion. Lying discontentedly on the bed, the girl wonders why he is so accommodating and always gives in. Will he never cross her line on the bed? He rests his hand on his cheek and loses himself in his thoughts, not understanding what he did to anger her again, and why women get angry faster than he can comprehend. The next morning, Yingxia carefully feeds the helpless Han, who sits like a cute kitten, patiently waiting for his portion of food. Mom, with a kind smile, suggests that the boy stay at home because his arm is injured, and he can't do anything on his own anyway. Slowly chewing his food, Han listens as the girl tells her mother that he will go with her because only she can take care of him. Mom reminds her daughter that she was going to the bank today, and Han has nothing to do there, so it's better for him to rest at home. With a gentle smile, the hero agrees with his mother and reassures the girl that he will be better at home and everything will be fine with him. The girl drives carefully, going about her business, and the sunlight brightly floods the car windows. There is a tense atmosphere in the house. Lan asks Han when he will finally transfer the villa to Yingxiu, hinting that they need to hurry. Han confidently says that he will do it as soon as she asks him, and he notes to himself how cunning and insidious this woman is. The woman likes his answer and asks him not to delay it, but to discuss the issue with her daughter as soon as possible. Continuing to calmly watch TV, Han responds that if she tries to kick him out of the family, she will soon regret it greatly. Hearing these words, the mother clenches her teeth in anger and asks how he dares to be so impudent because his money is almost gone, and it's time to be more modest. Han, holding his head high, ironically agrees that there is almost no money, but adds that he can buy another 10 such villas. The woman looks at him haughtily and mocks him, saying that he boasts more than he can, and she is not interested in his money. Turning into a funny little devil, he grins at how such a mercantile woman like her cannot be interested in his money. The mother throws her little hands at him furiously, indignantly demanding to know why he uses such an insolent and sarcastic tone. With a cold glance, he warns her one last time not to interfere in his and Su Yingxia's lives. Otherwise, she will have to regret it bitterly. He calmly walks away while she watches him go, confused and with concern in her eyes, looking at him with fear. Suddenly, images of Han and the woman who once publicly humiliated her pop into her head. Similar intonations and expressions frighten her. Nervously biting her nails, she can't believe that there could be a hidden connection between them. Trying to convince herself that it was just a mistake, pushing away the disturbing thoughts, an evil smile appears on her face. She is determined to deal with Han as soon as possible. The events shift to the bank building, where Yingxia is sitting on the sofa in a spacious office, introducing the Chengxi project and the Su family, after being asked if she is alone. The long-haired blonde leans towards the director, listening attentively as he talks about the difficult situation. All the banks have refused to give the Su family a loan. The girl tries to justify her family, proving that over time they will be able to return all the borrowed funds. The director says that it is difficult for him to trust the Su family and allocate 10 billion. But for the sake of her friend, he is willing to meet her halfway and find out when he can meet him. The excited girl, with a drop of sweat running down her face, agrees, wondering who this influential friend is if Han arranged the meeting. Recalling the situation at the Crystal Restaurant, she increasingly thinks about the mysteriousness of Han, who has no chance to fully open up. Looking up and carefully folding her hands in her lap, Yingxia wonders if her friend's reputation is really worth such a huge amount of money. Smiling softly, he explains that he cannot divulge such details and advises her to ask these questions directly to her friend. After the conversation ended, the director watched the girl leave and thought about how his reputation was now at risk for helping the Su family. The blonde, standing up straight, says that the Su and Han families are cooperating for their mutual benefit, and the man wonders who this mysterious client is. Squinting, the blonde says that it is Han Sankan and asks again if the director wants to know more. The man turns sharply to the girl and asks with his jaw dropped if this is really the same Han, the notorious loser son-in-law, putting her hand to her chin. The girl says that it seems impossible and apparently he is not such a loser after all. Clutching the back of his head, the director reassures himself that it's just a coincidence, and if not, why would this guy help the Su family? Insha calmly enters the house after a difficult and tense conversation, feeling tired but keeping herself firmly in hand. Sitting on the sofa, the mother asks why she came back so quickly, but the girl ignores the question and immediately asks where Sankan is. Raising her finger in acknowledgement, the woman, with a smug smile, says that the guy has agreed to transfer the villa to her, and she needs to talk to him. With a displeased expression and a stern look, the girl realizes why her mother wanted Han to stay at home, while Lan proudly praises himself for persuading her. Raising her hand to silence her mother, Inxia shocks her by telling her that she doesn't need this house at all. Turning around, the girl calmly heads to her room, listening to her mother's reproaches about ingratitude and the fact that in life you need to take advantage of opportunities. The words that if she doesn't talk to Han, she might forget about her mother, make Yingxiu turn around and shout that she is not a puppet for manipulation and will not tolerate any more scams. The enraged mother, unable to stand such a tone, angrily points her finger at her daughter and mockingly declares that she hasn't even dried her lips yet to talk like that. Entering the room, Yingxia sees Han resting on the bed, and he asks with a smile about her mood and how things went at the bank. Coming closer, the tired and upset girl asks if her mother has been bothering him with her conversations again. Reassuring her, he says with a smile that he was going to include her name in the deeds for the villa anyway. Hearing this, she exclaims in embarrassment that he shouldn't do this, and doesn't he understand what her mother is trying to achieve with this act? The young man calmly explains that he understands everything perfectly and sees her mother's true intentions, asking if she can stop her if necessary. From these words, the girl's gaze becomes piercing and wet, reflecting her uncertainty and fear of the situation. Suddenly, she moves very close to Han's face and kisses him tenderly in gratitude, causing his eyes to widen and his heart to pound wildly. Still not realizing that he is kissing his beloved, He jokingly asks for a little time to psychologically prepare himself to answer something. Looking at him from below with wide eyes, she says that everything is going well with the loan and asks if his reputation is really worth 1 billion yuan. Looking at her tenderly, he replies that his reputation is nothing compared to her kiss, which is priceless to him. Grabbing him by the shirt and shouting nervously, she asks him to stop fooling around, adding that Director Du wants to meet him in person. Hugging her tightly, he says that he will definitely find time to meet, because it will be useful for their future projects. Moving away from him, the girl reminds him that he still hasn't answered her last question, clearly expecting a frank answer. With a triumphant gesture and a broad smile, he proudly says that he has more than 10 billion, so the bank could not refuse him. The girl turns away abruptly and prepares to leave because he is bragging again and does not want to tell her the whole truth. The events move to the hospital, where the doctor looks at the picture in amazement, not understanding how the guy's hands were able to recover in just a week. Quickly getting up, the guy is about to leave since he is already healthy, but the doctor warns that he cannot lift heavy objects for 2 months. Han quickly leaves the office, happy that the cast has been removed, but realizing that now his beloved woman will care less about him. Having called someone on the phone, he says that he will soon come to the bank at the request of the director and asks to notify him about this in advance. The events move to the bank premises, where the young man confidently sits down in a chair and begins a conversation about future cooperation and strong connections. The director, with a drop of sweat on his face, revealing his excitement, assures that everything will be fine, wondering if this is the same son-in-law of the Su family. Nervously, the director tries to ask the guest something, but is very doubtful whether it would be appropriate to ask this question. Before he could continue, Han interrupts him and confirms that yes, he is the son-in-law everyone is talking about. The blonde, standing next to the man, looks at the young man in amazement along with him, not understanding why a man with so much money should endure humiliation. Raising his hand and smiling sincerely, he thanks his wife for her help and offers his help if she ever needs it. The manager sincerely thanks and promises to do everything possible for the sake of their project and the well-being of the family. Turning his gaze to his assistant, Han also thanks her for her help and asks her to prepare some banking product for him to try out. The girl, quickly grabbing the documents, offers the guests several new products from their bank. Happy that even one transaction will bring her a good percentage, after quickly running his eyes over the proposals, he confidently announces the investment amount of 100 million. Hearing this, the director and the blonde open their mouths wide, not believing their own ears from surprise. Looking at his watch, the guy asks to urgently draw up the documents for the purchase because he is in a hurry to pick up his wife from work. He walks quickly along the quiet street, enjoying the warm sunny weather and the light breeze. His name is called from behind him, and he turns around abruptly, surprised by the unexpected call. A barefoot woman runs down the street, holding her shoes in her hands, and in Han's mind the question sounds, "Who is she?" Running up to him, the pink-haired girl asks incoherently where his car is, visibly hurrying and worried. No less surprised, he replies that he doesn't have a car today, and asks what happened and why she's in such a hurry. The enraged and frightened girl throws herself into his arms, screaming for him to carry her, as if something terrible was about to happen. Han dodges deftly and steps to the side, causing her to crash head-on into a tree behind her. Leaning her head against a tree, she cries uncontrollably and screams why he did this and turned away from her. Suddenly, a green-eyed girl appears in front of Han with 2 men behind her, asking in an accusing tone if he is the husband of that girl who sticks her nose into everything. Shaking his head in surprise and alarm, he looks angrily at the girl and shouts that he is not her husband and that he is seeing her for the first time. In a comical fit, she rushes at him, beating him with her little fists, screaming how he cannot know her if she is his wife's best friend. The girl with the guards brazenly orders the young man to get away and not interfere with her business. Since he does not know this girl, having come to his senses, Han asks in a calm and firm tone what will happen if he does not obey and does not leave. Squinting her eyes, the fair-haired beauty asked again if he was sure of his decision. Since then, he would have to return home beaten. With a wave of her hand, she leads the guys behind and orders them to deal with this impudent guy first. The 2 guys grin and give him one last chance to leave on good terms and not try to play the hero. Grabbing Han by the shoulder, the pink-haired girl asks for forgiveness with tears in her eyes and promises that if he gets injured, she will provide him with the best hospital. The young man confidently asks her to move away and find a first aid station for those who will now fight with him. 2 men in glasses suddenly rush at him with their fists, not holding back the desire to tear him to pieces. The hero's gaze flashes with fire, and with one sharp kick he throws both of them back like lightning, leaving a fiery trail behind him. The girl, watching this, loudly exclaimed in amazement and could not imagine that Sankan could fight like that. Having dealt with the attackers, the guy calmly turns to her and asks her to finally explain what happened here. With her head down and her lips pouting, she wants to say something, but she stumbles, not daring to utter a word. Behind him, a girl suddenly confesses first that she tried on clothes in her store, grabbed the goods, and tried to run away, which is why they were chasing her. Folding his hand in a noble gesture, Han apologizes to the girl and says that he will pay for everything. And she, lowering her head, adds that it would be nice to also pay for the guard's treatment. Walking with a glamorous bag, the pink-haired girl thanks Han and promises to return the money to him as soon as possible. With a displeased expression on his face, the guy says that he doesn't need the money, but asks her to be more careful, as she won't always be lucky in the future. Looking up at the sky, the girl asks if Yingxia will be coming to the class reunion today, to which Han asks in surprise what reunion they are talking about. She explains that Inxia always came to such meetings, but after the wedding with him she no longer showed up, and now her classmates bully her. She remembers how everyone used to hover around Innie, paying attention to her, because she was always incredibly beautiful. But after her marriage, most of her classmates, especially the guys, try to hurt her or offend her with various jokes. Listening to this, the young man feels awkward at the thought that because of him, his beloved is being ridiculed and bullied by her classmates. Remembering the old woman wrong, the girl exclaims that she hates Yingxu the most. Comparing her to trash, Han asks with a smile who old woman wrong is, noting that her name is rather strange, and the girl explains that she is a grumpy woman who doesn't like everything. Looking up at the guy, she blames him for all the troubles, declaring that now he is simply obliged to achieve justice and respect for Insa. In a joking tone, the guy says that it's time for him to go home, and the girl laughs at him to wait until she gets rich and pays him back. As she watches him go, vague thoughts filled with envy for Insi's life and her happy relationship arise in her head. Yingxia stands at the threshold of the building after work, noticing Han ahead, who apparently came to pick her up. The girl angrily yells at him, reminding him that she asked him not to come because his body is still too weak. But he, raising his hands up, joyfully exclaims that he can no longer sit at home. A wave of anger washes over her, and she doesn't understand when he managed to remove the cast if the doctor told him to wear it for at least a month. Reassuring her, he assures her that everything is fine with him now, and the doctor himself confirmed that he is completely healthy. Grabbing his hand, the girl can't believe her eyes. Her hands look completely whole and strong, as if there was no injury. His warm smile further proves his good health, and he politely asks her for the car keys, wanting to drive himself today. Han whistles a tune as he drives the car carefully, and Yingxia watches his confident movements in surprise. Still doubting the guy's health, she again calls his recovery too fast and thinks that even the doctor was in shock. The guy jokes that if he hadn't hurried, his eyes would have already fallen to the ground, but he returned them to their place in time. Covering her smile with her hand and giggling cheerfully, she again notes how he loves to brag and show off his self-confidence, and he adds that he has it in abundance. Grabbing his cheek, she asks him what he's even thinking about, and he laughs and cleverly jokes it off. Focusing his gaze on the road, he reports that he met Shen Lingyao on his way to the company. Puffing out her cheeks and closing her eyes from fatigue, she remembers that she hasn't spoken to her for a long time, and wonders what wind brought her there. Sighing, he explains that she ruined some clothes in a store, causing problems, but he quickly settled everything by beating up her pursuers. Hearing this, she angrily attacks him with reproaches that he cannot beat people without her permission, to which he obediently agrees and promises not to do it again. Han also recalls her words about the alumni meeting and the invitation to go together, to which Yingxia briefly and firmly answers no. From the car you can hear pleas to go to a meeting and categorical refusals. The girl invites Han to go with Shen, sarcastically remarking that they would look great together, but the guy laughs it off with a grin, reminding that he is, in fact, a married man. Bowing her head, the girl says with sadness in her eyes that perhaps he doesn't know how her classmates mock and ridicule her. While driving, the hero insists that they should go to a meeting to laugh as much as possible at the girl in charge of the Chengxi project and who owns a mountain villa. Inxia tries to say something, but begins to stutter, either from fatigue or from lack of self-confidence. Frowning, the guy interrupts her doubts, stating that unless she considers him a wimp, then no one has the right to treat him that way. Turning to him sheepishly, she says in a soft voice that she in no way considers him weak or pathetic. A sparkle lights up in his eyes, and with a little flirtation he persuades her to go with him, since he has never been to such a meeting before. Relaxedly lounging in the office with his feet up on the table, The blonde thinks that a week has already passed and Insha still hasn't taken out a loan, mocking her stupidity. Suddenly, the doors swing open with a bang, and a girl in a red shirt shouts that the loan has already been processed and all the documents have been signed. Haichao is unable to stand on his feet at this news and falls face down on the table, shocked by what he heard. Clutching the table with a face full of anger, he asked again if it was true and how much money they had been given. With her hands on the table right in front of his face, she loudly states the amount of 1 billion yuan. Grimacing and crossing his arms over his waist, the blonde mutters through clenched teeth that he didn't expect her to succeed. Having collected his thoughts, Haichao goes ahead and gives instructions to go to the finance department for further action. The girl glances at him and says that there is no time for this. Grandma is gathering everyone for a meeting in the conference room. In the spacious office, all the relatives are gathered around a round table, and Grandma squeezes Insi's hand and declares that it was she who saved the company and achieved 1 billion. With a smile on her face, she announces the upcoming changes. Now Insha is responsible for the company's finances, as was agreed upon in advance. Her voice becomes quieter, and she adds that she wants to voice one more idea of hers. The blonde, watching how warmly the grandmother treats the girl, begins to wonder if she's going to make her the new head of the company. The two brothers shout out sharply that such decisions cannot be made in a hurry. Everything needs to be carefully thought out, because this is a big company. With a sly smile, the grandmother says that Insa needs help, because she is already busy with a large project. An announcement is made that Haichao will become the deputy director from today, and will do his best to assist the Chengxi project. A demonic smile appears on his face, and he thanks his grandmother for the opportunity, promising not to let her down. The blonde turns his head to Insa and mockingly proudly speaks about his new position and power in the company. Watching this, Insha understands that her grandmother still does not trust her, only creating the illusion of a favorable environment. The old woman prepares the girl for future cooperation with Haichao and advises them to improve their relationship, to which Yingxia politely agrees. Rising from her seat, she hands over all tasks to other staff members, preparing to end this conference. Nodding kindly, she politely asks to discuss the company's further development and ways for it to prosper. Sitting down in the chair, the blonde mockingly remarks that Insha will never earn her grandmother's complete trust, because priority will always be his. Unable to bear the insulting words, she jumps up and declares that she is now responsible for all finances and will control every penny. The guys watch the girl leave the room, whispering among themselves about how ungrateful she is for limiting their income. The man in the suit calms them down, reminding them that Haichao is now the vice principal, which means the girl won't be able to interfere with them. With his nose in the air, the blonde Zhuzhe is thinking about how to take some of the loan money for himself, but do it in such a way as not to get caught. All the relatives begin to support him, wishing him success because each of them hopes to snatch their illegal share. Sitting in the car with her head down, Yingxia remembers that Shen invited her and Han to dinner tonight and asks him to start the car to show her the way. As he turns the ignition key, the young man wonders why Insha is so upset, since today the bank was finally supposed to issue the loan. While fastening her seatbelt, she explains that Haichao is now the company's deputy director, and she will have to discuss work issues with him, which is the reason for her mood. Turning sharply towards her, the guy confirms his suspicions, but admits that he did not expect such a decision from his grandmother. Unable to contain her emotions at this injustice, she exclaims when everyone will finally see Haichao's true face and why her grandmother doesn't trust her with the future of the company. The guy voices the obvious fact that the grandmother simply does not want Insha to occupy the highest position, and the blonde seems like a convenient candidate to her. With tears in her eyes, she still does not understand where this mistrust came from, because she always worked honestly for the good of the company. Han firmly asks if she can really do what everyone in the company expects of her. Turning away from the girl and looking out the window, he explains that the point is that the grandmother is 100% confident in her, because Insha will never abandon either her family or the company. Under a velvety night sky strewn with a scattering of stars, an elegant white car pulled up to a large, illuminated villa with an arched entrance where a quiet atmosphere of expectation reigned. Two girls were discussing the difficulty of booking a private room at the prestigious Fuyango restaurant, wondering who was able to arrange everything so cleverly, while one remembered that an influential relative of the witch Rong was connected to the owner of the establishment. Han Sanqian, sitting in the car and looking out the window, thought deeply about Yang Qi, who, thanks to his connections in Yonzheng, was highly respected by the directors. Inside the car, the pink-haired girl, looking at Han Sanqian with a slight reproach, expresses doubt about Yang Qi's success, believing that his wealth only appeared after a big win 3 years ago. Han Sanqian, with a slight smile on his face and a sparkle in his eyes, reacts cheerfully to the girl's suggestion, as if surprised by her fantasies about winning. The girl anxiously recalls the story of Yang Qi, who was recently a simple contractor barely making ends meet. But after winning the lottery 3 years ago, he opened the Fuyangguo restaurant and made influential connections. Han Sanqian, handing over a large suitcase of money, instructs the man to establish himself in Yunzheng by enlisting the support of influential people. Pleased with how Yang Qi's affairs have gone after his help, Yang Wen hugs Rong Liu near the luxury car rented from his uncle and smugly promises that her classmates will be delighted. And the girl, touched by his attention, confesses her feelings. Rong Liu, standing next to the smug Yang Wen near the red car, listens to the enthusiastic compliments of her friends, who envy her marriage to a rich and handsome man, dreaming of finding the same kind of groom for herself. Smiling slightly, Rong Liu admits that she initially doubted whether to marry Yang Wen, but the luxurious diamond ring he gave her finally convinced her to make this choice. The girls look with admiration at the ring on Rong Liu's hand, who calmly says that the jewelry costs only $100,000, adding that for the anniversary she dreams of receiving an even more expensive gift with a large diamond. Yang Wen gently hugs Rong Liu and with a smug smile tells her about the surprise he has prepared. He ordered a new diamond ring for her, which he wanted to give her for their anniversary, but decided to announce it right now, in front of her classmates. Touched by her husband's concern, Rong Liu thanks him, while her friends whisper around her in delight, discussing the cost of the exclusive gift and remembering that to order from DR, you need to sign a promise of fidelity to true love. The guest's attention is drawn to the unexpected appearance of Su Yingxia, who has not been seen at alumni meetings for a long time. Rong Liu turns around with a wary look along with her husband, remembering how she was the most beautiful girl in the class. Under the bright rays of the sun, Su Yingxia, holding the hand of her pink-haired friend, appears at the alumni meeting, attracting admiring glances with her refined image and calm elegance. Surprised and delighted, her classmates whisper to each other about how beautiful Su Yingxia looks after so many years. She is still the same beautiful flower of the class that she was in her youth. Surrounded by a crowd of former classmates, Su Yingxia calmly listens to the enthusiastic compliments, while in the soul of one of the girls, envy grows, because she cannot come to terms with the fact that Yingxia is still considered the best. When Su Yingxia finally appears, several men from her previous circle look at her with admiration, like wolves and tigers ready to bow down, trying to get her attention. And Rong Liu watches this with a sly smile. Rong Liu, with feigned goodwill, begins to humiliate Su Yingxiu, hinting at cheap perfumes and offering to give her perfumes from Chanel and Dior, bragging that Yang Wen gives her such perfumes every month in unlimited quantities. The pink-haired friend indignantly stands up for Su Yingxi, abruptly refusing Rong Liu's gifts, declaring that Yingxi doesn't need her fakes and should keep them for herself. Rong Liu, with a smug smile, ostentatiously boasts of his wealth, showing the crowd the brand new Ferrari given to him by Yang Wen, and mocking his friends for their cheap things, emphasizing his superiority. Yang Wen, hugging Rong Liu, tries to smooth over the conflict by playing the role of peacemaker and reminding everyone that they are classmates and should not ruin the evening with quarrels. One of the girls notices suspiciously that Yang Wen's shirt looks familiar, remembering that the same shirt was seen in the video with Han Sanqian at the mall, and wonders if it was a coincidence. Under the glow of the starry sky, Su Yingxia introduces her husband Han Sanqian to the assembled classmates with a joyful smile, and he, with a friendly smile, waves his hand, greeting everyone. Whispers and envious discussions begin in the crowd of classmates. Some are surprised how such an attractive guy can be a loser. Others scoff, saying that he simply lives at the expense of his wife. Yang Wen, coming closer with a sarcastic smile, brazenly voiced his suspicions to Han Sanqian's face, calling him a gigolo and clearly enjoying his insulting speech. Han Sanqian, with calm confidence, reminds Yang Wen of modesty, hinting at the respectful behavior that propriety demands. Yang Wen, boasting, laughs loudly and states that Han understands a few things, but his influential uncle taught him not to be too modest. Han Sanqian narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, mockingly suggesting that Yang Wen teach him manners himself, without his uncle's help. Su Yingxia invites Han Sanqian to go inside, Take a seat and wait for the rest of their classmates while Yang Wen and his wife stand to the side, watching them. Yang Wen calms his wife with cold determination, promising that he will certainly deal with them at the right moment, and advises her not to rush into action. Inside the elegant graduation hall, where smartly dressed guests stroll around the piano, a festive atmosphere reigns amidst the exquisite decor. The room is filled with lively conversations. Two girls are excitedly discussing a sensational video of a mysterious prince playing the piano, recalling how this recording stirred up the internet and how many girls dream of marrying him. Standing next to Han Sankian, the pink-haired girl reminds him of how he amazed everyone with his performance last time, thinking that everyone would be jealous if they knew that the prince in the video was her husband. Smiling, Han Sankian confidently declares that he has come to support Su Yingxia, and the pink-haired girl indignantly demands that he help Yingxia assert her superiority and not allow Rong Liu to mock her. Yang Wen confidently walks to the center of the hall to the piano, attracting the attention of the guests who begin to whisper, guessing his intentions. Sitting down at the piano, Yang Wen begins to play a melody that instantly reminds everyone of the famous video game, causing the audience to whisper in shock, believing that he is the mysterious piano prince. Seeing Yang Wen at the piano, Han Sankian, Su Yingxia, and her friend are comically surprised, because they had never heard before that Yang Wen was the mysterious pianist. The girl in red smugly explains to those present that he learned to play as a child, and recently decided to reminisce about the past, not expecting that his game in the shopping center would cause such a stir online. Surrounded by her friends who shower her with compliments and envious sighs, Rong Liu proudly enjoys their envy as they admiringly talk about how many would dream of marrying a rich, handsome, and talented prince like her husband. Laughing, Yang Wen admits that every time he sees the piano he can't resist the urge to play, and Rong Liu chides him for asking him not to show off his skills, since it would attract unnecessary attention. The pink-haired girl, unable to hold back her tears and anger, screams that these people are absolutely shameless, not hiding her indignation in front of everyone. The furious pink-haired girl points her finger and angrily accuses Yang Wen of lying. While Su Yingxia and the rest of the party guests look at her in surprise, Rong Liu looks forward with rage, thinking about how she deliberately made Yang Wen pretend to be a prince to make her classmates jealous, even though no one actually knows who he is. Rong Liu, pointing his finger at Shen Lingyu angrily, shouts out angrily, warning her against such impudent accusations, reminding her that even though they are classmates, it does not give her the right to insult her. The girl with a fiery gaze responds, exposing Rong Liu that this whole scene was only arranged to make her classmates jealous, and for her, this is a valid reason. Shen Lingyu, holding a phone with a video showing the pianist from behind, claims that although the face is not visible, the body type in the recording does not match Yang Wen's at all. The two girls looked at the recording on the phone with excited expressions, and finally noticed the obvious differences between the real pianist's figure and Yang Wen's, increasing their doubts. The girl, with a tense expression on her face, nervously looks up at Yang Wen, beginning to realize that the situation is getting out of control. Rong Liu, trying to save face, indignantly declares that the video from the phone cannot serve as sufficient evidence, accusing his rival of envy. Shen Lingyu stands confidently, leaning forward slightly and crossing her arms over her chest, her determined gaze radiating confidence and superiority over the crowd. Rong Liu throws down her challenge with a mocking smile and a playful gesture, showing full confidence in her game, while Shen Lingyu stands before her with a tense posture, preparing for another verbal battle. The two girls looked at each other in confusion, surprise, and doubt written on their faces, and one of them clutched her phone in her hands, trying to find some kind of confirmation for Shen Lingyu's words. Rong Liu, with his arms crossed and a smug smile, looks at Shen Lingyu, mocking her failed attempts to prove the truth, while the crowd watches the tense confrontation with interest. Su Yingxia approaches Rong Liu with heat and anger, pointing her finger at her and resolutely declaring to protect her sister Shen Lingyu, causing her rival to retreat in surprise. Shen Lingyu hides behind Han Sankian, boldly declaring that it is time to reveal the truth, while Han Sankian himself is slightly taken aback by the sudden attention. The couple, frozen in bewilderment, look ahead with blank faces, not knowing how to react to such an unexpected turn of events. Yang Wen, laughing, along with those around him, mocks Han Sankian, whom Su Yingxia points out as a real prince, causing everyone to be delighted and distrustful. Han Sankian, looking intently towards the piano, calmly prepares to demonstrate his abilities despite the ridicule and tension in the hall. A young man with closed eyes and a slight smile plays the piano with inspiration, radiating a charming melody that envelops the crowd of listeners with bright notes. Two amazed girls, one of whom covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, delightedly recognize the familiar melody and the silhouette of the pianist. Realizing that this is the same scene from the video, Sankian's back at the piano, and the recording on the phone where he is captured in the same pose finally confirm that he is the mysterious pianist prince. Surrounded by astonished onlookers watching the unexpected development with delight and amazement, the couple stand at the center of attention, the woman's face expressing angry concentration while the man tries to hide his irritation behind a forced smile. With a flash of rage in her eyes, the woman turns sharply to her companion, shouting an order to urgently find a way to change the course of the humiliating situation that threatens to destroy their reputation. The man, his lips pressed together with tension, assures the woman that he will call his uncle to help resolve the situation, while she gazes at him tensely and intently, seeking salvation in his words. The hero smoothly and confidently presses the keys of the piano, demonstrating a mastery and sophistication of playing that Yang Wen could never repeat. Because only a true master is able to maintain the rhythm so perfectly, he stands proudly at the piano, and the admiring guests enthusiastically acknowledge that Su Yingxia's husband is the very prince playing the piano. With a triumphant smile, Shen Lingyu turns to his rival, pointing at her and asking if she now understands who the real prince is, hinting at her humiliation and shame. Suddenly, the confused couple, the red-haired woman and the purple-haired man, nervously make excuses, saying that Yang Wen only looks like the mysterious pianist and that he was probably just pretending. Shen Lingyu stretches out her hand, loudly accusing Yang Wen and Rong Liu of cheating and wanting to make her classmates jealous, while behind her, a red-haired woman and a man in a light blue shirt stand cheerfully nodding. Turning to Rong Liu and Yang Wen, Shen Lingyu points at himself with a disdainful expression and declares that she is sickened by such a vain woman, showing complete superiority to the crowd. The man in the blue shirt, trying to calm the angry woman in the red dress, promises to send his uncle's men to punish the culprits, being sure that today the rivals will kneel before them and beg for forgiveness. With a bitter determination in her voice and a clenched fist, the woman in the red dress dreams of seeing Su Yingxia and Han Sanqian bowing humbly before her, while her companion reminds them of his uncle's power and promises that despair awaits them. Angrily slamming his fist on the table, the uncle, hearing about his daughter-in-law's disgrace, becomes furious, not understanding how anyone dared to insult his family. A young man comes to Yang Qi and, with feigned restraint, explains that despite their family ties, those people dared to insult him and his wife, and now asks for intervention to protect the family's honor. Yang Qi, with a serious face and a cigar in his hand, looked closely at the phone screen, confirming that he would soon send his people to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Han Sanqian is carefully tending to Su Yingxia, holding a cup tenderly, and the atmosphere around them is calm after the tension just now. Han Sanqian smiled faintly, touched Su Yingxia's face with his finger, and politely said that he would go to the restroom for a while, leaving the women at the table. Slowly walking down the corridor, Han Sanqian thinks that Yang Wen will not give up after his defeat and will definitely involve Yang Qi. And in the meantime, Fei is actively searching for his whereabouts, so it is important not to attract unnecessary attention. Lin Yong, who was appointed to manage the gray area 3 years ago, appeared in the corridor with a serious expression, and Han Sanqian carefully watched his appearance. Han Sanqian stood thoughtfully beside Yang Qi as the information flashed through his mind that Yang Qi had been appointed as the person in charge of establishing connections in Yunzheng in case of emergency. Walking up to the door with the sign General Manager, Han Sanqian calmly paused, thinking that he hadn't been here for a long time. Suddenly, the door is thrown open with a loud bang by a strong kick from the inside, bringing sudden tension into the situation. A strong man and his partners burst into the room shouting, declaring that they have reserved this place and demanding that they leave the premises immediately. With a sly smile, the pink-haired woman leans towards her companion and offers to play with Su Yingxia, hinting at another vile provocation. The purple-haired man reacts with confusion to her suggestion, exclaiming that Su Yingxia belongs to the Su family, which puts him in an awkward position. The red-haired woman, her face twisted with anger, furiously shouted that she wanted to humiliate her rival in front of everyone, reproaching her husband for his inaction and reminding him that uncle didn't care about the Su family. The man smiles maliciously, agreeing to fulfill his wife's demand, assuring her that he will organize everything exactly as she ordered. He approaches the burly blonde man and, with feigned politeness, asks if they have the wrong room. The impudent blonde, blocking the way, contemptuously throws out his interlocutor, ordering him to get out and demanding that he give the order to his men to deal with the two girls in the corner of the room. The enraged blonde roughly pushes his interlocutor, ordering him to leave immediately, demonstrating his superiority and aggression. Two girls find themselves surrounded by impudent men who approach them with indecent proposals, wanting to touch their tender skin, invite them for a drink, and take advantage of their loneliness. An angry guy with blue hair points his finger at the strangers and loudly demands to know who they are, stating that they have booked the room and orders them to vacate the premises immediately. The blonde, his face twisted with anger, rushes forward with a swing, shouting who dared to tell him what to do. Demonstrating his readiness to fight, the frightened blue-haired boy raised his hand to Rong Liu, pleadingly reminding her that they were classmates, asking for help, and pointing out that this place belongs to Yang Wen's uncle, so her words can solve all the problems. Rong Liu grabs the man's hand and, leaning towards him, cynically justifies herself by saying that it doesn't concern her, because these women don't even pay attention to her husband, hinting that their impudent appearance itself attracted unwanted attention. Su Yingxia looks at Rong Liu with anger and resentment, painfully reminding her that there was no conflict between them that was so serious that she would resort to such cruelty. Rong Liu's husband, with a feigned sympathy smile, hugs her, and she, giggling contentedly, accuses Su Yingxia of having seduced many men, hinting that they may all have fallen victim to her depraved desires. The impudent blonde man with a smug smile hugs Su Yingxia around the neck, provocatively reminding her of the supposed fun of the previous night, to which she responds with indignation and disgust. Enraged, Su Yingxia, unable to contain her anger, abruptly pushes the impudent man away, loudly refuting his lies and declaring that she doesn't even know him. After she resisted, the enraged blonde man, with eyes full of rage and a threatening flame in his pupils, swings and hits Su Yingxia in the face with all his might. The pink-haired girl lunges forward with a phone in her hand, threatening to call the police, while her friend clutches her face in fear after the attack. The smug bandit grins and declares that the police are their second home, while his friends laugh merrily around them, demonstrating complete contempt for the law. The blonde man leans towards the frightened girl with a sinister smile and threatens her that after the punishment they will turn her life into a nightmare, haunting her day and night. An enraged Su Yingxia, barely holding back her tears, screams in despair at Rong Liu, trying to understand why she has been stalking her since school days out of jealousy for the guy who once chose Su Yingxia. Ignoring Rong Liu herself, the next moment, without holding back his anger, Rong Liu threw a glass of wine at her face, leaving a red mark on her cheeks, while Su Yingxia was sent flying from the unexpected blow. With fury in his eyes, Rong Liu, sharply waving his hand with the glass, throws accusations towards Su Yingxia, assuring everyone that it is all her fault and that she has long lost her innocence by getting involved with many men. Rong Liu turns to Su Yingxia with a cheeky smile and, trying to humiliate her, states that during her studies, Yingxia had no relationships at all, while Rong Liu herself changed boyfriends every day like gloves, humiliating her rival in front of everyone. Angered by the words, Rong Liu rushes towards the pink-haired girl with a scream, swinging her hand to strike, while she quickly turns away, trying to avoid the conflict. The scene turns into a furious fight as Rong Liu pulls the girl by her hair, and on the other side, Su Yingxia also enters the fight, trying to stop her enraged rival. An angry man in uniform points his finger forward and orders people to act, accusing the girls of beating his wife, while a blonde man looks on mockingly behind him. People pounce on Su Yingxia and her friend, dealing them strong blows, one receiving a powerful punch to the stomach, and the other being kicked in the chest, causing both to fly back. Rong Liu shouts furiously at his men to grab these cheapskates, rushing forward with a face twisted in anger. Two guys hold the girl by the arms while she helplessly lowers her head down, unable to resist what is happening. Waving her arms in anger, the girl shouts at her, demanding to know how she dared to raise her hand to her and humiliate her like that. As she strikes Yingxia's face, she does not hold back her strength and does not even think of letting go until she begs for forgiveness while kneeling. The pink-haired girl screams her name in horror, worried for her life, while her arm is held tightly, preventing her from getting up. Suddenly, a merciless punch lands in her stomach, causing her to lose her footing and fall down. The man, clenching his fist in anger, threateningly orders her to shut up, declaring that she is forbidden to open her mouth today. The girls, completely beaten, sit on the floor with eyes full of fear and despair, looking up anxiously in anticipation of even worse. At this time, in another room, a servant runs up to Han in fear and asks what he is doing here, to which he calmly replies that he came here for a meeting with his wife. His gaze becomes stern, and he asks if he remembers him, since they haven't seen each other for about 3 years. Quickly leaning towards the guy, the man sincerely exclaims that he will never forget the favor shown to him once. The young man, turning his gaze to him, reminds him that he can take away everything he gave him in an instant if he makes a mistake. These words make the man fall to his knees in fear, with worry in his eyes, wondering what he could have done wrong. With his hands folded in his lap, Han calmly reassures him that everything is fine, but he would not like to spend 3 years replacing him again. Yanqi bursts into tears, assuring him that she will never let him down and will try her best for him all her life. In the shadows, the young man's lips utter mysterious words, asking if he knows that he has a nephew named Yang Wen. Abruptly changing the tone of the conversation, the young man angrily asks if it was he who taught him to be so arrogant and not show modesty. The man, in fear, tries to justify himself, saying that he does not raise him fully and does not consider him his son, but only gives him hints about life, and asks again whether he really dared to harm him in any way. He waves his hand and says that it is not that important, he just wants his nephew not to make noise and not to start conflicts. Falling to the ground in shame, the man cannot comprehend that Wen asked to send people to deal specifically with the master's wife. Not understanding anything that was said, Han asks again what exactly is happening and why he is so nervous. After bowing to the guy, the man says that they urgently need to go to the banquet hall, otherwise something irreparable might happen. Hearing these words, Han shouts loudly for him to repeat what he just said. He suddenly jumps up and shouts for Yang Qi to pray that Yingxia is okay, but suddenly he turns around. A flame of rage flashes in his eyes, and he throws out a terrible threat, otherwise he will destroy his entire family. 2 guards hold Su Yinyu tightly by the arms, preventing her from breaking free. And Rong Liu, contented in a red dress, looks at her rival with glee, while her comrade sits on the floor nearby. Su Yinya looks forward with a focused and angry expression, raising her hand in a fighting stance, while in the foreground, her pink-haired friend watches anxiously, realizing the danger of the situation. Meanwhile, the crowd watches the drama with curiosity, discussing the absence of Su Yinxia's husband and mocking his helplessness, while Rong Liu and her husband confidently stand with their backs to the audience, believing that victory is inevitable. An enraged Rong Liu, clutching Su Yingxia's hair in her hand, ominously demands that she kneel down, enjoying her power, and Su Yingxia, despite the pain, desperately refuses to obey. Rong Liu's eyes fill with a mad, malicious joy as she promises with a twisted face to destroy Su Yingxia's pride, hinting at future bullying that will finally break her rival. Su Yinya, with a tense and determined look, despite the beatings and pain, raised her head and was filled with inner strength, and a red light flashed in her eyes, as if a new power was awakening within her. Suddenly, the entire enemy group froze in surprise and fear as the dark figure of Han Sanqian appeared before them. Approaching with a determined and menacing expression on his face, Han Sanqian commanded Su Yinyu to be released, and those present, including the aggressive woman in the red dress, turned to look at him in surprise and alarm, realizing that the situation had suddenly changed to their disadvantage. Han Sanqian rushes into the hall and with a powerful blow instantly knocks down one of the guards, changing the course of events. Without giving his opponents time to recover, Han Sanqian continued his resolute attack, hitting the other attacker hard and simultaneously picking up the exhausted Su Yingxia. Exhausted and battered, Su Yinya clings helplessly to Han Sanqian's arm, who holds her tightly, protecting her from further abuse. Han Sanqian gently holds the exhausted Su Yinyu in his arms, looking closely at her exhausted, wounded face as she, with the last of her strength, tries to smile and assure him that everything is fine, despite the numerous marks of beatings on her body. After gently sitting her down in the chair, Han Sanqian continued to support his wife's back, carefully monitoring her condition, while Su Yinya, holding back the pain, tried to stay in a sitting position, placing her hand on her stomach. The 2 bandits raised their chairs above their heads in rage and desperation, preparing to strike. But Han Sanqian stands absolutely calm, his gaze downcast and completely indifferent to the threat, as if before a storm about to break out. Filled with uncontrollable anger, with a red glow in his eyes, Han Sanqian pronounces judgment on his enemies, promising them repentance for the very fact of their birth. Filled with rage, Han Sankian, his eyes blazing red, smashes his foot into his opponent's face with all his might, sending blood flying in all directions amid a bright scarlet flash. The terrified enemy holding the chair froze in horror as he met Han Sankian's eyes, which were emitting a deadly threat. Like an inexorable avenger, Han Sankian powerfully slammed his fist down on the enemy's head, causing him to fly back with a cry of pain under a storm of scarlet energy. Han Sankian, his gaze full of fury, reaches for the chair, preparing to deliver another crushing blow, while his enemy, barely able to stand and bleeding on the floor, backs away in panic. Holding the chair above his head, Han Sankian prepares to deliver the finishing blow, while his exhausted opponent, choking on blood, already falls to his knees, realizing his defeat. Han Sankian slammed the chair down with incredible fury, causing a burst of shrapnel, blood spray, and a powerful blast wave to fly in all directions. The young man stands among the broken bodies of his opponents, who lie unconscious on the floor, and the stunned spectators discuss his strength and cruelty in shock, not believing that this is the same weakling in front of them. A purple-haired man peers out from behind the door, frozen in panic after seeing the bloody carnage that Han Sankian had caused. The purple-haired man watched the chaos in the hall and froze in horror as he looked at Han Sankian, who stood amidst the broken furniture and fallen opponents. Realizing his helplessness, he backs away with his soul white with fear, as if leaving his body, whispering in panic about the coming end. But the next moment, another man appeared at the door, menacingly threatening Han Sankian with the consequences and boldly intervening in the conversation, unaware of his own danger. Han Sankian charges forward and slashes through the air with a powerful blow, causing his opponent to fall down screaming and blood to spill onto the floor. An enraged girl in a red dress with a distorted face rushes forward, threatening to avenge her husband. Holding the enraged woman by the hair, Han Sankian coldly declares his principled attitude towards women. Han Sankian's eyes, full of fiery determination and anger, flashed like a bright flame as he made his final decision internally. The enraged Han Sankian, his entire figure radiating ruthlessness, stretches out his bloody hand over the body of the fallen woman, who was struck down by his relentless attack. The stunned witnesses discuss Han Sankian's madness with horror, begging him to stop, as the intervention of the powerful Yang Qi could be fatal for everyone. While Han Sankian moves forward confidently, two girls, one anxiously and the other asking him to return home, call out to him, trying to stop him from taking further action. Han Sankian, looking over his shoulder with a slight smile on his face, gently comforts Su Yingxia, giving words of encouragement as the soft sunset light creates a warm and calm atmosphere around him. Leaning towards the frightened Su Yingxia, who still couldn't get over what happened, Han Sankian gently supported her shoulder, promising to sort out everything that happened on this turbulent evening. Han Sankian stands next to Su Yingxia and looks at the enemies, and they, overcome with rage and malice, shout threats at him, promising to destroy him for what he did and call their uncle for reprisals. With a slight smile and calm confidence, Han Sankian clarified whether he was referring to Yang Qi, demonstrating his complete readiness to face even the most fearsome opponent. Raising his voice with commanding determination, Han Sankian calls for Yang Qi to appear, indicating that he is ready for the next meeting. Appearing at the door, a man with purple hair fearfully enters the room where all the participants of the previous conflict have already gathered, preparing to intervene in the situation. The boy, hugging the frightened girl, imploringly turns to his uncle for help, showing the marks of beatings and complaining that the enemy did not spare even Rong Liu. Unable to contain his anger, he swings his arm and hits the young man hard, ordering him to step aside immediately. With his back straightened proudly, Han watches as the man falls at his feet in fear. The girls can't believe their eyes and ask each other if he really bowed down to the guy and didn't fall. The embarrassed nephew bends down to his uncle with pleas for help and asks in surprise why he bowed. The man's fist flies with all his might into his nephew's face, screaming at him about how dare he put his life in danger. The girl in red stops the enraged man, explaining that he is hitting the wrong guy, and he shouts that he is going to beat him to death. Turning sharply to the girl, he gives her a resounding slap, shifting all the accusations onto her. Uncle continues to lash out at her, asking who she thinks she is, since she would have nothing without him, and how dare she force Yinshu to kneel before her. Grabbing the couple by the hands, he orders them to immediately kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Madame Su. They both look at him in bewilderment, not understanding why they should do this without admitting their guilt. After giving another slap, Yang Qi shouted at his nephew not to dare call him uncle anymore, as there was nothing in common between them now. Everyone present stands in shock and whispers, trying to understand what is happening and why the couple knelt in front of Han. Yang Qi, bowing low before the young man, asks for forgiveness, takes all the blame upon himself and is ready to die if the master considers this a worthy punishment. Yingxia, peeking out from behind the boy, asks in surprise why he calls him brother if he is much older. Looking down tensely, Han recalls how someone had tried to hurt his wife not long before. The purple-haired man, kneeling, briefly replies that he understands everything. Calling the girl to him, he says that now she belongs to him, and he can do with her whatever he wants. The frightened young man just silently watches what is happening, not daring to say a word. The man in white shouts at him, how dare he disobey him, and why he does not follow his orders. The girl, with tears in her eyes, begs Yang Wen for help, calling out to him in despair. The guy falls at his uncle's feet and says that this can't be done. She is still his nephew's wife. Unable to contain his rage, he grabs the guy by the collar and angrily says that it is all his fault. And even if his wife had somehow offended Sankan, she would have been punished for it. An enraged Yang Wen turns to Han and promises that he will not go away so easily, that revenge will definitely catch up with him. A cloud of rage and anger gathers over the hero, and he tells the guy that he is not capable of anything, and that by trying to take revenge, he will only make his death more painful. Yingxia, sitting behind him with her head down, sadly says that she urgently needs to go to the hospital. He quickly approaches her, gently takes her by the shoulder and says that they will go there immediately. As he was about to leave, he finally says that if even one scar remains on Yingxi's face, he freezes for a second. Continuing his thought, he adds that then the next day he will find himself in a coffin. From these words, the man's eyes widen, and animal fear can be seen in them. Near a huge construction site, next to a parked black car, 3 people approach the entrance, shouting Su Yinxia's name as they search for her among the metal structures and tall cranes. At the main entrance of the construction site, there is a small group of Su Yingxia's relatives looking around for her, and one of them, holding a tablet, asks why she is not at the site yet, since everyone is already waiting for her at the entrance. The grandmother, with a stern and irritated expression on her face, after listening to the explanation about Su Yinxia's imminent arrival, is indignant that her granddaughter has not shown up for work for a week, but at the same time believes that she still controls the entire construction process. Su Yingxia and her assistant walk resolutely towards their relatives, explaining to her grandmother that in this heat she should go home and rest, demonstrating confidence in her actions. The grandmother, frowning and looking sternly at Su Yinxia, reproaches her for her week-long absence and demands an explanation, while a guy stands nearby, guessing that the girl came to the construction site in advance. Knowing about her visit, the young man states that Miss Su Yingxia worked tirelessly at the construction site all week, personally supervising the quality of the work. And now he understands why the boss wanted to cooperate with her. Smiling slyly and covering his face with his hand, the guy hints that 2 of his interlocutors recently came to check on the site. But after a few minutes, they left the construction site in a hurry, while the culprits stand nearby, embarrassedly lowering their heads. Su Haichao, with a sly look and a slight disdain in his voice, mocked that he was lucky not to be in charge of the Su family's project. With a gentle smile and an insistent tone, Grandma suggests to Director Zhang to involve Haichao in work at any time if the need arises. Director Zhang politely but coldly refuses, justifying himself by saying that he cannot entrust the matter to such a spoiled guy, because in case of failure, he himself will have to bear the consequences. Han Sanqian, standing in the shadows, silently watches as the director, with a serious expression, emphasizes that the boss only trusts Su Yinxia, warning everyone else not to interfere. The whole family, including the grandmother, froze in tense silence, not knowing how to react to such a statement, and surprise and awkwardness appeared on their faces. Su Yingxia looks at her grandmother with slight surprise, holding a folder of documents in her hands and waiting for further words and developments. The grandmother gently smiles and reminds him that if the boss values Su Yinxia so highly, then she should not let him down. And in the background, a construction crane and blue sky rise up, creating an atmosphere of great responsibility. Su Yingxia, with her hand on her heart and a determined expression on her face, assures her grandmother that she will do her best. Although she adds that besides this project, she still has many things in the company that require her attention. Grandma strictly orders Su Guolin to personally oversee the progress of work at the construction site from now on, and he, throwing up his hands in shock, indignantly asks why he has to do this. The grandmother sternly threatens her son, angrily asking why a grown man can't handle what Yingxia can do, and adds that if he can't even do that, he should go home and never show up in company again. Su Guolin, frightened, makes excuses to his mother, assuring her that he will definitely carry out her instructions, although despair and tension can be seen on his face. In the car, Yinxia smiles and tells Sanqian that everything happened exactly as he predicted, and that it was only thanks to his advice to show up at the construction site early that Su Haichao was not able to humiliate her. Han Sanqian explains with a warm smile that Yinxia had not shown up for work all week because she was nursing her wounds, adding that knowing Su Haichao's character, he would definitely take advantage of this to remove her from her position. Smiling, Han Sanqian gently touches Yinxia's face, remarking that it's good that all the wounds have healed, and adding that she has become even more beautiful. Su Yingxia looks at Sanqian with a slightly surprised yet playful expression, asking if he thought she was ugly because of the scratches that remained on her face all week. Sanqian smiles and assures that such a stupid thing never even crossed his mind when it came to her appearance. He gently takes her hand, looking into her eyes and promising that he will never allow anyone to hurt her again. Su Yingxia squeezed his hand and asked with a little sadness if he would really have crippled Yang Qi if there was a scar on her face. Sanqian looks forward with determination as he drives the car, and coldly declares that if necessary, he will destroy not only Yang Qi, but also the entire Yang clan. Yingxia, having collected her thoughts, explains in the car that they are going to the company to tell her grandmother about the financial problems of the week and stop the theft. Sanqian listens intently, warning Yinxia that even if she exposes the truth, she should not expect punishment from Haichao. Grandma is always on his side. Yingxia looks at Sanqian in the car with a worried expression and a drop of sweat on her forehead, trying to figure out if he is afraid of what is to come. Sanqian, holding her hand tightly, smiles resolutely and softly, saying that for her sake he is ready to become the enemy of even the entire country, without knowing fear. Against the bright blue sky, the tall, modern tower of the Su family's company gleams, heralding a new wave of dramatic events. Sui Yingxia, holding financial documents in her hands, firmly states that more than 4 million yuan have disappeared from the corporate account in a week, demanding an explanation. The relatives are confused and make excuses. One woman, in a trembling voice, insists that she took only a couple of 100,000, and the man that he withdrew only a few dozen. The older lady, sighing and covering her eyes with her hand, tries to hush up the conflict, saying that everyone works for the sake of the company, and in the future such behavior will be strictly prohibited. Sui Yingxia explains with a serious expression that she had to work hard to get a $1 billion loan, and without an influx of money, no one would save the Su family. Holding back her emotions, Sui Yingxia reproaches her grandmother, asking if she really wants things to continue when more than 4 million yuan disappeared in 1 week. Grandma concentratedly reports that she spoke with manager Zhang. Although the Changxi project has gone on sale, the construction has not yet been officially completed. The car pulls up to an old 2-story building with peeling walls and cracks through which warm sunlight shines, and the hero's surprised voice emphasizes the unexpectedness of this place. Han Sanqian, sitting in the car, stares out the window at the modest old house with cracked walls, wondering how the number 1 of an underground arena can live in such poverty. The young man seriously reports to Sanqian that Dao Shir is a local resident of Yunzhen, raising a daughter without a wife, and previously worked as a sanda and then as a security guard. The dossier page shows photographs of Dao Shir with his daughter and a portrait of him with a scar on his face, and the caption states that after his daughter's illness, he got into debt for hundreds of millions. Han Sanqian listens with a serious look as he hears that Dao Shir was forced to enter Fei's underground arena due to debts that he still cannot fully repay. The assistant, with a stern expression, explains that even after the debts are paid, Dao Shir will remain dependent on Fei, as he is being blackmailed with threats of reprisals against his daughter. In the back seat of the car where Han Sanqian and his 2 companions are sitting, the green-haired man sums up that Dao Shir's daughter is their main trump card in this complicated game. With a determined and confident expression, Han Sanqian announces his intention to help Dao Shir pay off his debts and protect his daughter. Getting out of the car, the 3 men carefully examine the surroundings, assessing the situation and preparing for further action. Han Sanqian approaches the square, where several aggressive people are demanding that Dao Shir repay the debt, creating an atmosphere of tension. Dao Shir, sitting on a chair, spreads his arms in front of the two men, trying to explain that because of his daughter's tuition fees, he can't repay the loan yet. One of them, furious and with a menacing expression, points his finger at Dao Shi'er, indignant at his constant promises and demanding an immediate return of the money. Dao Shi'er's face tightens as he hears the threats that his daughter will see what her father has become, and that she will be taught to despise him for his debts. Filled with anger, Dao Shi'er grabs the offender by the collar, and he recoils in fear, not expecting such a burst of rage in response to his words. Choking with fear, the man frantically justifies himself, trembling in Shi'er's iron grip and begging not to use force, claiming that he only told the truth. Several thugs hold down the confused creditor, who listens in panic as they threaten to call the police, file a criminal case, file a lawsuit, and arrest him for debt. While Dao Shi'er furiously warns him to regret his words, Dao Shi'er's lips nervously pressed into a thin line, with a faint, sinister smile flashing across them as he threatened that there would be no one left to take care of his daughter. Three men walked resolutely along the road ahead of Han Sang-kyan, followed by his companions, heading towards the crowd to settle the situation. Gathering in a group, the men with unkind faces begin to shout out their demands, voicing the amounts of the debt. 1,000, 2,000, another 2,000 yuan. Han Sang-kyan, without hesitation, hands over a wad of 20,000 yuan, asking the creditors to split the amount themselves and keep the rest as interest. He looks at Dao Shi'er with slight surprise, thinking about how he didn't expect to see an undefeated underground arena master mired in petty debts. At this time, the men, having counted the money, handed over to their accomplice named Old Man Li, finally getting what they wanted. Dao Shi'er looks at Han Sang-kyan with a focused and suspicious expression, asking him who they are and why they came to help him. Han Sang-kyan replied with a slight smile that he didn't expect to see the formidable king of the underground arena, the winner of the fights, unable to repay the villagers a tiny debt. Han Sang-kyan and his two companions stand in front of Dao Shi'er, who, sitting on a stool with an empty bowl at his feet, raises a finger in disapproval, implying that they are not such honest people either, to which Han Sang-kyan coldly demands to know the true purpose of their visit. Shrouded in flashes of blue light, Han Sang-kyan looks at Dao Shi'er with a smile, boldly stating his request for help, displaying such determination that it takes the other person by surprise. Dao Shi'er, squinting his eyes suspiciously and looking at the stranger with surprise, asks how he knows about his abilities, since they are seeing each other for the first time. Like lightning, Han Sang-kyan suddenly bursts forward with a burst of energy, his fist entangled in electrical discharges flying towards Dao Shi'er, who barely manages to raise his hand in defense. Recognizing Han Sang-kyan as the masked man, Dao Shi'er's eyes widen in horror, finally realizing who is standing in front of him. Han Sang-kyan, with a smile on his face, offers Dao Shi'er to help pay off his debts and give his daughter a happy future in exchange for fulfilling one request. Dao Shi'er raises his hand in refusal and coldly declares that he is ending the conversation, because he doesn't want his daughter to see strangers in the house when she returns from school. The young man calmly reveals the true nature of his interlocutor's fears, directly indicating that he fears for his daughter's safety, knowing that Ye Fei may target her. The surprised debtor lowers his gaze in silence, not denying the young man's words, as if acknowledging the truth in his assumptions. Han Sang-kyan, with a determined gleam in his eyes, promises to rid him of the cruel scoundrel whose hands are covered in blood up to the elbows, offering the only way out of the impasse. The man, leaning forward tensely, acknowledges his interlocutor's strength, but with a bitter smile notes that even with his skill, he cannot cope with Ye Fei. His smile, illuminated by the red glow, takes on an ominous softness as he whispers, assuring her not to worry. An ominous darkness enveloped the young man's eyes as he declared with cold determination that Ye Fei would definitely die tonight. Han Sang-kyan, with a serious expression, sits on a red sofa in a cozy room with warm lighting, carefully securing a combat knife on his leg with straps, preparing for a dangerous mission. His comrade appears at the door, looking at the knife on Sang-kyan's leg in bewilderment, trying to understand whether he is really going to challenge a dangerous enemy alone. Looking down and smiling slightly, he considers his next move, aware that the threat is growing and that hesitating could cost the safety of the person dearest to him. With a sly smile, Han Sang-kyan shares his calculation that by eliminating the enemy, he will not only eliminate the threat, but also lure a valuable ally to his side, killing two birds with one stone. His comrade, arms crossed, tries to convince Sang-kyan to consider who he is dealing with, reminding him that the opponent is the boss of an underground arena. always surrounded by master protectors and 4 personal bodyguards. With a serious expression, the friend warns that although the task is not impossible, any noise could lead to a big scandal, dragging Sankian himself into even more trouble. Han Sankian, with his hand on his knee, confidently demonstrates his determination to act, because without trying, it is impossible to know the result. Smiling with a hint of excitement, he reports that he has already received information about the enemy's planned appearance at the Jinqiao City Recreation Center tonight, seeing this as an ideal opportunity to attack. The friends, sitting on the red sofa and listening attentively to his plan, ask if they need help in the upcoming dangerous task. With a smile and a confident look, Han Sankian leaves the room, ordering them to just wait for news and be ready to help with the aftermath of his upcoming operation. The friends, with surprised and slightly worried expressions, couldn't immediately find what to say to Han Sankian's determination. Under the night sky, in the light of the lanterns, Han Sankian, full of determination, gets out of the yellow taxi, approaching the place where the dangerous part of his plan will begin. In the evening light, he slowly approaches the brightly lit building with large signs where his risky mission will unfold. As he approaches the entrance, a mysterious girl with pink hair watches him closely in a nearby yellow taxi, her eyes never leaving his. Stunned by the unexpected meeting, the girl is amazed to recognize the silhouette at the entrance as Han Sankian. Han Sankian slowly walked into the building, looking around carefully, while the familiar pink-haired girl stayed nearby, continuing to watch him. A smiling girl in an elegant red dress politely greets Han Sankian at the entrance, kindly asking which floor he is heading to and briefly introducing the services offered. Focused and confident, he clearly states his choice as he heads to the 3rd floor, where the risky part of his plan awaits him. The girl with a charming smile gestures for Han Sankian to follow her, confidently leading him through the spacious hall to the chosen floor. Leading him into a luxurious hall with bright decor and soft lighting, she shows him the best room in which the hero should be accommodated. After receiving the key, Han Sankian politely says that he would like to rest a little first, and the satisfied employee enthusiastically assures that she is always ready to help at the first call. Han Sankian confidently walks down the red-carpeted, dimly lit corridor, carefully examining his surroundings. Focusing on his task, he reflects that there are no surveillance cameras on this floor, since this is where the rich relax, which creates favorable conditions for his actions. Suddenly, 2 security guards in strict black suits appear in front of him, who with a serious look demand that he immediately leave the territory, citing a full booking of all rooms. Han Sankian smiled nervously and scratched the back of his head, feigning confusion, as if he had mistakenly entered the wrong door. He politely apologizes to the guards, raising his hand in a gesture of apology, maintaining a mask of polite innocence. But behind his back, a hand tightly clutches a hidden knife, ready at any moment to turn this polite scene into a bloodbath. Han Sankian quickly rushes forward, raising his knife with incredible speed and cold determination to deliver a deadly blow to the guard's back. The blade crunches through the flesh, and the victim's face freezes in shock and pain as blood begins to ooze from the deep wound. Another guard rushes in panic towards his comrade, who staggers and clutches his neck, his face distorted by a grimace of suffering and incomprehension. In the harsh silhouette light, Han Sankian quickly delivers a powerful blow to the guard's neck, causing him to stagger back. One of the guards falls to his knees in pain, while the other, defending himself, tries to maintain his balance under the onslaught of a sudden attack. Leaving the 2 defeated enemies behind, Han Sankian does not stop and resolutely walks through the door, clutching his knife in his hand, ready for further action. The man in the robe, angrily jumping up from the sofa, shouts at the security guard, indignant that he took so long to return, since he was already tired of waiting. A sharply enraged man with purple hair and a curved mustache, his mouth wide open, angrily demands an explanation of who dared to enter the room without permission. With a sinister smile, Han Sankian announces his appearance with a cold gaze, calling himself the God of Death. The boss smiles, expressing surprise and admiration at the same time that Han Sankian was able to eliminate his subordinate so easily and silently. Recognizing his courage and skill, Han Sankian, knife in hand, enters the room where he is surrounded on all sides by several armed guards, ready to fight. The shirtless boss, with a purple mohawk and a sinister smile, sits among his guards and mockingly asks if Han Sankian can carry out his plan. One of the guards, with a wild cry, rushes at Han Sankian with a knife, waving the weapon over his head in a frantic attempt to kill him. Han Sankian calmly intercepts the attacker's arm, firmly gripping the wrist and disarming the enemy in one precise move. Gathering all his strength into his fist, Han Sankian delivers a powerful downward strike with formidable determination, knocking his opponent off his feet. Three guards with knives rush at Han Sankian at the same time, who quickly dodges the attacks, sharply bending down and dashing to counterattack. With a flash of red light in his eyes and a predatory smile on his face, Han Sankian rushes forward, raising his blade in an attacking motion. Confidently and calmly, he stands with his sword lowered among his fallen opponents, who are trying to flee in panic after a lightning-fast defeat. A man with a purple mohawk, kneeling and trembling with fear, looks ahead with frightened eyes. Unable to utter a word, realizing the inevitability of his death, the disarmed victim, clinging to the hero's leg and bursting into tears of despair, begs for mercy, promising to give anything just to save his life. The hero, with a blade in his hand, smiles ominously, tilting his head and looking at the victim, a dark aura flowing from his eyes, strengthening his merciless intent to take the life of his opponent. Bursting into tears, the barefoot man with purple hair cries out pleadingly, trying to somehow stop the inevitable threat hanging over his life. Armed men in suits appear at the door of the room, stunned by what they saw, exclaiming about the murder committed in Jinqiao, while the protagonist calmly stands next to the body, holding a knife in his hand. One of the guards orders the guy to be seized immediately, and he, keeping his cool and wearing a sinister smile, slowly turns his head towards his new pursuers. The main character, with a self-confident smile, jumps down from the height of the third floor, not paying attention to the danger, deftly avoiding pursuit. The confused guards, who were unable to react, exclaim in amazement, realizing how deftly the guy slipped out of the deadly trap. From above, the guard watches in shock as the hero runs away down the dark street without hesitation, leaving everyone left on the roof confused. In the quiet night of the high-rise building, Han Sankian walks to the door with a thoughtful expression, noticing that the apartment window is still lit, and hopefully thinks that perhaps she is waiting for him. Seeing the light, Han Sankian joyfully opens his arms and calls out Yinxia's name with a sincere smile. Filling himself with the warmth of the long-awaited meeting after a hard day, sitting on the bed in a short nightgown, Yinxia calmly but slightly sternly informs him that she has prepared a place for him to sleep, and that he will stay here tonight. The girl, wrapped in a blanket, tells Han Sankian in a sleepy voice not to accompany her to work tomorrow and not to follow her. And Han Sankian himself, standing behind, listens to her words with surprise and a little puzzlement. Han Sankian, with a confused expression and a slight blush, wondered why Yinxia was acting so strange today, when everything was fine just yesterday. The car is shown against the backdrop of a morning road, in which the protagonist reflects on the fact that Fei is really dead, and wonders if there is anything he cannot cope with. While riding in the car, Han Sankian thinks about how Jinqiu City skillfully covered up what happened, and realizes that getting into the underground arena will not be an easy task. The driver glanced at him and remembered Dao Shikia, who, although he didn't get along with the other participants in the arena, was respected by everyone due to his strength. Arriving at the school, the driver adds that this giant Dao Shikia adores his little daughter with all his heart. Smiling, the scarred man gives a thumbs up and confidently declares that they only need to use a few clever moves, while in the corner of the stage, Han Sanqian supports his idea with a sly smile. In the school corridor, under the sign "The Principal's Office," doors open, behind which a conversation will soon begin that could decide the future fate of a little student. The enraged man, slamming his hands on the principal's desk, demands an explanation as to why his daughter was expelled, while the frightened principal, making excuses, says that the girl often fought with her classmates and did not listen to teachers. The enraged father, punching, shouts curses in rage, and indignantly declares that his smart and obedient daughter would never fight with other children. The principal, with a stern expression on his face, notices that the father's rudeness has been passed on to his daughter, and then, ignoring the threats, categorically declares that the girl will no longer study at this school, and if he has the courage, let her kill him. The enraged father, clenching his fist, hits the table with all his might, leaving deep cracks in the wooden surface. Holding back his anger but unable to completely hide his emotions, the girl's father turns his back on the principal with a clenched fist and promises to sort it out later, leaving cracks in the tabletop after his blow. Seeing the man with the scar, Han Sankian, kneeling next to the little girl, gently strokes her head, while behind him, his companion watches calmly, closely following the tense scene. A man with a large scar on his face looks forward in surprise, expressing bewilderment at the unexpected meeting and not understanding why others were also here. Dao Shir gently strokes his daughter's head as she anxiously asks if she will no longer be able to study. And he, holding back his sadness, assures her that he will definitely find a new school. However, left alone with her thoughts, Dao Shir is dejectedly aware that there is only one school in their settlement, and at a loss, she tries to find the words so as not to upset her daughter even more. At this moment, Han Sanqian appears and, placing his hand on the saddened father's shoulder, offers his help with a smile, promising to get the girl into the best school in the city if Dao Shir agrees to work with him. On the cold marble floor, Ye Fei's body lies with his throat cut and a pool of blood underneath him, while Han Sanqian, looking at the photo with a faintly sinister smile, confirms the death of his enemy. Dao Shir accepts the photo from Han Sanqian's hands, carefully examining the proof of his new ally's power and ability to destroy even the strong Ye Fei, along with his many followers in just one night. Han Sanqian and Dao Shir shook hands with determination, forming an alliance and agreeing to fight together against their enemies to take over the arena and crush all competitors. After a busy evening, Han Sanqian stretches widely in the morning, smiling sleepily and spreading his arms, preparing for a new day full of challenges and plans. With an angry squint, he listens attentively to the furious woman, who with icy determination informs him that Yingxia has packed his things and he is no longer living here. A barely noticeable spark of contempt and indignation flashes in his eyes as he silently considers the demand for eviction he has heard. Raising his hands and frowning, he sternly reminds that he is the legal owner of this villa, and no one dares to kick him out of here. With a serious look, Yingxia points to the door, making it clear that they are ready to leave if they are no longer welcome here, and there is no desire to take them into account. The puzzled young man, with a worried expression on his face, asks her to explain what is going on, since they had always slept together before, even when Yingxia was unhappy. A woman holding a phone in her hand shows him the image, persistently asking if he was the one spotted at the Jinqiao Entertainment Center. Han Sanqian took the phone handed to him by the enraged Yingxia in surprise, feeling anxiety growing in his chest under her gaze. Seeing the picture on the screen, his eyes widen in shock and he looks at the incriminating photograph with confusion. The screen clearly shows his back in the room. The photo is signed by a familiar girl, Yingxia, pointing to a recognizable figure. Trying to explain himself, he hands over his phone and tensely assures that he had no connections there, but cannot reveal the real reason for his visit. Yingxia's enraged mother points her finger at Han, accusing him of treason and immorality. Demanding an immediate divorce from her daughter, Han Sanqian, addressing Yingxia with desperate sincerity, begs her to believe him, assuring her that he did nothing to hurt her. Han Sanqian is relieved to hear a short okay from Yingxia, who finally agrees to give him a chance to explain everything and clear the air. Yingxia walks forward with a cold determination in her eyes and orders Sanqian to return to the room only when he can put everything in order. Han Sanqian watched Yingxia walk up the stairs, anxiously thinking about how to tell the truth without revealing everything that was hidden. A black car pulls up to the gates of Qincheng Prison, against the backdrop of a snow-white building with barbed wire, towers, and impenetrable walls. An elegant elderly woman with short gray hair, wearing a long coat with a fur collar and holding a cane in her hand, full of dignity, gets out of the car. At the gate, a security guard in a formal black suit bows to her with a slight polite smile and gestures for her to pass, saying that Han Jun is already waiting for a meeting. Holding back a slight nervousness, the old lady from the Qin clan raised her eyes, whispered words of agreement, and prepared to enter the room where a meeting was already waiting for her. Behind the glass of the visiting room, a young man in prison uniform, noticing his grandmother, stands up joyfully, clenches his fists, and, with hope in his eyes, exclaims her name. With a friendly guard leading her forward, Mrs. Qin walks deeper into the cold prison, calling out the name of the grandson she has come to visit with a gentle smile. Han Jun raised her head with a joyful cry and a slight smile as she looked up at her grandmother, who had appeared in the visiting room, flooded with light coming through the narrow prison windows. The old woman gently touches Han Jun's cheek, looking at him with love, and he, with a warm smile and tiredness on his face, tremblingly accepts the care among the cold walls. Leaning forward slightly, Han Jun sadly asks his grandmother to quickly rescue him, and she gently but firmly replies that she also wants to save her grandson from this place. With his face twisted in sad tension, Han Jun, with his hands clenched in supplication, reproaches his grandmother for promising to substitute Han Sanqian in his place. assuring her that they look the same and no one will notice anything. A thoughtful grandmother, with pain and doubt in her eyes, presses her lips together in a silent struggle, reflecting on the heavy words of her grandson that torment her soul. Throwing up his hand in despair, Hanjun accuses his grandmother of placing her hopes on Han Sankyan, despite his loyalty, leaving her speechless with shock. Closing his eyes in despair, Hanjun screams that he has no reason to live and leans forward sharply, as if he is ready to take a desperate step. Frightened and confused, the grandmother suddenly grabs her grandson's shoulder, begging him not to do anything stupid, because she won't survive if something happens to him. Clutching his head and shaking from a nervous breakdown, Hanjun cries out through tears that he did not kill people and cannot endure the torture in prison any longer. Trying to calm him down, the grandmother gently holds her grandson by the shoulders and softly promises that she will do everything possible to pull him out of this nightmare. Touched by the support, Hanjun bows his head slightly, finding comfort in his grandmother's warm hands as she gently strokes his head. Meanwhile, in Beijing's first hospital, bathed in soft daylight, a new chapter in this complex and dramatic story begins. Sitting by the man's bed, the woman sadly reflects out loud that Han Sankyan is a man with potential, but still doubts the correctness of his choice. Leaving the ward with determination in every step, the grandmother, firmly leaning on her cane, mentally repeats that this insignificant Han Sankyan will never replace her beloved grandson. A stern old woman with a determined look enters the room and orders Han Sankyan to be brought to sit in Jun's place, while her astonished son greets her from the bed. The daughter, overcome with emotion, stands in front of her mother and tensely proves that Sankyan is also her grandson, and that everything is becoming too dangerous under the close attention of the family. But she coldly cuts off that he is trash. Full of determination, the daughter asks her mother for a little more time, swearing to try to settle everything herself. But if that doesn't work, she will follow her cruel plan. Squinting ominously and twisting her lips into a menacing smile, the old woman menacingly tells her daughter to hurry. Otherwise, she herself will have to intervene in the situation. In front of the entrance to the Changshan Martial Arts Center, the bright sun illuminates the elegant signboard, highlighting the importance of this place for all who seek to master the art of combat. On a wooden platform, polished by years of training, dozens of students strike in unison, accompanying them with shouts filled with power and discipline. A silhouette of a man in black shoes appears in the hall, and under his commanding step all the students freeze in a stance with outstretched fists, demonstrating absolute coherence. The young man, with a serious look and arms crossed over his chest, ponders his plan, hoping to subjugate the underground forces of Yunjin through his acquaintance with Elder Tian's master. A cheerful girl with red bows in her hair happily addresses a young man, asking if he is the master her grandfather told her about. And he wonders with surprise who she is and whether she has fallen in love with him. The camera focuses on the leg of a girl in blue pants who approaches the young man and, with an apologetic expression on her face, begins a conversation that marks a new chapter in the story. The senior master of the Tian clan, Chang Shen, with a slight smile and his hands behind his back, proudly introduces a friend who has been invited to show his skills. And next to him stands his granddaughter, who is in love with martial arts, standing excitedly. Amidst loud laughter, the old master of the Luo family, Luo Bing, enters the hall, followed confidently by the heir, Luo Xiaoxu, preparing to talk about the test they had previously discussed. With a sly smile and excitement in his eyes, Master Luo Bing reminds Chang Sheng of their bet, looking at him conspiratorially, and Luo Xiaoxu carefully watches the reaction. Standing slightly behind, Luo Xiaoxu waves his hand in a friendly manner and greets Liner, saying that he hasn't seen her for a long time, but she angrily yells at him to disappear, while the stern grandfather Tian silently watches from behind. Elder Luo, with a smug smile, reminds him that if he loses, he will divide Dunyan's industry, and if he wins, the wedding of their grandchildren will be decided immediately, to which his son silently and confidently nods in agreement. The enraged Master Tian Changshan furiously retorts, claiming that grandson Luo is worthless and unworthy of his granddaughter, while Liner stands nearby holding back tears of resentment and indignation. The old man mockingly accuses Linier's grandfather of cowardice, but the angry girl with resentment in her voice shouts that this is a lie, stubbornly defending the honor of her grandfather. Grabbing her grandfather's hand, the girl confidently declares that they also have their own master and are not afraid of rivals, and the grandfather, after a little hesitation, resolutely agrees to the duel. The old man's focused and slightly tense gaze betrays an internal struggle and reflection. But after a moment, he firmly says that he agrees, accepting the challenge. In a large wooden arena, between two families seated on opposite sides, the fighters prepare for a duel, and the tension builds before the decisive battle for the fate of Linear and influence in the city. At Lo Bin's signal, one of his disciples rises up and steps forward, intending to prove the strength of his school in a duel that will determine the outcome of their dispute. Observing the opponent, Han Sanqian realizes that the Luo family fighter, although simple in appearance, hides explosive power within him, and he fears that Tian Changshen may lose his granddaughter. An irritated Linear crosses her arms over her hips, frowns, and indignantly demands an explanation for why she is being laughed at, glaring at her opponent with anger. Smiling mockingly, the boy tells Linear that she will soon get married, sincerely wishing her happiness, to which she furiously shouts that her grandfather will not lose and threatens to tear out his tongue for such words. With confidence in her voice, the girl states that her grandfather has enough masters who can defeat anyone, and Han Sanqian, with a slight smile, agrees and adds that he is always ready to help if needed. Two fighters, Zhou Zhejiang from the Martial Arts Center and his opponent from the Luo family, greet each other with respect, folding their hands in a traditional gesture before an intense match. The Luo family's opponent quickly rushes forward with a powerful strike, aiming at his opponent, and Zhejiang notices the attack and instantly prepares to receive it. The muscular fighter from the Martial Arts Center tenses his entire body and crosses his arms in front of him, blocking a crushing blow with a look of determination in his eyes. The young man watches the fight closely, noticing that his opponent's excessive strength training has reduced his agility. But even so, he is clearly stronger than the master from the center. A powerful blow from the fighter in red sends the opponent in blue, flying with furious force, sending him crashing into the wall and leaving a clear mark from the powerful impact. The blue-clad opponent, his eyes clouded, slowly sank forward, completely unconscious after his opponent's monstrous blow. Shocked and enraged, Old Master Tian looks at the winner with horror and exclaims in despair that he does not believe in such an outcome. Satisfied and self-confident, Luo Bing smiles mockingly, pointing out the weakness of Changsheng's disciple, who couldn't withstand even one blow. Having recovered a little from his student's defeat, Master Tian calmly notes that it is too early to draw conclusions. There are other masters left at the Martial Arts Center. After the enemy's swift attack, a powerful blow instantly knocks the second master of the Martial Arts Center off his feet, leaving Master Tian Changshen in tense thought in front of the defeated fighter. The worried granddaughter grabs her grandfather's hand and desperately begs him to call a real master, while he anxiously admits that the two strongest have already suffered a crushing defeat. Liner's eyes fill with tears of shock and despair as she realizes the hopelessness of the situation and whispers in exhaustion, "What?" Looking at the sad outcome, with tears in his eyes and excitement in his voice, Linear asks his brother if he can help, and he, with a slight smile and a confident look, promises to deal with the enemy with one blow. The guy raises his finger with a self-confident smile, assuring that he only needs one blow to defeat his opponent. Grandfather Liner, frowning and looking suspiciously at the young man, sternly remarks that there is nothing to brag about, but adds that if he wins, he will receive half of the Luo family's assets. The young man rolls up his sleeves with confidence, preparing for battle, while the old man and the girl watch him with anxiety, awaiting his decisive exit. Under the worried gaze of his grandfather and granddaughter, the young man calmly warms up before the fight, causing the girl to fear for his fate and worry about possible danger. With a sad determination in his eyes, the grandfather promises Linear that under any circumstances he will not allow her to marry an enemy, although he himself does not fully believe in the strength of the young man. The man in the maroon outfit mockingly points his finger at Han Sanqian, cheekily laughing at his self-confidence, while Han himself stands calmly in front of him, showing no emotion. With fury in his eyes flashing red, the fighter clenches his fist and lunges forward with all his might, delivering a blow that cuts through the air with deafening speed. With an unperturbed smile, Han Sanqian intercepts the attack with his fist with astonishing precision, and their hands clash with a roar at the tense and precise point of impact. His eyes widen and his fist freezes in midair as a bead of sweat rolls down his cheek as he realizes he is trapped in a state of unrivaled skill. Han Sanqian jumps into the air with ease and with a swift movement sends a powerful kick from above, forcing the opponent to suddenly raise their head and react convulsively. At that very moment, the young man falls to the floor with a crash, unable to rise and continue the fight, having suffered a stunning and inglorious defeat. The shocked old man, with his mouth wide open and a panicked look, cannot believe his eyes, exclaiming words of surprise and despair at what he saw. Han Sankian quickly kicks his opponent and is right next to him in an instant, hitting his target with precision, knocking him off balance with a powerful movement. With his face twisted in pain, the opponent quickly falls to the floor, losing consciousness from the unexpected and crushing blow. Han Sankian stands with a smug smile on his face, proudly raising his finger up to show that he really only needed one punch to end the fight. The girl, with a smile beaming with happiness and sparkling eyes, turns to her grandfather with delight, exclaiming that he did it. And the old man, sitting on the floor with a serious and surprised face, admits that he underestimated the young man. Pointing his finger with imperious confidence, the grandfather solemnly announces Luo Bing's defeat and declares that from now on, half of the Luo family's assets belong to the winner. Just when the tension reaches its limit, the other gray-haired old man widens his eyes in rage and screams, denying that this young man is even his opponent's student, trying to deny his defeat. Grandfather, crossing his arms and smiling calmly, notes that he and Luo Bin are already too old to regret what they said, and the point of denying it has long been lost. Luo Bin clenches his fist in anger, clicks his tongue sharply, and orders his men to leave as they carry away the fallen fighter and leave the hall in silence. Grandfather laughs loudly, beaming a wide smile, and his face shows the genuine joy of a winner who has finally proven his case. Getting up from the floor, the grandfather, with slight irritation, but also pride on his face, says goodbye, making it clear that for him everything is already finished and the discussion has exhausted itself. With a firm and grateful hand, he firmly grasps the young man's wrist, expressing his sympathy and sincere recognition of his talent and merits. Bowing his head and smiling sincerely, the grandfather shakes the boy's hand, expressing gratitude for his help and promising to do everything possible as a sign of respect. While the girl nearby watches this gesture of friendship with joy and pride, Han Sankian looks ahead with a slight smile, pondering the future, confident that everything destined for him will soon be his, and the Luo family's assets are just the beginning of the plan. The old man looks at the young man in amazement, internally recognizing his incredible aura and secretly wondering who he really is, while simultaneously asking his name. Han Sankian calmly gestured with his hand, turning to face the exit, and finally said his name, leaving everyone present in amazement and admiration for his strength. Han Sankian walks towards the exit with ease and confidence, leaving behind the admiring gaze of the girl who can't take her eyes off his strength and handsome appearance. Suddenly realizing that he called himself Han Sankian, the girl repeats this name to herself with amazement and delight, as if lifting the curtain of a great secret. Watching Han Sankian leave, the girl thoughtfully recalls the pianist Prince, in whom she now increasingly sees a striking resemblance to this mysterious hero. Not believing that they could be the same person, Linner frowned with slight confusion, thinking that Han Sankian's name was the same as the son-in-law from Yunzhou, and wondered why such an outstanding person was living there, having married the daughter of the Su family. She confesses to her grandfather that she wants to befriend Han Sankian, and the old man, with understanding and wise warmth, allows her to do as she pleases, adding that such a gifted youth is worthy of being even in the Tian family. Meanwhile, a new day begins at the majestic building of Su's company, where business life is in full swing under the rays of the morning sun, and Han Sankian confidently rides a scooter among the crowd, ready for new achievements. Suddenly, he remembers that she doesn't want to see him, and hanging his head, sadly admits his mistake, sitting on a white scooter. His face is full of disappointment and annoyance at himself, because he clearly understands that it is still too early to appear in front of her. Suddenly, someone covers his eyes with their hands and cheerfully asks him to guess who it is. The image of Tianliner suddenly appears in Han Sankian's imagination and fills his thoughts. Han Sankian sits on the scooter with a slight indifference, and Linner, cheerfully leaning towards him, asks how he recognized her so quickly, beaming with a sincere smile and curiosity. Linier, beaming with joy, explains that her grandfather wants to thank him for his help, so she invites him to dinner, which she will cook with her own hands. Already moving off the scooter, he throws out with a slight mockery that she would be better off telling her directly if she is going to poison him, hinting at her culinary talents, and Linier stands next to her with a shy smile. The girl resolutely jumps onto the scooter, firmly grabs the steering wheel and does not let him leave, insisting that he definitely agree to come to her for dinner. The guy, with an expression of surprise and submission on his face, sighs heavily, gives in to her persistence and asks to show him the way where he should go. Against the backdrop of a clear blue sky, a cozy mansion with large windows and a spacious courtyard filled with soft sunlight emerges. This is where they are apparently heading. A girl in a pink apron briskly walks into the living room, inviting the guests to make themselves comfortable while she prepares dinner, leaving the old man and Han Sang-hyun alone in the cozy room. The old man, holding a book about Chinese chess, with a kind smile, offers Han Sang-hyun to play a game. And he, modestly and politely, replies that he is not strong in Xiangqi, but still agrees. Smiling softly and kindly, the old man encourages Han Sang-hyun, assuring him that he will give in a little during the game, and a ready board with pieces already arranged is waiting on the table. Grandpa, smiling as he makes a move in Chinese chess, says that it is good that Sang-hyun came today, because it is not every day that one gets the chance to try the dish prepared by Tianliner, and adds that he will definitely like it. 10 minutes later, Tianliner happily comes out of the kitchen, carrying a plate with a freshly cooked, still steaming dish in his hands, announcing that everything is ready. The moment Linier enters the dining room with food, she watches in surprise what exactly the two men are doing, as if she had not expected to see them playing chess. The grandfather, enraged by yet another powerful move by his opponent, clenches his fist over the chessboard, remembering how he insisted that he played Xiangqi poorly. With a winning smile, Han Sang-hyun holds the winning piece in his hand, and his gaze radiates calmness and skill, leaving the old man completely bewildered. Han Sang-hyun confidently drops the last piece onto the board, ending the game with a beautiful and precise move that puts his opponent in unconditional checkmate. Han Sang-hyun folds his hands respectfully and leans forward slightly, expressing his gratitude to the old man for the game and for the opportunity to spend a pleasant evening in his company. After making a polite traditional bow with his hands clasped, Han Sang-hyun modestly thanks for the game and explains that he is not so strong in Xiangqi since he prefers to play Go, which is why he was not able to show a decent level. The old owner, with his arms crossed and a slight smile on his face, happily announces that in a few days he will be celebrating his birthday, to which Moyaru, the Wakey champion, will be coming. With a twinkle in his eye, the old man enthusiastically invites the young man to join the game, jokingly warning that defeat by Sang-hyun will be inevitable. With a soft smile on his face, Han Sang-hyun willingly accepts the invitation, knowing that he cannot refuse such a curious offer. Smiling slyly, the grandfather leans forward slightly and confidently says that time will put everything in its place, hinting that there will be no tears later because of the loss. The girl, setting the table and laying out the dishes, curiously asks what they were talking about and cheerfully invites everyone to sit down to dinner. The three of them, sitting at a cozy table, enjoy the food and spend time immersed in casual conversation and a friendly atmosphere. As he tastes the dishes, he thinks that the old man was right to praise Linier. Her food is truly delicious, and every spoonful delights with unexpected skill. Suddenly alert, he catches her staring at him and asks in surprise why she is staring at him like that, frowning slightly. Beaming with happiness, the smiling girl proudly declares that for the first time in her life she cooked dinner especially for him. A sparkle comes into her eyes, and she adds with enthusiasm that, as a thank you, she wants him to play the piano for her later. Sorting through the food on his plate, he reluctantly, but with warmth in his voice, agrees to play for her, since this is her sincere desire. Leaning her elbows on the table and dreamily watching him, she quietly wonders if he really could be the prince who plays the piano. The guy starts playing the piano tenderly and sensually, and everything around is filled with a magical melody, as if the world freezes in the sounds of his touches. The girl watches him with admiration and becomes more and more convinced that this is the very same guy, not believing that her grandfather actually gave her a chance to meet him. The majestic building sparkles in the sun, and someone's foot boldly steps out of a bright red car, stepping onto the ground with confidence. The mother greets the guest with hostility, asking who he is and why he parked his car near their house. And in her mind, she enviously notes what a luxurious car he has. Ignoring her, the man walks past silently, leaving behind a feeling of cold detachment and firm determination. He politely turns to Yingxi and asks if Mr. Han is home, to which she asks in surprise if he really needs Han. Behind them, in the reception area, a young man appears and asks what happened and why they are looking for him, looking at the stranger with slight bewilderment. Pointing to the car, the man says with a smile that he came here on the orders of the miss, and as a sign of gratitude she gives him this car. Looking down, Han thoughtfully wondered if it was really Tianliner who would send him such an unexpected gift. Hearing the words about the gift, the mother jumps up and shouts with rage that he has again gotten involved with some suspicious woman, accusing him of ingratitude. The messenger politely asks the woman to calm down and watch her language towards the miss, to which the enraged mother sharply replies that a well-bred woman would never bother a married man. Filled with anger from what he heard, the man declares that he will not tolerate insults towards his mistress and will immediately report this to his superiors. Realizing that she had just said something rude to Miss Tian herself, the mother froze in shock, because insulting such a family was like voluntarily going to hell. The woman runs screaming towards Han, begging him to help and somehow smooth things over before everything gets completely out of control. Pushing her hand away, the guy angrily asks if she really believes that anyone will believe his words after everything that happened. Yingxi walks past at breakneck speed after seeing this scene, not giving him a single chance to justify himself or explain anything. Proudly walking forward, she firmly says that from today on she no longer cares, or is interested in what he does at all. Watching her walk away, the guy exhales sadly, realizing that this gift only worsened their misunderstanding and distanced her even more from him. The luxurious Snow White mansion captivates with its elegant beauty, filled with life, movement, and the echo of important family decisions. Sitting in the center of the spacious room, Grandma solemnly announces that a banquet in honor of the Tian family will be held very soon. She adds that the most important thing in Yunzhen is to establish a relationship with this family, as this will open up many profitable opportunities for future cooperation. The old woman asks Haichao to find a convenient time to meet with the Tian family and find out whether cooperation for mutual benefit is possible. Nervously, the young man makes an excuse that he has too many other things to do and suggests entrusting this task to Yingxi, since she is in charge of the Chenxi project and will be able to better convince them to switch sides. Getting up from her seat, the girl reluctantly agrees to go, although deep down she doubts whether she can handle such an important task. Closing her eyes, the grandmother calmly says that she did everything in her power, because in any case they still refuse them every year. Han suddenly bursts into the conversation and takes the initiative, confidently offering to take charge of this meeting with the Tian family. The couple laughed derisively at his words, mocking the guy and joking that he must have hit his head for suggesting such a thing. The guy proudly declares that he has already received an invitation from them and now just wants to help them resolve this issue. The blonde, pointing his finger at him, asks if he really considers himself an important figure here, and if he isn't afraid of embarrassing himself in front of everyone later. Suddenly, the doors behind him burst open with a bang, and a breathless guy in a blue suit shouts out that someone has arrived and it is someone from the Tian family. Jumping up from her seat, the grandmother exclaimed in complete shock, "How is this possible? Because the representative of the Tian family personally brought them a visit." Feet step lightly and confidently across the threshold of the room as someone carefully and unhurriedly steps inside, casting a long shadow under the warm light of the lamp. A man in an elegant outfit, carrying out an order from his master, holds out a red invitation to a gala banquet, waiting to see who among those present will dare to accept it. The elderly woman accepts the invitation envelope with trepidation, sincerely thanking him for the opportunity. Clearly realizing the importance of this chance for the Su family, the envoy, narrowing his eyes and smiling slyly, reminds that the invitation sets out the conditions of participation, which should be carefully read. Having completed his mission, he silently turns around and leaves, and his grandmother watches him go, feeling a slight tremor in her chest from the anticipation of a possible triumph. Holding the invitation in her hand, the grandmother laughs happily against the bright blue rays of light, dreaming of the Su family soaring to the top and taking its place among the most influential families. The smug young man, clutching the invitation in his hand, confidently declares to his grandmother that thanks to the Changxi project, the entire city will soon be in their hands, and the Tian family will be forced to respect them. In an atmosphere of festive excitement, the Su family happily discusses the invitation, while Han Sanqian silently watches them from behind the door. Han Sanqian reflects with a hint of irony that it was his connection with Tian Changsheng that brought the Su family this invitation, and he is quite happy with that. The fair-haired boy with a cold expression on his face watches what is happening tensely, trying to maintain his outward confidence. Su Haizhao asks Han with a grin if he received an invitation, and he calmly replies that he was invited personally and does not need it. Smirking with disdain, Haizhao throws out that even in this situation, Han Sanqian is trying to stand out and attract attention. Su Haizhao, arrogant, laughingly declares that if Han shows up at the banquet, he will kneel before him and start barking. While the smug Su Haizhao continued to laugh loudly, Han Sanqian thought with a slight smile that he had never met such a fool who dug his own hole with his own hands. A bright red sports car races down the road, quickly leaving the black car behind, paving the way for a new turn of fate. The cars stop in front of a guarded barrier at an elite residential complex, where several uniformed guards are already waiting for the guests to arrive. Getting out of the red sports car at the entrance, Han Sanqian is surprised to see the road blocked off, and thinks that the management would never allow such a mess. Tian Liner appeared before his eyes, confidently walking towards him, accompanied by two guards in strict black suits, causing him to be slightly perplexed. Thinking hard, Han Sanqian realized that Jianlan's words from yesterday had finally reached their destination, and now she had come with far from peaceful intentions. As Han Sanqian passed the guards at his car, he sighed heavily, mentally shifting the blame onto Jianlan's inappropriate words, not considering everything that was happening to be his concern. The woman angrily steps forward and shouts to let them pass, reminding them that they are the owners of the villa on the mountain, while behind her a family freezes and watches. The guards form two dense columns, instantly blocking the way, while a frightened woman freezes in front of them with a bead of sweat on her forehead. Surrounded by guards in black suits, Tian Liner solemnly strides forward, and the bodyguards accompanying her respectfully bow their heads in a sign of respect. The stunned woman with a drop of sweat on her face looked at the approaching Tian Liner, and before she could say more, she froze from tension. Tian Liner calmly and decisively delivered a powerful blow to the woman's face, sending her flying backwards with the force of the unexpected slap. The woman, her face distorted with rage, waves her hand and rushes at the girl with a scream, insulting her and threatening her for the humiliation she has caused. The guards hold the enraged woman tightly by the arms, not allowing her to break free, while she writhes in impotent rage and continues to scream. With a cold and calm gaze, Tian Liner reminded her of yesterday's humiliation, causing her to tremble in fear under the weight of her status. The tearful mother, with a face distorted with fear and remorse, begs Tian Liner to forgive her, justifying herself by saying that yesterday she did not know who she was and said stupid things. Yingxi bowed deeply before Tian Liner and apologized in confusion on behalf of both of them, humbly asking for forgiveness for her mother's reckless actions. Approaching the girl, Tian Liner, with an ironic smile and an icy glint in his eyes, quietly suggests breaking up with Han Sanqian. Since they consider him trash, then why hold on to him? With a serious look, the girl listened carefully to the words, asking again what exactly was meant, and mentally suspected why they suddenly started talking about Han Sanqian. Smiling broadly, Tian Liner replied nonchalantly that he was saying whatever came to mind, pretending that it was nothing, although in his heart he was afraid that Han Sanqian might be offended. Looking forward with a concentrated expression, Tian Liner seriously noted that yesterday's situation could not be resolved with just a simple slap. With a stern face, she reminds the man in front of her that this is his wife, whom he failed to raise, and her companion adds that if he does not punish her, the guards will. A terrified woman clutches her shoulder in horror next to a menacing security guard, while her husband folds his arms in despair, thinking that the guard's blow could kill her on the spot. With fury in her voice, the woman screams at her husband, ordering him to hit her with all his strength and threatening that if someone else hits her, she will never forgive him. The man, overcome with panic and fear of her anger, tries to justify himself, but she waves her arms menacingly and accuses him of weakness, demanding immediate action. Gathering all his desperate determination, he hits his wife in the face with all his might, and she, with her face distorted by the blow, flies to the side under the onslaught of unexpected force. A woman, thrown back by a powerful slap, quickly rises into the air, describing an arc and losing control until her figure diminishes against the background of the road and a parked car. The distinguished guests in expensive suits gathered around the round table, looking at each other impatiently, until in the tense silence, someone voiced the general concern. Quite a while had passed, and Mr. Tian still had not appeared. The guy with a cheeky smile, leaning his cheek on his hand, happily says that he doesn't care whether Tian Changshan comes. The main thing is that Han Sanqian is definitely not here, and this is already his personal victory. He bursts into self-satisfied laughter and loudly declares that he has no appetite right now, as he is most interested in seeing Han Sanqian kneel before him. The red-haired girl with a sly smile reminds him that he himself promised to kneel when they met, and the guy, squinting his eyes with pleasure, replies that he will certainly make him stand like a dog until he gets his fill of this sight. The three of them, Han Sanqian, Master Tian, and Tian Liner, solemnly entered the hall, instantly attracting surprised glances when they loudly announced Master Tian's arrival. The blond man's face distorted in shock when he saw that it was Han Sanqian who entered with Mr. Tian, and he was furious and couldn't understand how this despicable trash ended up next to the main person of the evening. At the round table, everyone had already taken their seats, and the new arrivals, including Sanqian, calmly sat down nearby, maintaining a cool confidence and dignity in their eyes. The two guests at the table discuss Han Sanqian's appearance with interest, wondering what his relationship is to Mr. Tian, and guessing that he is the future son-in-law because he looks noble and suits Tian Liner perfectly. Yingxi realizes with bitter irony that the Tian family respects Han Sanqian, while her own Su family treats him with disdain and does not recognize his dignity. Hearing the sound of a fist on the table, she looks around with slight surprise, not understanding what is about to happen and why such a sudden action. With a narrowed, sly smile, Madame Su points out to Yingxi her duty to serve wine to Han, hoping to benefit from publicly recognizing him as the Tian family's son-in-law. Su Yingxi, with her eyes downcast, calmly replied to her grandmother that the Tian family's respect was not directed towards Su, but solely towards Han Sanqian, since their project was not interesting and they were only invited here because of him. Her expression changes to one of disdain and anger as she disdainfully says that if he can't elevate their family, then he is of no value. Madame Su turned anxiously towards the door, noticing the determined gaze of Tian Liner, who suddenly entered the hall, full of confidence and the intention to intervene. Under the gaze of the astonished audience, Tian Liner steps forward with his head held high and directly addresses those present, asking about the whereabouts of Hai Zhao. Smiling defiantly, she solemnly declares that she came here specifically to see with her own eyes how Hai Zhao will fulfill his promise to her. Hai Zhao nervously tries to save face in front of everyone when Madame Tian suddenly looks at him with a revealing, piercing gaze. Standing confidently before him, she reminds him with a mocking smile of his bold promise to kneel, causing laughter and shock among all the guests. Trying to justify himself, Hai Zhao hurriedly claims with an awkward smile that it was all just a joke between him and Han Sanqian. The girl with a dangerous smile and icy gaze hints that if Hai Zhao doesn't want to kneel, that's his choice. But then his family might have to face serious consequences. A frightened Hai Zhao turns to his grandmother, but she explodes with rage, ordering him to immediately carry out Miss Tian's order and not even dare to contradict her. With a wrinkled, worried face, the grandmother says with a stern expression that their family cannot offend the Tian clan, and her grandson must accept this injustice for the sake of the common good. Hai Zhao, white with fear, trembling before Tian Liner's authority, with difficulty admits out loud that he agrees to kneel down to avoid wrath. He looks at the girl who has already turned her back and desperately shouts at her to wait and not rush to leave. With a beaming smile and full of confidence, the girl solemnly declares to all the guests that today they will see a special performance that will remain in their memory for a long time. One of the guests, smiling and folding his palms in a gesture of admiration, notices with surprise that Miss Tian is trying so hard that no one could have imagined that she was preparing a real show. The girl, with a determined look and a glint in her eyes, casts a cold glance over her shoulder at the frightened Hai Zhao, and dryly remarks that even the audience can't wait for her performance. With his head hunched over and his shoulders hunched, Hai Zhao is horrified to realize that she wants to make a fool of him in front of everyone, and this makes his heart squeeze even harder in his chest. After being subjected to heavy psychological pressure, Hai Zhao kneels down, placing his hands on the floor with a dull thud, showing complete submission. Humiliated and broken, he meekly begins to bark loudly and pitifully, like a trained animal, with despair reflected in his gaze. A heavy silence hangs over the opulent hall as everyone watches in amazement as the guy in the red suit kneels in front of the girl in blue, having lost his honor in front of everyone. One of the guests, unable to contain his laughter, mockingly asks if he really barks, and a wave of surprise and laughter rises in the hall. The other guests laugh merrily, joking that the scene looks realistic and that the guy himself really does resemble a dog. Gritting his teeth in humiliation and hanging his head, Hai Zhao furiously vows that he will one day repay Han Sanqian for this disgrace tenfold. One of the guests, smiling, asks Miss Tian who this disgraced man is, and is told that it is simply Hai Zhao, who lost the bet and is carrying out the punishment that befits a loser. The room erupts in approving murmurs as the guests begin to take up the taunts about Hai Zhao's complete loss of dignity and vow to have no more dealings with him. Grandma Hai Zhao despairingly realizes that not only have they failed in their attempt to establish connections, but they have also become a laughingstock and enemies of everyone, completely destroying their reputation. A man in an elegant suit, addressing Sankian with a slight smile, introduces the champion's longtime friend and the head of the Yunjin Go Association, hinting at the imminent defeat. Go champion Wang Mao confirms with a friendly smile that he has heard about the guy's talent, not only in Xiangqi but also in Go, and is eager to test his level. The young player, glass in hand, modestly declines the praise, explaining that he has only mastered the basics of the game and would not dare to brag to respected people. Smiling with subtle confidence, Sankian politely thanks his older opponent and says he would appreciate the opportunity to play a friendly game with him. In a spacious living room, bathed in warm light, 4 men gathered around a Go board, knowing that what lay ahead was not just a game, but a duel for honor and recognition of skill. The indignant assistant wonders with disbelief how a young man can be a worthy rival to the great master. But the elder wisely reminds him of modesty and restraint. Wang Mao, with a slight smile and an attentive look, warns the young man that he will play more seriously with each new game. Gradually revealing his true strength, Han Sankian makes his first move in Go with a slight smile and a confident look, solemnly promising to give his all for this game. His hand places the black stone on the board clearly and decisively, making it clear that he is serious and ready to defend his honor to the end. The game is gaining tension, and the old champion already feels that Sankian is not playing at random, but with frightening precision, as if he is reading his thoughts. With each new move, the master's face darkens, because he realizes that he is losing his advantage and is forced to fight with all his might to maintain his dignity. When an astonished question about the young man's strength is heard from the sidelines, the tension in the room thickens. Everyone understands that they are dealing with a real natural talent. Panicked, Zifei is horrified to realize that his respected mentor is cornered and desperately fears for his reputation hanging by a thread. In a fit of anger, he knocks over the board with all his might, scattering the pieces across the room. Unable to bear the thought of the great master's defeat, not wanting to allow any embarrassment, Zifei suddenly intervenes in the game, loudly declaring that his mentor is tired and will reschedule the match, desperate to avoid defeat. Wang Mao jumps up from his seat, filled with anger that his student has desecrated the sanctity of the game, and reproachfully shouts about the honor, morality, and dignity of the master. Tianjin points his finger angrily and states that silent observation is a sign of respect. And Zifei has destroyed the rare beauty that everyone has been waiting for. Completely confused and scared, Zifei, with a look of despair on his face, insists that he only wanted to protect Mao, thinking that he was tired, and therefore ruined the game. An enraged Tian yells into the phone, demanding that the Z family representative be called immediately, not intending to endure such humiliation in front of everyone any longer. Bowing down in fear, Zifei shockedly admits his guilt to Mr. Tian, justifying himself by saying that he lost his temper, but that his family had nothing to do with it. Not daring to raise his head, Zifei crawls towards Wang Mao in despair, begging for mercy and hoping that at least he will show mercy to his disciple. Wang Mao, with a stern and disappointed expression, rebukes Zifei for his immoral act, declaring that he no longer considers him his disciple. Shifei's father bursts into the room and angrily yells at his son after seeing the shame his frivolous act has brought upon the family. Overwhelmed with rage and shame, he slaps his son across the face, shouting that he has committed the most shameful act that no one forgives. Turning his back and not hiding his contempt, the elder master sternly orders to stop all cooperation with the Z family, as if delivering a swear word. Clenching his fist in rage, he adds that he does not wish to see any of the Ji family in Yuncheng again, finally cutting off any possible avenues of reconciliation. Zifei, clutching her head, whispers in despair, "Why did everything collapse because of such a small thing?" Unable to comprehend the scale of the consequences of her breakdown. Still holding the playing stone in his hands, the old man smiled kindly and invited Han Sankian to play another game, clearly enjoying the duel. Han Sankian respectfully declines, explaining that Mr. Wang is not in the best shape right now, and promises to play with him for real next time. The elder, with a calm smile, folds his hands in front of him, making it clear that everything is settled, and an agreement between them has been reached to their mutual satisfaction. In front of the entrance to the Devil's City nightclub, there is an evening silence, broken only by the shadow of a red car, creeping up to the beginning of new events. In the luxurious clubroom, the two men chat quietly over drinks, discussing Fang Peng's activities and deciding to temporarily trust the Tian family for the sake of stability. On the white marble table, A smartphone rings, and the subscriber's name flickers tensely on the screen, announcing the beginning of a fundamental and restless dialogue. Sankyeon, with a semi-indifferent expression, answers the phone, not yet suspecting that the alarming news about his father will be heard on the other end of the line. Hearing that his father is unwell, he tenses up and listens attentively to the voice on the phone, which asks him to come to Beijing urgently without giving him time to think. With a serious purse of his lips, Sankyeon agrees. Although inside he is quietly surprised that the family that had long rejected him suddenly wants to see him around again. The camera slowly rises above the Han family's majestic Beijing mansion, where the courtyard is silent and everyone is waiting for something great to happen. Against the backdrop of a quiet courtyard, the prophet folds his fingers in a wise gesture, and when he is asked to speak, everyone freezes, hanging on every word. The seer, with a serious face, begins to talk about his eldest grandson Han, emphasizing that he has the imperial spirit and is destined to bring wealth and glory to the Han family. But instead of admiration, a sentence is heard. The prophet declares with cold confidence that the young man is a thief capable of bringing only trouble and destruction to the family. Little Sankyeon, with naive sincerity, asks his grandmother for permission to play outside, not knowing that his fate has long been decided for him. Lightning rips through the sky above the gloomy roof of the mansion, just as the old woman's menacing voice tells him to return to the house and no longer disgrace her with his appearance. Thunder and lightning flashes explode across the sky, as if the heavens themselves were responding to the injustice happening right beneath their silent judgment. A soaking wet Han Sankyeon stands with his head down as he is shouted out of the Han family and Beijing. While his grandmother writes him off forever, Sankyeon, holding a glass of wine in his hand, looks thoughtfully into the distance, remembering how the woman from the Han clan once expelled him, and now does not understand why she calls him back again. He furrowed his brows, suspecting that this was all just a trap to frame him in Han Jun's place and save him from prison. Mentally warning that he would be merciless this time, one of his friends suddenly pats him on the shoulder, noticing his absent-minded look, and asks anxiously if something is wrong. Sensing that his friend is clearly worried about something, raising his glass of wine, Han Sankyeon says with cold determination that he had no place in this world before, but now this toast will be the beginning of his reign, because this is the line of the poem that he considers his favorite. Looking ahead intently, he explains that if he ever changes beyond recognition, his friend will have to recite the first line of the poem, and he will continue with the second to prove that he has remained himself. But his friend, interrupting his pathos, puts his hand on his forehead and asks in surprise if he is ill, deciding that he is delirious since he is talking such strange nonsense. Han Sankyeon touches his friend's finger with a sad half-smile and asks him to just remember his words, in case one day they turn out to be really important. Above the villa on the slope, the night sky is strewn with stars, and the luxurious house with cozy balconies lies in silence, as if waiting for an unexpected visitor. In the warm light of the lantern, Han Sankyeon approaches the door, determined and calm, ready to have a conversation that could change everything. In the spacious living room, he notices his grandmother and a relative, and, smiling, calmly asks what exactly brought them to him at such a late hour. However, the grandmother flares up in anger, accusing him of publicly humiliating Su Haichao and disgracing the entire Su family in front of the nobles of Yunjin. Looking at her with a straight face, Han Sankyeon clarified what exactly she meant by compensation and what exactly she expected from him. With a face distorted with anger and a clenched fist, the old woman orders him to immediately go to Mr. Tian to flatter the Su family and force him to acknowledge their status. With a slight half-smile and a slightly ironic tone, Han Sankyeon replies that he can fulfill her request, but hints that such a commanding tone is not very appropriate for those who make the request. In response, the old woman angrily pressed her lips together and demanded that he figure out how to act himself, threatening to humiliate Yingxia's status if he neglected others for her sake. Unwilling to listen to any more humiliation, Han Sankyeon silently turns around and walks out of the hall with cold confidence, while the grandmother mutters curses under her breath. Pointing her finger towards the door, she angrily shouts that he is Jianlan's model son-in-law, and Jianlan, trying to ease the tension, promises to talk to Yingxia to convince Sankyeon. The enraged grandmother, unable to contain her anger, explodes with an ultimatum and gives 3 days to carry out the order, threatening to make Han Sankyeon's life unbearable. Against the backdrop of the night sky, the majestic Su family mansion rises, holding within itself the strength of tradition and the significance of family influence through the generations. In the hall, Bathed in soft evening light, Grandma Sue returns home with a cane in her hand, and her grandson exclaims with relief that she has finally returned. Throwing a surprised and slightly irritated glance at the young man, the grandmother sharply asks what he is doing here, clearly not expecting to see him in her home. Haichao, flushed with anger, shouts, venting his resentment that his grandmother is not handing over the position of the head of the family to him. But she, with cold dignity, retorts that if he had even a drop of talent, he would have already taken over the position himself. With a stony expression on her face, the old woman closes her eyes and with icy confidence pronounces a categorical no, not leaving her grandson the slightest chance to compromise. Blinded by rage and envy, Haichao desperately begs his grandmother to make him the head of the council, promising to destroy Han Sanqian, who he says is taking advantage of Su Yingxia's connections. Deeply hurt, Haichao looks at his grandmother with pain and disbelief, realizing how his dreams of recognition are being shattered by her cold truth. Turning her back to him, the grandmother advises him to work on himself, adding that he will be able to get what he wants only after her death. Turning angrily after her, he thinks to himself that then she shouldn't be surprised if this day comes sooner than she would like. In the strict hall, the grandmother, leaning on her cane, admits that it is too early for Haichao to take charge, and her interlocutor suggests starting with the lowest position. Suddenly opening the door with a frightened face, the employee announces the stunning news of Miss Tian's arrival, causing a wave of surprise in the room. While the grandmother turns around in surprise at the sound of the voice, Miss Tian is already walking forward with an escort, and the determination in her gaze causes involuntary anxiety in everyone present. A friendly but wary grandmother with a slight smile asks the guest about the unexpected visit. Looking closely at her face and anticipating that the meeting will not be at all accidental, the lady, with cold contempt and barely restrained indignation, declares that the one who brought her here is an insolent and stubborn wind, unworthy of any respect. Trying to maintain a smile, the grandmother asked in confusion what Mrs. Tian's harsh words meant. Tang explains with open disdain that Han Sanqian came to her grandfather in the morning to ask him to recognize the Su family, which is just a pipe dream for such an insignificant family. With her eyes blazing with suspicion and her face distorted with resentment, Grandma Su starts shouting, asking why Tian came to her if Grandpa had already refused, and accuses Han Sanqian of deliberately humiliating her. Slightly bowing her head with a guilty expression, the calm and composed Tian explains that she did not come of her own free will, but because her grandfather, out of respect for Han Sanqian, agreed to cooperate with the Su family. Grandma Su's cane falls to the floor with a crash, sounding like a thunderclap, symbolizing her internal explosion and complete indignation at what she heard. The shocked grandmother, with her eyes wide open, asks in surprise if this is true, and Miss Tian, with annoyance and a sideways glance, replies by asking if she looks like a joker. Touched by the unexpected news, the grandmother presses her hands to her chest and thanks Miss Tian with a shining face, promising that the Su family will live up to the trust. Turning around abruptly, the girl dryly stated that she had only come to deliver the news, adding that all the credit went to Han Sanqian, not her. As soon as Miss Tian leaves, the grandmother, visibly animated, orders the assistant to immediately contact Haichao and urgently call him for a talk. A grandmother sits in her office at her desk, immersed in papers against the backdrop of the evening city shimmering outside the windows of a high-rise building. Hearing the unexpected call, Haichao enters the office with slight surprise and asks in a restrained tone why he was called so urgently. With triumph in her voice and a joyful glint in her eyes, Grandma Su shows off an impressive sealed contract, confidently pointing her finger at it. With a beaming smile on her face, she exclaims that thanks to this deal, the Su family will finally become famous and gain wide recognition. Haichao leans forward toward his grandmother with delight and feigned sincerity, loudly rejoicing at the news, which he considers a breakthrough in his destiny. With a cold glint in his eyes and a smug smile on his lips, he repeats his grandmother's words, realizing that this is his chance to take power into his own hands. With solemn determination, the grandmother hands over the folder with the contract and hands him the file, promising the post of head of the council if he doesn't let her down. Touched by her trust, he clutches the blue folder and, full of determination, vows to live up to her expectations, seeing this as the path to absolute power. Smiling with satisfaction, Haichao leaves the office, and his grandmother watches him with quiet pride from behind her neat desk. Inspired by his grandmother's attention, he cheerfully offers to bring her some water, and she warmly agrees, calling him kind and caring. Under the construction of boiling water, A blue cup slowly fills up, and Haichao's hands carefully hold it, preparing to complete the gesture of care to the end. With a smile as gentle as it is treacherous, he silently plunges into dark thoughts, pondering an old, long-cherished plan until his fingers tremble. With trembling hands and impatient fury, he pours the mysterious powder into the cup, mentally swearing that he does not intend to wait any longer. The darkness in his eyes flares into a scarlet flame of triumph as he sees his grandmother reaching for the cup, whispering if he did it right. The grandmother calmly drinks water, not even suspecting that in this cup there is not just water, but something that can change her fate forever. After drinking the water, the old woman suddenly feels dizzy, clutches her temple, and tries to understand why a simple sip caused such weakness. The tension reaches its peak when the grandmother raises her head, shocked by the betrayal of her loved one. And there is pain, fear, and indignation in her eyes. With his face hidden in the semi-darkness, Haichao coldly says his parting words, deciding that her death is just a necessary step to carry out his plan. Against the backdrop of the stunned silhouettes of her relatives, the grandmother is already lying motionless, with a cane in her hand. And Haichao, face down, acts out a mournful scene. Kneeling by the body, he covers his grandmother's face with a handkerchief and sobs out loud, pretending that he cannot come to terms with her sudden departure. The confused crowd of relatives is filled with anxiety and confusion. No one can believe that Mrs. Su has passed away so suddenly and without any signs of illness. Pretending to be overcome with horror and pain, Haichao turns to those around him and tries to shift all the blame onto Han Sanqian, avoiding suspicion. With eyes full of anger and disbelief, Han Sanqian stands motionless under the barrage of accusations as the young man screams as if he was the one who killed his grandmother. The young man, with indignation and alarm on his face, casts a heavy look forward, clenching his jaw, as if trying to contain an outburst of emotion from the absurdity of what is happening. In the spacious room, a quarrel breaks out near the bed where his grandmother is unconscious. Haichao shouts accusations, and Han Sanqian calmly asks what he has to do with it. An enraged Haichao jumps up from his seat, his eyes blazing with anger as he accuses his opponent of bringing the curse and shortening grandma's life. Yingxia, anxiously entering the room and seeing the tense scene with the lying grandmother and the arguing men, asks Han Sanqian with a confused expression. Surprised but calm, Han Sanqian looks straight into her eyes and firmly says that Tianliner did not come because of him, but to discuss the alliance of the two families. Blinded by rage, his face twisted with hatred, Haichao shouts that the Tian family would never willingly help Su and accuses Han of betrayal. Han Sanqian's face, hidden in shadow and filled with icy determination, expresses disdain, and he defiantly offers to call the police if he is sure of guilt. A flicker of fear appears in Haichao's eyes as he grits his teeth and sweats. Realizing that the police will suspect him, he explodes from the spot in a panic, waving his arms, shouting that the Tian family is too influential, and if they fail, they themselves will be blamed for the attack. Flashes of contempt and anger fill the room as the suited relatives, one after another, accuse Han of murder and demand that he leave immediately. With a cold smile on his lips, Han Sanqian turns away from everyone, ironically voicing the absurdity of the accusations made without a single piece of evidence. Yingxia looks over her shoulder with worry and sadness, noticing Sanqian silently lowering his head, hiding his pain under a veil of humble silence. After making a few demonstrative gestures, Haichao, with feigned dignity, declares that, according to his grandmother's last will, he is now the head of the Su clan. One by one, smiling relatives support the decision, acknowledging that Haichao was the closest to his grandmother and did not raise any objections. Feigning determination and gratitude, Haichao holds his head high and promises that he will take revenge on the Tian family, find evidence, and punish them for his grandmother's death. Walking down the narrow street under the clear sky of Yunjin, Sanqian anxiously recalls how Haichao calmly assumed power and begins to suspect a conspiracy. With his eyes sadly lowered and a heavy sigh, Han Sanqian reflected on his helplessness, realizing that no one would believe the truth now. On a cozy street under a clear sky, Han Sanqian meets with slight surprise an elderly man whom he has not seen for more than 3 years, and is sincerely amazed at how he has changed. The old man, with dignity in his gaze and a warm smile on his lips, silently looks at the young man, radiating calmness and wisdom, as if he understands everything without words. A little embarrassed by the praise, Han Sanqian smiles at Grandpa Yang, joking about his age, and remembers his kindness and caring upbringing in his mind. Looking at Yang with a soft question in his eyes, Sankian carefully asks if the Han family forced him to come to Yunzhen to bring him back to Beijing. With a heavy look and a note of regret in his voice, Grandpa Yan honestly admits that, despite his mentorship, he is not free to decide for himself and is obliged to obey the orders of the family. Han Sankian, with seriousness in his eyes, warns that he will go with him, but asks not to be offended if his further actions seem strange. Grandpa Yang looks at the young man carefully, and then smiles softly, thinking with warm irony that he is still as stubborn and straightforward as in his youth. Hugging Sankian's shoulders and stroking his head, Grandpa says with good-natured warmth that, no matter what he does, he will never be angry with him. A hush of anxious anticipation hangs over the ancient residence in Beijing, where the austere architecture and wide gardens exude tradition and power, and the Hane home is frozen in tension. With a downcast gaze, Han Sankian steps over the familiar threshold, mentally greeting the place that became the source of pain and abyss in his past. His footsteps echo loudly in the silent garden, where anxiety, determination, and a vague peace lead him deeper into the courtyard, full of secrets and hidden voices. Against the backdrop of a tranquil courtyard with a pond and flowers, an elderly woman in an elegant outfit freezes with chopsticks in her hands and coldly remarks that cruelty has long reigned here. Her calmness instantly turns to rage. Jumping up from her seat, she angrily reproaches her grandson for not even being able to call her grandmother and for returning only because of Han Jun's arrest. Without hiding either sarcasm or indifference, Han Sankian coldly says that he heard that Zeng is about to die and asks if he should come to the funeral. With a burning determination in her eyes, Han Sankian looked at her grandmother, who, unable to contain her rage, rushed forward with a scream, tearing apart all the illusions between them. The grandmother, mad with anger, shakes her fists and screams, justifying Han Jun by saying that without him, there would be no Sankian or his life itself. With a cold, contemptuous gaze, Sankian sarcastically asks if his birth should not be celebrated for giving birth to a scumbag who destroyed everything. With her face twisted in rage, the grandmother leans forward in the dark light and accuses Sankian. Exalting Han Jun as the only worthy heir, her icy gaze softens a little when she says that Jun, remembering their brotherly bond, wanted to meet, and for this she is ready to close her eyes to the past. With her back straight and her cane clutched in her hand, the grandmother turns away and firmly orders him to go with her to prison, to meet the one who became the heart of this whole drama. Under a clear sky, amidst the cold modern architecture, the stern facade of Qinjin Prison rises, a silent fortress of falls and retribution. On the other side of the glass, Han Sankian stands straight and silent, as if with the calmness of his body he is extinguishing the anger of his interlocutor, who is unable to break through his indifference. The prisoner, maddened with hatred, screams at the protective glass, pointing his finger at Sankian, as if he wants to crush the barrier not only with his body, but also with his scream. Speaking coldly and clearly, Sankian notes with bitter irony that the time of freedom has passed, and if there are words, let them hurry, because patience is not eternal. Grinning in handcuffs, the prisoner cheekily hints at a trap, asking Sankian if he senses a strange, subtle smell in the room. In a confused stupor, he manages to utter only one word when a pinkish fog envelops his face and panic begins to arise in his mind. Realizing the threat, Han Sankian anxiously lowers himself to the table. The air is indeed not right, and poisonous gas begins to penetrate his body. Leaning his hand on the table and breathing heavily, Sankian whispers Nangongqianqiu's name, bitterly admitting that she, as always, did not disappoint his expectations. With all the rage that had accumulated during his imprisonment, Han Jun suddenly jumped up and kicked Sankian in the head with all his might, spilling out his anger. Burning with anger and a heart poisoned by the thirst for revenge, Han Jun distorts his face into an evil grimace and shouts that because of Sankian he went through hell. Pinned to the floor, Sankian takes a kick while Han Jun hisses with a mad smile that it's his turn to be behind bars now. At the height of the humiliation, one of the prisoners rudely orders Han to wash the floor, finishing him off with an order and trampling on the remains of his dignity. Watching this, Sankian felt pain in his heart as he realized how crippled and bitter Han Jun had become, having survived at any cost. With cold determination, Han Sankian proclaims new rules, clearly warning that it is better not to touch him if one's whole life is precious. In response, the prisoners exchange smirking glances, ridiculing his insolence and reducing it all to a blow to the head, as if the new guy had gone crazy because he was unaccustomed to it. One of the most dangerous prisoners, with a dark glint in his eyes, cracks his knuckles and announces that it is time to test the newcomer's mettle. One of the prisoners approaches Han Sankian with respect and fear, touching his shoulder and saying his name in surprise, acknowledging his strength. The next second, Sankian attacks with lightning speed, his leg accurately hitting the enemy's face, while he himself remains focused and ready to fight. One of the attackers, with a furious cry, slams his fist into Sankian's jaw, and the blow flies out in pain and blood in the silence of the prison space. Consumed by rage, Han charges into the crowd of enemies, striking with lightning speed until their bodies collide in a bloody meat grinder. In the middle of the chamber, calmly clapping his hands, Han stands among the fallen bodies of the enemies, unable to rise after his furious attack. One of the prisoners looks at Sankian with horror, not understanding how the one who was recently afraid to fight became a formidable and invincible fighter. Standing tall against the blazing red light, Sankian points menacingly at the gang leader and coldly asks if he is the one in charge. White with fear, with a twitching smile and raised hands, the bandit immediately acknowledges Han's authority and swears that from now on everything will be according to his rules. Against the backdrop of a peaceful sky and a sunlit courtyard, Han Jun gently leads his grandmother by the arm, gently asking her to be careful not to stumble. Han Jun, with a warm smile and a sparkle in his eyes, gently holds his grandmother's hand, as if trying to repay her for the care that was so lacking in prison. With her head slightly bowed, the grandmother recalls with soft sadness in her voice how hard it was for him before, and her words touch her grandson's heart to the depths. In a friendly tone, with a youthful lightness on his face, Han Jun asks permission to go to Yunjin to experience a taste of freedom after all the troubles. The green-dressed grandmother looks at her grandson with caution and asks in surprise why he wants to go to Yunjin, not hiding her suspicions. With fire in his voice and a confident gaze, Han Jun declares that Sankian has disgraced their family, and he himself will restore the honor of the Han family in a foreign city. In the gloomy prison room, the grandmother, under guard, walks in with a determined look, while Sankian, handcuffed, waits silently for the meeting, holding back his emotions. Without hiding his irritation, Han Sankian notes with bitter irony that he least expected to see his grandmother here, within the prison walls. With an ominous frown, Grandma stands next to him in the interrogation room and coldly informs him that Yunjin now belongs to Han Jun and not to him. His face flares with rage, the handcuffs fly off his hands, and with a cry of anger he swears to personally kill Han Jun if he takes power in the city. With a disdainful smile on her lips, the grandmother gives Sankian one last cold blow, calling him trash and advising him to think better about surviving in prison. With her eyes blazing with anger and her fist clenched, Sankian spews out an oath of revenge, promising that Nangong Qiangqiu will pay dearly for everything she has done. Above the green courtyard of Qinjin Prison, where prisoners in striped uniforms roam under the supervision of guards, there is an anxious thought. Han Jun has moved here, and there will be chaos. Clenching his fists and looking at the sky, Han Sankian realized that he couldn't bear the humiliation any longer and had to get out of here as soon as possible. Hearing an unexpected voice behind the wall, he suddenly raises his head and looks around in confusion, not understanding who is addressing him in such a manner. A cunning prisoner with a smug smile peers out from a narrow gap between the walls, beckons with his finger, and whispers that he has important information. With ironic calm, Sankian calls him an escape artist, noting that he came too late to make a difference. With a tense grin, the prisoner replies that this prison is not a place where it is easy to get into, emphasizing the seriousness of what is happening. Sankian's eyes narrowed, and a dark anger flashed in his gaze as he abruptly threw out a sound of disbelief. Not hiding his suspicion, Zemler enthusiastically shows off the escape plan, assuring them that the scheme is flawless and that they will be free in 3 days, while Han carefully delves into the details. With his arms stretched toward the sky, Han Jun inhales the air with pleasure after landing, rejoicing in the freedom as an airplane flies overhead. A sign of a new beginning. Walking along the noisy street of the new city, he looks around, admitting that although this is not Beijing, it has its own charm and the same lack of female attention. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair and a shopping bag appears, shouting Han Sankian's name in surprise and asking why he is here alone. Han Jun replies with a sly smile that he doesn't know her, but he notes to himself that this girl clearly had feelings for his past self, and he wonders where this will lead. She angrily reminds him of old debts, inviting him to dinner in gratitude for his past help, so that she can finally pay him off. In response to the unexpected offer to visit her home, Han agrees with a smile to try her dish, although in his heart, his interest is clearly not in the food. Cooking with enthusiasm, the pink-haired girl dreams of love, and thinks with relief that even if they are not together, the moment next to him is dear to her. June stands awkwardly by the kitchen and watches her cook, and she anxiously thinks that perhaps Yingxi no longer occupies his heart. Standing next to her at the stove, Han-jun grins and jokes that her cooking is more frightening than enjoyable, while she, embarrassed, tries to look dignified in her apron with a rabbit on it. Embarrassed by his attention, the girl asks him to go to the living room and wait until the food is ready. But Han-jun smiles and offers to teach her how to cook himself, hinting at something completely different. He moves even closer and whispers that he knows how she feels, suggesting that they go straight to the bedroom and do something else, and she freezes in confusion, with her head down and her fists clenched. The girl walks down the dark corridor in a ray of light, wondering how he could say such a thing, since he is Su Yinxi's man. Bursting into the room in a fit of anger, she screams in Han's face, accusing him of how shameless he is to say such things, knowing that he is married to Yingxi. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, she confesses that she likes him, but Yingxi is her friend and she cannot betray her, forcing Han to quietly repeat her name. Realizing that the girl who was just making hints was Yingxi's friend, Han-jun stops in confusion, muttering her name darkly. Standing by the refrigerator with his hand raised in a restraining gesture, Han tries to maintain control and thinks that it is too early to reveal his true nature. Standing by the window and watching Han, who had just left her apartment, the girl clenched her fist with sad determination and thought that if he hurt Yingxi again, she would not forgive him. Clutching the phone in her hand, she bitterly couldn't understand why Han Sankian, who had gone through so much for Yingxi, had suddenly become such a stranger. Worried and confused, she calls her friend and asks her directly how her relationship with Han Sankian is now, not hiding her anxiety. Sitting in the office with papers, Su Yinxi seriously replies that due to supply problems, he suddenly left Yunjin, leaving only a short message. On a clear morning at the gate, against the backdrop of blue skies and green fields, the guards greet Han Sankian with smiles, as if he were an old and respected ally. Tall and confident, Han-jun thinks with irony that the people here suddenly respect a non-entity, and shrugs at their questions about his triumph. Stopping at the door of a modern house, he notes with a thoughtful look that the person he pretends to be lived here easily and got the most out of life. The enraged woman bursts into the living room and, with a roar of accusations, screams at Hanyu about betrayal and shame, demanding an explanation for cheating on him with his mistress. Smiling ominously in the shadows, the man promises to elevate his brother with confidence in his voice, as if taking on the role of patron in a game of ambitions. Looking down on Han, the woman indignantly demands water, while he, standing below, looks up coldly, preparing to give a harsh and unexpected answer. With an ironic smile and a glint in his eyes, Han-jun defiantly orders her to bring water and warns her not to provoke her. It will get worse. Blushing at his words, the woman rushes towards him screaming and threatening to throw him out of the house. Not realizing that his limit of patience has long been passed, the thunderous blow sobers her up, and with horror in her voice she does not believe that Sanqian actually dared to raise his hand against her. Settling into a chair with a brazen smile, Jun coldly warns that he will no longer allow himself to be humiliated 3 times a day. There will be discipline. With a tense profile and a determined look, the mother holds back her anger and coldly decides to retreat, considering her Gree's next move. In a rage, the woman pours boiling water, thinking that as soon as her daughter appears, she will throw the young man out the door, silently preparing revenge under the guise of submission. Her hand in a gold bracelet extends a glass of water, doing so clearly reluctantly as a sign of forced submission to the new authority in the house. Han-jun throws away the overly hot water in anger, knocking the glass onto the floor and shouting indignantly that he could have burned his mouth. Despite his indignation, he clenches his fist and, pointing his finger at the cooler, orders more water, not wanting to admit defeat. Shocked by such impudence, the woman looks at him angrily and indignantly shouts that this is already going beyond all bounds of impudence. The enraged woman rushes forward screaming, waving her smartphone like a sword and threatening as if she is ready to deliver the finishing blow. The next moment, she flies back with a scream and falls to the floor with a crash, her attack stopped by an unexpected and powerful force. At her scream, an alarmed man bursts into the room and rushes towards Han with an accusing look. Not believing that he raised his hand against his own mother-in-law, the man kneels down, holding the unconscious Zhang Lan in his arms, while Han looks down with cold fury and threatens to hit him again if he disobeys. With the facade of a large mansion in the background, Yingxi gets out of the car and confidently walks towards the door, unaware of the tense scene that awaits her inside. Yingxi appears at the door with a smile, having just returned home. cheerfully announcing his arrival, not yet knowing that a storm had just swept through the house. The parents, leaning on their daughter's shoulders, complain about Han Sang-kyeon, calling him crazy, and she anxiously asks who really raised a hand against them. While she tries to protect Sang-kyeon, her father, with pain in his heart and anger in his voice, accuses him of beating her, and Han sits calmly on the sofa, crossing his arms as if none of this concerns him. With a serious and confident look, the girl urges not to slander Han, because she believes in his character and knows that he would never raise a hand against her family. The parents, frightened and confused, look at their daughter with pain, not understanding how she cannot believe them and take his side. The imposter rolls up his sleeves with a proud grin and admits that he did it, and thinks to himself what a beautiful wife his brother has. The stunned girl turns to him, not believing that this is true, and suspects that his parents could have offended him and driven him to this. His gaze hardens and he says that he has had enough of being humiliated for 3 years and he will not tolerate it any longer. Turning and heading into the room, he throws an order over his shoulder to have food prepared quickly. He is dying of hunger. With a tear on her cheek, Yingxi couldn't understand why he had changed so abruptly, and why his words were becoming more and more contemptuous towards them. Stretched out on the pillow with a smug smile, he lazily reflects on the sweet freedom, enjoying the comfort, while his rival, as it seems to him, suffers in a cold prison cell. In the quiet of the late evening, a worried guy sits on the bed in a semi-dark bedroom, not understanding why Yingxi hasn't come yet. Tormented by jealousy and doubts, with a contemptuous smile on his lips, he slowly gets out of bed, thinking about how stupidly his predecessors missed their chance with such a woman. Under the evening light pouring in from the corridor windows, he walks towards the door with clear intent, knowing full well that Yingxi is now on the other side. In what seems like an emotional outburst, he emerges as a sinister figure, whispering with pleasure about how he is going to take advantage of someone else's wife. A flash of bright light and the girl's frightened scream accompany the moment when she suddenly rises, shocked by his behavior, and angrily demands an explanation. With confidence and false tenderness on his face, the guy takes a step forward, holding out his hand in the darkness of the room, as if he was going to show his perverted intentions. In response to his intrusion, the girl, sitting on the bed in her nightgown, looks at him with anger and disgust, firmly demanding that he leave immediately. With cold self-confidence, he approaches the bed, grinning insolently and justifying himself by saying that she is his wife and therefore should sleep with him. But the girl, clenching her fists in rage, recognizes him as an imposter, resolutely rejects his words and declares that he is not the real Han Sang-kyeon. Her eyes are blazing with indignation, and her voice is trembling with resentment as she confidently says that the real Sang-kyeon would never allow himself to say such words. The guy, theatrically spreading his arms out to the sides with a mocking smile, convinces her that he is the real Han Sang-kyeon, because appearance, in his opinion, says everything. With tears of resentment in her eyes and clutching the hem of her dress with trembling fingers, the girl tries her best to contain her anger, but the tension betrays her resistance. Unable to bear his impudence, she, with a furious gleam in her eyes, waves the pillow, threatening to throw him out by force if he does not leave immediately. Gleefully grabbing the pillow, he declares his superiority with a predatory grin, demonstrating a brazen confidence in his power. With defiant insolence, he extends his hand to her, intending to achieve what he wants and spend this night without hiding his dirty intentions. Trembling with fear and rage, she screams and cries as she orders him to get away, not allowing him to even come close or touch her. In a moment of determination, her gaze flashes, her body tenses, as if in a second she will rush into a desperate fight to defend herself. With a cruel smile, he grabs her hair harshly, enjoying her pain and making it clear that he will stop at nothing. Stunned and in tears, she screams in despair, not understanding who this cruel stranger is, who is frighteningly similar to her own husband. Just as he continues to pull her hair, the door bursts open and her parents rush into the room, terrified. The father shouts to let his daughter go, rushing forward with his hand outstretched, ready to fight at any second to stop the madman. The mother, unable to contain her anger, rushes to defend her daughter with a knife in her hand, shouting that she will make him pay for everything, no matter what the cost. The figure of a young man with a shadowed gaze and a sinister aura covers his chest with his hand, as if hiding something, and in front of him is a woman with a knife ready to attack. Unable to contain his rage, the imposter, his face twisted with anger, shouts that he will make everyone pay, threatening suffering for their misunderstanding. With a scream that mixed fear, determination, and maternal rage, the woman raises the knife again and demands that he leave immediately. Meanwhile, the imposter, leaving the mansion after the failure, mentally curses the grandmother who almost stabbed him, and heads to the red light district. The camera switches to a panorama of a modern city with skyscrapers, conveying the scale and change of scene, a premonition of a new stage in history. An anxious Yingxia, looking into space, thinks that Han Sanqian has started to act strangely, and remembers that only Lin Yun could clarify his behavior. An angry security guard at a nightclub, hearing the morning noise, comes out with a threat. But a girl in a business suit appears in front of him, full of determination. The guard, with a sly smile and a suspicious look, studies her closely, pretending to be polite, asking who she's looking for, as if checking her intentions. With a forced smile and a slightly confused expression, the girl quickly explains that she is looking for Lin Yun, trying to remain polite despite the tension. Hearing that the person in front of him was Lin Yun's beloved sister, the bartender's expression instantly changed, and he realized that flirting was absolutely unacceptable here. Embarrassed and guilty, he bows, apologizes for his behavior, and respectfully offers to escort her inside. In the dark interior of the club, a guy loudly calls out to Lin Yun, saying that a certain beautiful girl has come specifically for him. Lin Yun frowned warily, suddenly feeling uneasy and afraid that he might have gone too far last time. Seeing the woman, he is horrified to recognize her as his boss's wife, and a wave of cold, sticky sweat quickly runs across his face. He puts his hand in his pocket, forces a smile, and asks in a surprised but polite tone why Mrs. Su came to such an establishment. Surprised, Yingxi looks up at the chandelier and wonders in bewilderment how this man knows her, not expecting that the name would be familiar to her here. The green-haired man with a burger and coffee in his hands recognizes her as the owner of the store below, and is clearly amazed by such a chance meeting. One of the men at the bar, wiping sweat from his forehead, asks another in surprise what he is doing there, hinting at a strange coincidence. The guy in the orange jacket, leaning on the counter, asks with disbelief in his voice if it's true that Han Sanqian has become completely different. Touching his chin in concentration, he repeats these words in his mind, suspecting that there is something much more important behind them. Yingxi looks at his interlocutor with concern in his eyes, not understanding what he is getting at, and quietly, almost in a whisper, asks again. He explains to Yingxi that if one day Han Sanqian appears to be a completely different person, these words will help him understand whether it is really him. The girl, with concentration, agrees to repeat the cherished words that will confirm the authenticity of Han Sanqian, and gets down to business with tension in her chest. Under the gaze of the two men, she puts her hands on the table, starts the call, and stares at the screen where Han Sanqian's name appears, her breath catching. From the depths of her memory, through the lines of the screen, she utters with effort the phrase that in this world there was no place for words that would decide everything. Hearing Yingxi's voice, Han Sanqian's expression instantly changed, exploding with surprise and anger at her strange words. Not understanding what was happening, Yingxi and the two men stand frozen in tension, shocked by the other man's reaction, and at the same time realize the terrible, inescapable truth. One of the men, with a sly smile, runs his finger across his throat and asks the boss if it's time to grab the mysterious man and beat the truth out of him. The man with a serious face points out that if Han Sanqian had thought of everything in advance, then he already has a plan ready. It's better to just wait. A white-haired woman with a commanding voice orders to enter Qinzhen prison within 3 days and kill Han Sanqian to prevent disaster. And behind her stands a silent executor. The woman asks in surprise why Han Jun was chosen, and the man replies with disdain that even in appearance he is strikingly superior to that insignificant loser. The self-confident grandmother, with a sarcastic smile, sarcastically predicts that the Han family under Han Jun's rule will soar even higher and prove its superiority to everyone. Her alarm is instantly confirmed. The guard falls at her feet with a dull groan, and she, grabbing her cane, screams in anger, not understanding what is happening. At the same moment, anxiety and fear distort her face as she acutely senses that something has gone wrong and the situation is slipping out of control. Han Sanqian, wearing a dark suit, appears in front of Nangong Qianyu, grinning cheekily and mockingly asking if she really sent such a pathetic weakling to kill him. Shocked to the depths of her soul, old Nangong looks at him with anxiety and rage, and in a panic reproaches him that his actions will bring disaster to the entire Han clan. With a cold determination in his eyes, Han Sanqian indignantly reproached Nangong Qianyu for not only wanting him dead, but also forbidding him to defend himself. The enraged grandmother in a green dress, with her chin jutting out and her fists clenched, screams that the blood of the Han family is an honor, and to die for Jeong is the highest privilege. Standing confidently and proudly, Sankyan smiles defiantly and declares that it is Han Jeong who should sacrifice himself, not him, as he is returning to Yunqing to prove who is the true chosen one. With a cold gaze and an anxious whisper, she says that Han Sankyan must not return to Yunqing under any circumstances. Otherwise, the truth will come out and everything will collapse. The enraged grandmother loses her temper and demands that Yang Jun immediately kill Han Sankyan, losing the last of her control over what is happening. Yang Jun coldly and directly states that she will not follow the order because since childhood it was unclear which of them was better, and she has no right to order him. Despite his grandmother's anger, Yang Jun remains calm, closes his eyes, and says that he is waiting for the day when everything falls into place and the true chosen one appears. In the light of the bar, with glasses raised, one of the men suggests that the brothers are so similar that even his wife couldn't tell them apart, and makes the logical conclusion that they are twins. Under the night sky, in a comical manner, Mo Yang and Lin Yong shout out their names in shock, clearly confused by the unexpected truth. Two men with wary faces look ahead tensely and ask the stranger who he is, because what is happening is beyond comprehension. Han Sankyan, with his face half hidden in the shadows and his voice stern, said that there was no place for him in this world, thus confirming his identity. Confident and determined, he stands in a suit, looks forward and says that this cup will be the beginning of his power, and then asks where Su Yingxia is and if she's okay. Lin Yun mockingly remarks that it is good that the bride immediately suspected something and moved in with her friend, and then sarcastically asks who is this copy that looks exactly like Han Sankyan. With determination in his eyes, Han Sankyan orders that his brother Han Jun be found immediately, and that all forces be deployed to search for him. Drunk on wine and female attention, the smug Han Jun reflects on the pleasure that was unavailable to the real Han Sankyan. With tenderness and sadness in his soul, the guy accepts the kiss of the girl, who promises to fix everything and live under his name. The lightning strike tears through the air and hits the enemy in the stomach with such force that even the space around explodes with energy. Stunned by shock, Han Jeong looked around with a tense gaze, trying to understand what had happened at that moment. Lin Yun stands at the head of a gang of thugs with a calm audacity, grinning predatorily and ready to clash, exuding a clear threat. With a cigarette in his hand and a cold gaze, the guy in the orange jacket orders everyone to leave, leaving himself alone for a serious conversation. The beaten guy, sitting on the floor in front of the woman, tries to guess with fear what they want from him, asking in confusion if it is money. Holding the other man confidently by the collar, he grins and threatens to cut off his hands if he doesn't return his 2 billion. The red-haired boy desperately presses his hands to his chest, justifying that he is not Han Sankyan, wondering how the double managed to accumulate so many debts. The hand holding the photo points to a man in a suit with a red tie, and a calm voice says that this is Han Jun. An enraged Lin Yun sarcastically accuses his enemy of forging documents and, without holding back, punches him in the face with all his might. Cornered and beaten, the boy clutches his face in despair, while his pursuer, with an evil grin, threatens to kill him if he doesn't repay the debt. Falling to the floor, he panicked and begged for mercy, swearing that it was not Han Sankyan, and asking them to look for the real culprit, not him. The green-haired striker looks down at Han Jun with disdain, calling him a pathetic whiner as he bangs his head on the floor in despair, begging for mercy. Lin Yun coldly smiled, wondering how such a worthless coward could even be Han Sankyan's brother. And a shadow of doubt flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the real Han Sankyan put his hand on Lin Yun's shoulder and calmly and confidently admitted that the imposter in front of them was not him at all. Han Sankyan suddenly stands in front of the shocked imposter, whose face shows horror because he was sure that he should be in prison. Lin Yun takes Sankyan's side, sternly ordering the imposter to watch his language, because in front of him is the real boss, even if he is rejected by everyone. Stunned and panicked, the imposter cannot believe the truth, insisting that it is impossible. Although Sankyan's gaze no longer leaves any doubt, Han Jun, furious with fear, rushes at Sankyan with a wild cry, thinking that he is a mercenary sent to intimidate him to death. No longer holding back his rage or fear, he rushes forward with his fists, screaming that now he will die, filling the air with hatred and rage. Then Sankyan, with icy determination and a gleam in his eyes, strikes, admitting that he had never struck before because he was afraid to kill on the first try. The powerful blow sent Jun's body flying backwards, and a flash of white light enveloped the stage, highlighting the destructive power. With blood on his lips and fury in his voice, he screams that Sang-kyan dared to hit him, unable to believe such humiliation. Getting up, he angrily and humiliatingly promises to snitch on the old woman, assuring her that he will regret it. And Sang-kyan coldly smirks and asks if he has anything at all besides protecting her. The next second, Sang-kyan, with a blazing gaze, hits him so hard that the booming sound shakes the frame and washes away the remaining threats. Clenching his fist, Han Sang-kyan admitted with icy determination that he was willing to respond with force if the situation required it. Lying on the floor, the brother, in a rage, threatens with a trembling finger to snitch on his grandmother. Begging her to avenge him and punish the impudent offender, Han Sang-kyan calmly looked at the beaten boy and noted with disdain that he kept talking about his grandmother, because he had been spoiled to the point of losing his mind since childhood. With a determined expression, Han Sang-kyan orders his brother to be carried out of the room and solemnly announces that now everything begins for real. A loud bell rings in the courtyard of the mansion, repeating several times, as a harbinger of an unexpected visit, which interrupts the peaceful silence. The mother in the blue dress irritably rushes to the door, muttering under her breath for them to stop making noise and ringing the bell endlessly, clearly tired of the stranger's intrusion. A grandmother appears on the threshold, surrounded by stern bodyguards and a strict lady in a business suit, suddenly filling the atmosphere with anxiety. The serious woman points out that they have come to see Han Sang-kyan, and the grandmother stands silently in front, making it clear that this will not be a friendly visit. In a panic, the mother grabs the phone and, with a frightened face, demands that her daughter return home immediately, saying that dangerous people have come for Sang-kyan. Half an hour later, the alarmed girl bursts into the apartment screaming, asking her mother what happened, her face filled with anxiety and anger. A tense scene in the living room, the daughter stands in front of her mother, who explains everything with gestures, while the guards and the old woman watch in silence. Smiling reservedly, Yingxi politely introduces herself as Han Sang-kyan's wife and offers to deliver the message for him since he is not at home right now. The old woman grinned maliciously and repeated her words with contempt, mockingly calling her the wife of a worthless piece of trash, not hiding her disgust. Suddenly, with fury in her eyes, the old woman threw her hand forward and hit Yingxi with humiliating indignation, demanding that he shut up and not be insolent. Yingxi rushes forward with determination and indignation, reminding them that this is their home and demanding to know why outsiders are so brazenly commanding here. With an evil glint in her eyes and a clutch on her cane, the old woman smiles ominously, declaring that the girl will certainly be punished for her insolence. Maintaining a cool dignity, Yingxi firmly stops her, stating that out of respect for her age, he will not argue, but advises her to behave with dignity. Clutching her cane even tighter, the old woman explodes with anger, demanding obedience and preparing to teach the impudent girl a lesson for her arrogant tone. The cane falls to the floor with a crash at the very feet, a sign of the appearance of a man who intends to establish his own rules and power here. The order sounds cold and imperious, forcing the girl to kneel in front of everyone as the guards quickly approach her. One of the guards roughly grabs Yingxi by the hair and forcefully bends her head down, forcing her to bend over in a humiliating position in front of the entire hall. A powerful blow from the guard knocks Yingxi off her feet, and with a cry of pain, she loses her balance and falls heavily to the floor. Sitting between the two thugs, Yingxi is forced to maintain a submissive posture on her knees, humiliated but still unbroken. With an ironic smile and fire in her eyes, she leans forward and sarcastically remarks that she is already on her knees and can even light a candle for them. The old woman, in a rage, accuses the girl of insolence and curses, pointing her finger and ordering her people to immediately teach her a lesson. The guards carry out the order mercilessly, blows rain down one after another, and the rest watch what is happening with disgusting satisfaction. Blow after blow lands on her face, but she grits her teeth and doesn't give in, looking forward with silent determination despite the marks of the beating. The woman in gray, not hiding her concern, begs her mother not to waste time on the girl's resistance and to find Han Sang-kyan as soon as possible. One of the guards roughly grabs Yingxi's arm and drags her forward, while the old woman silently signals not to hesitate for a second. Leaning towards the girl with an ominous tone, the old woman threateningly gives her one last chance to immediately call Han Sang-kyan. Otherwise, it will be too late. Looking contemptuously into the old woman's eyes, the girl, despite the beatings, tears her hand from her chin and coldly replies that she can only dream of submission. Mad with rage, the old woman clenches her fists and, losing control, screams for the girl to be beaten to death, demanding a merciless reprisal. At that moment, when the order for beating was given, The door burst open with a bang, and Han Sang-kian rushed into the hall, ready to destroy anyone who touched his wife. Seeing the beaten Su Yingxia, Han Sang-kian is furious and realizes that even though he rushed over immediately after hearing of her return, he was still too late. Exhausted and confused, Su Yingxia looks at Han Sang-kian, who is gently touching her cheek, and weakly asks if it is really him. Smiling softly, Han Sang-kian nods and regretfully apologizes for allowing others to hurt her like that. He gently touches her face, hiding the pain and resentment, but maintains dignity and calm, not allowing himself to show weakness. The enraged old woman points her cane and threateningly demands that Sang-kian return, threatening to drag him back by force if he disobeys. With eyes burning with rage, Sang-kian looks at her and with deep indignation declares that she has crossed all boundaries and no longer has the right to do this. Grinning maliciously in the darkness, the old woman asks with disdain what his anger will change. For her, it is just another challenge. Surrounded by guards, she resumes her actions, mockingly belittling Han Sang-kian and asking if he has the courage to stand up to her. Leaning towards Yingxi with a soft voice, Sang-kian asks her to stay safe. He still has to deal with these clowns. Walking calmly through the rows of guards, he bitterly admits that for Nangong Qiangqiu, he has always been a nobody, humiliated by his brother without the right to respond. His gaze blazes with determination and controlled fury as he charges into battle, turning his enemies into a blur of blows and screams. The moment his fist hits the enemy with such force that the background bursts into light, he thinks that he had only held back before out of fear of killing. Without wasting a second, he delivers a kick, and the opponents fly away like rag dolls under the onslaught of the awakened beast. In a furious burst of anger and power, with the enraged tiger in the background, Han Sang-kian soars into the air, causing the guards to freeze in fear of the invisible threat. Clenching all his rage and skill into a fist, he grabs two of his attackers and squeezes their heads together as if in a vice, releasing a blow of inhuman power. With a maddening force, he throws them both face down on the floor, as if the anger that had been suppressed for so long had finally broken free. The old woman looks at the fallen guards in despair and realizes with horror that even Yan Jun's masters could not withstand even one blow. Seeing the destruction, she shouted Han Sang-kian's name in angry shock, her eyes flashing with extreme tension and undisguised threat. Standing among the fallen bodies, he bows his head and quietly asks if she knows why he endured all this for so many years, foreshadowing a harsh sentence. The frightened old woman, shocked by the words and the sudden wave of pain, asks in a trembling voice why everything turned out exactly now. Enveloped in a flame of determination, he admits that only when he found himself on the edge of the abyss did he decide to destroy the one who ruined his life. With fear in her wide eyes, the old woman desperately cries out to Han Sang-kian, begging for mercy and threatening heavenly punishment for taking revenge on her grandson. Han Sang-kian stands coldly with the phone in his hand and assures that he will not kill the grandmother himself, making it clear that his retribution will be sophisticated. After the order to bring him into the hall, a guy in a vest is brought in, whose hands are tightly clasped by the guards, foreshadowing the beginning of a serious denouement. Seeing the young man, the old woman loses her composure. Her face is distorted with horror, and she cries out in despair. The two men held the boy tightly, not allowing him to say a word or even move under Han Sang-kian's stern gaze. The young man throws himself into his grandmother's arms, crying with relief and joy that she has finally come, and she accepts him in a daze. He complains about the beatings from Han Sang-kian and asks his grandmother for revenge, while the offender himself stands silently nearby, his arms crossed over his chest. Grandma whispers an apology for being late, but a green-haired man enters the room whose appearance instantly changes the atmosphere. After Grandma finally intervenes, one of the boys smugly demands that Han Sang-kian kneel down and apologize for beating his brother. In response to Han Sang-kian's accusations, he smiles ominously, saying that it is indeed funny, as if he is anticipating the moment when their illusions will be shattered. Grabbing his brother by the collar, Han coldly remarks that if he doesn't learn to resist, he will die at their hands sooner or later anyway. Hanging in the air, the frightened boy demands to be let go and confusedly asks his brother what he is going to do. Han's gaze becomes stern and merciless, but he nods calmly, indicating that the decision has already been made. The next moment, he suddenly lets go of his brother, pushing him away with unexpected force, leaving everyone confused. Throwing him to the very back of the room, Sang-kian silently watches as his grandmother screams and rushes to console her spoiled pet. Lying on the floor, He reaches out to his grandmother, begging her to save him and not let her die, clinging to hope like a last straw. Falling to her knees and throwing up her hands, the enraged grandmother blocks Sankyan's path, declaring that he will only pass through to his brother over her dead body. A shadow of determination hangs over the young man, and he coldly tells his grandmother that if she wants to save her grandson so much, he has an idea and a chance to give it to her. Kneeling, the grandmother hears the icy phrase that only one can survive. Either she or the one she so thoughtlessly protects. Squeezing her gaze with his own, Sankyan presses her for pity, asking if she really doesn't feel sorry for her beloved June at all. Wanting to get an answer from her as quickly as possible, he hits his brother on the leg, causing him to scream in pain and writhe in convulsive jerks of suffering. Raising his leg above his body, he hears the plaintive words that, despite everything, they are still brothers. And isn't there at least a drop of compassion in him? June clings to his grandmother's hand and desperately begs her to save him, assuring her that she is already old and that he will light thousands of candles in the temples for her. With her face distorted with shock, she turns away, not believing what she heard. How could her grandson say such a thing? After all, she is his grandmother. Her gaze glazes over and a dull doubt sounds in her head. Could she really have been so wrong all this time? The woman in white stands before her, while the old woman, her head bowed in humiliation and shame, is still kneeling. The woman hands her a white handkerchief, and the grandmother takes it with trembling hands, already guessing what will happen next. With sorrow and pain in her eyes, the woman utters words of mourning, barely holding back the tears that hung on her eyelashes. Raising her head, she asks her daughter a question without waiting for an answer. Did she really know for a long time that everything would end exactly like this? Standing with her back to her grandmother by the hanging rope, the daughter replies that she knew the outcome in advance, just as she knew who Han Jun really was. Grandma, standing on a stool with a noose in her hands, prepares for the inevitable, and in her head the thought sounds, killing Sankyan was her biggest mistake. Gathering her last strength, she is finally ready to admit why this young man's death was fatal and unfair. Suddenly the stool falls from under her feet, and she says goodbye to life forever, leaving only an echo of her guilt. Han Sankyan was the true dragon of the Han family, and those last words before her death were her fatal sentence. The brother, with his shirt in tatters, kneels down and looks up at Han Sankyan, reporting his grandmother's death, hoping for release. In response, Han Sankyan looks at the wounded man calmly but with icy determination, promising that he will not let him die, because he will return to prison. Shocked and panicked, the young man clings to Han's clothes, screaming in horror and not believing such a harsh sentence. Falling to his knees and grabbing Han's leg, June desperately begs for mercy, promising submission and pleading not to return him to prison. But the very next second his face is shaken by a strong slap, leaving a trace of anger and a silent dot in the stream of pleading. Turning his back on his defeated brother, Han Sankyan calmly talks about his plans for the Su family, orders gifts to be prepared, and hints at old scores to settle. The woman, with a collected tone and a stern look, accepts the order, clearly stating her readiness to do whatever is required. The surprised dark-haired mother reacts with irritation to the news of the expensive gifts, trying to figure out who sent them and who they belong to. A drunk father appears at the door with a bottle in his hand, staring at the crowd with displeasure and surprise, breaking the tense atmosphere of the house. A drunk man with a face twisted in rage and a bottle in his hand yells at Han Sankyan, not believing that he dared to come again. Waving a bottle and pointing a finger, he makes an angry threat, assuring that the time has come to properly teach this impudent upstart a lesson. In the midst of a tense moment, a woman in a blue dress stops him, grabbing him by the shoulder and sternly ordering him to stop this stupid scandal. Smiling tensely, she tries to smooth things over by explaining that Sankyan's father is simply drunk, and takes it upon herself to take him to his room. Han Sankyan crosses his arms with cold restraint and silently lets them go, without showing any emotion. However, the man, barely able to stand on his feet, looks back at his wife with indignation, not understanding why she is suddenly so careful with Han, reminding him of the old grudge against their daughter. Losing patience, the woman angrily orders her husband to shut up and immediately go into the room, flashing a stern and icy gaze. Han Sankyan slowly walks away, and the woman left behind is alarmed to realize that she has been playing with death, which has already swallowed up even his grandmother. Standing against the bright daytime sky is the elegant mansion of the Su family, a majestic residence that holds power, intrigue, and ancient strength. Yihan, wearing a luxurious red dress with an exquisite pattern, shows off the outfit to her friends, emphasizing that she got it from a limited collection. With a smug grin, she shows off an $800,000 watch, declaring that mere mortals could never afford something like that. Blinded by luxury, the girls vied with each other to express envy, dreaming of being in her place and becoming part of the powerful Han family. A smiling girl with pink hair playfully reminds Yihan not to forget about her old friends when she gets rich. Yihan, with a glass in hand and a sly smile, assures that he will never forget the sisters, promising to attract the Han family's investment in Su's business whenever the opportunity arises. At the moment when Yihan was still enjoying the attention, Han Sanqian solemnly entered the hall with Yingxi on his arm, causing whispers and surprised glances from the guests. Su Yihan, holding a glass of wine, feigns innocence as he reminds Sanqian that he is not allowed here. Smiling slyly in anticipation of a scandal, Sanqian calmly replies that he was invited by Su Haichao, suggesting that she should approach him personally. But the other man mockingly states that no one would believe that. The enraged blonde man screams, calling Sanqianya the killer of his grandmother, demanding that he leave the party immediately and not ruin the celebration. Han Sanqian listens with a cold face to the impudent blonde man who mocks him, knowing that he supposedly cannot answer him. Smiling with his eyes closed, Han Sanqian thinks how sad it is to destroy the image he has created over 3 years, because it is much more interesting to rule from the shadows, and calmly says out loud that he is leaving. As Han Sanqian turns and walks away silently, one of the girls wonders in bewilderment why such a strong man would tolerate such humiliation. Confused but determined, Su Yingxia covers her mouth with her hand and asks her mother not to interfere, as she is sure that Sanqianya has her own plan. Smiling maliciously with a glass in hand, Yihan sarcastically pities Su Yingxia because her husband turned out to be a wimp, incapable of responding with dignity. Smiling smugly, Yihan boasts that her fiancé is a rich heir of an influential family. Unlike the poor Han Sanqian, Su Yingxia coldly asks if Yihan has already spent all her money, showing absolute calm and inner strength. With disdain, Yihan replies that even if she spent it, she doesn't regret it, because the Han family's wealth is enough for her, and Yingxia should continue to work. Suddenly, the lively crowd called out to the leader, because the very man who had sent the mysterious gift to the bride had appeared. In a solemn and contemptuous silence, all eyes are fixed on the figure that has appeared, with expectation and distrust on their faces. Genuinely surprised and delighted, Yihan confidently says that she has finally waited for a representative of the Han family. An excited blonde man in a bright suit calls Yihan to meet the guest, hinting at the exceptional importance of the new arrival. Smiling with mock politeness, Haichao extends his hand and apologizes for being late, feigning genuine hospitality. With exaggerated politeness, Yihan introduces herself as a bride and asks the lady opposite if she is her future mother-in-law. A woman with a stern look and a guard behind her coldly asks if this is about the gift she sent earlier. With feigned sincerity, Yihan shows off the bracelet and assures that she carefully keeps it and wears it every day. With cold contempt in her eyes, the woman firmly declares that she is not her mother and has only come to take the gift back. Shocked and confused, Yihan and her companion remain silent in a daze, not knowing how to react to this unexpected turn of events. Despite everything, the girl gently takes the woman by the hand, asks her not to joke like that with a smile, and sincerely says that she wants to marry him. Shocked by the sudden outburst of rage, the girl in red steps back in fear as the stern woman angrily screams that she is not worthy of her son. The guy, trying to soften the situation, turns to the woman with a forced smile, asking if there was a misunderstanding, and the girl behind him freezes in tension. Stepping out of the shadows, a stern woman with a cold glint in her eyes declares that all gifts must be returned. Otherwise, the Su family will disappear from the face of Yunzheng. The stunned girl in red, with anxiety on her face, demands an explanation, not understanding the reason for such a sudden and rude attack. Turning her head with disdain, the woman with the bun on her head asks with a haughty grin who this impudent person thinks she is, demanding an explanation. The blonde man in the black suit is shocked to admit that standing before him is Tian Honghui himself, the head of the powerful and formidable Tian clan. The stranger, his face half hidden, calmly questions the Su family's influence in Yunzheng, gracefully removing his hat. Confident in their power, the Su family members are increasingly demanding recognition, claiming that all of Yunzheng is behind them. His face was distorted with anger and bitter shock. The greatest in Yunzheng looked like a servant, and Su looked like a pitiful insect in front of the might of the Tian clan. Haichao, overcome with panic, orders Su Yihan to return all the gifts, and Su Yihan remains silent in confusion as the situation escalates to the limit. In desperation, Su Yihan asks Haichao for help, explaining that although the jewels are intact, only 1 million out of 8 million remains. Her confession causes shock and confusion, and the gifts remain in the family despite the impending financial disaster. Haichao, trying to avoid embarrassment in front of the influential guests, bows and asks to give them a day to return the gifts in full. The red-haired woman says with icy determination that she will not take back what was given to the Han family as a wedding gift. With her arms crossed over her chest, she confidently says that she likes the girl and orders all the gifts to be sent to her home. Stunning everyone, the haughty trio discuss with ironic condescension how the rich people have once again done something funny by giving Su Yinxia gifts worth millions. In a fit of rage, one of the relatives shouts that she will not give anything to the girl who married a worthless man, and assures that she herself is much better. As the offended woman raises her hand to point, she is abruptly stopped by the lady in gray and slapped in the face, stunning everyone. Clutching her cheek and full of tears, she is afraid to object when she is asked in a stern tone whether she has the right to question the order. Without turning around and maintaining her dignity, the powerful woman, with her hand raised, orders the guards to leave, effectively ending the scene. Leaning against the wall outside the majestic mansion, Han Sanqian thought deeply about how hard things were for Su Yihan right now. A woman in an elegant suit approaches him with advice about the dangers of smoking, but he, with a cigarette in his teeth, ironically ignores her concern. Calmly and confidently, Sanqian glances to the side and, with a cigarette in his hand, asks whether the issue of gifts for the bride has already been settled. The woman, looking serious, closes her eyes and sighs quietly, internally preparing herself for an important and difficult conversation. Holding a photo of the old man in her hand, she resolutely tells of the prophecy of the blood-stained thief and the imperial aura that changed everything. Han Sanqian scornfully rejects this explanation, firmly declaring that the man in the photo is the Han family's worst enemy. The woman, with a serious face, admits that her grandfather treated Sanqian warmly when he was a child, but his grave is still empty. Shocked by what he heard, Sanqian's eyes flashed and his voice tense. He asked her sharply what she had just said. Looking into the distance, the woman assumes that when Sanqian finds that monk and understands who is behind him, everything will become clear, but the choice is his. With a cold expression, she walked away from Han Sanqian, crossing her arms across her chest, making it clear that her words were final. Sanqian is immersed in memories of himself sitting carefree on his grandfather's shoulders with a toy. And now he seriously wonders if he is alive. The next morning, a clear, cloudless sky illuminates the house against the backdrop of a green forest, promising a new turn in Han Sanqian's fate. The red-haired woman, holding boxes of things, justifies herself by saying that she sold the house and wants to leave a couple of gifts. But the blonde man sternly replies that they are not hers. Smiling, the man with the bags raises his hand and assures her that the future rich man will give her more than what Su Yinxia received, and the woman slyly agrees. The couple approaches the open entrance, where the silhouette of a dark-haired girl appears in the foreground, and the blonde man indifferently enters inside. A cheerful woman greets guests at the door with a smile, clapping her hands, while a blonde woman with boxes asks where Su Yinya is. With feigned politeness, the woman states that Su Yinya is at work and asks him to deliver the gifts to her personally, brazenly reaching out for the boxes. With a sly grin, the woman abruptly snatches the boxes from the blonde's hands, exclaiming that she is taking them for herself, causing her to recoil in indignation. In a luxurious penthouse with a panoramic view, a lonely Yinxia sits silently by the window, immersed in anticipation of an important meeting scheduled for 3 o'clock. Looking anxiously at her phone, she asks herself with irritation and bewilderment why no one from the company has shown up yet. Suddenly, a stocky fat man enters the office, surrounded by elegant and beautiful servant girls, as if for show. With a smug smile, he sits down in a chair between two seductresses, explaining that he has been too busy with contracts lately. Maintaining politeness despite the disdain, Su Yinxia thanks him for his visit and, placing a blue folder on her lap, says that she has brought a contract. Sprawled on the sofa next to the lady in white, Khan brazenly declares that without an increase in the amount, there will be no signing. With resentment and indignation in her eyes, Yinxia asks why the long-standing partnership with the Su family no longer has any weight after so many years of trust. Smiling brazenly, the fat man Kang hugs his companion and calmly replies that after the death of the elder Su, there is no point in continuing the unprofitable cooperation. There is tension and determination in her gaze, but the bead of sweat on her cheek betrays confusion and restrained anger at the impudent proposal. A man with a smug grin cynically offers to spend the night with him in exchange for a contract, considering this a normal way to come to an agreement. Deeply outraged, she splashes water in his face with a scream, causing the bastard to recoil and her companions to freeze in shock. With his face twisted in anger and a dark background behind him, the insulted man screams curses, holding his cheek after the slap. Unable to contain his rage, he pounces on the girl, grabs her by the hair and pins her to the table, loudly declaring that he will not tolerate disobedience. With a triumphant grin, he leans towards her, holding his head in his hand, and cynically suggests that she think again about her decision. Lying facing the table with unwavering contempt in her eyes, she clenches her fists and warns him with a cold gaze not to continue. In response to her resistance, he lifts her by the collar, shouting about the futility of fighting and assuring her that she will come crawling back with pleas. Broken but not defeated, she watches as her assailant, hugging the two women, walks away with a smug laugh, leaving her in humiliating silence. The girl, with a determined look, leaning on the floor, loudly declares that she does not believe that in all of Yunzhen there is no better partner than this scumbag. One day passes, and the Sue Company office building quietly rises above the city, heralding a new turn in the series of events. Sitting in the office with a document in hand, Yingxia gloomily reflects on the fact that all the companies have already been transferred to Kanglin, and salvation requires another path. A cheeky blonde man in a burgundy suit peers out from behind the door, carefully studying the expression on his interlocutor's face after the negotiations. Su Yingxia, with her eyes and hands down on the table, calmly explains that she has done everything she could, and now the decision depends on lowering the price. The blonde man, with a suspicious glint in his eyes, accuses her, stating that Kang Lin told about the tea, and hints at her sabotage. Su Yingxia, flushed with anger, screamed out indignation, recalling the humiliation she had suffered and indignant at the new accusations. Smiling ominously, he coldly adds that such sacrifices are a natural price to pay when it comes to the good of the company. Despite the girl's determined resistance, he smugly announces that he has already made arrangements with Kang Lin and will send her to the hotel in the evening. In a fit of rage, Su Yinxia rushes forward, demanding an answer from Su Haichao and accusing him of intending to drive her out of the company. Looking her opponent straight in the eye, she loudly declares that from now on, she is no longer in charge of the Shanxi project. The guy stands with his back to her and listens in silence to what else she intends to say. Smiling with sinister self-confidence, the blonde man bids farewell, declaring that he is now the head of the Su family and has eliminated all rivals. Han Sanqian, having finished his business with the Han family, returns home with relief under the starry sky, dreaming of at least some rest. He is met by an angry mother, who accuses Yingxi of being cruel to her, locking herself in her room and crying. And he, confused, insists that he did nothing. Stopping at the door, Sanqian looks around the room anxiously, listening to the silence and trying to understand what is happening to Yingxi. Sitting on the edge of the bed in her pajamas, Yingxi silently looks out the window at the night sky, lost in sad thoughts, not noticing his presence. Just turning her head slightly, she says with sad determination that from this day on she will no longer appear in the company and leaves business. The guy anxiously enters the room where she is sitting in her nightgown, not looking at him, and quietly admits that she wants to leave of her own free will. Looking down, the girl admits that she cannot find a way to cooperate on the Chengxi project, and therefore made this difficult decision. He gently places his hand on her head, gently supporting her and offering to lead the Su family if the Chengxi project is no longer within her capabilities. Against the backdrop of a clear blue sky, the majestic building of Su Corporation silently welcomes the new era. The Zhenxi project is transferred to an ambitious leader. In a spacious conference room with Su's imposing company building as a backdrop, a smug Haichao ostentatiously asks his colleagues for their opinions, asserting his position as the leader. One of the senior partners, his brows furrowed sternly, warns of the consequences if the strategic cooperation with Zhou Shui fails. The other two participants anxiously discuss the risks, emphasizing that even the slightest mistake could derail a billion-dollar loan and undermine trust. Leaning back casually in his chair, Haichao confidently declares that even if Roshui fails, the project will only be slightly delayed without disturbing him at all. At the moment when the smug manager is savoring his superiority, an employee cautiously enters the room, apologizing for the forced interruption. After the sudden news of the arrival of the influential Zhong Lian, Haichao's face changes dramatically. Confidence is replaced by anxiety and inner tension. Haichao stands up from his seat in bewildered surprise, not understanding why Zhong Lian would show up unannounced at such a precarious moment. The confident figure of Zhong and his entourage appears at the door, their cold determination instantly thickening the atmosphere in the meeting room. Taking a step forward, Haichao spreads his arms in mock courtesy, trying to hide his irritation at the unexpected visit of an important guest. The calm and determined Zhong Lian introduces Haichao to three stern men in suits and says that he will have to deal with them in the coming years. Having accepted the guests as representatives of Ruo Shui, Haichao shook Zhong's hand in relief, becoming even more convinced that everything was going strictly according to his plan. But when the dry clarification that these are lawyers is heard, Haichao involuntarily tenses up, confusedly trying to understand where all this will lead. A serious man in a business suit calmly states that Ruo Shui has officially terminated the contract, handing over a business card and crushing Haichao's self-confidence. In a panic, Haichao clutches his head, realizing that without Ruo Shui's support, he is doomed, and the legal battle could drag on for many years. In desperation, he holds out his hand with a business card, pleadingly asking for one last chance, not realizing that the decision has already been made. But Zhong Lian turns away with icy determination and sharply reminds him that the chance has already been given, and it was wasted. Stunned by the failure and humiliated by the anger of his partners, Haichao finds himself on the floor, unable to understand how everything fell apart so quickly. His colleagues indignantly pounce on him with accusations, claiming that it was his audacity to take Yinxia's place that led to the collapse. He rises silently from the floor, clenching his fists in a silence that suggests determination to act despite failure and loss. Blinded by rage, Haichao breaks out into a scream, blaming everyone around him and refusing to admit his own guilt in what happened. With evil stubbornness, he shifts the blame onto Su Yingxia, convincing himself that it was she who incited Zhong Lian to ruin his plans. Filled with blind rage, Haichao storms out of the room, seeking revenge on the one he believes has destroyed his dreams and ruined his family. In the night sky above the city, where the stars dimly twinkle through the veil of clouds, a luxurious villa with warm light prepares for a sharp turn of fate. Smiling ominously in the dim light of the bedroom, the blonde hugs the defenseless Su Yingxia, dreaming of the moment when she will be completely under his power. But at that very moment, the door bursts open with a bang, and two strangers burst into the room, catching the couple off guard at the most dangerous moment. Four men in suits with icy stares walk decisively through the curtain of smoke, making it clear that they mean business. The pale blonde man with his hands raised and despair in his eyes tries to understand with a trembling voice why these terrible people ended up here and whether it was a mistake. One of them, pointing his finger, orders that the nonsense be knocked out of the culprit's head first, and then he can speak, while the other one clenches his fist with a smile. A guy in a business suit kicks the blonde in the stomach with all his might, causing him to double over in pain and close his eyes in a fit of horror. Another stone-faced attacker lands a punch to the cheek, and the blonde's face again contorts in pain under the force of a powerful fist. A fight breaks out in the room. Several attackers brutally beat the frightened guy, and the rest watch silently, while the pink-haired girl anxiously clenches her fists. Tired and thoughtful, Han looks down as he passes by the frightened girl in the white dress hiding behind him. The humiliated blonde, who is being held by the guard's hands, makes excuses with surprise, assuring that he never touched him, but mentally admits that this guy is even higher than Mo Yan. With a sense of superiority and cold confidence, the hero and his team introduce themselves, and Han Sanqian's name is called out like a challenge to a duel. Realizing who is in front of him, the criminal, with bulging eyes, exclaims that he does not believe this loser is Su Yinxia's husband. Han Sanqian furiously squeezes the attacker's throat, demanding an answer for the bullying of Su Yingxia, and the frightened blonde does not dare to resist. Choking and struggling to speak, he makes excuses in a panic, admits his mistakes, and vows to no longer cause harm, but only to serve the Su family. Han Sanqian's eyes were filled with an icy, scorching determination, without a hint of regret or doubt about the upcoming step. In a furious outburst, Han Sanqian unhesitatingly squeezed the enemy's neck, coldly pronouncing the sentence to anyone who dared to offend Su Yinxia. Such a person must die. Against the backdrop of mountains and a clear sky, a security post rises with a raised barrier, in front of which an anxious tension of anticipation thickens. Maddened by the insult, the blonde rushes to the gate, shouting at the top of his lungs that he will take revenge on Su Yingxia for the humiliation that burns in his heart. A blonde man in a burgundy suit suddenly breaks in front of a security guard who strictly forbids entry, causing the offender to recoil in fear. Blinded by rage, the blonde demands to be let in, assuring him that his relative lives there. But the guard coolly replies that Su's name is not on the list. The policeman raises his hand and with cold harshness orders him to leave immediately, threatening to take action if he disobeys. Suddenly, the boy freezes, noticing something ahead, and watches in surprise as the confident Han Sanqian slowly approaches him. The enraged blonde rushes towards Sanqian, demanding that he force Su Yinxia to come out, shouting that she is from the Su clan but betrayed their family. Keeping her calm and cold gaze, Han Sanqian replied that Su Yinxia had quit and no longer had anything to do with the company. Grabbing Sanqian by her clothes, Hai Chao, with a manic grin, accuses Yinxia of ruining the partnership, implying that she cheated on him with director Zhou. Han Sanqian, with an icy gaze, squeezes the arrogant Hai Chao's wrist and warns him that if he doesn't want to leave here lying down, he should watch his language. Hai Chao's face distorts from the sharp pain and threat, and he backs away in panic, shocked by the cold-blooded determination of his opponent. Frightened and depressed, he holds his hand and steps back, mentally cursing himself for his stupidity and remembering how strong this guy is. After a short but intense verbal skirmish, Han Sanqian reluctantly turns away and leaves, leaving Hai Chao in shock and fear. Enraged but powerless, Shu Hai Chao stamps his feet and threatens that sooner or later his time will come for his long-awaited revenge. With the dawn, a new day rises over the city, and the facade of the Su company becomes a symbol of the coming turn in the fate of the corporation. A worried employee tells the director that due to the loss of the Zhenxi project, the bank has given only 3 days to settle the debts. A stern man with an unshaven face enters the office and asks if Director Su is still there at such a critical moment. Du Hong, the head of Yongzhan Bank, confidently enters the office, holding a briefcase in his hand and clearly preparing for a serious and tough conversation. The blonde rushes to the banker with hope in his eyes, asking about an extension of the term, but in response he hears a stern response. Even you couldn't cope with him. In a calm voice and with a slight smile, Du Hong announces the good news that a buyer has appeared who is ready to buy the company and keep the employees. Confused and desperate, the blonde man exclaims with his arms outstretched that this is the Su family's company and he will never give it to someone else. The enraged relatives start a real rebellion, accusing Su Hai Chao of irresponsible management and demanding that he not drag everyone into the abyss. In a desperate outburst of aggression, he breaks into a shout and orders everyone to be silent, declaring that the company now obeys only his will. Under the weight of pressure and despair, Hai Chao clutches his head in a frenzy, rejecting the idea of surrender and frantically searching for another way. His face twists in surprise as he suddenly remembers how Su Yinxia played chess with Zhong Liang, which seemed like a trifle back then. Enraged, Su Haichao yells into the phone, demanding an urgent meeting with Yi Han, while the staff watches silently with fatigue and contempt in their eyes. In the silence of the office, there is an insistent knock on the door, as if the space itself is frozen in anticipation of change, ready to burst inside at any moment. The girl enters in surprise, holding onto the doorframe, and asks with slight irritation why he insisted so much since she was going to a meeting of the heirs. Hai Chao, touching his chin with his finger in concentration, says that he is asking her for help, hinting at the urgency and criticality of what is happening. When the girl asks in amazement if he is talking about her, he confidently explains that if she entertains Zhong Lian, he will definitely help the company. The enraged girl explodes into a scream, explaining that she is engaged to the son of an influential family, and if this comes to light, her life will be ruined. Hai Chao coldly retorts that she has no status, and the rich won't look in her direction unless the Su family becomes the most powerful family. After a tense pause and an internal struggle, the girl reluctantly agrees, crossing her arms and lowering her gaze in a sign of humility. Su Yihan, wearing a bright blue dress with a low neckline, confidently walks to Zhong Lian's door, thinking that she will not regret if she wins such a man. Wearing a robe and with an indifferent expression, Zhong Lian looks at her coldly and calmly asks why she decided to visit him at such a late hour. With a wink and a flirtatious wave of his hand, Su Yihan enters Zhong Lian's house, seductively saying that she will keep him company that night. The next moment she flinches from a slap delivered suddenly, and in horror, she hears cold words of contempt thrown at her back. Standing in front of the slammed door, Su Yihan is at a loss to realize that she was simply thrown out without a word. Numb in the darkness, she asks herself with a bitter smile and disbelief if he really slammed the door right in her face. One of the employees apprehensively reports that Su Haichao may finally sell Su's company tomorrow, and cautiously asks if Mr. Han will come in person. After collecting his thoughts, Sanqian calmly and confidently asks the secretary to enter his wife's name into the register as the new head of the company, as if he were solving a routine matter. With a slight smile and complete confidence, the man in the suit assures Han that everything will be done exactly as planned and there is no reason to worry. A sudden call interrupts a calm conversation, and a message appears on the phone screen indicating that the mother-in-law is calling, foreshadowing imminent troubles. Without hesitation, Han Sanqian accepts the challenge and answers with a tired expression. Mentally preparing himself for a difficult dialogue, Han listens with despair in his eyes as his enraged mother-in-law screams into the phone, demanding to know why he hasn't shown up in Bingsing yet. The woman, holding back her irritation, says that she will join him after dinner, and then seriously asks him to help the family regain its lost authority. Meanwhile, at the station, passers-by are surprised to hear about the arrival of Tang Zong, the most influential businessman Bingson, wondering who he came to meet personally. One of the young men quickly runs up to Han, clearly intending to urgently say something or ask an important question. Grabbing his hand and shaking it firmly in greeting, he joyfully exclaims that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time, and now it had finally taken place. Standing in front of the expensive car, Han is surprised at how the young man got settled and established his life so quickly, allowing himself to live in luxury. Patting Han on the back, he thanks him in a friendly manner and adds that Tang Zong will never forget the help he gave him 2 years ago until his dying day. The boy's memories take him back to a terrible past when he was homeless and did not know what would have happened to him if he had not been helped then. A picture comes to mind of him sitting on the street, finishing his last meal, when suddenly a suitcase containing money opens in front of him. Han showed mercy by giving him money, seeing potential in him, and offered to come to Yunjin if Bingson did not give him a chance. Then, as now, the young man is ready to do anything for the sake of Han, his savior, to whom he owes his new life. Stretching and smiling, Han asks to be taken to a certain place, guessing that his wife and the others have been waiting for him for a long time. A girl in a practical and cute suit drags her sister and aunt forward, pointing to a new shopping center, to introduce them to her chosen one. Hugging the guy, she introduces him as Liu Jikie and adds that he owns his own company and makes millions, hinting that he is much better than Han. The woman looks away with displeasure and says with a cold smile that he is still a long, long way from her son-in-law. The girl again tries to elevate her boyfriend, adding that Han will arrive soon, and then everyone will see who the real son-in-law is here. In the glamorous boutique, luxurious items sparkle under the bright lights, dazzling with their magnificence and exquisite shine. The girl's eyes light up with delight, and she exclaims, "Is this really a Louis Vuitton boutique?" Adding that she has long dreamed of a handbag from here. Holding one of the bags in her hands, she gasps when she sees the price of 30,000. And Yingxia suggests looking at something simpler. It's too expensive. But the guy, hugging her from behind, softly says that there is no need to look for cheaper. He will buy her whatever she wants. The happy girl tries to humiliate her sister, saying that her husband cannot afford such gifts, and with a sweet smile offers to choose whatever Jitsu will pay. Walking proudly and smiling, Yingxia accepts her generosity, but in her mind she only laughs at her boasting and arrogance. Pressing the bag to her cheek, the girl declares that she chose it and mockingly thanks her sister for such a generous handout. Enraged by the price of 300,000, the girl thinks that Yingxia has gone crazy, to which she, throwing up her hands, says that she will not burden anyone. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Han appears, proudly raises his finger and announces that he will pay for this whim of his beloved. Hugging his wife, the young man asks with a smile which bag she liked and whether it wouldn't be easier to buy everything that was in the store at once. The confused sister points her finger at him, calling him a weakling and asking how he, in such a situation, is even planning to buy anything here. Holding up the card for all to see, he asks the saleswoman with a slight grin how much absolutely all the bags in this boutique cost. The consultant asks in amazement if he is joking, and then, looking at the device with the number 5 million, stutters out the amount. Han calmly swipes his card at the terminal, confirming the purchase, leaving everyone in complete shock at what just happened. 3 pairs of legs in different shoes confidently walk towards one goal, and with each step one feels determination and complete unity of intentions. Accompanied by 2 women, one of whom cheerfully recalls the scene of triumph, Han Sankian walks ahead with a slight smile and calm confidence. Against the backdrop of the ceremoniously opened doors, bright suitcases stand right on the threshold, and an indignant question is heard as to why their things are on the street. A woman with a cold face peeks out from behind the door and sarcastically says that since Su Yinxia has so much money, he should buy himself a house, after which she abruptly slams the door. There is an awkward silence between Han and the two girls, all three silently digesting the humiliation they just experienced. Smiling, Han Sankian said carelessly that his friend had a villa in Bingxiang where they could live, causing surprised looks. A modern, spacious house rises against the backdrop of a clear sky. But the telephone rings with the message that the subscriber is out of range and the alarm is growing. In the living room of their new home, the girls anxiously discuss their father's disappearance. One of them cannot reach him by phone, and the uncertainty grows. The girl is perplexed and suggests that her number might have been blocked. But Sankian calmly replies that her grandfather does not know about the conflict with Jianwang. With an angry and irritated expression, the mother reflects that it seems like it was Jianwan who turned the entire family against them. And there is no doubt about it. Keeping calm and crunching on a berry, the girl tells her mother that Sankian predicted everything last night and found out about tomorrow's banquet at the Emperor restaurant. Sitting tensely in the room, Han Sankian, with a sly smile, assures that he has already settled the matter with the restaurant, hinting to his mother of confidence and dignity. The woman, flushed with delight, with shining eyes, sincerely praises her son-in-law, saying that his brilliant idea will allow guests to enter only with his permission. Against the backdrop of a luxurious building, several guests are discussing the absence of Jianglan's family, believing that after their daughter's success, they have become superior to others. A white sports car pulls up to the building to the joyful cries of guests, who excitedly announce that Li Zhijie has arrived as an honored guest. A young couple, a man in a burgundy vest and a woman in a red dress, tenderly holding his arm, approaches the parents in the crowd with a wide smile. The amazed guests greet Li Zhijie enthusiastically at the entrance, admiring his bright personality and rejoicing that fate has given them the gift of meeting such a rare person. As Li Zhijie greets the guests with a smile, the crowd immediately begins to flirt with him, offering children to help him, and he gently jokes, inviting them to eat first. One by one, the guests head towards the entrance of the restaurant, noisily discussing the arrival of the guest of honor and eagerly entering the hall. Two smiling doormen greet the arrivals politely and respectfully ask whether they have arrived at the invitation of Mr. Han. A young man in a formal vest, his head held high, argues with the security guard, not understanding why they won't let him in, since he booked this place himself. Hearing that the entire restaurant has been rented out to another customer surnamed Han, and that only his guests are allowed in, he is shocked and confused. As he passes by, the man notices an indignant visitor shouting furiously at the doorman, demanding an explanation and insisting on his importance. After listening to the ridicule and insults, the administrator with icy calm points to the door and suggests complaining to the director, keeping his cool. Zhijie's arrogant companions wave their fists, shouting and threatening, confident that even the director will have to serve them tea. With a flash of anger in his eyes and a clenched jaw, Li Zhijie suddenly turns around and orders everyone to be quiet. Unable to contain the growing tension, the appearance of the venerable elder in blue traditional attire causes a wave of interest, and the woman next to him confidently encourages Zhijie to call the director. Watching this with worry in his eyes, the young man in the vest remembered that the Emperor restaurant was opened by Tang Jun himself, and it was better not to anger him. Blaming himself for the failure, he says with a dejected look that it is time for them to leave, while behind him an angry old man shouts that giving up means losing face. With a disdainful smile, the man turns away and mockingly declares that the Zhang family is just a pathetic joke and not worth paying attention to. The waiter grins cheekily and advises everyone to ask Liu Zhiji if he dares to incur the wrath of Tang Zong himself. With a threatening tone in his voice, the elderly man warns his interlocutor not to underestimate the Zhang family, otherwise he will regret it. A black luxury car smoothly stops at the alley, causing admiration and awe in those who recognize the director's own car. The staff panic and hurriedly part, desperately pushing away anyone who might delay the approach of the most important guest. Against the backdrop of pink blossoms, a girl in a white dress gracefully emerges from the car, holding the hand of her companion, striking everyone like a bolt from the blue. Stunned and wary, Zhanglan stood stone-faced at the entrance, and someone's mind was filled with the anxious question of why they had gotten out of Tang Zong's car. The older man looks at Zhang Lan with bitterness and reproach, asking if she wasn't planning to go home, as if wanting to tear her away from her new reality. With a forced sadness on her face, the woman explains to her father that she lived in Jiang Wan's house a few days ago, but she kicked her out, leaving her without a roof over her head. The shocked old man learns that the girl deliberately blocked his number in order to cut off contact with her family, and didn't even try to hide it. The angry grandfather demands an immediate apology for insulting his relative, but the impudent girl, with her head held high, declares that she has no one to apologize to. Soon, she will become Liu. With a worried expression on his face, the man realized that all the people who had arrived had gotten out of Tang Zong's car, which meant that there was a close connection between them. The reserved Ji looks sternly at his impudent companion and says that she has crossed the line and must apologize immediately. Surprised and irritated, the blonde grabs his hand and screams indignantly at why her fiancé is not taking her side in this conflict. With a cold determination on his face, Ji rudely stops her hand and warns her that he will not tolerate her whims any longer, even if it leads to a breakup. Walking away from her with a stone face, he mentally acknowledges that losing Liu Zhijie will be the end of everything he ever had. Confused and humiliated, the woman, with her head down and the last shreds of dignity, begs Aunt Yingxia to forgive her, admitting her guilt to everyone. An elderly man with a peaceful smile on his face announces that the misunderstanding has been resolved and invites everyone to come into the banquet, opening the doors. While some happily head into the hall, they are abruptly stopped by a contemptuous voice asking who even allowed them to eat here, causing everyone to shudder. In the midst of the conflict, the old man accuses Han Sanqian of sabotaging the Zhongxi project, but the girl in white reveals with a smile that it was Han who opened the restaurant. With an indignant expression, the old man accuses Su Yinxia of being corrupted by money, and states that such a person is not worthy of being called part of the Zhang family. In anger, he raises his cane and shouts that he doesn't need the destroyed restaurant and he's not going to go there. Suddenly, a menacing voice comes from the shadows, asking who dared to call his restaurant a ruin, and the old man recoils in horror. Accompanied by 2 guards, a young man, whom everyone respectfully calls the most influential man in Bingxian, Tang Jun, confidently walks out. The old man points his finger in despair and complains that the restaurant was booked in advance, but they were still kicked out, accusing Tang Jun of being unfair. With a cold gaze and iron confidence, Tang Jun declares that in Binxiang, his word is law, and boldly asks if anyone has any objections. Tang Jun, with cold arrogance, announces that he has invited respected guests to the restaurant, and that the unworthy are not even allowed to enter. As the doors solemnly open, the 3 of them bow and then apologize on their foreheads to Han Sanqian, admitting their guilt for being late. The shocked witnesses are alarmed to realize that Han Sanqian is no ordinary person, since even the powerful Tang Jun shows respect to him. The 2 girls look at Han in amazement, and one of them admits with admiration that he was never a loser. It's just that no one noticed. One of the guards angrily drives the crowd away, threatening to call for reinforcements, and Tang Jun looks back with a smile at Han, who is walking next to him. The shocked bystanders, realizing the strength of the Jiang family's son-in-law, regret not showing him respect, and the old man in blue leans heavily on his cane. The spacious and elegant hall with a round table and a luxurious chandelier looks like a stage before an important turn of fate. In a warm and relaxed atmosphere, the interlocutor raises his glass to Han with a sincere smile, and he smiles reservedly, accepting the sign of respect. Serious and thoughtful, Han holds the cup in his hand, as if calculating every step in the game in which he has long since become the main player. Sanqian receives a short message asking him to go up to the roof, and after reading it carefully, he realizes something important is ahead. Apologizing for urgent matters, he resolutely rises from the table, clutching the phone in his hand, making it clear that he will be back soon. Leaving the hall with a cold and collected look, Sanqian quickly heads up, focused on what awaits him on the roof. Han Sanqian goes out onto the roof, where, among the flower pots and the warm sunset, he notices a man in a black cloak, thoughtfully looking at the horizon. With an ironic smile, he remarks that even Qinzhen prison couldn't hold him. There is no place in this world from which he cannot escape. The man in the cap, without turning his head, says that he did not call him by chance. He needs help to get into a place from which he cannot get out on his own. With anxiety in his voice, he tells of a prison in the very heart of the earth where the most terrible criminals are locked up, and escape is impossible even in thought. He adds that many people there are doomed to neither die nor be able to escape, hinting at the fate of someone dear to Han Sankian. Stunned and confused with wide eyes, Han exclaims, not believing what he heard. Could it really be about his grandfather? Walking under the clear sky among the houses, Han thoughtfully ponders how to help Shu get into the underground prison by choosing the exact location and cellmate. His gaze suddenly focuses. He feels something strange and cries out with alarm. At this moment, in the radiance of the mystical world, a man in traditional clothing appears with lots in his hands, proclaiming himself the conductor of fate. With a serious look, the hero, standing before the soothsayer under the bright sky, challenges him, asking if he is omniscient and will guess his next move. Looking closely at the face of the man with the fan, Han notices with alarm that his clothes are suspiciously similar to the robe of the old monk in the photograph. Smiling and gesticulating theatrically, the soothsayer declares that he knows a lot, but the hero has no connection with their Buddha, and the plan will be revealed only at the right hour. With a cold, irritated look in his eyes, Han realized that all these words about Buddha were just a cheap deception, and that the person in front of him was just an ordinary trickster. Disappointed that he believed the charlatan, Han Sankian turns around and leaves, and the charlatan hurries after him, shouting that he has not said everything yet. With a cheerful wink, the deceiver declares that the true prophecy will only be revealed for an additional fee. Silently moving away towards the bridge among the modern buildings, Han Sankian does not react, and the fortune teller desperately reaches out his hand to stop him. Leaning on the table and squinting from the sun, the fortune teller thoughtfully quotes the teacher who predicted Han's death, admitting that for now, he is only a third-party witness. Night falls over the city, and the dark, starry sky spreads over the rooftops, creating a feeling of uneasy calm before the approaching storm. The smiling mother, having barely crossed the threshold of the house, sighs with relief, while Han Sankian and Yingxi wearily enter with suitcases, greeting their native walls. The woman sternly tells her daughter that the dismissal plays into Su Haichao's hands, adding that without Sankian they would be disgraced, and Yingxi sheepishly asks her not to start this now. A little awkwardly, Han Sankian admits that he actually bought out Su's company, and now Yingxi has become the president of the corporation, causing everyone's astonishment. Hearing the incredible news, Mother and Yingxi simultaneously exclaim, dumbfounded that Sankian bought Su's company, looking at each other in disbelief. Han Sankian calmly warns that Zhang Lian might cause trouble and not return the project, so Yingxi will have to handle it herself, and she confidently promises not to let her down. With a carefree and slightly childish smile, Han Sankian says that he is ready to do anything for her happiness if that is what she really wants. Smiling in response to his simple words, she hides behind the door and dreamily thinks about how to thank this sweet fool tonight. She sits silently on the edge of the bed in a light nightgown, and he carefully straightens the blanket, not realizing that a decisive and bold act is maturing in her head. Finding his wife by the bed with a confused look and scissors in her hands, he asks in surprise why she is not sleeping and what she is doing at such a late hour. Placing her hand on the blanket near the dividing line, she calmly and decisively voices her desire to get rid of this now unnecessary barrier. Kneeling with scissors and a mischievous smile, he promises to buy some nice thread later, but for now, he's going to figure it out his own way. Joyfully involved in the process, he enthusiastically crawls across the bed and begins cutting the red thread, while she watches silently with slight embarrassment. Lying on her side with a pillow under her cheek, she looks at him with offended irony, wondering how he could have taken her subtle hint so literally. He, leaning over the bed with a confused face, sincerely wonders what happened to his beloved. Since her mood suddenly changed, she, demonstratively wrapping herself in a blanket and turning her back to him, announces that she is going to bed, leaving him alone with the red line. Hugging the pillow and looking into the darkness, she mentally reproaches her husband for once again not understanding her gentle hint and behaving like a hopeless simpleton. The Su Corporation building stands majestically against the morning sky, promising a day full of tension, challenges, and great changes. Inside the office, where tensions are growing by the minute, Haichao is being pushed into action by his co-workers, and he clutches his head in panic as he realizes the impending disaster. Enraged to the limit, the blonde man in the scarlet suit slams the table and yells that his merits have been forgotten and no one appreciates them anymore. The plump woman in red interrupts him sharply, accusing him of bringing the company to the brink of collapse because of his actions, causing silent support from security and surprise from the new employee. Stunned by what he heard, the boy with golden hair looks ahead tensely, trying to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. With anxious hope in his eyes and uncertainty in his voice, The blonde man in the scarlet suit turns to the man, hoping that he has not refused to cooperate. Reserved and serious, the man in the dark suit calmly declares that he has come not to support, but to collect compensation for the damage caused. Hearing this, the blonde panics and realizes that his hopes for help have been dashed, and now more and more troubles are falling upon him. In the conference room, the arrival of the new president is discussed with anxiety and confusion, and someone indignantly throws accusations at the girl who entered. With a confident posture, accompanied by guards and a gray-haired advisor, Su Yingxia resolutely enters the hall, radiating strength, composure, and readiness to fight. Despite the surprise and the stinging attacks of the blonde man trying to humiliate her, she calmly stands opposite, ready to prove her right to lead the company. Blinded by rage, the blonde yells at Su Yingxia, blaming her for the collapse of the company and demanding that she leave immediately so as not to ruin the others. Standing confidently among the empty chairs, she repeats his words with irony, as if to show how ridiculous his ultimatum sounds. Someone present, as if responding to her calmness, asks who will now lead the meeting, effectively acknowledging her leadership. The audience is shocked to hear the news that Su Yingxia did not disappear after being fired, but bought out the entire company with the support of banker Du Hong. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he screams that because of her he has become a laughingstock, not realizing that aggression only reveals his weakness. Filled with rage, the blonde rushes forward screaming, threatening to kill, unable to accept either defeat or the new reality. In an instant, when the fist had almost reached its target, the guard intercepted the hand with lightning speed, reliably shielding the calm Inxia. The blonde is pressed against the table, his arms are tightly twisted behind his back, and Inxia watches the scene with cold imperturbability without saying a word. Holding his opponent in a painful grip, the guard with icy severity demands that he calm down, while the other, writhing in pain, screams and begs for forgiveness. The guard, with fury in his eyes, forcefully throws the impudent blonde out the door, and a powerful flash of energy emphasizes the humiliation of the punishment. Calm and confident, the girl in the business suit declares that she agrees to the compensation while a security guard is nearby, openly demonstrating support. The red-haired man in the dark suit, with feigned politeness, declares that he will no longer interfere, looking at the humiliated blonde with satisfaction. With his face twisted with anger, the blonde man yells at Su Yingxia, indignant that she agreed to a large payment, and mockingly predicts the collapse of the company. Remaining calm, Su Yingxia sternly replies that the courts will only bring harm, and the main goal is to maintain the stability and position of the company. Smiling maliciously, the blonde sarcastically remarks that without a new project she won't be able to get the billion back, trying to put pressure on her weak spot. One of the guards calmly declares that the blonde man no longer works for Su's company and that he should leave on his own, or else he will be taken out, which causes the enemy to panic. The terrified blonde tries to resist, desperately screaming out what they are going to do to him while the guards grab him tightly by the arms. And Su Yingxia watches silently. The next second he is thrown out the door with force, flying backwards and falling with a dull thud to the floor in front of the astonished guards. Humiliated and ridiculed, the blonde sits behind the door, complaining that without him the company will perish and everyone will regret his expulsion. Under the azure sky, the couple looks with curiosity at the majestic building with its temple roof, wondering why the Taoist was here. Suddenly, the irritated Taoist, with a grimace of rage and clenched fists, growls rudely at the visitors, demanding that they stop staring at him. Waving his hand with demonstrative importance, he resolutely walks towards the scarlet doors, demanding that they give way and not interfere with his path, while the young men retreat in fear. Enchanted by the traditional architecture, he stops at a modest house and praises Buddha Amitabha with genuine amazement. With a beaming smile and outstretched arms, he runs inside, enthusiastically declaring to the teacher that he saw Han Sanqian and that he is extremely ordinary. With a smug wave of his hand, the disciple brazenly boasts that in a fight he would have brought Han Sanqian to his knees in 3 minutes, forcing him to beg for mercy. But suddenly everything changes as a flash of lightning hits him on the head, and he is hit hard by an enraged teacher who screams at him about what nonsense he has just said again. Rubbing the bruised area and looking around innocently, the student mumbles that he didn't say anything like that, to which the teacher, remaining calm, briefly replies, "Well, good." The teacher solemnly hands over an important thing to the student, strictly ordering him to keep it under any circumstances and not to give it away even in the face of death. In the shade of the trees, the old man orders Qin Yun to go back and find Han Sanqian and become his friend. and Han Sankian asks suspiciously if he needs to earn his trust. The wise old man, with anxiety in his voice, warns for his own safety not to look for depth, but to simply go with the flow, saying goodbye and ordering not to return. Standing at the exit, the young man thoughtfully touches his head, digesting the words of his mentor, and with an inscrutable face slowly leaves the courtyard. Looking at the ring in his palm, he asks in confusion who will now take care of the mentor, wavering between duty and heartache. Entering inside with an anxious look, he calls out to the teacher, squeezing the ring, but sees only a staff and a rag on the floor, and the first shadow of horror is born in his soul. The old mentor slumps, falling face forward as if he had lost consciousness from unbearable pain, leaving only a trace of his last movement. Screaming in horror and despair, the young man rushes towards him with his eyes wide open and his arms outstretched, unable to believe what is happening. Staring at the lifeless body, the student realizes with horror that the mentor had intentionally destroyed his meridians, doomedly sacrificing himself. Embracing the lifeless body of his mentor, the disciple screams in despair, demanding to know who forced him to self-destruction, and vows to take revenge on those responsible. Under the night sky, above the city with its high-rise buildings and soft light from the windows, a thin moon silently watches the events that change destinies. Inside the car, lost in his thoughts, the hero with a serious look tries to understand where to look for the mysterious prison in the very heart of the earth. Against the backdrop of a pink sky, a seductive woman in a tight dress approaches the car, inviting Han Sankian to have dinner with him. With a slight smile, Sankian calmly replies that he is just a driver and there is no need to place great hopes on him. Irritated by the refusal, the woman abruptly changes her tone, calls him a waste of time and, turning around, walks off into the lights of the night city. Han silently watches the retreating figure and reflects on how materialistic modern girls have become. One of the students exclaims with annoyance that he missed a great chance, and the other one thoughtfully scratches his chin, hinting that luck has not yet gone away. Suddenly, a familiar face in a blue robe appears before the hero again, pointing a finger at him with anger and amazement, shouting that he has met this impudent guy again. Against the backdrop of the moonlit sky in the night city, where the windows of houses flicker in the silence, an irritated voice suddenly sounds, asking in surprise what he is doing here. Among the neon glare and the shadows of the high-rise buildings, the main character is amazed to recognize a familiar rogue monk and annoyedly demands an explanation. Smiling with feigned innocence, the monk justifies himself by saying that he is not predicting fate, but was simply walking down the street, arousing the hero's suspicions. Laughing without a shadow of shame, the monk admits that he came to admire the beautiful women, calling them the magical landscape of this area. Describing with admiration the dazzling beauty of the local ladies, the monk speaks with fervor, while the guy silently endures, blushing with embarrassment. With the same impudent smile, he puts his hand on the gloomy hero's shoulder and offers to have dinner, hinting that this night meeting was not accidental. Sitting at a table in a restaurant, the monk leafs through the menu with delight and orders lobster, crab, shark fins, asking if this is all she can do. With a smile on his face, Qing Yun asks the other person's name, to which he calmly replies that his name is Han Sankian. On a huge plate, like a masterpiece, an exquisite lobster dish sparkles, garnished with vegetables and sauce, emphasizing the luxury of the order. Inspired by his appetite, Qin Yun joyfully exclaims that he hasn't eaten like this for a long time, surprising Sankian by asking why a poor man came to an expensive restaurant. Enthusiastically shoving a large piece of the delicacy into his mouth, Qing Yun smiles and justifies himself by saying that he also makes money by telling fortunes to people. While Sankian watches silently, maintaining a cold gaze, Han Sankian tells him that he fed him out of respect. But now their paths are forever diverging, leaving him bewildered. Already at the exit of the restaurant, Qin Yun runs after him and calls out to Sankian, who turns around with slight surprise and asks, "What's the matter?" The touched Taoist, folding his hands in delight, declares that after such a treat, he will call him elder brother and asks to be accepted into his business. Smiling cheerfully, he grabs his hand tightly and assures him that his brother, with such a serious occupation, needs the support of a younger brother, if only not hard work. Frowning and turning purple with rage, the blonde threatens to beat everything he just ate out of him if he tries to follow him again. The Taoist complains about his poor health, frightening Han Sankianya by saying that after the beating he will have to call an ambulance, otherwise he will not make it. Han Sankian clutched his head, desperately wondering why such an obsessive guy had appeared in his path, and why he happily called him Big Brother. Seeing the two girls, The Taoist immediately rushes towards them and begins to praise his older brother, claiming that he drives a Lamborghini and wants to take them for a ride. Han Sang-kyun stands confidently next to the luxurious Rolls-Royce, calmly watching as the girls admire the car and wonder about its status. The redhead dismissively says that the guy is just a driver, and her friend grumbles with irritation that this all looks like a banal scam. An enraged woman screams in hurt as the boy coldly disdainfully declares that she is a total fake and that her older brother didn't like her at all. In a rage, he drags his friend by the scruff of the neck, threatening to break his legs for disobedience, while in the distance a girl screams at the driver to stop because she has already been brought to the edge. The street, bathed in purple neon, echoes with memories of how his older brother anxiously pulled him away from a suspicious place, fearing for her safety. A guy with a serious look warns of the deadly consequences of betrayal, hiding behind easy behavior, firm principles, and strength. Smiling with carefree sincerity, the guy in blue assures that he has enough food and women to be happy, and the other decides to keep him close to understand his true intentions. A cheerful guy with his hair combed into a bun invites his older brother to go to a nice place, and the older brother, tired, silently accepts his impulse. 10 minutes later, they find themselves at an underground bar with neon signs, and one reproachfully reminds the other of the lies and wonders why they always end up in places like this. In a neon-lit bar, a friend enthusiastically promises to find Han Sang-kyun the perfect woman, happily pointing out the attractive girls at the counter. A bright light pulls two men out of the crowd, and while Han Sang-kyun keeps his cool, his comrade clutches his head in panic and screams, not understanding what is happening. The indignant couple, a boy and a girl, point their fingers at the culprits, demanding punishment and shouting about the alleged insult inflicted on them. The blonde man, with a smug expression on his face and a smiling companion, mockingly sneers at the heroes, deciding that they had impudently offended his woman. After a red-haired girl falsely denounces the protagonist for humiliation, a crowd of hooligans surrounds him with threats, but he calmly allows his friend to sort things out. Han Sang-kyun's face is full of determination as he directly asks the burly guard about his intentions, while his comrade tries to settle the conflict. A self-confident blonde with a cheeky smile demands that he kneel down and beg his woman for forgiveness, promising to show mercy in return. An arrogant girl with fiery hair and a mocking smile addresses the driver, boldly hinting at a quick and cruel punishment for the offenders. The terrified Taoist, in a panic, theatrically exclaims that he is worthy of death, flatteringly calling her an angel and begging for forgiveness, while his friend angrily admits complete failure. The blonde, with a smug grin, asks contemptuously what the second opponent will do now, challenging him with arrogant interest in his eyes. Han Sang-kyun, with an ominous squint and barely suppressing a smile, warns Ning not to overdo it. Otherwise, the consequences will be too cruel. The blonde man brazenly waves off the threat, makes a mocking remark and takes the wine, while the woman behind him watches what is happening with delight. His eyes blaze with anger and contempt as he breaks into a shout, accusing his opponent of insolence and not recognizing his right to speak in such a tone. The enraged blonde man, with a furious grimace, rushes at Han Sang-kyun with a bottle, shouting curses, but there is not a hint of fear on his opponent's face. In a split second, the tense hands of the opponents collide, and the bottle freezes in the air with force, never reaching its target. Gathering all his might into one crushing blow, Han Sang-kyun struck the enemy in the stomach like a bolt from the sky, causing him to double over in pain. When the dust clears from the attack, the blonde is already kneeling in the middle of the hall, his head down, while those around him watch him in amazement and fear. Having recovered from the humiliation and unable to accept the defeat, the enraged leader with a distorted face screams with rage and orders his men to deal with the offender. Not stopping there, Han Sang-kyun continued his attack with a menacing expression, emitting energy that cut through the air around him. Meanwhile, outside, a neon sign glows brightly above the entrance to the underground club, through which screams, the sound of blows, and anxious cries can be heard. The younger comrade, with a gleam in his eyes, looks admiringly at the hero, who stands with an indifferent look in front of a pile of defeated thugs behind him. The frightened and confused blonde screams and reminds him that this is Brother Dao's territory, daring to reproach him for the attack, even though he himself is already exhausted. Han Sang-kyun's eyes narrowed in thought as he asked about the mysterious Brother Dao. With barely concealed surprise, the blonde man defiantly and with a satisfied smile explains that Brother Dao is the unofficial god of killing of Yunchen, and declares that the enemy has come to an end. A muscular man with pink hair emerges from behind the curtains into the spotlight and, in the ensuing silence, coldly asks what is going on. In a panic, the blonde man rushes towards the newcomer, pointing at Han Sang-kyun and begging for protection, accusing him of beating up everyone in the hall. Before he could finish speaking, the blonde received a powerful slap in the face, which brought him back to reality instead of the promised support. After a brutal blow that sends him flying across the room, the blonde falls to the floor with a thud, leaving bloody marks on the wooden surface. An explosion of anger lights up the boss's face as he looks at the defeated blonde and furiously shouts that those idiots dared to anger him, and they will not be forgiven for this. Dropping to one knee before his boss, Brother Dao guiltily admits his guilt and vows to severely punish the culprits to make amends for the shame. Stunned, he exclaims in horror that even such a formidable authority as Brother Dao treats that very driver with respect. Angrily grabbing the girl by the clothes, the blonde shouts at her for dragging him into danger without suspecting the man's true strength. Unable to bear the tension, he angrily throws her out of the bar, pointing to the door, and she, with her head down, runs away in tears. The blonde, with his forehead pressed to the floor, begs for forgiveness, loudly admits his guilt, and humiliatingly hits the floor in hysterical despair. Han Sang-kyun gives them permission to leave with a cold gaze, and Dao, despite his sternness, silently agrees with this decision. With a tense face and a commanding tone, Dao drives them away, leaving no chance for justification or forgiveness. The three men, supporting the wounded man, quickly disappear behind the curtain, while the blonde man from behind nervously urges them on and demands that they speed up. In a purple-lit club, a guy in a black suit with an icy smile asks Shiur if he has heard of the Dyson prison in the center of the earth. A flash of fear and shock distorts Shiur's face, his eyes widen in horror and he screams, asking how he knew about such a place. With a challenge and a smile in his voice, Han Sang-kyun says that he has a friend who likes to escape from prisons, and so he wants to go there to challenge the impossible. After a short pause, Shiur seriously tells that he once heard about the Dyson prison. It cost 100 million to get in, but no one has ever been able to get out of there. Calmly but with an insistent voice, Han Sang-kyun puts his hand on his shoulder and assures him that money is not a problem, but the matter requires contacting an important person at any cost. Against the backdrop of a clear sky and a sunny day, a surprised bird with an open beak watches the scene, and the voice on the phone indignantly reproaches Sang-kyun for suddenly interrupting the conversation. An enraged Linear, sitting on the sofa in an anxious pose with a phone in her hand, expresses her anger so loudly that even her grandfather, with a slight smile and concern, asks if it is time for him to intervene. The girl, with a decisive movement, reaches her hand towards her grandfather's chest without taking her eyes off him and asks him for his phone number, as if she had something important and purely personal in mind. Although her grandfather raises his eyebrows in surprise and says that there is nothing interesting in his old phone, she already extends her hand with the determination to use the device, at least for a short time. Sitting on the sofa with the phone in his hand, Linear watches the connection attempt with concentration, tensely waiting for even a weak signal. Her eyes suddenly flash with victory as the screen flickers, and she realizes with joyful confidence that the challenge has gone through after all. Smiling and looking triumphantly at her grandfather, the girl cheerfully announces that she will try to contact him through her device, holding both phones in her hands like a trump card in the game. Hearing a cold, automated busy message instead of an answer, Linear loses his smile, and a wave of disappointment grows against the pink light. Flaring with rage, Linear throws herself onto the sofa, angrily pounding the pillows with her fists, not believing that someone dared to blacklist her, while her grandfather stands nearby in confusion. Grabbing her grandfather by the hand and looking at him menacingly, she feverishly explains to him the seriousness of what is happening, not holding back her emotions. Sighing tiredly, the grandfather categorically refuses to participate in the revenge upon hearing that it was about Han Sang-kyun, which makes his granddaughter even more angry. While Linear waves his fists in rage, grandfather calmly places his hand on her forehead, stopping the storm and urging her not to say anything offensive about her former mentor. Just as she is shouting out an angry threat, she is startled by an unexpected voice and turns around sharply with a clenched fist and a determined look. Seeing Han Sang-kyun entering the room smiling and wearing a dark jacket, Linear froze in amazement, pointing his finger at him in fear. Jumping out from behind the sofa with comical cries and desperate gestures, she rushes to her grandfather, calling for help, while both men calmly watch from the shadows of her panic. Meanwhile, grandfather solemnly approaches Sang-kyun with the important news of participating in the Go tournament, organized by Shangguan. adding that he has already been registered in advance to avoid any awkwardness. Sitting with a relaxed look, Han Sankian refuses to participate in the tournament. Despite his grandfather's worried look warning him of possible consequences from ill-wishers, keeping his cool, Sankian takes a sip of tea and wryly remarks that he is not afraid of becoming a laughingstock, since most people have long despised him, and this does not bother him. Under a clear blue sky, a modern building with large windows and hieroglyphs on the facade stands out, marking the new location of future events. Sitting in a spacious office in front of a panoramic window overlooking a clear sky, the president is concentrating on a strategy for restoring the company, realizing the need for new allies. At that moment, an agitated employee rushes into the office with documents in her hands, interrupting her thoughts with an urgent message about a problem. Struck by the alarming tone, the president asks warily and intently what happened, internally preparing herself for bad news. In a spacious office where the president sits calmly at her desk, a secretary with a worried face reports that the parents of the owners of several companies have come with hostile numbers. Surprised, she asked again about such unexpected guests, and looked up, just as stern and angry older men entered the office, among whom stood out a bald man with a mustache, clearly in the mood for conflict. Maintaining an imperturbable smile and confident posture, the president addresses the uninvited guests with ironic politeness, inquiring about the purpose of their unexpected and disturbing visit. One of the angry men makes a bold gesture accusing Su Yinxia of neglect, hinting that, because of her husband's support, she is no longer afraid of the powerful families, threatening to bankrupt her company. Yinxia bows in apology, admitting that if her husband really did wrong someone, she will take it upon herself, while the bald old man demands that Sankianya be forced to comply with their conditions. Otherwise, the Su family will not escape dire consequences. Having finished their menacing tirade, the delegation of elderly businessmen turns and slowly leaves the office, leaving behind a tense silence, while one of them indifferently refills a thermos with water. 3 hours after the uninvited guest's visit, Han Sankian is relaxing and massaging his wife's shoulders as she sits on the sofa with a magazine, seemingly calm but deep in thought. Without taking her eyes off the glossy cover, she tells her husband with slight concern that some people came to the company and said that he had displeased them by asking what had happened. Han Sankian, with a slightly embarrassed expression, explains that those old men are members of the Go Association who want to force him to participate in the tournament. Sitting on the sofa with a book in his hands, Yihan looks up at Sankianya suspiciously and surprised after his confession about playing Go, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Straightening up theatrically, Sankian confidently declares that he looks like a man who can play, while Yihan smiles and flips through a magazine, asking if he is joking, since it is hard to believe that he should win the tournament. With a touch of irony, Yihan gently teases Sankianya for bragging, patting his head and hinting that he has no idea how powerful Shangguan is in this world. Standing behind her with a warm smile, Han Sankian proudly declares that he will prove his skills, while the girl reads the magazine with a slight grin and gestures for him to continue, not really believing his words. With a slight movement bending down to her face, he carefully watches her reaction, and she, still holding the magazine, with a cheerful gleam in her eyes, says that she has a friend who plays Go very well, and if he beats her, she will believe in his talent. Without hiding his smug smile, he smiles sincerely and asks with interest what else will happen if he does win. Waiting for her answer with obvious interest, she lowers her eyes and at first begins to answer shyly, and then, embarrassed and confused, suddenly admits that if he wins, he will receive a kiss from her. A slender female hand lightly knocks on the wooden door, breaking the evening silence and announcing the arrival of new guests. A smiling girl with pink hair, pulling her serious friend with glasses along with her, joyfully announces her arrival. Against the illuminated facade of the house, the hostess ceremoniously introduces her friend Ji Ewian, a champion in Go, and Han Sankian nods politely in response. The girl says that she hasn't participated in championships for a long time because she was abroad, and now she's eager to play again. Waving his hands, the young man says that there is nothing wrong with this and invites everyone into the house, to which one of the girls asks with a smile what the rush is about. Han Sankian, smiling shyly and gesturing for everyone to come in, apologizes for the haste and says that he has just prepared dinner and invites everyone to try his dishes. In the cozy room, everyone gathers around the gaming table. Evian is preparing for the game, Han Sankian is waiting calmly, and the others are watching the start of the game with interest. Worried about the outcome, the pink-haired girl tries to morally support Evian, who smiles confidently and places the first stone on the board, announcing the start of the match. Pointing to the seriousness of the moment, the woman in the white dress reminds him that Evian came from abroad specifically for the game of Go. Hinting that this is his chance to prove his skills, the game becomes increasingly tense, with every move potentially decisive and the feeling of an imminent turning point thickening in the air. The blonde with a worried face whispers to her friend that Evian's face darkened, as if she truly believed that Han Sang-kyan could win. And Evian herself froze next to the yellow exclamation mark above her head. Finding herself in a visualized space of reflection, Evian does not believe that Han Sang-kyan was strong even at Go, and, nervously biting her finger, admits that he may have simply let her win. Evian, her chin tense and deep in thought, watches the Go board closely as her opponent calmly places another stone on the nearly full board. Smiling with respect, Evian folds her hands in front of her and sincerely admits that she did not expect to see such a strong player in Han Sang-kyan. And now she only hopes not to run into him in the first round of the tournament. The pink-haired girl tries to cheer up Evian, assuring her that she simply wasn't playing seriously, and that Sang-kyan was just lucky, while he himself admits that he didn't intend to participate in the tournament at all and only wanted to demonstrate Yingxi's abilities. Yingxia looks back at Han Sang-kyan, slightly confused, who calmly reminds her of their agreement, as if to hint that winning is just part of their larger plan. The irritated pink-haired girl frowned and sternly demanded an explanation from Han Sang-kyan, looking at him with such intense suspicion that cold sweat ran down his back. The three of them, with their chins raised proudly and a sparkle in their eyes, confidently take each other's arms and leave, leaving the confused and depressed Sang-kyanya in the chair, as if an important female conspiracy was really brewing between them. As soon as he heard the sound of footsteps, Han Sang-kyan looked up from behind the Go board and looked around in surprise, trying to figure out where everyone had suddenly disappeared to. Sang-kyan, with a slight ironic smile, holding the phone to his ear, sarcastically asks why he suddenly needed it today. Is it possible that there is not enough money again? A blonde man in an orange jacket suddenly calls Sang-kyan, informing him that Dao Shijia is currently in the hospital and asking if he would like to visit him, to which he responds with noticeable confusion. Against the backdrop of a bright blue sky with passing clouds, the facade of the hospital appears with a red cross, a sign of a change of scene and the approach of a new denouement. Entering the ward with a basket of apples in his hands, Han Sang-kyan stumbles upon a grim scene of one of his acquaintances, intently peeling the fruit from a disfigured patient with bandaged legs. Standing by the bed with a serious face, Sang-kyan asks a direct question about who could have beaten the victim so brutally, hinting at the assailant's extraordinary strength. In response, the wounded man with pink hair, clenching his fist on his chest, sadly says that he doesn't know who it was, but he clearly remembers how he won 500,000 yuan at the arena yesterday. Talking about the fight, the red-haired man recalls with a smile how he offered 500,000 to the one who would defeat him, in order to get the crowd going. And the pink-haired man, embarrassed, admits that he himself did not expect such business acumen from himself. Standing with an apple in his hand, the green-haired guy says that after Shire's injury, there is no one to replace him in the arena, except for his wounded friend, who immediately reproachfully reminds him that he did not peel this apple for him at all. And then, under a cute postcard with a picture of a bandaged leg and the inscription wishing a speedy recovery, the hero tenderly invites his friend to rest a little, and he himself goes to find out what is going on there. Against the backdrop of the brightly lit arena, the manager puts his hand on Han Sang-kyan's shoulder with a wide smile and politely assures him that he is always ready to help if he needs anything. As the fight continues in the ring, Sang-kyan says with confident calm that he will watch from the sidelines and asks to be informed when the fighter appears, to which he receives a short confirmation. Two fighters in the hall doubt whether a winner will emerge from yesterday's fight, and one of them complains sadly that watching all these fights is real torture, and if it weren't for the reward, he would rather sit at home in front of the TV. Sang-kyan smiles and puts his hand on the surprised boy's shoulder and encourages him to try his hand at fighting for the prize money, as if offering an easy adventure. The guy with the pink mohawk sarcastically dismisses the idea as stupid, while the other one, with the eyebrow piercing, adds that the weakling should think more about his own safety. Resolutely throwing off his jacket and heading towards the arena, Sang-kyan loudly declares that 300,000 is worth the risk, and one of the guys grumbles discontentedly that anyone can boast with words. With unhurried grace, the hero enters the arena and begins to roll up his sleeves, causing surprise among the guys, who do not believe that he is serious about entering the fight. At this time, the host solemnly announces the rules into the microphone, which state that anyone can enter the arena, and the one who remains last will receive 100,000 and immediately calls out an opponent. Finally, the second volunteer appears, and the host joyfully exclaims into the microphone that the fight is about to begin. A bald fighter in a vest steps into the ring, instantly recognizing Sankyanya, and a look of anger flashes in his eyes, because it was this guy who once humiliated Dao Shir. The memory of Dao's defeat brings a dark joy to the fighter, and with a mad gleam in his eyes, he vows to avenge that bitter, shameful encounter. The bald fighter looks into the face of the guy in red with a predatory grin and asks with sly interest if he has come to avenge Dao Shir, anticipating an exciting clash. Han, with a cocky confidence, folds his hands in a traditional fighting gesture, and with a slight smile replies that he advises him to take care of himself, thus throwing down a challenge. Hearing this, the fighter clenches his fist, and without hiding his fighting spirit, suggests not wasting time on chatter and getting straight to the point, as if anticipating the taste of battle. The opponent's strike misses, and Han Sankian calmly moves to the side, causing the bald man to freeze in surprise at the miss. The bald fighter, with a smug grin, rises into the air, preparing to deliver a powerful kick. But the red-haired youth in the suit calmly watches with mild surprise. Without wasting a second, Han Sankian intercepted his opponent's arm in midair and easily stopped the next attack. Demonstrating complete superiority in technique, Han Sankian quickly raised his hand to counterattack, and the bald fighter's eyes showed intense amazement as he realized that his strength no longer frightened the enemy. The bald man lets out a furious roar as he unleashes a barrage of crushing punches, forming a wall of energy in front of him. But Han Sankian endures each one with intense concentration, not giving in a single step. Despite the unstoppable avalanche of attacks, Han Sankian, with clenched teeth and flames in his eyes, courageously endured the onslaught, mentally calling his opponent a monster and acknowledging his terrifying strength. A bald fighter with a predatory smile slowly prepares a crushing blow, releasing a bright burst of energy from his fist, rushing towards the target with furious speed. Seeing the threat, Han Sankian instantly recognizes the danger and intercepts the attack with his gaze, jumping back to the ring ropes where he crosses his arms over his chest, preparing to take the blow with all his might. A group of men, shocked and stunned by what they saw, stand in silence with their mouths open and their eyes wide open, not believing the power of this bald monster. Clenching his fists smugly, the bald fighter laughs cheekily and challenges everyone present, cheekily asking if anyone else would dare to take his 100,000 from him. 10 minutes passed, and the blond man in the red shirt was sitting calmly in the locker room with his head down, breathing heavily, as if he was thinking about something serious. Returning to Han Sankian, the guard calmly hands him a bag of money and informs him that the winner took the money and immediately left. The man also adds that he tried to put the fighter under surveillance, but he cleverly avoided it, to which Han asks why he should follow a master who doesn't need money at all. Looking up at the sky, the young man hopes that the fighter is not plotting anything against them. Otherwise, they will have serious problems. 2 skyscrapers rise majestically under the spacious sky, and within their walls work is in full swing. Business and bustling life are bubbling. Standing by the window with her arms folded across her chest, the woman asks Dong Hao to find out more about Han, calling him interesting, to which the man calmly replies that he has already found out everything, and Han is just an ordinary loser. Looking at him from under her brows, she angrily asks what he has already managed to do behind her back. The bald man spreads his arms wide and replies that he simply went to the underground arena to earn some extra money and ran into Sankian, who, it turns out, has a lot of connections. Looking out the window, the girl thinks that it is really strange that a young man suddenly bought a villa in a mountain valley and has influence in the world of underground fighting. Suddenly flaring up in anger, the man shouts that this guy is not worthy of her at all. The girl, who clearly doesn't like this remark, slaps the bald man with all her might, sparing neither herself nor him. Frowning, she asks ironically if maybe he is worthy of her, and immediately adds that he can do nothing but fight, and he will not achieve real success. Shrouded in lightning bolts of rage, she says that if he dares to harm Han Sankian in any way, she will personally kill him. Bowing his head before her and getting down on one knee, he obediently agrees, not having the right to object with a word. 3 days later, the plane cuts through the clouds, flying over the city buildings, leaving behind a thin white trail in the sky. Against the backdrop of a tall building, Han stands with a suitcase in his hand, and next to him is a shy girl with her head down, as if not daring to speak. The master, with his arms spread wide, announces with a smile that the restaurant is already booked and everything is ready so they can safely go inside. The reserved young man turns to Grandfather Wang, saying that he shouldn't have arranged everything like that. He could have handled it himself. But Grandfather calms him down and says that the main thing is for Han to bring glory to the Guo Yuncheng Association. Smiling, the grandfather asks who this young lady is next to him, to which the guy happily replies that she is his girlfriend, and she flew in with him to also take part in the competition. The girl shyly greets her grandfather and thanks him for the warm welcome, slightly bowing her head as a sign of respect. Approaching the car, the master gallantly opens the door and invites everyone to get in to go to the best restaurant in Fuyang City. While riding in the car, Han suddenly remembers an important matter and asks his grandfather with interest whether Shangguan will participate in this tournament. The man, slightly bowing his head, says that this player is very respected and recognizable, and with a smile asks the guy if he would like to play a game with him. The reflection of the mirror shows the young man's face, and he calmly replies that he has his own reasons for wanting to play with Shangguan. A picture of Yingxia gently leaning towards him and whispering something in his ear, leaving a warm mark on his heart, emerges in his memories. The shy girl promised that if he defeated Shangguan, she would fulfill his every wish and do whatever he wanted. A lively hubbub thunders over the fighting palace with its bridges, ponds, lanterns, and trees. Participants arrive one after another to the place where the tournament is about to begin. In front of the large draw board, 3 young men are carefully studying the lists of fights in groups A and B, while a loudspeaker calls for all participants to assemble in the arena. Walking up the red bridge among the luxurious pavilions, the girl in glasses calmly urges her companion to go to the arena, and he softly agrees, not taking his eyes off her. A young man in a formal suit with his hands in his pockets confidently crosses the bridge, moving forward with concentration under a clear sky. Hiding his emotions behind a cold mask, near the tabletop arena, a guy politely shakes hands with his opponent in an elegant dress, smiling as he listens to her request to be lenient, as if it were just a formality before the real fight. The wooden board with markings shows that Sanqian and Ouyang Shujie are moving on, while some fights are still marked as unknown. Hinting at the intrigue of the tournament, the dark-haired girl sadly informs Sanqian that she has lost and given up her place in the final to Shangguan's disciple, Ouyang Shujie, and he, thoughtfully touching his chin, assesses the new balance of power. Focused and confident, Sanqian suddenly realizes that he still has a chance to advance further, while his mentor and companion look at him in surprise. Against this emotional background, the woman asks a logical question with irritation about the strange tournament system. Since Ouyang Shujie is already in the final and Han Sanqian still has to get past 2 opponents. In a spacious courtyard, among elegant architecture, under the watchful eyes of a large crowd, a new game unfolds, where the main character is focused on fighting another opponent. Observing the situation, the gray-haired man with a serious expression explains that the slow opponent stalling for time is draining Han Sanqian's strength, squeezing everything out of him step by step. Looking resolutely at her interlocutor, the girl suspiciously asks if Shangguan himself is behind this strange situation. Amazed by the unexpected turn of events, sitting at the gaming board, Han Sanqian looks at the game with a cold gaze and admits with bitter irony that this victory was simply a gift to him. The host, with a microphone, solemnly announces Han Sanqian's victory, informing everyone present that he is the one who will advance to the finals of the competition. Stretching with relief, Han Sanqian finally feels like he's reached the final, admitting to himself that he's almost completely exhausted from playing endless games all day. The old man, with a kind smile, advises him to return to the hotel and rest, because if he defeats Ouyang Shujie tomorrow, he will become the champion, and Han gratefully agrees. But just as they are about to wrap up the day, the host, delighted, stops everyone and announces that a new, unexpected message has just arrived. The host enthusiastically announces to the astonished crowd that due to Shangguan's busy schedule, the final match has been postponed and will take place right now, inviting everyone to see the winner today. However, the senior mentor, ignoring the protests, resolutely clenches his fist and insists that the winner must be determined today, finally confirming his decision. The man, with a serious expression, indignantly protests against the sudden postponement of the final, reminding that Han Sanqian has been playing non-stop for 12 hours straight. The 2 hosts, dressed in formal suits and looking seriously at the audience, announced that due to Mr. Shangguan's urgent business, the finale had to be postponed, and this decision was made unanimously, since his absence would have been a great loss. To the approving silence of the audience, two men in traditional attire majestically enter the arena, the older of them politely apologizing for the inconvenience caused, maintaining a confident gaze ahead. A man with long gray hair and clothes decorated with embroidery, who turns out to be Shangguan Heibai himself, calmly explains that he has important things to do tomorrow, and so the finale must take place today, even if it is inconvenient for everyone else. One of the hosts, smiling enthusiastically and actively gesturing with a microphone in his hand, addresses Shangguan with flattering words about his greatness in the world of Go and the inadmissibility of putting the tournament above his affairs. Addressing his opponent with a bit of irony, the host suggests simply giving the victory to Shangguan, because if he considers the situation unfair, Ouyang Xiujie can withdraw from the tournament for the sake of his peace of mind. The outraged men at the judges' table jump up and exclaim that this turn of events is a disgrace to the association, because if everything had been fair, the real winner would certainly have been Ouyang Xiujie. Smiling with confidence, the protagonist extends his hand towards the gaming table, demonstrating his complete readiness for the challenge, ignoring the looks of those around him. Amidst the explosive radiance, the guy proudly declares that he never considered Ouyang Xiujie a rival, because he is simply not worthy of such a title. In response to the bold statement, the man with the microphone indignantly reminds him that Ouyang Xiujie is a disciple of Shangguan himself, and angrily asks if that doesn't make him a worthy champion. Han Sanqian, looking at the elder with cold confidence, declares that after defeating Ouyang Xiujie, he is ready to fight him as well, agreeing to the final battle right now. The old man accepts the challenge with stern calm and adds that he will only enter the fight if Sanqian defeats his student, and he agrees with a smile, dreaming of a reward from his beloved wife. The elder's yellow-robed disciple approaches the board with confidence and a proud posture, receiving silent approval from his mentor, while Han Sanqian prepares for the decisive game. The teacher, placing his hand on the student's shoulder, whispers to him a cunning plan to stall for time and take advantage of the opponent's fatigue, and the latter, with a smile, assures him that he will not let his mentor down. The old master solemnly steps aside, folding his hands behind his back, while in the courtyard behind him everyone prepares for the duel, watching what is happening with tension. Having moved far enough away, the old man concentratedly dials the number and, asking in a low voice how things are going, moves on to the hidden stage of his insidious plan. In a dark basement, a strong man in a black t-shirt sits on a stool with a smartphone in his hand, and in front of him are two tied-up girls, and he calmly informs them that Su Yinxia is already with them and offers to listen to her voice. An old man with a gray beard, clutching a phone against the backdrop of a clear sky, orders his subordinate to watch the captives and strictly forbids causing harm without his personal orders. With cruel arrogance, the old man looks at Han Sanqian, mocking his desire to win, and declares out loud that he should not be accused of cruelty, because he is nothing to him. In an abandoned room, among old boxes and dust, two tied-up girls sit back to back, scared and confused, as if trapped with no way out. Two women, helplessly bound, sit side by side on the cold floor, their backs pressed against each other, while their guard lounges in a chair nearby, lazily watching them from behind a mask. From under the table, you can see how a muscular man in a mask, sipping a drink, looks at the captives with interest, mentally noting their beauty, but restrains himself, remembering the strict prohibition of the owner. Another bandit appears at the door with an impatient gleam in his eyes and a smug smile, hands in his pockets, asking permission to play with the girls, not noticing how his words provoke the elder's anger. In response to his partner's cheeky remark, the muscular brute knocks over a table of bottles with all his might, throwing an icy warning in his direction about retribution for any attempt to harm the captives. Stunned and frightened, the bandit immediately raises his hands, trembling with fear and hastily apologizing, realizing that he has seriously crossed the line, not wanting to continue the conversation. The muscular man slams the door shut, orders the hostages to be watched, and without turning around, slowly walks out, casually throwing the bottle to the side. One of the kidnappers, clutching his stomach and looking warily at the muscular figure of his partner, tries to calm him down, barely holding back the pain and humiliation. As one of the bandits freezes with clenched fists in front of the columns of speakers, an anxious remark is heard from behind him by another, whose eyes tensely follow every movement. The men rip the tape off both women's mouths, apparently intending to finally have some kind of conversation with them. One of the kidnappers, his face twisted with rage, shouts threateningly at the girls, ordering them to kneel while they sit tied up in front of him, trying to maintain their composure. The purple-haired beauty raises an eyebrow in surprise and asks again with resentment and distrust, not believing that such rudeness was directed specifically at her. When the girl refuses to comply, the maddened thug furiously punches her in the face, while her pink-haired friend watches in horror and anger at the brutality that just happened, gathering her last strength. The pink-haired girl exclaims with fervor in her voice that they mean no harm, and are ready to give money if it is really necessary, trying to save the situation peacefully. Such courage and dignity only enrage the criminal, and he brutally beats her with such force that she loses consciousness and falls to the floor with her hands tied. Seeing this, the second girl looks intently into the eyes of the attacker and with sudden insight says that she seems to have found out who he really is. At the moment when the attacker, with an evil expression on his face, swings at the girl, madness sparkles in his eyes, and a vile smile distorts his lips with sadistic pleasure. The masked attacker, his eyes wide, breathes heavily and sways, and it seems he is beginning to understand that this time the victims will not endure in silence. The powerful hand of a strong man in a mask instantly intercepts the aggressor, smashing a bottle on his head, which shatters into pieces with a roar, while the shocked girl freezes in disbelief. After the subordinate's insolent look, the senior bandit clenches his fists in rage, realizing that he still does not realize the seriousness of the situation. Holding his head in fear, the brazen attacker suddenly realizes that he has gone too far. Hearing the ominous voice of the leader, whose patience is already at its limit, coldly and with a hint of superiority, the muscular leader throws an apology towards the girl for his subordinate's rudeness. Accompanying this with a bold look in response to her silent contempt, the huge masked man throws his arms up in horror as a sudden blow pierces his chest with such force that his eyes pop out of their sockets from pain and shock. Feeling someone approaching, the bandit in the black mask jerks sharply, and a cold horror flares up in his body, paralyzing his movements with fear. Before the bloody thug had time to come to his senses, he was slyly stabbed in the back by another bandit, who grinned and thanked him for his help and declared that he would not allow the captive to be released just like that. Incha, wedged in a corner between boxes, looks in horror at the wounded masked brute who has fallen face down in front of her, showing no signs of life. Standing over his partner's body with a knife still wet with blood, the second man in a balaclava ominously addresses the girl, hinting that it is time for her to find out who he is. The criminal reaches for the mask with a predatory smile, promising to reveal his face, as if this is the greatest revelation that will change everything for the frightened girl. The guy tears his hat off his head and reveals his face, while Insha looks at him in horror and bewilderment, unable to comprehend who is standing in front of her. In a blinding flash, as if a storm had passed through his thoughts, the opponent, in traditional attire, peers intently at the board, realizing that defeat is near. With confidence and arrogance placing the stone in the perfect place, Han Sanqian declares that all tricks are useless. His advantage is obvious and irresistible. Ouyang Shujie's glassy gaze was blazing with rage and stubbornness, and he pressed his lips together as he challenged, refusing to admit defeat and unwilling to give in. In the auditorium, where everyone is closely watching the game, one of the spectators doubts Han's victory, while another acknowledges his strength and guesses that he is a disciple of the great master. One of the observers, pointing to the majestic elder, asks not to jump to conclusions, because Shangguan's calmness may mean that Ouyang still has a secret trump card. Han Sanqian placed another stone on the board with icy calm, while the old grandmaster's gaze tensely caught the hidden meaning of the move. At that moment, when those around him have not yet had time to realize what is happening, the hero turns around in surprise at the vibration of his phone, trying to understand who is disturbing him at such a decisive second. Seeing the photo of two tied-up girls on the screen, including the shockingly familiar Yingxia, Han Sanqian screamed her name and clutched the phone with trembling fingers in a fit of rage and horror. Under the night sky, where the moon breaks through the clouds above the majestic Eastern Palace, everyone freezes, watching as Han Sanqian, like a shadow, ponders the move of whether to be his enemy or ally to the beautiful Ouyang Suejie. From under his dark bangs, Han Sanqian's gaze blazed with anger and suspicion, like a bowstring taut, ready to strike the culprit of Su Yingxi's kidnapping. Against the backdrop of the night sky, which keeps its secrets in the starry silence, a stern old man with lowered eyelids stands motionless, and a young man next to him convulsively rubs his chin, swallowing growing fear. With his chin raised confidently and a barely perceptible smile, the elder casts a piercing glance forward, like a bird of prey playing a game without revealing its true intentions. In the middle of the courtyard at night, under the soft light of the moon, Han Sang-kyeon suddenly gets up from the table and, citing a natural need, gets the opportunity to step away from the party that has long since become deadly dangerous. The door to the men's room slams open as if someone has rushed in, bringing with them the anxiety that has hung over the entire tournament. Leaning his hands on the sink in a cold room with white walls, the hero peers into his reflection, trying to collect his thoughts and find an answer to the question that torments him. Holding the phone to his ear with a tense gaze, Han Sang-kyeon heard the cold message that the subscriber was out of network coverage and felt a premonition of trouble thickening in his heart. Under the starry sky above a modern high-rise building, an anxious question sounds, while the windows are silent in the darkness, and the evening coolness intensifies the tense anticipation. The half-asleep mother, lying in bed with the phone to her ear, calmly says that Su Yinxi hasn't returned yet because she was going to dinner with Shen Lingyu, and Han silently realizes that the situation is becoming more and more suspicious. With her head wrapped in a blanket, the woman mutters to herself, staring into the darkness with disbelief. Feeling that something is definitely wrong with this guy, silence reigns over the arena once again, broken by a decisive gesture from the host, announcing the continuation of the tournament, while the players return to the table with tense faces. In a darkened room, where spectators are watching the big screen playing Go, the moves of Han Sang-kyeon and Ouyang Suejie cause a real intellectual stir. In the midst of the commentary frenzy, the two presenters excitedly report on the dramatic turnaround in the game, acknowledging the power of the player acting in the spirit of the legendary mentor. Spectators watch the board with concern after Han Sang-kyeon's bad move. The game suddenly changes course, and everyone begins to suspect something is wrong after he mysteriously disappears into the toilet. Ouyang Suejie's powerful hand gesture, confidently placing the black stone, sets off a chain reaction that erases the opponent's advantage and brings about a decisive breakthrough. In a spacious arena under a starry sky and lantern light, the announcers solemnly announce Ouyang Suejie's victory, and the crowd below explodes in a wave of surprise and discussion. Han Sang-kyeon slowly walked off the stage with a gloomy face, while the crowd whispered sarcastically that Ouyang simply wanted to test his level and destroyed him at the right moment. Under the night sky, where the tense silence thickens again, the woman angrily accuses Han of deliberately defeating him, demanding an explanation. The girl with glasses tells the shocking news that Su Yinxi and Shen Lingyao have been kidnapped, after which Han Sang-kyeon, gritting his teeth in determination, says that he will take the first flight to Yunjin. A neon sign softly flickers above the entrance to the building, where the protagonist is about to enter, preparing for an important and fateful meeting. Inside the club, three men with serious faces greeted Han Sang-kyeon as he arrived, emphasizing his authority and trust in this small circle. Han Sang-kyeon appears at the door, full of tension and impatience, and immediately asks if there is any information about the missing Su Yinxi. The agitated young man replies that the cameras recorded how the car stopped in front of the girls, and they were kidnapped. There are no further traces. One of the subordinates in the club, nervously lowering his gaze, reports that more than 1,000 people have already been involved in the search, but all in vain. Not a single lead. Clenching his fists from internal tension, Han thinks that if Shangguan was behind this, the girls would have been released long ago, and he does not understand the silence. The room freezes as a bell rings in the silence and someone shouts out that it's his wife calling, causing everyone to turn to look at Han. Seeing his wife's name on the phone screen, Han picks up the phone with hope and excitedly says her name, Yingxi. The voice on the other end of the line coldly and clearly demands $1 billion, and Han, gathering herself, agrees, but insists on making sure she's okay first. Yingxi's voice comes through the phone, reassuring Sang-kyeon that she is fine and asking him not to worry, easing the tension on his face a little. The stranger on the other end mockingly asks if he feels any calmer and orders him to prepare the money as soon as possible, promising to get in touch later. Han Sang-kyeon slowly lowered the phone, taking a few determined steps on the cold floor, and a clear plan of action was already brewing in his eyes. Three comrades with tense faces catch his gaze, and one of them asks excitedly what happened, sensing alarm in his behavior. Clutching the phone so hard that it shatters into pieces in a flash of scarlet lightning, Han Sang-kyeon shouts out the name of the enemy Su Haichao, with anger burning in his voice. With narrowed eyes full of rage, Sang-kyeon shouts, demanding that the bastard be found immediately. And there is a determination in his voice that this will not go unanswered. The kidnapper, smugly lounging in his office chair, confidently declares that after receiving the money, the Su family will go bankrupt, with a sly grin on his face. Meanwhile, in a cold room among the boxes, a girl with purple hair and tied legs, sitting on the floor, hopefully remembers that for Han, a billion is nothing. With an icy glint in her violet eyes, she presses her lips together and firmly says that even if he receives the money, he will not be able to use it. Retribution is inevitable. Smiling ominously and leaning closer, the blonde mockingly throws out that if she wants to elevate Han so much, there is no need to brag like that. But she calmly replies that she hopes he will not regret provoking him. The man, twisted in triumphant rage, with wild eyes and a raised thumb, screams that soon this worthlessness will be kneeling before him. And then we will find out who will truly feel sorry. With a deafening roar, the door is torn off its hinges and flies into the corridor, crashing into the floor in front of the astonished guard, who did not even have time to move. A stunned man, his forehead covered in sweat, runs out to the alarming cry, and behind him, an alarmed woman asks in horror what happened. With calm determination, like a bearer of justice, Han Sankian storms into the house, smashing the door with a powerful kick, plunging everything into a tense silence. The enraged owner rushes towards him with an indignant cry, not understanding who gave him the right to such insolence and what the hell he is trying to achieve. Without taking his fiery gaze off his interlocutor, Han Sankian silently radiated a threat, demanding in one sentence to tell him where Su Haichao was. With his face twisted in anger and pointing his finger at Sankian's chest, the man accuses him of brazenly intruding after Yinxia became the leader and demands an explanation. Before he could finish speaking, Han grabbed him by the collar and lifted him sharply into the air, while an alarming purple glow flared up around him. Looking straight into the eyes of the frightened man, Han Sankian coldly repeats the question of Su Haichao's whereabouts. While Su Haichao stutters that his son is talented, he must be making money somewhere. Hearing the suggestion that his son is making money by extorting ransom for the kidnapping of Su Yingxia, the man jumps up and angrily punches the hero in the face. Stunned by what was said, he exclaims with a frightened face that his son could not have done such a thing, sincerely refusing to believe the terrible accusation. In response, the hero's eyes flash with a scarlet flame of anger, and he coldly but threateningly warns that this is the last chance. Otherwise, it's time to prepare the coffin. The blonde fearfully admits that she knows where the missing man is, and the man in front of her frowns, realizing the seriousness of her confession. The woman, with concern in her eyes, shows her phone and explains that thanks to a special application she can determine the current location of the target. In the cell, one of the prisoners stands in a fighting stance with a metal bucket on his head and threatens his comrade that if he moves, it will hurt. Hearing the signal from the camera, the guard slams his baton on the bars with a loud noise, forcing the prisoners to pay attention to an important announcement. A serious guard informs Han Jun that he has a visitor and orders him to leave the cell immediately. Under guard, with his head down, Han Jun silently walks down the corridor to the visiting room, leaving the iron doors of the prison behind him. Han Jun appears in the visiting room behind the thick glass, standing guard in front of the man sitting opposite him, whom he recognizes as Old Shen. The stern and majestic grandfather Shen, as if radiating a shadow of the past, looks at his grandson and quietly but imperiously asks if he is thirsty for revenge. With a frenzied rage and a face distorted with pain, Han Jun shouts out that he wants to avenge his murdered grandmother and create hell on earth for the enemy himself. Under Shen's steadfast gaze, he nods calmly, promising to help his grandson and find a pawn to serve time for him before he is released. The roar of an engine pierces the silence of the night. A black car rushes through the ruins and concrete debris, like a shadow rushing towards its goal. Stopping in the middle of the night's emptiness, Han gets out of the car near an unfinished building and, looking at the dark sky with the moon, confirms that the target must be here. In a dark room with boxes everywhere, debris flies around with a roar. This is the beginning of a stormy denouement, foreshadowing a crash. Illuminated by an ominous light and filled with determination, Han Sankian angrily rushes into the room, calling out Su Haichao's name, and the blonde man turns pale in horror. The stunned blonde rushes towards the tied-up Yingxi sitting among the boxes, and the girl looks at Han anxiously, not believing that he actually found her. With a frightened look and a tear sparkling in her eye, she warns her offender, showing that she is no longer someone to be intimidated. The blonde man, his face twisted with rage, points his finger and tries to threaten even more, although the situation has already gotten completely out of his control. Han Sankian's fist slammed into the criminal's face with fury, exploding in a flash of color and speed. A powerful blow to the jaw flashes like a blinding spark, tearing the opponent off his feet and throwing him to the side as if he had been caught up in a raging storm. With burning eyes and a clenched fiery fist, the hero rushes forward, determined to destroy the enemy without a chance of resistance. With his face distorted with pain and his cheek crunching under a new blow, the blonde flies back, losing his balance and the last of his dignity. The blonde man, who had been so cocky and smug recently, now cowered in front of Han Sankian, so overcome with fear that he couldn't speak. Illuminated by blue light and with pain in his eyes, Han Sankian appears in front of Yingxi and regretfully admits that he was unable to protect her in time. But the girl, with a warm smile, sitting tied up near the boxes, looks at him with trust and calmly says that she knew he would definitely come. With a gentle smile that hides her strength of spirit, she asks him not to waste time on feelings and to free her quickly, and he sadly apologizes for not protecting her. The pink-haired girl confidently tells them both to go home and rest, promising to deal with the bastard herself. With a slight smile and a raised hand in farewell, Han Sankian wishes Yingxi a speedy return, and she nods and leaves, looking back anxiously at the unfinished account. With a cold gaze, Han Sankian slowly walked into the room where the defeated enemy was squatting, barely breathing from fear, awaiting the inevitable retribution. Covered in sweat and blood, but with a cheeky grin, the blonde challenges Hanyu to kill him, realizing that insolence is just a game on the brink of death. Without wasting words, Han Sankian instantly grabbed his opponent by the throat with fury and speed, leaving him no chance to even blink. With one hand firmly gripping the enemy's neck, Han coldly declares that he is nothing to him and forbids Su Yin from being involved in this dirty business. The beaten and choking blonde screams in despair that Han is a murderer and threatens that he will also die if he decides to finish him off. A sinister smile appears on Han's face and a dark madness flashes in his eyes as he whispers that he is waiting to meet him in hell to show him who he is. Gasping for breath and clutching Han's hand, the blonde screams with his last strength that he doesn't believe such a weakling is capable of killing him. The dark-haired hero's eyes flash with determination, and with a mighty cry he unleashes a blow that blazes with blinding fire. A sharp explosion tears through the air as Han grits his teeth and violently splits the fire wave, slicing through the energy in a blazing whirlwind. A pillar of flame pierces the room, tearing boxes off the shelves, and the blonde, pressed into a corner, covers his head with his hands, saving himself from the fury of the elements. In a room with walls covered in old newspapers, an elderly man in black delivers a high kick with precision and controlled power, as if his every move has been honed by years of combat experience. With a bead of sweat on his cheek and a piercing gaze, Han Sankian presses his fist to his lips, silently reciting the enemy's name before making the decisive move in this deadly game. Watching his opponent sit among the scattered boxes, clutching his chest, the gray-haired man recalls the past with a mocking hoarse voice, surprised that his name still sounds. With bitter irony, Han Sankian tells how 10 years ago he was hit so hard for breaking a toy that he broke his leg and had to walk on crutches for 3 months. But now he stands proudly and confidently looks his offender in the eye. The white-haired old man in traditional attire stands firmly in place and orders the young blonde man to teach Sankian a lesson, assuring him that he will not be able to lift a finger in his presence. Confident in the defense, the blonde man with a sly grin is glad that he no longer has to fear Hanya Sankian, and readily nods, agreeing to carry out the order. With an angry expression on his face, the blonde grabs the bottle to treacherously attack Han, whom he contemptuously calls a rag not worth a penny. With a wild cry and fury in his eyes, the blonde man swings, and with a furious crash smashes the bottle on Sankian's head, exploding the air with a bright flash at the point of impact. A thin trickle of blood slowly flows down Han Sankian's cut cheek, but his lips remain pressed together, radiating calm determination and inner strength. The impudent Han Sankian, with a bloody mark on his cheek, looked up with a cold smile and defiantly repeated that Shen Wen chose a pitiful nobody to help him. The frowning old man, hiding his eyes in the semi-darkness, contemptuously throws at the blonde that he, as a small bastard, has no right to judge his actions. In the tense silence of the warehouse, a gray-haired man with a stern face looks coldly at the enraged blonde man and reminds him that by raising his hand to Han Sankian, he broke the rules. Old Jan, shrouded in a cold glow, solemnly emerges from the darkness and declares that since the promises have not been kept, he is no longer obligated to fulfill his part. A man with deep scars on his face calmly but defiantly says that it was not he who struck the blow, as if absolving himself of any responsibility. Standing in a room with a board strewn with plans and evidence, the two men tacitly agree that if Han Sang-kyan wants revenge, Yang will be his guarantor even against outside interference. Two older men stand in the center of the room, and in front of them are stunned guys, one holding his leg, the other frozen in place, not knowing what to do. The blonde man, with despair on his face, waves his arms and screams in panic that he can't cope on his own, begging for help, while the older man remains unmoved. Suddenly overcome with anger, Han hits the blonde man hard in the face, and he freezes with a frightened look, and the old man calmly closes his eyes, as if not noticing what was happening. Blinded by rage and a stream of fiery energy, the boy with scarlet eyes delivers a powerful blow to the blonde's back, and the sound of the blow rumbles like a clap of thunder. Beaten and humiliated, the blonde man kneels with bruises on his face, raising his hands and begging Han Sang-kyan not to dirty her hands with him, admitting his worthlessness. Holding back his emotions, the man in the exquisite robe with the dragon on his chest addresses Shen Wen, comparing the current Han to the one who was once betrayed by lies. While the wounded blonde man tries to get up with trembling hands, the man in the black suit coldly tells him to go with him if he's not dead yet, and the others silently watch from top to bottom. Grandfather Yan, standing next to Han Sang-kyan, explains that Shen Wen supports Su Haichao out of love for the late Nangong Tianqiong, but Sang-kyan confidently replies that he poses no threat. In the hospital corridor, against the backdrop of a facade with a red cross, Sang-kyan sits on a bed with a bandage on his head, and his friend laughs, points at him, and compares him to a sheikh. Sang-kyan, with a tired look and a bandaged head, seriously asks his friends to hide everything from Su Yinxia so that she does not worry in vain. Sang-kyan, thinking anxiously, says that excuses are pointless because Yinxia will still suspect something, and his friend advises him to tell the truth and suggests that the others disperse. Smiling and waving goodbye, the green-haired friend leaves the hospital room, wishing Sang-kyan a speedy recovery. As Sang-kyan watched his friend leave with a thoughtful look, he silently acknowledged that his words were reasonable, and at that moment he received a call from his wife. Smiling uncertainly and holding the phone, Sang-kyan hears Yingxi's anxious voice asking why he is not at home, and he hesitantly replies that he is at Yunqian Hospital. Just 20 minutes later, Yingxi rushes into the room with despair in her voice, shouting Sang-kyan's name in panic and looking for him with her eyes in horror. Sitting on a hospital bed, the girl anxiously reproaches him for a serious injury, and he, smiling, replies that it's nothing and it's only a pity about the defeat. With a warm look and a slight smile, the girl says that if it weren't for her, he would have definitely won, and the guy jokingly asks if he is entitled to compensation. She looks away in embarrassment and blushes, quietly answering that, of course not, but she is his wife and must do everything he wants. Surprised by her words, the guy asked again with wide eyes whether he could really now exercise his rights as a husband, not hiding his excitement. The moment freezes into eternity as he reaches out to her face gently, and she holds her breath, allowing him to come closer as the whole world disappears in anticipation of their first kiss. In an embrace of tenderness and light, among shining bubbles and soft shades, they merge in a deep kiss, forever erasing the line between formality and true feeling.